Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Third POV. Losing someone because of yourself is one of the worst feelings possible. Rimuru was right inside this cycle of regrets right now. Looking at the corpse of Cheyenne, he had fallen on his knees regretting so much, his decision, his blind love for the human race, and more. Rimuru, why did this happen? His aura flared around dangerously. In the background, Noir watched the scene confused. Noir, this is weird. How could Cheyenne Dano have died in front of me? Those humans are way too weak, and even the Otherworlder were pathetically weak. With him here, nothing should have happened, yet it did. It seems like Noir's actions were subconsciously controlled. He couldn't understand, and no matter how he bent his logic, nothing came out. Noir, was their death and our defeat here forced? But it doesn't seem like the work of Falmouth's army. Was it necessary? Pondering, his eyes then landed on his lord's back. He was still grieving, and an immense rage could be felt. Noir, was it for Rimuru-sama? Clearly, something interfered with my thoughts and actions. This was a really uncomfortable feeling that he had to bear while watching his lord go back on his feet, a murderous resolve sealed in him. Dawn POV. He did something. I could see the fate of this war changing. Rimuru will not wait for Eren and the others and massacre the enemy's army. Leading to the birth of a tyrant, I have to change that, but my Lord of Fate isn't working. That must learn the author is interfering directly. I still don't know how much he can alter and interact with. For now, I have to meet up with Luminous and leave for Tempest as soon as I can. Dawn, let's accelerate the process. Hinata. Hinata, huh? Dawn, destiny beyond fate. My eyes glowing. The next instant Hinata's body wavered as we found ourselves in front of the Church of Rubrios. Hinata, what happened? Dawn, I'll explain later. For now I have to talk with Luminous-sama. I'll see you later. Before she could answer, I already went off toward the hidden sanctuary. On the way I saw Roy, who was startled at my sudden appearance. But like Hinata, I didn't give him the time to talk. The aura of Rimuru could already be felt across the world. To think he would be that much stronger. I might have underestimated him. If he really wanted, he could have destroyed Hinata, but literally. Dawn, I might just have 3 hours before he reaches the army and kills everyone. This is happening sooner than I planned, but that's fine. Anyway, while I was planning my next action, the large gate leading to Night Garden was already in front of me. You know, something cool with having a powerful skill is that you can flex anytime you want. Dawn, destiny beyond fate. As I previously stated, it's not just living beyond but inanimate objects too. Changing the course of fate of atoms is possible too. Setting this door from blocking me, to letting me pass, I crossed the gate without opening the door. Dawn, this is really a fascinating ability. Luminous, indeed, to think 2 years later you would come back and be so different. And as expected, Luminous noticed my presence and came to me. Dawn, I can't say a lot happened, but that will have to wait. I need another favor. Luminous, you want to check on that war, right? Dawn, you already know, huh? Luminous, it was just speculation. Anyway, sure, go ahead, I'll take care of things here. Besides, it seems you are more complete now. I'm curious to see what you are planning. Nodding, I quickly reactivated Destiny Beyond Fate and left the garden. Reappearing near the camp where Falmouth's army was resting, I internally cringed at the horrendous aura Rimuru was making. He wasn't even here yet his power could be felt all over the forest. It was just hidden enough for normal people to not notice. The work of great sage surely. Dawn, fate here is really unstable. Changing them all will take months, so I really have to take care of the source directly. And that was Rimuru. His fate was originally blurry, but now it's just kind of corrupted. The story will go that way. Rimuru massacres his enemies, will fail in reviving Cheyenne and the other. He will then start an era of fear and tyranny. Dawn, the route leading to evil Rimuru from the game Ice Sky Memories, the cruelest demon lord feared by all. This is a dead end. The route alone is filled with menace, but it can get even worse because other variables can enter. I should try talking with Rimuru for now, and if he doesn't listen, I will have to force my way in. I still have my last resort just in case. Third POV. Flying over the enemy camp, Rimuru's rage kept intensifying each second. The different troop of Tempest already departed to destroy the anti-magic area and barrier surrounding the capital city. It was only a matter of time before Rimuru launched his own attack against the main army. Rimuru, I'll kill them all, no one will be left. Dawn, that's really cold from you. Looking beside him, Rimuru's cold eyes didn't even waver at the sudden appearance of an outsider. His friend stood there, a thin platform made of ice floating in the air. Rimuru, what are you doing here? Dawn, I told you, I'll meet you later. Standing in the air, the laughter and chatter of the soldiers below them could be heard. Rimuru decided to stay silent while returning his gaze toward the enemy camp. Dawn, S. Rimuru, are you trying to stop me? Dawn, not really, I'm just wondering how far you will go. Rimuru, it seems you already know what I'm going to do, no one will escape here alive. A dark aura surrounded him, at the same time he received a thought communication from Sui. Sui, Rimuru-sama. We have successfully destroyed the device maintaining the barrier around Tempest. Rimuru, good, now go back to the city now, I'll take care of the rest. Sui, as your wish. Cutting off the thought communication, Rimuru turned toward Dawn one last time before raising his arm. Magicule gathered around him before hundreds of lenses formed in the sky, the sun reflecting on them. Rimuru, are you going to stay and watch? Dawn, let's just say I'm a witness for my nation. Rimuru, then I'll just ignore you. Turning back to the battlefield, Rimuru's aura flared up, his eyes glowed behind his mask. Seeing that as a message for him to step back, Dawn nodded and walked away. Once he was far enough, Rimuru finally launched his assault. A dome forming around the camp, the first step of this massacre, anti-magic area was set by Rimuru. Great Sage, notice, anti-magic area was successfully set, the enemy cannot use magic anymore. Rimuru, everything set, huh? Small particles akin to water droplets appeared all around the camp, soldiers came out noticing the oddity of the situation oblivious of the murderous aura from above. Rimuru, it's time for the payback, you who sinned against my people, may the wrath of God pierce you, Megiddo. As soon as the word came out of his mouth, a piercing laser ray fell upon Falmouth's camp, no armor, no shield, no weapon could protect them. Being woman, man, or even youngster, no one was spared and killed equally, a single ray piercing their body. This magic wasn't using magic, spiriton or natural energy, it was just as deadly capable of eliminating a rank individual under anti-magic area. Great Sage, notice, 1372 deaths, 1823 deaths, 2312 deaths. Notification of his kill count constantly made its way in his mind, Rimuru's heart stood cold. Everything went smoothly, the 27,000 soldiers consisted of holy knights, Falmouth knights, mercenaries and adventurers. All were mercilessly killed beside the king's tent where Rimuru was going to deal personally. On the side, Dawn watched the scene with fascination. Dawn, we are already 40% done, huh? I feel bad for the holy knights since they are in a way my subordinates, but that's for the best. They were mainly youngsters or old knights, this was truly a shameful act to send them here knowing they will die. It pained Dawn's conscience, but at the end, he couldn't get attached to them, they were also a precious force of Rubrios, but the loss was recoverable. Dawn, anyway, everything is going well for now, I just need to make sure the resurrection go well. But suddenly, he felt a strange sense of danger washing over him. Looking up, someone was charging toward him with full murderous intent and from its power. Dawn, at least a true demon lord. Dodging the incoming rocket, the mysterious being who just attacked was identified as Perone, one of Clayman's 5 fingers. A harpy, this startled Dawn as right now, she was definitely stronger than Clayman, maybe even close to Rimuru's current level. Dawn, she is really awakened, is that the author's doing? Taking out his sword, he was forced to engage in a fast-paced close combat. Perone's claws were sturdy enough to clash with Dimension, which was a legend-grade weapon without reinforcement. Perone, kill. Destroy. Kill Dawn Arcead. Dawn, so I'm your aim, huh, that's making it easier. Strengthening his arm, he swung his blade faster than before, cutting right through the harpy's wings. Perone was forced to fly back in pain before gritting her teeth, a fast regeneration activating on itself. Dawn, you seem to have lost your mind. I also don't see any sign of Clayman's mind manipulation, so you are totally under the author's control. Horn grew from Perone's head, her wings also regrow, but the double of them were present, she wasn't just a harpy anymore. Dawn, a mix of angel and demon. Her fate is being rewritten constantly, she should have died from my sword swing earlier, but it was rewritten. Since she was still a weak opponent, Dawn decided to make a few experiments. Sheathing his sword, he breathed slowly while glaring at the monster in front of him. Dawn, particle deceleration. Some tricks he learned from Velzard, the way to use ice magic to slow down molecule to the point they became rigid. Perone could already feel her body turn into ice from inside, she instinctively felt the danger. I tried to get away, but her escape route was all closed when Dawn launched another spell. Dawn, frozen bind. Chain made of ice bound her in the air. Before she could even react, several pillars of ice formed around her. Cornering her from every side, Perone did the only thing she could, and it was groaning in rage trying to break free. Dawn, Snowy, make sure those bonds never break. Snowy, as your wish. The pale blue ice that symbolized Dawn's magic turned brighter and colder, reaching the absolute zero's degree. Perone's skin started to burn from the sheer coldness, still her regeneration kept up. Dawn, now let's see if you can come back from this. Condensing the pillar of ice, they closed on Perone, crushing her totally. Blood could be seen splashing through the reflection of the ice. Yet, the body still reformed itself directly inside the ice. Dawn, what kind of monstrous regeneration is that? Anyway, at least, this confirms my doubt, she is using a low version of rewrite to regenerate. A power that defies reality. This strangely amused Dawn. Perone was too weak to control this power, so she turned into this beast. Dawn, Dusk, let's use that. Dusk, really? You haven't asked me to do anything for years. Dawn, because I was too dependent on my own ability. Now that I have lost the Lord of Stories, I need to rely on you too. Dusk, hi, then let's do it, Master. Smirking, Dusk took from behind her master, a lady with pale blonde hair. Rather than a lady, she was more of the innocent type. Dawn, a spiritual art I never really developed because of my low interest in it, but it's time I get back to training too. A bright light shone through his vein, all the way until it took form into the palm of his hand. Dawn, you know, I'm still a knight of Rubrios. Dozen of magic circle instantly appeared above and below Perone. The sight could be seen across the Jura forest. In fact, some demon lords or other rulers must have noticed it already. Dawn, this thing was originally called Trinity Disintegration, but at the end any good barrier could block it, so I have to rearrange it. He couldn't do it on his own since he barely practiced the technique, but with Dusk, who was a spirit of light, everything turned easier. Dawn, Road of Faith. Above and below, every magical circle abruptly stopped. Their shine only grew bigger as a holy sound crickled around. Like a long road, light attached bounding the land and the sky. Perone, trapped in the pillars of ice in the middle of this, was already halfway disintegrated from the pure heat generated from the spell. The process kept going as finally, the light exploded. Everything between from the sky to the land was disintegrated. The cloud, the air, the ice, not even the forest that should be below was spared. In a perimeter of 30 meters, everything was gone. Dawn, you did well, Dusk. Dusk, hee, praise me more. Dawn, maybe later. Looking around, he tried to look for Perone, who was taken away by the Road of Faith. Still, maybe she could even come back from that. But unfortunately no, it seems even rewrite couldn't keep up with such a large-scale spell, though Dawn was confident in killing her for another reason. This spell was created with the intention of killing Dawn himself. Dawn, this is similar to Luminous Sanctuary Disintegration. Maybe there is room to develop it even further. Admiring his final work, he shook his head, contemplating a few things before returning his attention toward Rimuru. The slime was staring right toward his direction, Megiddo still in action. Dawn, oops, I guess I used a way too flashy technique. Sighing, he could already tell how many people noticed his presence in the Jura forest. Rimuru nodded, returning to his own business, flying down toward the king's tent. On the other side of the world, near the border of Rubrios and the barren land, De Gruel was groaning as he exchanged blows with his opponent, a human who possessed the power of a saint. De Gruel, you are strong. I didn't know Rubrios had another trump card aside from the Ace of God. Standing on his way, Horizon White, heavily injured with his left arm totally distorted, he was tasked to push back the giant's force before they could set foot in Rubrios' territory. Horizon, TCH, you demon lords sure are annoying to deal with. De Gruel, don't be too. Stopping mid-sentence, both demon lord and saint turned their head toward the Jura forest, feeling the sudden urge of holy power. De Gruel, what is that? Horizon, I really can't fall down now. If I did, I wouldn't be able to look at him in the eyes. De Gruel felt great danger suddenly. It wasn't from the Jura forest but rather the human in front of him. De Gruel, Guy told me it was just a simple task, but I might have to get serious. Horizon, sub-skill, last survivor. With this at full power, I should be able to last long enough for Rubrios' Renfort to come. Smirking, contrary to Falmouth's battle, who was one-sided, the battle between Saint and Giant was much more intense. On the ice continent, Guy and Velzard were sitting on the balcony while drinking some wine. They were aware of the recent events around the world but didn't really mind it. Until Road of Faith was casted, naturally, they felt the power surge out of nowhere. Guy, the Jura forest, huh? Velzard, so you are back. How ungrateful, not even visiting me. Despite her complaint, Velzard actually smiled before hiding it with a sip of wine. Guy, first Veldora, then the ruler of monsters, and now the famous Ace of God appeared in the Jura forest. It seems everything revolves around there. Holding his glass, the situation was amusing him quite well. He also was the one who sent De Gruel to attack Rubrios at the same time as the Falmouth War. Hoping to get Dawn out against the giant demon lord, but it seems instead, he went ahead and meddled with Falmouth War. Guy, Luminous already sharpened her fang enough to cause Rudra or me some problem. Velzard, you seem oddly obsessed with that. Are you that worried that she will break into your game with Rudra? Guy, Luminous herself isn't a problem, it's rather the cards she has. First Dawn Arcead, now she pulls out some new recruits out of nowhere capable of fighting De Gruel. Velzard, they must be humans trained by Don Quinn. Snowy did mention something along those lines. Guy, Clayman and Malim seem to be on the move too. How interesting. Velzard just stayed quiet on her side, but while listening to Guy's rant, the wine in her hand froze until no liquid was left. Looking up with hidden murderous intent, her blue eyes turned yellow for an instant. Velzard, it seems inevitable. Sorry Guy, but I already sealed my resolve 2 years ago. In the Eastern Empire. Rudra listened to multiple reports from his subordinate, Velgrind at his side. The hot topic was the sudden war between Falmouth and the newly formed Jura Tempest Federation. Rudra, still this doesn't make sense. Why would the Holy Empire send knights to help Falmouth's army? Velgrind, perhaps they hold a grudge because of that rumor. Rudra, rumor. Oh, you mean the disappearance of Don Arcead in the Jura forest? Velgrind, it's only rumor, but that alone should be reason enough to start a war. After all, he is Ribirio's greatest asset. On the side, Kondo, who listened to their conversation, gritted his teeth. Rudra, you seem to have something to say, Kondo. Kondo, and I mean, I don't think that rumor is true. Rudra, oh. Can you elaborate? Kondo, I fought the White Meteor once. That incident even gave him this title. I don't think a simple orc lord would be capable of killing him. Rudra, you hold him in high esteem, huh? Well, I can understand why, if only I got my hand on him before that vampire. Velgrind, certainly, it's a big loss. He is the only true hero that appeared in the last few millennia, but in the end, he is just a foolish human. Closing her eyes, her reasoning was simple. Velgrind is a true dragon and Rudra, a true hero known as the hero of the beginning. On the other side, Guy Crimson and Velzard, both groups had powerful individuals and great influence. Yet, Don sided with Rubrios. That was a foolish decision considering how much Guy and Rudra would have proposed for his service. He is without a doubt a game-changing factor. Rudra, anyway, I'm more interested in that ruler of monsters. Rimuru Tempest, was it? Velgrind, the abnormal slime. Huh, well, he should be interesting if he comes out of this alive. Rudra, it's unfortunate that he rules the Jura forest. After all, he is on the way of my plan. The Jura forest stood in the way of the Eastern Empire in his plan to invade the Western nation. And Rudra doubted that he could talk this out with Rimuru considering the reaction the slime has taken until now. Back to the Jura forest, Dawn smirked as the massacre was reaching its end. After dealing with Edmaris and Rihim, Rimuru stood there feeling dizzy as the voice of the world spoke. VOTW, notice, Rimuru Tempest has fulfilled the condition. Harvest Festival will now start. On the verge of falling asleep, he returned to his slime form and lay on Ranga's back. Dawn immediately appeared beside him, checking for any abnormality. Dawn, it seems everything is going well. Just in case, I'll keep your fate in check. Rimuru, ugh, I don't know what you're saying, but please take care of the last one. Dawn, you mean that raisin? Huh, well, I think it would be better if you summoned another demon for that. Rimuru, if you say so. He was not really in the mood to think rationally, so immediately a demon summoning circle appeared. Rimuru, come demon. I offer you every corpse present here. So come and serve me. Dawn, so this time it's Blanc, huh? Coming out of the summoning circle, a large white cocoon formed before bursting, revealing a beautiful lady. Her white hair and red eyes shone in menace as she studied her surroundings. Blanc, so you are the one who summoned me? No, your magicule doesn't match it. Her attention naturally fell upon Dawn first, but immediately, she realized her mistake and looked for her summoner once again. Her eyes widened slightly when she saw the slime. Blanc, no way. Rimuru, listen demon, bring me the lurking rat who survived, I'll reward you even more later. Blanc, MMH. I wouldn't have obeyed such a boring request, but you are interesting enough for that, very well. Smirking, Blanc showed one of her psychotic terrifying smiles. With that done, Rimuru finally let himself fell asleep. Dawn, you should go now. Ranga, I'll bring the king and priest with me. Ranga, very well. How does he know my name? Running off, Ranga had to keep his question for later, for now what was important was his lord's safety. Dawn, well, I'll put both of you to eternal sleep for now. Turning to Edmaris and Rihim, a quick fate manipulation to put them in undefined sleep was enough. Edmaris, wait. I can give you Ev. Dawn, shut up trash, as if a lowly king from a rotten nation would give me anything. Now that Rimuru was gone, Edmaris tried one last attempt in reversing the situation, but all hopes were shattered almost instantly. Dawn, aside, you new generation seem to have forgotten who put the Falmouth's family on top of the nation. Walking closer until he stood right above him, Dawn mercilessly crushed the king's remaining hand with his foot. Dawn, I always hated your family guts. In fact, it should finally be time for me to take revenge for my mother. Edmaris, what are you saying? Dawn, what I am saying is that you are just a pale imposter who has been ruling the kingdom of Falmouth for way too long. Edmaris, GAH. Rihim. Key. Why is the supreme commander of our army here? And why is he siding with the enemy? APPL highing more pressure. There was no purpose behind this torture, it was purely for his own revenge. Blanc, Fufu, it seems despite being summoned by a slime I met quite the interesting fellow. Dawn, you should get to your task also, don't call Rimuru a simple slime, you might be quite surprised by his true nature. Blanc, MMH. I'll do as you just said if you answer a question of mine. Dawn, sure. Without looking back at her, Dawn kept crushing Edmaris's arm. Blood already started everywhere and his willpower was beyond shattered. Blanc, are you the rumored human who traumatized Violet? I can feel a power superior to even us primordials inside you. Blanc is among the most prideful demons in the underworld. Still, this didn't stop her from thinking rationally. Admitting someone being stronger is a mark of the strong. Dawn, what if I was? Blanc, foo-foo, nothing really, I was just curious. Anyway, I should get to work. Also, I felt Noir's presence in this forest. This might be more interesting than I thought. Smirking, she went off slowly toward the rat that managed to escape death. Dawn, well, I should wrap this up then. Goodbye, King Edmaris. This might not be the last time we see each other, so be very careful to learn from this encounter. Rehim, wait, sir. I think you mistook me for an enemy. I am a prize. Dawn, oh, don't worry. If you are a true follower of Luminisama, I'm sure she will grant you mercy. Finally, granting him a temporary rest, the course of fate changed, making Edmaris and Rehim lose their consciousness. Raisin POV. Ugh, I barely escaped death with this useless Shogo's skill. Still, to think the witch of the Western nation has failed. The ruler of monsters might be stronger than we thought. Anyway, it seems he went unconscious for some reason. I might be able to rescue King Edmaris and get out of here. Still, he summoned an archdemon and this human joined side with him. I should manage this if I'm careful enough. But something is bothering me. I feel like I know that human. Is he some famous adventurer? Blanc, foo, your detection skills are lacking. Raisin. Flinching, I quickly got up and jumped away. The archdemon was here. White hair and red eyes, this strangely familiar. Anyway, a single nuclear flame should be enough. Raisin, you talk big for an archdemon. Blanc, interesting. Humans' mouths keep getting bigger as ages passed. Raisin, I don't know what you blowed. Before I even knew, my left arm was pierced by a crimson spear. What just happened? Did this demon do that? Blanc, grovel on the ground, trash. Raisin, what are you? Blanc, foo, if you beg and give me some satisfying cry, I might just kill you a few times. She is dangerous. I have to get out of here fast or I'm doomed. Blanc, thinking about running away now. That's why humans are so pathetic. Her evil chuckle froze my blood. This was when a realization hit me. Raisin, white hair and crimson eyes, don't tell me. The Devil of the Scarlet Lake incident. Blanc, oh. You seem at least knowledgeable enough for that. Fear, no terror filled my very existence. What kind of monster did you bring out to this world? Ruler of monster. Raisin, and no. Using every bit of strength I could gather, I got up and ran away as far as I could, but immediately, those scarlet spears chased me. Raisin, rot. One pierced my left thigh, another my stomach. I was pushed miserably a few meters away. Raisin, please, help. Out of despair, I tried to call for help, knowing full well this wasn't happening. I can't beat a monstrosity like that, it's impossible. I could feel the light leaving my eyes. The pain I felt was immense, yet the regeneration that this body procured kept me alive. I could only crawl while struggling my way away from this demon. Dawn. Raisin, huh? I don't know if it was the confusion or the despair I felt, but when I opened my eyes, all I could see were the shoes of someone. The attack of that demon stopped. Everything was silent as I looked up. The human that sided with the ruler of monster was there, looking down on me with his gray eyes. Raisin, why, you are a human too. Help me please. Dawn, you are smart, Raisin, but you made one big mistake, and that was to let your ego take over. Sighing in disappointment, this false hope quickly caught up on me as he kicked my face, sending me back to that demon. Dawn, you should finish him already. The evolution of Rimuru is about to start. I wouldn't want to miss it because of some trash. Blanc, evolution, huh? So that was the weird feeling I had when arriving, the birth of a new demon lord. Demon lord. What are they saying? Is this our fault? Did our greed cause the birth of a new demon lord and the appearance of one of the primordial? Dawn, that's right, so end this already. Blanc, you know, it's annoying how casual you are with me. If I was on a bad day, I would have killed you by now. Dawn, kill me, huh? Well, even if you did, this wouldn't really work. Blanc, MMH. Dawn, never mind that, let's just go. Don't forget to bring that trash with you. Blanc, you are the man and you want to let a lady like me carry the trash. Dawn, didn't know demons had such morals. Anyway, fine, just because we are losing time, I still have that pig Edmaris and Rehim to carry. Tear those last words, I felt my consciousness swiping away, everything turning black. But before that, I swear I saw something even worse than the devil behind that human. Third POV. Overwhelming the surrounding with his presence, Rimuru just finalized his evolution into a true demon lord. Sitting on the throne placed by his subordinate, his slime body shone brightly, taking human form, a slightly more grown version of the previous Rimuru. VOTW, notice, everyone connected to individual, Rimuru Tempest will now receive gift. Upon the announcement, all those connected to Rimuru via soul corridors collapsed, feeling their connection to their lord deepening. The only ones who stayed awake were Benimaru and Noir, who struggled to fall upon their knees. Noir, Kufufu, to think I shall receive a gift from my lord despite not being named, what a bliss. Noir was a special case. It seems over the 2 years he passed here in Tempest, his fascination with Rimuru allowed them to form a semi-soul corridor, similar to the one Dawn used to share as Magicule back then. Benimaru, shit, my consciousness is being swiped away, I need to stay awake to protect Rimuru-sama. Trying their best to stay awake, Rimuru's body then stopped to shine, the humanoid form fully recovered. Standing up slowly, clothes with the white rag Shuna had given him while he was still in his evolutionary sleep. Rimuru opened his eyes revealing a pair of crimson pupils. Benimaru, are Rimuru-sama? Noir, it doesn't seem like my lord, but something very similar. Raphael, notice, you two did well, now rest. Like an order coming from heaven, both Noir and Benimaru nodded and let themselves fall asleep. The voice was robotic and nothing like how Rimuru would express himself. A cold yet feminine voice belonging to the ultimate skill, Raphael. Njurin, is that really Rimuru-sama? Gracious, I don't know, but he doesn't act like himself if that is the case. Watching him every moment, Njurin felt like she shouldn't try to stop this Rimuru. Suddenly, two presents appeared behind her, she felt a chill running down her spine before taking guard. Njurin, who are you? Gracious, huh? Turning around, the beastman felt the danger behind the newcomer, more particularly the white-haired demon. Blanc, what a beautiful sight, to think a slime would be this strong. Dawn, we came in a bit late, huh? Looking around, Dawn noticed Raphael raising her arm. The Magicule Rimuru's body was releasing was intense, enough to burn people who came too close. Dawn, everything is still good, just in case I'll keep Eyes of Fate active from now on. I might overload my brain for a few days but it's necessary. Raphael, in the name of Raphael, I order you Belzebuth, absorb all the Magicule in the area, leave not even a single bit behind. Her voice was command, the ultimate skill. Belzebuth reacted almost instantly, a mass of darkness appeared in front of Raphael. The elected barrier to protect the city shattered, the souls of the dead were forced toward the center. Soon enough, as ordered, not a single Magicule was left in the area. Blanc, fascinating. That was all Blanc could say. The sight was godly. She understood why Noir would be here, why someone like Dawn who appeared to be so much stronger held a slime in high respect. Blanc, serving him, this is not a bad idea at all. Her wide smirk said everything. Deep inside her heart she realized how marvelous that slime was. Gracious, that's absurd. Njurin, the power of a demon lord. After gathering the souls of everyone, Raphael placed them above their respective body. Holding her arm up, her gaze turned toward the deceased Cheyenne. Raphael, I will now start the secret art of resurrection. The souls glowing, an enormous amount of Magicule escaped Rimuru's body to use this art. Normally, he shouldn't have enough even after evolution, but since he received more souls and was overall stronger than the original, Rimuru's power alone was enough to activate the art. Njurin, no way, that's really the secret art of resurrection. Gracious, not even Lord Carrion would be capable of that, and that's just a newly born demon lord. Shock could be seen on his face. As the resurrection process kept going, the bodies of the dead regenerated their injuries, their souls slowly entered their body. Evolution gifts were also transmitted, all happened without problem. The sun slowly rose upon Tempest just after he finished. Raphael, operation successful, sleep mode will not be enabled. The crimson turning back to gold, Rimuru closed his eyes before falling back, returning to his slime form. A ice throne formed before he could touch the ground. Dawn, you did well, now rest. Approaching the throne, everything went well, his worry seemed to be just him being paranoid. Smiling, he looked up at the rising sun, the dead slowly opening their eyes. A few days then passed. Rimuru finally woke up from Magicule exhaustion, the sight of two huge mountains before him. An imaginary smile crawled on his slime body as he realized everything went well, the one carrying him on her lap being Cheyenne. She looked down, noticing the slime move. Cheyenne, Rimuru-sama. You finally woke up. Rimuru, I missed this, welcome back Cheyenne. Looking frontward, all his friends, those who died or those who fought, all were here smiling. Soon this short reunion turned into a big celebration, winning the war, successfully resurrecting everyone, evolving into a true demon lord. This series of victories were worth the celebration. While drinking and chatting, Rimuru noticed Noir and Blanc approaching. He slowly patted Ranga while staring at them. They seemed to know each other. Noir, Rimuru-sama, as expected, not only did you successfully become a demon lord but also showed Blanc your greatness. Rimuru, Blanc. Turning his eyes toward the white-haired lady, the primordial Blanc smiled and bowed her head. Blanc, it's a pleasure to see you awake, my lord. Please allow this demon to serve you too. Her hand on her chest, Blanc showed a rare interest and sincerity which startled Noir. He didn't expect to see the prideful Blanc to act like that up front. Rimuru, ah yes sure, Blanc, so she is another primordial demon like Noir, isn't that bad? Yet he couldn't help but blush at the sight of the beautiful lady that Blanc is, her long white hair was sublimed by her white dress. Rimuru, now that I think, isn't that the perfect time to give you two a name? Is it possible? Great Sage. Raphael, notice, unique skill Great Sage had evolved into ultimate skill, Lord of Wisdom Raphael. As for Master's first question, yes, naming the individual Noir and Blanc is possible with Master current Magicule reserve. Rimuru, oh, you evolved, huh, also you sound more emotive. Raphael, that is just your imagination. Sweet dropping, Raphael did sound more lively, anyway returning his attention toward the two demons. He could see some sparkle in Noir's eyes, he served him for 2 years now but his lack of Magicule was a danger. Great Sage didn't count the borrowed power from Veldora and advised to wait before naming him. As for Noir, he took that as a message that he had to work even harder to receive this reward. Rimuru, let's see, Noir from now on you are Diablo. Diablo, Kufufu, it's my honor Rimuru-sama. Magicule leaving his body, Rimuru felt slightly drained. Rimuru, huh? How much did he take? Raphael, answer, around 30% of Master total Magicule. Rimuru, 30%. Didn't you say I had 10 times my previous count, what kind of monster did I just make? Looking at Noir who was swallowed in euphoria, a dark cocoon formed around him as his evolution started. It soon ended with Diablo floating down, his clothes didn't change much from his butler outfit but the presence he was excluding and his form was much more refined. Diablo, what a wonderful name, I will be forever grateful, Rimuru-sama. Placing his hand over his chest, it was a moment of total bliss which creeped Rimuru a little, he was already accustomed to his weird behavior but still. Rimuru, anyway, as for you Blanc, what about Testarossa? Testarossa, huh, it's beautiful my lord. Smiling and accepting this name, the same process happened as another 30% of his Magicule left his body, Rimuru watched as a white and pinkish cocoon enveloped Testa's body. On the side, Diablo was quite not really approving this as he had to wait 2 whole years for this but ultimately his lord's decision was absolute. After a short while, Testa finished her evolution, she managed to stay awake just like Noir. Her white dress was switched for a black military-like uniform, her beauty seems to have been accentuated. Rimuru, oh ho, having a beautiful subordinate is really a bliss. Admiring Testarossa, he soon sighed and turned toward Diablo. Rimuru, can you show Testarossa around? I'll give you both your job later. Diablo, as your wish. Bowing once again, the celebration night continued. Rimuru, now that I think, where is Don Koen? I remember him being with me during the war. Raphael, his presence can be felt near the grave of Shizue Izawa. Rimuru, I see, I should go see him. Getting up, he excused himself and left for the small hill where he often went to watch the horizon. Flying over there, he landed near the location retracting his wings, the fresh air breathed past his hair, the night sky was filled with stars. Taking a few steps, Rimuru stopped when he heard someone's voice, seemingly talking alone. Dawn, the moon is particularly clear today. Rimuru, MMH. Approaching, he was really alone, sat on the grass, his eyes fixed on the full moon displayed high in the sky. Not wanting to suddenly interrupt him, Rimuru crossed his arm and laid his back against a tree. Dawn, Luna, honestly I feel so stupid now, understanding my own feeling after everything was gone, we humans are truly foolish on that point, only realizing after losing it. His voice was filled with sadness and regret. Dawn, if only I had accepted your feelings back then, the present would be different, really, when you have regrets you live with those 2 words, if only, he felt like 2,000 years of regret suddenly hit him. Dawn, well, it might be a little too late but I am now sure. Smiling, he brought out a bottle of sake he had borrowed from Tempest, taking out a glass he poured himself some. Rising the glass in front of his eyes, the reflection of the moon through the glass was nonetheless beautiful. Dawn, 2,000 years ago, we were classmates, acquaintances, friends, and at the end enemies, I rejected your feeling under lame excuse but at the end, feelings coming from the heart can't lie. Closing his eyes, he brought the glass to his lips and drank the sake, it was bitter, nothing he liked but still he felt like he had to do it. Dawn, but my biggest regret is that even now I can't think of you as my biggest regret. Pouring another glass up, Dawn smiled bitterly before drinking it again. Dawn, even when you were at my side, I refused to face reality, those are really painful memories you left me, Sola. Pouring yet another glass as he mindlessly spoke, the bottle was halfway empty now, and despite his resistance to abnormal status, he could feel the alcohol taking effect. Maybe it's because he subconsciously disabled his resistance. Or is it his skill that acted automatically so he could feel the effect? He couldn't be sure. But at the moment, he just wanted this peaceful time alone. Dawn, seriously, I had 2 bright stars and let both go miserably. Biting his lips in frustration, his expression wavered, he then sighed laying down on the fresh grass. The sky was particularly shining today, but what truly caught his attention was two shooting stars. No, there was a third one close behind. Slowly but surely, the star at the very front changed trajectory, falling apart from the other two before disappearing. The second did the same, going in the exact opposite direction, only the remaining star continued on its original path. Dawn, MMH. Seriously, it's as if fate wanted me to suffer tonight. Closing his eyes, the bottle of sake was still in his right hand. He didn't feel like finishing it anymore. But wasting it wasn't an option too. A small smile crackled on his face as he brought his arm upward. The bottle Madeira, he wanted to drink it all since it was a famous tradition in the ancient kingdom of Falmouth. Sharing a glass of wine or any alcohol you had over a full moon to address your love. But in the end, drinking alone was meaningless. In fact, it might just be a sign of weakness and pity. Dawn, truly a shame. Rotating his handle while closing his eyes, he awaited the sake to flow over his face, but nothing. He waited a few more seconds but still nothing. Finally, deciding to open his eyes, he noticed a hand stopping the bottle a few inches from overturn. Rimuru, you know, it's not good to waste good sake like that. Why don't we drink it together? Dawn, Rimuru, I see, sure, why not? Rimuru POV. I know it's bad to eye drop, but I couldn't help. Listening to him talking about his regrets so sincerely made me sympathize. I realized a lot of things those last few weeks. I had regrets too and barely managed to get a hold over myself. So I can't imagine how someone that had lived for so long would deal with such regrets. Rimuru, you know, it's not good to waste good sake like that. Why don't we drink it together? Dawn, Rimuru, I see, sure, why not? And before I knew it, I had left my hiding spot to stop what he was going to do. Maybe it was out of compassion or pity, but I just felt like I had to stop him. Taking the bottle of sake, I noticed how it was one of our finest products in Tempest. It wasn't even released for sale yet. How did he get that? Don't tell me he stole. Dawn, don't worry, I just asked Shuna-san and paid a high price. I just couldn't bring myself to come here with a cheap bottle. Rimuru, I see. Smiling, I grabbed the glass he used to drink earlier and poured it full. This sake is rather strong, but we have resistance for that, so it should be fine, normally. Rimuru, here. Dawn, thanks. After handing him his glass, I took another one out from my stomach and finished the bottle. All the while a strange silence formed around me. It wasn't awkward, no, in fact it felt just right. Dawn, you became quite strong. I didn't manage to detect you while drinking earlier. Rimuru, well, you probably were just too focused to notice me. I am not naive enough to let this new power of mine get to my head. I remember the way he killed that harpy when I was dealing with Falmouth's main army. Honestly, I wouldn't want to take that attack even now that I have holy resistance. Anyway, I sat down beside Don Kuin and brought my glass closer. Following my lead, he did the same. A stirring sound followed as our glass collided. The calm and fresh night was really comfortable at the moment. Rimuru, now, should we talk a little? I asked while drinking. The taste was bitter and sweet, just how I liked, but it didn't seem to be Don Kuin's case as he grimaced from time to time. I guess he isn't a good drinker. Well, that's good too. Don, sure, I guess you have some question for M. Rimuru, no. Let's just talk about the past. Regrets are the worst enemy before death. You seem to have a lot on your heart. Don. Rimuru, so let's talk, Don Kuin. I'll listen to your story and pain, as your friend. Smiling, I did my best to not sound pushy. His eyes widened for an instant. I didn't really understand his reaction, but instantly after he looked down with a deep sight. His hair overshadowing his eyes, his mouth moved slowly. Dawn, seriously, on that note you are really the protagonist. Rimuru, Looking up at me, his reddened cheek due to the sake and his behavior changed a little. Falling back, he let out a frustrated groan. Dawn, fine, I'll tell you about my biggest regret. Rimuru, wait, what do you mean by Pradagon? Dawn, let's put everything on alcohol's fault. You see, those last few days I started remembering things from the past. This is a story from 2000 years ago. Did he just switch subjects? Well, it doesn't. It was probably not important anyway. I should just focus on his story. Flashback. 3 years after his fight against Luna, Dawn was still traveling trying to find the answer to his question. Right now, he was in a city called Lavian, located within a small nation near the northwest coast of the continent near the ocean that led directly to the domain of Guy Crimson. There, he looked down reading a small piece of paper he had mysteriously received 2 days ago. The sun shines brighter near the coldest place. It was a riddle that didn't make any sense, but since he was on a journey without true aim, he decided to follow the message. The coldest place in this world is the northern continent, but the paper precisely says, near, and so the city which is the closest to that point is Lavian. Looking up, Dawn could see how the sun was barely shining through the numerous clouds. This port city was not very lively, since not many ships passed by. Dawn, now that I think, Tensura didn't really develop the countless islands around the main continent. Maybe I should visit them sometime. Watching the horizon filled with water, the short and large waves hitting the coast, it was really peaceful. Well, if you looked closely you could see how some parts of this beautiful picture were still affected by his frozen world from 3 years ago. The magicule at some place spiked and the temperature fluctuated irregularly. Dawn, 3 years already, huh? Dozing off mindlessly, he suddenly turned around and brought out his sword, countering 3 flying knives directed at him. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly noticed the attacker, a caped man on a rooftop of one of the houses. He wasn't alone. Tracing the other's magicule, there was 7 of them in total. Dawn, assassin, huh, they already found me. His appearance was altered, and the last attack happened 2 months ago, still it was a bit too fast considering only very few could see through his disguise. Dawn, well at least it's in this small city. Sighing, he immediately started to run forward. Those 7 assassins were rather coordinated, separated on different roofs. As soon as they saw him coming, multiple traps were enabled, an explosion occurred directly below Dawn's feet. Dawn, they are experimenting, this isn't just some mercenary who heard about my bounty. He could also see another set of knives coming his way, they were infused in mana making them much sharper. Dawn, they predicted this far, huh, I can see a few more traps around. Still it wasn't enough to stop him, freezing the explosion from below. Everything was rather slow, as perk of being an ultimate skill holder is thought acceleration. This ability is really useful in time like this, catching the tempo, the distance, the magicule supply of the knives. Dawn did the same as before, blocking them with his sword, though the impact seemed a bit off. Dawn, this mana is weird, it doesn't feel alive. What more is that those knives weren't aimed toward his vitals. From professional assassins, such mistakes are impossible. Dawn, what a bad joke. Jumping off, he used the wall as a support and quickly neutralized the first assassin. His body collapsed despite Dawn using his fist to knock him out. Dawn, as I thought, you guys weren't human. Ripping off the cape, it was a battle doll, the others were most likely the same. Turning toward the rest, instead of fighting they dispersed while fleeing. Dawn, ice lance. Not running after them, his eyes glowed, 6 long spikes made of freezing ice forming above him. Dawn, true rewrite. Following by rewriting the space between him and his target, the ice lances instantly pierced and destroyed the 6 dolls. Shattering mid-air, the city fell quiet, actually way too quiet. Dawn, now that I think, where are the citizens? It was still midday, and even if the city didn't have millions of citizens, it should still be somewhat animated. Something was really off about this city. Dawn, at least I think I'm at the right place. Thinking back at the message encrypted on the paper, Dawn was brought out of his trance as the city's largest tower released a loud gong. The bell inside reasoned 7 times before stopping. Dawn just stared at the tower blankly before directing himself toward it. He felt like it was an invitation. Shortly after, he found himself in front of the tower. It seemed this large building was just a side part of the church within the city. Dawn, I wonder which god they worship. This was an honest question. Luminous was yet to become the worshipped god that she is, and Veldanava was gone. The large door leading to the praying hall was engraved in multiple gold crests. It was clear that a large amount of the city budget went here just to make this door. Dawn, is that ancient language? I heard Lavian actually had a very deep history from 50-100 years ago, though its name was different. The former capital of an ancient civilization, this city was much more lively back in the day when the land ravaged by Guy Crimson was still active. The civilization that lived on the ice continent before it was taken over, a nation ruled by high humans, Lavian was actually the main relay point for both continents' link. Under the name of Avalion, this city was the capital of that ancient kingdom. And this church must have been the castle before the fall of the nation. Somehow while staring at the door, Dawn felt nostalgic. Shaking off that feeling, he opened and entered the large hall. It was big enough to welcome thousands of people. Near the end of this artificial alley, an empty space where 2 thrones fitted perfectly with the internal furniture. Dawn, you can come out, I already felt your presence before even entering. Before adventuring further into the room, Dawn called out for the sole other presence inside this castle. At his words, a woman came out of a side door near the 2 thrones, clad in a white cloak from head to toe. She appeared to be similar to those fanatics from some sect back on Earth. A simple mask made of pure white with no opening. The only information he could gather from her appearance alone was that she is a female. Welcome Arseid, I am glad you accepted my invitation. Without waiting, Dawn activated the Lord of Stories and tried to look into this woman's information, but it was instantly blocked. This actually startled her as he tensed up. Dawn, who are you? Before I answer that, mind if you listen to a short story? Dawn, I don't. Good then. Turning around. Placed her hand over the right throne, slowly caressing the left arm handle. You see, this land was once ruled by a great duke. His name was Origin Avalion, or later renamed as Origin Arseid. Dawn. The woman turned around to face Dawn. She brought her arm up and slowly uncovered her face. Strands of gray hair fell down. Green eyes shone through the dark room. Despite her different appearance, Dawn immediately recognized her. Dawn, so it was you, Sola. Her facial features were much older. She wasn't an immortal being. Her body aged normally as a human. So compared to Dawn, who kept most of his youthful features, she didn't, but the most important was there. Dawn, your appearance changed a lot. Sola, yes, I can't say the same for you though. Staring at each other, Dawn felt a sense of unease. The gaze of Sola was nothing but empty, only someone who had gone through numerous hardships could have. Dawn, no. You aren't exactly Sola, who are you? Sola, as expected. You noticed, I couldn't expect anything less from my best friend. An empty compliment was followed by her emotionless face. This was truly unfit of Sola's character, Dawn remembered. Sola, you are half right half wrong though. Dawn, I repeat, who are you? Sola. Her eyes remained cold. She turned around again facing the throne, patting the king's handle. Soon the room was enveloped into an odd barrier. The space around switched as the cold and sterile room turned warmer. The light turned on, illuminating, showcasing the beauty of this royal castle. Dawn didn't move to stop this. He didn't feel anything wrong, and a part of him wanted to know what was going to happen. Dawn, this. Sola, this is a projection from the past, from my memories. Joining side with her friend, both stood there facing the two throne. A single man was sat there on the king's throne. Dawn looked around for a while before gazing off at his own hand. They were transparent. It seemed this was really a projection from faraway memories. Sola, the man sat there is the great Duke Arcead, the founder of your family. Dawn, how come you know this much? Deciding to stay silent, Sola waited. Soon a figurine emerged from behind and walked through her transparent body. It was a woman with short gray hair and green. Sola, this girl's name is Shiria, a commoner blood who somehow met with the great Duke and became his friend. Dawn, she looks like you, a younger version actually. Sola, because she is. Smiling for the first time since their reunion, Sola worked forward, placing herself beside Shiria. Sola, Dawn, this life as Sola is my third one. This girl beside me is my second life. Dawn, this is shocking. He already connected the dots when he saw Shiria walking past them, but hearing it directly had a greater effect. Sola, 11 years ago, when you disappeared, I had recovered my memories of this second life, so you could say I did live as the Sola you knew for quite a while. Looking down, Shiria and Origin were having a muted discussion behind. It seems Sola's memories forcibly blocked the noise. Sola, but this is a curse, the memories of Shiria I mean. Dawn, why? Sola, the memories of the second life were sealed for a reason, and the fact that I remember them brings me back to the starting point. The scenery around changed. It was now a battlefield with thousands of bloodied corpses around. In the middle of it, Dawn noticed the same man. Origin of Valiant, he was holding a broken sword before collapsing on the ground. Several feet behind, Shiria could be seen laying on her stomach, covered in mud and injuries. She desperately stretched her hand forward, seemingly trying to get Origin. Sola, this is the battle of cardinals, a fight against some remnant of cryptids. A stampede of cryptids, descendants of Everge, the evil god who was sealed a long time ago. They suddenly appeared near Avalian's territory. The city was already on fire and destroyed. Origin somehow managed to repel most of them using his skill, heroism. In fact, for a short moment, Dawn could have felt a power rivaling the true hero in him. But at the end, he collapsed in front of a dark beast taking the form of a lion. Shiria, stop. The corrupted beast showing his fang. Shiria could only watch the scene unfold. Her noble friend who had accepted her despite their difference in status. The sole human she could trust was going to die right in front of her. She is a reincarnated person from Japan. Someone who has a soul strong enough to withhold a world crossing. The knowledge, the power she had accumulated. All were useless at this moment, when she needed them. Dawn, that's a rather pitiful sight. Sola, I know. But before the great Duke could lose his life, a miracle happened. Shiria's hair glowed silver as her cries reached the heavens. A mysterious power hidden within her manifested, releasing a strong wave of aura. The corrupted beast was pushed away and sent crashing into a wall behind. At the same time, Origin's body was healed. His internal and external injuries were all gone as his body was enveloped in a comforting green light. Origin, this, Shiria. Turning around, his eyes widened when he saw his friend breathing heavily, holding the sword he had gifted her. Her eyes revealed a powerful magic, and the aura she was releasing was almost equal to his. Origin, you. He was stunned. He couldn't speak or move. This was like Shiria awakened a power beyond comprehension. This was a mistake, as he didn't realize the corrupted beast approaching from behind before jumping past him. His body flying above him, he ran at full speed toward Shiria with creeping bloodlust. Realizing the situation too late, Origin tried to get him, but when he did, his fang already pierced the tired Shiria. Taking more than half of her body with him, despair filled the Duke's eyes as he faced the desperate truth. Catching his friend's body before it could reach the ground, the remains were too less for a healing magic to work. Shiria, really, I'm glad you're safe. Origin, what are you saying? Shiria, Duke, it was an honor for me to have served you, to have befriended you. Her words turned weaker than the previous one, her broken body turned pale. That day Shiria, a simple reincarnated girl, died. Dawn, so that's how you died. Sola, you could say that. But surprisingly, the scene continued. It shouldn't be possible since it was extracted from Sola/Shiria's memories. She couldn't have them if she was dead at that moment, yet it did. Tears assaulted Origin's face. He regretted so much at this instant, to the point where he released his guard. The surviving beasts crawled around circling him. This was a desperate situation. Yet another miracle happened. A divine light captured the area. A single existence different from the other walked down a path of light. Dawn, who watched the scene as a third party, could be seen clenching his fist, pure shock displayed on his face. Dawn, how? Sola, so that's what happened after I died. The one looking at the great Duke, Origin of Irion, was a flawless being whose beauty transcended the realm of mortal. The one called Star King Dragon, Veldanava. Dawn, why is he here? Did Veldanava have something to do with the Arseid family? What is the meaning of this? Question swirled in his mind as the scene turned black, returning to the present in the cold and sterile throne room. Sola, as you saw, this is my second life story. Dawn, wait. How come we saw something after your death when this is the projection of your memories? Sola, so you didn't notice, huh? Sighing, instead of answering she marched forward, positioning herself in front of both thrones. She looked down at Dawn with sympathy. Sola, in reality, my life as Shiria didn't end there. I was rebuilded as Shiria Arseid afterward. Dawn, what? Sola, my memories from there are blurry, maybe because I wasn't really myself, but after my death, Origin-sama refused that outcome. He somehow managed to conserve her soul, his land destroyed, and he left the name of Irion behind as a simple fallen hero joining the kingdom of Muth. With his glorious reputation, he easily got a position in the nobility and started an experiment to revive a living being. Passing the remainder of his life trying to achieve the impossible. Sola, I believe Veldanava saved my soul and gave it to him. Because of that, he lived for the sake of my resurrection. And one day, after decades of research, he succeeded. Shiria's soul was already damaged from all those years, but still, it managed to inhabit an artificially made body. It was rebuilt around her original body, which was almost devoured in his own blood. That day Shiria Arseid, the little sister of Origin Arseid, was born. Dawn, he couldn't let go of his past regrets, huh? Sola, yes, truly a fool, but now that I look back, I am happy. It's selfish, right? I'm happy he suffered for my sake. I'm happy my soul friend did all this for me. Guilty of her own joy, Sola spoke sincerely. Sola, but things were never the same after my resurrection. Origin-sama awakened some memories of his past life. The despair he had at that time awakened in him a ultimate skill, known as the Lord of Stories. Dawn, huh? Sola, Dawn-kun, you had them too right, those corrupted memories brought by greed and envy, and that cursed skill. Dawn's eyes widened, sweat dropped from his forehead as he tried to understand the situation. Sola, you are the reincarnation of Origin of Irion, my foolish friend. Without letting him collect his thoughts, she continued. Sola, though our reunion at that time was very short, as the same year, Origin died deciding to take his own life before his mind would be totally lost. Dawn, wait, what do you mean by corrupted memories? Sola, Origin of Irion is a man born in this world. He lived and didn't have a past life. I know it because he was my friend. Stretching her hand, her fist was clenched to the point where blood spurted out. What she was showing was rage. Sola, Origin himself knew that. That's why before he could lose his mind and get controlled by those unknown memories, he decided to end his own life. The background scenery suddenly turned black, a single parcel of light displaying Shiria crying over her friend's body. Sola, as you can see, our life was full of goodbye. Her outreaching to Shiria's head, Sola sighed sadly when her hand passed through the illusion. Sola, but before leaving, Origin gave me something. He had implemented in me the memories that were overwhelming his mind. Since I wasn't the target, I managed to learn a lot from it. Her calm face turning grim, a psychotic smile apparent, Sola turned toward Dawn with such an expression. Sola, with those memories, I understood the true enemy. I saw the name of this story, Tensura. I could make myself pass for an actual traveler who saw this world as nothing but a story. Dawn, you. Sola, don't get me wrong, Dawn, listen to the end of my story before you make a conclusion. Dawn fell silent. Maybe it was because of the authoritative tone Sola used, or just because he knew that he should stay quiet in the meantime, or maybe because he was too confused to get a hold of his own thoughts. Sola, after his death, I understood who the true enemy was. I wanted to save you, to avenge you. It still makes me shake how enraged I was after learning the truth. Looking down at her shaking hand, you could easily tell that she wasn't stable mentally. Sola, this is the message I understood from Origin. I'll leave it to you, Shiria. I was all alone against the curse, against those damn memories. The suffering she went through, the loneliness she had to harvest all those years, all could be felt through her voice. Sola, haha, you know, the true identity of my skin is Lord of Imagination, Titania. I didn't even realize that power dwelling inside me until his death. Unique skill, Desert Maker, a skill that was hidden deep within her soul. She had no idea of its existence until the Battle of Cardinal, where she used it to heal Origin. That same skill evolved upon her resurrection, as her soul made contact with Origin's magicule that could rival the awakened. Sola, this skill came very handy, it gave the necessary weapon to fight against the impossible. Spreading her arm, the landscape changed once again. It was now a theater scene where two projectors lit Dawn and Sola's position. Sola, for 60 years, I continuously formed this plan, having kept Origin's soul, I intended to give him and myself the life we deserved, and that was through reincarnation. Dawn, you. Sola, somehow I managed to directly interfere with the cycle of reincarnation, everything was set for both of us to be reborn and live together again. Her smile turned peaceful, this scenario even now would be a utopic for her. Sola, but I was conscious of that entity, he viewed our world as a story, he tried to achieve something by interfering with Origin's thought, I knew there was a chance that even after his reincarnation, this entity would strike again. Her smile turned into a frown. Sola, that's why, I made sure everything was ready just in case, I developed the Arseid family using the remains of Origin's blood, the unique skill, heroism was used as the core of this operation, this is how the Arseid family developed. A third projector turned on, lighting a child with black hair, he was standing between Dawn and Sola looking down lifelessly. Sola, this Cryos Arseid, you could say he is your son who inherited your skill from your past life. Dawn, my son, huh? Sola, after that, I had to think how to stop that entity, unfortunately, I couldn't protect and send the information through your reincarnation, thus you have no concrete memories of your past life, only instinct. The reason they saw memories from after Shiria's first death was because it is too sourced from Dawn's previous life, even if he couldn't remember them personally, they were engraved deep inside his very soul. Sola, I seriously hoped that we could live a new life together, that I wouldn't need to remember everything. But because of the possible threat, Shiria had given herself some fake memories, she had to pay a price for interfering with the cycle of reincarnation being the removal of her memories. Still she had to be aware of this lurking entity while hiding from it, the only solution she had found was to fake being one of them. She would become Sola, a reincarnated based on the corrupted memories of Origin, with her backstory being changed to the one of her very first life in Japan. Daughter of a prostitute, she lived her whole childhood watching her mother drown in alcohol and desire, before being the victim of an accident during middle school. Her ultimate skill taking the form of her fantasy, it was materialized into the unique skill, gamer, or at least its function. Sola never had the skill to start with, it was Lord of Imagination, Titania all along. Sola, everything was set just in case, though it seems I was right on taking precaution. Shiria's memories were gone when the reincarnation happened, but those same memories were kept registered in the Lord of Imagination, and until it takes its true form, Sola will have to live with those fake memories. Sola, the trigger is simple, if the Lord of Stories ever reawakened in you, I will remember everything, and enable my plan. A plan that transcended reincarnation. Dawn was speechless, he wanted to speak but words stuck in his throat and didn't come out, suddenly a nauseous feeling filled his mind. As a dark smoke escaped his soul, taking the form of a faceless humanoid being, it had no clothes, no colors, it was just a being tainted in black. To think you would fool me this far. Sola, so we finally met, I stopped watching you as you slowly became a side character, but in reality you were the most dangerous one. On the side, Dawn collapsed holding his head, he felt like his very existence was breaking. Dawn, don't listen to her, she is deceiving you. Sola, shut up. You have no right to talk after everything you did. Grabbing Dawn's arms, the author stared directly into his panicked eyes. Who are you? Dawn, stop. This entity was later called Author, he couldn't express himself but Sola could feel the amusement he had at the moment. She looked down, seizing Dawn's condition, and as she expected, he wasn't in the right state of mind. He had lived all his life as Dawn Arseid following the memories given to him, with nothing from his true past life. Sola, you think you already won? Sorry for you, but this is a plan that transcends reincarnation. Author, what? Sola, ha ha ha. I won this time, I already know you aren't any sort of omnipotent or all-knowing being. If you were, then I would have lost before even starting. Her crazy laugh made the author step back, an obvious tension forming in him. Author, what do you mean? Sola, right now Dawn believes he is whatever you want him to be, but that's only because Origin's memories are gone, once he gets them back, he will be himself again. Author, are you serious? This isn't possible, Origin Avirian is a character that wasn't written, he had no story anymore. And his memories were gone along with his life. Sola, unique skill, heroism, I had trapped every once of my and Origin's memories in it. Author. Sola, that's not all you fucking dumbass. Using my Titania, I managed to artificially create the perfect counter to your plan. Pointing her finger toward the collapsed Dawn, she smirked, a bright light appeared near his soul. Sola, ultimate skill, Lord of Fate, at the time I created it, it was incomplete and nameless, so integrating it to his soul would be easy, it's just an empty sulk. Author, don't tell me you. Sola, yes, it took his complete form after finding its match, unique skill, heroism, ultimate skill, Lord of Fate and an awakening strong enough. It needed that much because it was the creation of a mortal, not the voice of the world or the will of God. A skill that wasn't born from the system. Sola, with this skill, the final act of my plan can now start. Chain appearing out of Dawn's soul, the author groaned as he got trapped by them. Sola, I know I can't defeat you, but at least I won't let you do as you wish with my friend. Author, you are seriously going to seal a part of his memories. This is useless. Sola, it's not. Now that the Lord of Fate is active, I will seal off everything that happened here in the Lord of Stories. The Lord of Stories being the direct factor that allows the author to manipulate his mind, it was the biggest problem, but as long as Dawn didn't use it, it was fine. Sola, in a few thousand years, I believe he will have found an answer to your question. Author, as if you have the power to seal me off. Pathetic. Smirking, the chain gradually started to break. Sola couldn't hold her amusement as she tilted her head. Sola, I already told you, everything was planned before my reincarnation. In her words, the chains glowed back even brighter, their constitution seemed even stronger, but in exchange cracks appeared all over Sola's body. Author, you are sacrificing your existence as offering to the Lord of Fate, to seal me. Gritting his teeth at the realization, Sola couldn't be more proud. She had won, her revenge was successful. Sola, this sub-skill is called, End of All Fate. It allows the skill to sacrifice others' fate to boost its own power. Author, without fate you are going to disappear, you fool. Yelling, the author glared with venom in his eyes, but to this, Sola just smirked. Sola, Dawn will now use the Lord of Fate unconsciously. Slowly his instinct will go back to the man known as Origin of Virion and, your plan in taking over him would end as a failure. Author, you bastard. Sola, sleep well, loser. The chains closing, they brought the silent author back into Dawn's soul. A large seal formed in his mind. The overflow of information and the situation overall made Dawn lose his consciousness, before hitting the ground. Sola caught him and sighed. She was exhausted and the cracks on her body kept getting larger. Sola, you won't remember anything of this when you wake up. There would just be an empty and painful void in your memories. The memories of this day are sealed for a good reason, if he ever happens to remember them now. Then the chance for him to never accept his past life as Origin of Virion would be high, so he had to live slowly and rediscover himself. Sola, but if you ever happen to remember this. Placing his head over her lap, a large crack broke right in the middle of her face. Sola, don't forget me, my friend. I don't know if what I felt was love, friendship, or just a strong sense of camaraderie. Her skin started to break. Sola, right now, I feel relieved and hopeful that one day, you remember me as your friend. Finally, she held her last breath, closing her eyes. Starting from her head, her body crumbled into dust. Instantly after, Dawn opened his eyes feeling dizzy. Dawn, what happened? Getting up, he noticed himself laying down in the middle of the church. He didn't remember why he was here or how he got here. Dawn, huh? Looking down, his hand trailed in a pile of dust. He grabbed a handle of it for a moment before feeling a sense of unease. Dawn, what is? Flashback end. D. Da. Dawn. Rimuru, Donkuin. Dawn, huh? Opening his eyes, Dawn found himself beside Rimuru. Rimuru, you suddenly space out. Dawn, oh. Looking around, they were sharing some sake when he was about to tell him his story. Rimuru, you said, it was a story from 2,000 years ago, then suddenly stopped talking. I thought you fell asleep. Dawn, I see, I'm sorry, I just remembered something. Rimuru, I don't really mind, but I think you should rest, you don't seem well. Nodding, Dawn looked down on his hand. Just now, he remembered these memories. It wasn't just his but also Sola's. It seems even now he was recovering slowly. Dawn, I see, so I already knew who Sola was really, my friend. Smiling, he clenched his fist and laid down. Dawn, sorry Rimuru, but I'll tell you my story another time. Rimuru, But you got me curious now. Dawn, haha, let's just say this was a teaser. You can painfully wait for the main show now. Rimuru, you evil. Both stared at each other before bursting in laughter. It was truly a peaceful moment. Rimuru, haha, anyway, if you ever need someone to listen, know that I'm here. Dawn, yeah, I appreciate it. Smiling, Rimuru nodded and got up, stretching his boneless body. He took a deep breath of fresh air and decided to leave there. Alone again, Dawn looked back toward the moon. It was really beautiful, even more than earlier. Dawn, my memories are still recovering. This is a bit annoying. Smiling softly, it might help him understand and learn from his past mistakes, but along those memories are also their pain. Dawn, it's not the time to be down like that. I should get back to Rubrios for now. After all, things are just getting started. All forms of light leaving his eyes, not even the clear moon could go past the sudden darkness he was showing. Earlier, he had received news that had for effect similar to a water droplet falling down, interrupting a perfectly calm sea. Dawn, I admit it, I lost this one. A single message popped in his mind: Horizon White has lost against Demon Lord de Gruul and was captured by the giants. Dawn, I thought the author was going to focus on me, but he decided to take away one of my cards. If it was to piss me off, he succeeded. Before enacting his plan and sending Horizon against de Gruul, he had perfectly checked his fate, and in every way he was going to draw or at least push de Gruul to retreat. But that fate was cut down. De Gruul could have done that. No, because the current de Gruul wouldn't be able to counter the Lord of Fate. Dawn knew it because of the information he has on Tensura. Dawn, my current enemy is Guy Crimson. He seems adamant in not letting Rubrios alone. His aura silently flaring around the forest. All routes lead to the Valpurgis now. Third POV. Inside the nation ruled by Demon Lord Clayman, Gistav, currently Malim was laying on the ground, her eyes blank, seemingly mind-controlled. In front of her, Clayman, who was beating her up, throwing kicks and punches as he released his anger. Clayman, shit. Why? How did those worthless humans lose to this slime? He had just received the news of Falmouth defeat and also the death of one of his 5 fingers, Pirone. On the side, Fry stayed silent, though he couldn't help but feel disgusted. Her eyes trailed down toward Malim. Fry, just wait a little more. Clayman, I swear. Those incompetent trash can't even take a slime. His eyes beamed in rage as he turned toward Fry. Clayman, anything else to report? The harpy sighed as she tanked his killing gaze. She brought out a stack of paper she was carrying and started talking. Fry, those are the reports of my subordinates. It seems that multiple rumors have been spreading around. Clayman, rumors? Fry, firstly, the beastman under Carrion went to Tempest after we took care of him. Clayman, TCH, that doesn't matter, those beats are worthless. Fry narrowed her eyes. Just a few days ago, Malim and her were sent to kill Carrion, which ended successfully. Fry, secondly, it seems that Falmouth's army was wiped out by the storm dragon Veldora. Clayman, Taking a thoughtful pose as he calmed down, a few days ago, Veldora's aura flared through the entire world announcing his revival. Clayman, so it was the doing of the storm dragon. As expected, a vulgar slime couldn't be capable of such feats. Revitalized and in denial, Clayman smiled triumphantly. Fry silently rolled her eyes and continued. Fry, lastly, it seems the Ace of God was seen around the Jura forest. The reason for his presence is still unknown. To this last report, Clayman's eyes widened. He had heard a lot of this Ace of God, and not only that, his master had warned him to not go against Rubrios as long as he is there. Clayman, why would that guy be there? Could he be trying to avenge the holy knight that fell during the war? Multiple possibilities opened, but the more he dug, the further apart he became of the truth. A few days ago, after the victory feast of Tempest ended, everyone returned to their daily life while rebuilding the city. Dawn was currently on the training ground, his sword aimed toward Hakuru's own weapon. The Kijin swordmaster actually took an interest after hearing that Dawn was a swordsman. Deciding to train a little, it turned into a light spar. The other trainee and soldier around watched silently. As their demon teacher actually had to be serious. Hakuru, your swordsmanship is great. Dawn, may I ask who is your teacher? Exchanging words as they clashed, Dawn smiled softly. Dawn, well, if I have to give a name, it would be the chosen hero, Kranoa. Hakuru, oh. The hero that sealed Veldora-sama. That's surprising. Dawn, well, she did teach me a lot, but after that I just wandered around the world learning from every sword wielder I met. Hakuru, I see. Hakuru could understand that the swordsmanship he was facing was chaotic, calm, accurate, impressive, simple yet complex. It's as if he was fighting multiple swordmaster who switched patterns every swing. Ultimately, the old Kijin lost control as his eyes couldn't keep up. Launching a vertical slash, Hakuru had to use his crestwater slash, but it swiftly got deviated. Using the edge of his sword, Dawn used the momentum granted to put it all on the offensive. In the split of a second, he disarmed him and brought his blade right below his opponent's neck. Hakuru, it's my loss. Dawn, you are strong. Hakuru-san, I might have lost if this went on for a little bit longer. Naturally, the sword ogre's defeat made the watching public burst into whisper. Kabuta, no way, that old man lost. Reactions like these appeared everywhere. Hakuru, ho, it's not good to lie, you know. Anyway, I was a bit curious seeing your sword, but as expected, a good weapon is always accompanied by a good wielder. Nodding, they exchanged a good handshake before leaving for their own activity. Now Dawn had to pay a visit to Kurobe and Kaijin's forge. At the same time as Hakuru, they were curious about his sword, which radiated the aura of a piece of art. Though Dawn accepted because, maybe, just maybe, they could upgrade his sword even further. It was currently a graded legend weapon, but its power could go even further, as suggested by its enormous amount of EP. This sword in itself was an anomaly. 2 millions of EP from Dimension, this was a considerable amount. Dawn, anyway, the beastmen should be arriving in a few hours. Gazel and Irald are already on the move. The reason he decided to stay in Tempest in the meantime was because of these guests. Dawn wants to form a diplomatic alliance with Tempest now. Hinata and Rimuru's fight didn't go overload as he stepped in before, and with his standing in Rubrios, he could take such a decision on his own. Worst that could happen is giving a long report to Luminous afterward. Dawn, anyway, I'm here. Looking at the workshop of Kurobe, the sound of a hammer slamming metal could be heard from inside. The building in itself was rather old-looking, it's probably because of the constant crushing heat and blacksmith-like design that it was kept that way. Entering the building, as expected, the heat was so intense that normal people would run away immediately. Dawn, Kurobe-san. I'm here as you asked. Despite his call-out, the blacksmith Kijin didn't stop what he was doing. His focus was total as he along with some apprentice were working on forging swords. The war with Falmouth just ended, but the threat and bigger picture are yet to be dealt with, so they have a massive order of weapons to build. Dawn, oh. But he couldn't help but notice the weapon Kurobe himself was making. It was still raw, but its quality and form was bound to be perfect. Also, he could feel a strong will coming from Kurobe at each slam. Dawn, this must be the future Sword of Tempest, to think he would start forging it so soon and end it in a few months. Kaijin, oh. If it isn't Dondano. Coming from behind, the elder dwarf made his appearance. Dawn, yeah, I just wanted to see this nation's blacksmith. Kaijin, I see, well we did ask you to come once, so feel free to look around. Granting, after a short while, the three of them, Kaijin, Kurobe and Dawn, were sitting around a table. The two blacksmiths having in their hand the holy sword crafted by the vampire. They couldn't be more fascinated. Kaijin, on the outside, it's a marvelous blade, but the details are even more impressive. Kurobe, yes, the sharpness, the weight, the blade curve and its enchantment, everything is perfect. Dawn, well it's a sword that accompanied me for centuries, I always took good care of it, but it stayed the same since its creation. That was only the half-truth. While traveling, the sword bathed in his magicule and adapted solely for Dawn's usage. Kurobe, and the ore used for this, it seems rather odd, maybe even unique. Dawn, it was an ultra-cold ore generated by the fusion of pure ore and the skill. Kaijin, I see, sorry but this sword is literally what you call an exception. With our current skill and abilities, we would just break its balance. Kurobe, yes, we also lack information about this ore, sorry but still it's really a bliss for the eyes. Dawn, I see, it's fine, I'm glad you liked my partner. Smiling, he grabbed Dimension and inspected the blade. It seemed there was really no room for improvement. Kaijin, but, it's just a gut feeling, but I feel like this sword is alive. Dawn, alive? What do you mean? Kaijin, well, it's hard to tell, but when I was holding it, I felt like Dimension was rejecting my hold. Kurobe, now that you mention it, I felt it too. It's like even if we can lift it we won't be able to use it well. Dawn was a bit perplexed. He glanced at his sword again and wondered. Swords in Tensura were a big mystery. They had EP and were recognized existence with names and all. Dan, could it be a process similar to a manus, an inanimate weapon gaining a will? Pondering, the clear blade reflected his own mirror self, staring down at his own eyes. He felt it too. Dawn, I see, thank you, you too, now I feel there could be some room for improvement. Smirking, he had an idea that involved forcing an ego out of Dimension. It might take some time to develop, but if he manages it, then this sword could join the likes of Tenma and World. After this short discussion, Dawn left again. This time he went toward Tempest Headquarter main hall. It seems while he was busy talking to Kurobe and Kaijin, the Beastman arrived. It was earlier than he expected, but at least he won't have to attend this. Dawn, now that I think, Tempest has already developed quite well in terms of gastronomy. Maybe I should wander around hunting for food. He got some free time for now. The report from Eleanor and you should be coming soon. Everything is starting build up nicely. Only problem is Horizon. Dawn did try to localize him but nothing. His fate too was uncertain. Dawn, my skill can't see it anymore. That means he is either dead or someone is countering me. And since their soul corridor was still existing, then an ultimate skill holder must be behind this. De Gruul attacked Rubrio suddenly. It certainly isn't a decision he would take on his own. The only one capable of ordering the giant right now is Dawn, Guy Crimson. Someone like him could certainly block me. Testarossa, don't daydream in front of the door. Suddenly being called out by the primordial Blanc, it seems that before he knew he was already standing in front of the general office of Tempest, with Testarossa, Diablo, Benimaru and a few guests were there. Dawn, sorry. Testarossa, no need to be so bland, you know. Anyway, if you came here to meet Lord Rimura then it's a bit late as he left for Veldora's cave a few hours ago. Dawn, oh. He went there quicker than originally. Maybe Raphael's analysis also is faster. Also it seems Rimuru hasn't learned about Eurazania's situation yet. Dawn nodded gently before turning toward the people behind the demon, the beast keepers of Eurazania. He already had no real relation with Eurazania as Rubrios just decided to ignore them. Still he could feel their wary gaze. Hero and monster aren't a good pair after all. Sophia, hey Albiz, this guy is bad news. It is really okay to have him around. Albiz, shut it Sophia, considering how he greeted Rimuru-sama, he must be a guest here. we are not in position to say such a thing. Sophia, why you're right. As daring as always, thought Dawn. Walking past him, he could still feel the piercing and doubtful glare of Sophia in his back. Dawn, seriously, and me who wanted to adopt a kitten before. Sighing, he just proceeded to move forward, things accelerated from now onward. A few days later, Rimuru was isolated in Veldora's cave as he had something to do there, which was secretly releasing Veldora from unlimited imprisonment. But before he knew, he had stayed inside the cave for days, which started irritating some beastmen under Sophia. They had come to Tempest in hope of seeking help from the ruler of the monster who had a close tie with their master Carrion, but the slime demon lord was nowhere to be seen. This naturally started to decrease the already impatient Sophia. Now in front of Veldora's cave, those same beastmen led by the tigress were marching toward the cave. Sophia, it has been 3 days now. Gritting her teeth, time was something valuable they couldn't waste right now. 3 days ago, Veldora's magicule suddenly reappeared. It was so potent that the entire forest felt it, the beastmen too. They wanted to check on Rimuru afterward, but he was nowhere to be seen. And his subordinates are stopping any access to the cave. Something was clearly going on. Diablo, stop right there. Rimuru-sama specifically ordered that no one enter the cave as long as he doesn't come out on his own. Halting at the appearance of Diablo, Sophia growled in anger. Soon the other beastkeeper came out from behind. One could hope they dissuaded Sophia, but instead they took her party. Albies, I am sorry if it comes out rude, but we need to at least know Rimuru-sama's condition. Diablo, my lord's orders are absolute. Sophia, oi. What if something happened to your lord? The storm dragon was just revived. Diablo, my lord is perfectly fine, so you should go back now. Glaring at each other, it was clear that Diablo didn't like how these beastmen were doubting his master after receiving his grace. Diablo, are you insinuating Rimuru-sama being too weak to take care of himself? Sophia, if he wasn't then he would already be out. This was the droplet that overflew the vase. Diablo's aura flared, startling the group of beastmen. Unconsciously Phobio and Sophia raised their fangs while Albies backed down slightly. She was not a hothead like her two companions. She immediately understood the difference in power. If they fought, they would be decimated. Fortunately, this short conflict was solved as both Testarossa and Dawn came forward. Testarossa, now, Diablo-chan, you shouldn't be this harsh with our allies. She was smiling sweetly, though you could tell she had venom in her eyes, after hearing that some beastmen were marching toward their lord's cave. Most of Tempest executives moved toward it too, for their own reason. Dawn was with Testa the whole day as the demon was interested in the one who defeated her fellow primordial violet a few centuries ago. And having received no orders from Rimuru, she thought watching over this human hero was a good idea. Anyway, they came here earlier than the other, but it didn't seem Testarossa was going to let off Sophia and her group after insulting their lord. Sighing, Dawn just stepped forward. It seems he will have to play the pacifist part this time, fitting his title of hero. Dawn, seriously, we came here to defuse the situation, you know, not add oil on the fire. Testarossa, we demons aren't fond of such concept. Dawn, whatever. Oi Diablo, you should retract your aura for now, you are scaring those beastmen. Walking closer to the primordial black, Dawn wasn't much affected, though he was a bit uncomfortable, not because of the power displayed by Diablo but its nature. Maybe it was his nature as an awakened hero that reacted strongly to the aura of a primordial demon. Diablo, Kufufu, if they can't even stand that much they shouldn't come barking. Dawn, stop right there, you already hurted their pride, so don't go shattering whatever is left in them, please. Since he was showing no sign of stopping, Dawn was going to do it himself, using his own aura. The process is simple. Aura comes out of one's body, so if you can trap it then you can neutralize it. It's like a smoke bomb. If you put it in a perfectly sealed box then nothing will come out. With this principle as base, Dawn's aura circled and closed around Diablo, stopping the emission of Demon Lord Haki. Diablo, impressive, to think you would have such control over your passive aura. Dawn, I used to flex a lot in the past, so I naturally got good at controlling it. Actually it felt natural, I don't really know why. At last things calmed down, thought it was bound to go down as Benimaru and the others came in shortly after. Dawn, seriously, I don't know how Rimuru is dealing with those primordials, they are just too tiring. Testarossa, Fufu, you did quite well. Dawn, for the proud primordial Blanc to compliment me, it might rain blood soon. Chuckling, Dawn found out how casual Testarossa was with him. It was their second meeting if you count her summon day. Yet, they could be mistaken to be two friends walking side by side. Testarossa, as I thought you looked like them. Dawn, MMH. Testarossa, it was just a gut feeling, but now I'm almost certain the way you controlled your aura is similar to how a friend of mine used to play with her power. Both staring at Benimaru and the other who just arrived, they were talking with the beastman calming them. Testarossa, you lived for a long time now, so you should know the kingdom of Silberia. Dawn, yeah, are you trying to mention the Lakeshore Dyed Scarlet incident? Testarossa, no. I just think you look a lot like the royal family of that kingdom. Dawn. Testarossa, Dawn-san. Receiving no response, Testa turned her head curious. She was a bit surprised to see Dawn's eyes widened as if he remembered something. Testarossa, did something happen? Dawn, and no. Testarossa's eyes narrowed suspiciously, but ultimately she shrugged it off as she could feel her lord's aura finally coming out. Along him, the powerful storm dragon through his aura seemed to be contained and controlled. Testa, having to greet her master, went ahead leaving Dawn alone, to his own thoughts. Dawn POV. When she brought up the kingdom of Silberia, a flux of memories hit me. I was back in the past staring at a white-haired lady with red eyes. She looked a lot like Testarossa, but she was human, a member of the royal family of Silberia. Dawn, where am I? He tried to turn his head but no movement was made. It's as if he wasn't in control of his body and he was just using his eyes to see. Our research on homunculus is nowhere near complete. At this rate you'll have to wait another century before we develop something worthwhile. The woman in front of him spoke. Suddenly a name crossed his mind. It just appeared as if it was naturally engraved in his mind. I see, it should be enough for now. Thank you, Weiss Nam Silberia. His mouth moving on its own, Dawn realized that he was projected in a memory for a faraway past. Contrary to before, he wasn't watching the scene from the third POV but at the first POV, and this body was most likely. Weiss, our kingdom greatly benefited from your great duke. Even if your land is gone, keeping a healthy relation with you will always be advantageous. Origin, this might be the last time we meet though. Weiss, indeed, I'm quite saddened by that. It seems that memories happened a few years after Shiria or Sola's death. If I'm correct, Origin should be actively trying to revive Shiria. Homunculus research, this is a good starting point to procreate life. But this woman Weiss, it seems she is the queen of Silberia from a long time ago. Origin, I should get going then. We wouldn't want your husband the king to think something is happening here, right? Weiss, I wouldn't thought. Chuckling, this woman sure seems troublesome, the sort of manipulative yet friendly queen. Still Origin had contact like this, Origin, we are just doing business, though you should know that I totally despise you. Weiss. MMH. Why did he say that? And from his tone it's pure hatred. Weiss, I know, I regret doing that too. Origin, you regret which decision? Giving birth to her or abandoning her? Weiss, both. What are they saying? Did Weiss get an unwanted child and abandon it? Then a descendant of Silberia would be free in the nature. Origin, you are pathetic. Weiss, I know that too. Looking down, she seemed to genuinely regret her action. I was still pondering on the situation when another flood of memories came up. It was more painful than the last one, but at least I got an answer. Origin, Shiria, that commoner girl who became my friend and served me, she was your abandoned child. To think that girl was royal-blooded, but why would Weiss abandon her? Weiss, it couldn't be helped. That day I had cheated on my husband, giving birth to a half-blooded Silberian. Shiria's hair was grayish-white instead of pure white and her eyes, green, totally different from the crimson-red Silveria's royal family had. She was obviously going to get neglected and tarnish the royal family's image. Origin, to avoid all this and be discovered by your husband, you threw her away into my territory. Weiss, it was for everyone's good. Beside, she was a defective chiel. Origin, don't try to sound even more pathetic than you already are. I just stared at the scene silently. It seemed Origin was harsher than ever during that time. He was totally overwhelming this queen, even if she was in the wrong. Origin, you are giving and helping me with those researches because you regret it, right? Looming the stack of paper containing every single bit of research on homunculus Silberia had, it was clear Weiss didn't hold back on this report. You could see her desperation through those stacks of papers. Weiss, and no. It's just to create a perfect body for Blanc-sama. Dawn, it's a lie. When I came to ask for your help, you gave in only after I mentioned Shiria. I remember, Origin had done heavy research on Shiria after her death. He had discovered her origin being from Silberia, but the fact that she was a royalty. It was only after he met with Weiss again. They only had a few prior political meetings as Silberia held close ties with a Varian port city. Dawn, you also don't ask me anything in return. What are you trying to achieve? Tell me. Weiss. It seems Origin had perfectly seen through her. He must have quite the insight in seeking others out. Weiss, seriously, I really can't beat you. Even I am surprised, but I guess he was a great duke. Someone of his standing must be exceptional politically. Weiss, yes, you're right. I totally regret abandoning Shiria. She was the only child I gave birth to with love, and I couldn't even be with her. Tears stormed her eyes. It seems she didn't abandon her out of her own will. Weiss, I thought she had died, that I couldn't see her anymore, but when you came to that meeting 7 years ago with her as your subordinate, I couldn't be happier. Origin, is that why you easily gave in to a Varian's demand despite your king's opposition? 7 years ago, there was an important meeting where most of the powerful rulers were invited. It was way before the Eastern Empire's era, so the forces were actually matching. The current king of Silberia is quite tyrannical and isn't acting on logic while Weiss does, that's why she takes most of the decision. But during that meeting, she eagerly searched to form an alliance with the Virion, even going as far as turning down some contract with the other ruler present. That day even her husband noticed how illogical she was acting. Weiss, yes, I wanted to hold my daughter so badly, the girl that I thought died but couldn't due to my own guilt. Origin, TCH. I should have noticed back then. Weiss, but fortunately it seemed that she was the happiest by your side, so I stopped pursuing and instead wanted to help her as an external factor. Even so, the fact that she abandoned her remained. Weiss, I was genuinely happy to see her blooming somewhere else, in good hands, but when you came here and announced her death, I felt like my world crashed a second time. Holding her chest, the loud sound of heartbeat could be heard around the room. Weiss, I couldn't tell Shiria how much I cherished her, how much I wished to hug her, how much I wanted to apologize and beg for her forgiveness. Origin, is that why you started those researches? Weiss, you know even that, yeah, Silberia never meddles in those kinds of things, but when you told me your plan, I felt hope. It seems those huge stacks of paper containing valuable information on Homuncus were prepared on short notice. Weiss, the moment you gave me that hope 2 years ago, I had every single researcher and mage in Silveria to work on this, day and night, I never stopped just to get this spark of hope lit. This was clearly hard work to the extreme, from zero to expert, she must have put on herself and her worker an extra load of stress and work. Weiss, all this just for the hope of seeing her again, and this time I'll do it properly. She wanted to be recognized as Shiria's mother, not just a king woman who happened to be another nation's queen. Even the likes of me who didn't feel much pity toward human emotion could empathize, but the same couldn't be said for Origin. Origin, you should have said it earlier, even if I succeed she may never be the same. Weiss, I know, but what can I say? I can't go back in time, it's only after losing something that you understand how precious it was. Turning around, Origin didn't seem to be moved at all, I guess his heart also became colder as time passed. Or so I thought. Origin, survive a few more years and perhaps you might see her again. Weiss's eyes widened as she looked up at Origin's backing figure, this sure was a ray of hope for her, maybe exactly what she needed to hear in this situation. Weiss, I will. With that, the memories closed as I went back to the present, Testarossa already left to talk with Rimuru and the others. While I kept standing there alone, contemplating the conclusion of these memories. 5 years after this, Weiss was killed by her husband, I don't know the details but she never had to repent herself with Shiria. Dawn, what a tragic story. Anyway, after this Rimuru and the others moved to a meeting room to talk, I moved aside letting them talk as this was something between Tempest and Eurazania. Rimuru POV. After getting Veldora out and finishing synthesizing my skills, we started to make our way out. On the way, Veldora kept bragging how good manga were and described them as holy text, he is turning into an otaku. Veldora, by the way, this manga reminds me of one of your friends. Rimuru, huh? Turning toward him as we walked, I read the title of the book he was holding, how did he even materialize this manga? Anyway, it was a basic manga where the main character was a knight for the church where he had to fight an evil dragon at the end of the story. Veldora, that hero human you hang out with. Rimuru, oh Don Kuan. You know him. Veldora, I vaguely remember, but I think before I was sealed by that masked hero, I saw him fend off a few of my dragon breaths I accidentally threw. Accidentally, huh, I couldn't help but sweet drop, this old man sure caused quite the chaos before. Anyway, it seems Don Kuan is a bigger deal than I originally thought, I don't know much about him either. Veldora, but it was quite the surprise to see him with you, this guy became stronger, it tickled my instinct when you met him during the orc battle. Rimuru, I see. Raphael, notice, analysis of individual, Dawn is possible, would you like to proceed? Eh? Wait, you can analyze him, Raphael. Raphael, affirmative, via the semi-soul corridor he had created back then, by retracing the remnant of it, an analysis of the individual, Dawn is possible. Oh right, I remember when he shared some magicule so I could summon Diablo, I thought that soul corridor was already gone. Still, analyze him, is that even right to do? Maybe I should ask him first. Raphael, should I send a thought communication to him? Rimuru, MMH. Nah, for now let's just wait. Raphael, as you wish. Is it me or Raphael is more emotive? Well, whatever, for now I should focus on what is in front of me. We could see the light from the outside, it seemed it was still daytime. Rimuru, MMH. Veldora, oh ho. It seems some people are arguing outside. Rimuru, ugh, I already have a headache. Sighing, we quickly got out and checked on the commotion, I could see Benimaru, Diablo arguing with some beastmen. If I remember correctly, there are Sufia and Albis who came a few months ago and Phobio, well who caused me some trouble. What are they doing here? Benimaru, Rimuru-sama. You are finally out. Noticing my presence, soon everyone approached as they faced me, my subordinates knelt down or bowed respectively. Ah, troubles are really coming. Anyway, after this I listened to Diablo and Benimaru report the situation. In the midst of it, Testa joined in too. It seemed those beastmen had to flee Eurasania, but why? Benimaru, well, it seems Demon Lord Malim Nava declared war on Eurasania and wiped out the entire nation. Rimuru, Ah. What in the world is this situation? Malim, what are you doing? First Falmouth, now Eurasania, is this really a coincidence? Everything was happening at the same time. Hinata also knew that I was an otherworlder. Anyway, before reaching a conclusion I should hear the whole story. Cheyenne, by the way, Rimuru-sama, who is that man behind you? Rimuru, oh, I forgot to present him. Turning toward Veldora, I didn't expect to see him adjusting his air and breathing hard trying to hide his excitement. Well, I guess having no real social contact for 300 years must be hard. Rimuru, this is my friend, Veldora Koen. Ah, their reactions are really priceless, though it took me every existing effort to explain everything. In the end, I was deemed as the culprit who made Veldora disappear and changed the entire forest, though no one dared mention it. Shortly after, we switched to a meeting room, where Phobio and Albiz explained the situation. Malim declared war. A week later she came and fought Carrion, which led to the destruction of their capital city. Then Demon Lord Fry appeared backstabbing Carrion. We then concluded that Demon Lord Clayman must be behind all this. Mainly because Fry and Malim left for his territory after dealing with Carrion. Anyway, things basically just got more complicated. For now we came up with a few plans. Rimuru, Clayman must be aiming for Eurasania citizens' souls. This was the final conclusion we came up with, and to counter that, I got my Rapahel to help. At the end, we finally got out of this room after a long hour of discussion. Now what awaits me is a long series of teleportation. As I have to get every remaining citizen of Eurasania out of the Beast Kingdom territory before Clayman's force stumbles on them. Developing a new spell based on space domination, Raphael easily executed my mission, a little bit too easy I think. Third POV. As another day passed, Rimuru kept crawling under work as more and more refugees for Eurasania came in. They had to take care of the logement, food, and some short skirmishes due to cultural differences. Rimuru could breathe only after the end of the second day. Rimuru, seriously? Shuna, Rimuru-sama, can I enter? Unfortunately, it seems his break has to be cut short. Giving his approval, Shuna entered with a trail of tea and smiled awkwardly. Shuna, Iito, you have some guests. Rimuru. Oh. Give me a break. After calming down, he rushed to the city entrance where his guests were waiting, those people being a few friends and acquaintances he had made a while before. Fuse, Rimuru-dano. We came here to help. Flashing a proud smile, it seems the news of Falmouth defeat has yet to reach the guild. Rimuru, haha, how to explain the situation now? Sui, report, King Gazel Dwargo accompanied by around 300 Pegasus Knights are on their way here. Rimuru, haha. Raphael, notice, several presents are hidden in the tree nearby, they are most likely elves. Rimuru, ha ha ha. Inside the holy sanctuary of Rubrios. Louis, Roy and Hinata were kneeling in front of their ruler, Queen of Nightmare, Luminous Valentine. She was particularly serious while glaring down at her subordinates. Luminous, seriously, to think that weakling Clayman would invoke a Valpurgis, he has the support of Fry and Malim, huh? Hinata, what should we do? The situation was quite dire. Luminous wanted to avoid meeting with Guy for the time being as their relationship wasn't at their best, but this Valpurgis had for subject the same slime Cronoa had mentioned back then. She had to attend this Valpurgis. Luminous, Gunfler, do you have any news from Dawn? Standing beside her, the butler nodded once before speaking up. Gunfler, it seems he is currently staying in the Monster Nation. I contacted him and it seems he is trying to form an alliance with the ruler of monsters. Luminous, an alliance, huh? Normally, this would be a form of disrespect and insurgence, a simple subordinate taking such an important decision on his own. What more is that it goes against the church doctrine. Luminous, I see, this is a good decision. She muttered under her breath, but everyone present caught it, looking up confused. This decision was bound to cause an uproar in Rubrios. Some might even question Dawn's loyalty to the church. Louis, if I may, how is this good? Luminous, this world is secretly separated in two factions, the Eastern Empire led by the Emperor and the Demon Lord led by the Lord of Darkness. Luminous and Rubrios were in a tight spot. They joined the Demon Lord, yet Guy never really saw her as an ally. They were temporary partners, you could say. It was a matter of time before they bare fangs at each other. Rimuru and the Jura Tempest Federation is an opportunity for them to find another strong alliance in case the one with the Demon Lord stopped. Hinata, to think the situation was so, I almost messed up everything. After learning the whole situation, she realized that things were constantly happening behind her back, under her nose and in the background. She attacked Rimuru without consulting Luminous. It was a decision purely based on her personal feeling, and because of that she almost blew up an opportunity for Rubrios. Luminous, don't worry about it, for now let's just focus on the current matter. Roy, you supervised the sudden assault of the giants, right? Roy, hi, about that, may I ask a question? This was also a sensible subject. As a demon lord, they had a pact of non-aggression, yet de Gruul went himself on the battlefield to invade Rubrios. Normally, Guy Crimson would have intervened, but he didn't. This was one more point showing that Luminous might have to leave the council soon. Luminous, what is it? Roy, I didn't know there was a knight capable of fighting Demon Lord de Gruul on his own. Even if he lost, his battle was witnessed by the other knights and even some of the holy knights under Lady Hinata, here. Luminous, you mean Horizon White? Huh, the situation was too sudden, so I had to resort to them. Roy, them. Hinata listened silently. This was something even she was unaware, a group of people strong enough to go against the 10 great saints. Luminous, seriously, curse you de Gruul. Groaning in annoyance, Luminous' eyes wandered toward the large entrance door to this throne room. Luminous, unit, fallen light, if you see the holy night as the light of Rubrios, then this secret unit is its darkness. Roy, but how come neither me or Lewis has ever heard of them? Hinata, I would like to know as well. The vampire queen gave an amused grin. Luminous, because you didn't need to know, it was a group Dawn formed himself, in fact they aren't that loyal to me either. Lewis, Sir Dawn. Hinata, to think such a group was moving without us knowing. Roy, but isn't that bad? I doubt Dawn Dano, but they should be at Luminous-sama's service. Luminous shook her head, sure this was quite a shame they didn't follow her wholeheartedly, but it was fine. Luminous, speaking of the wolves, you three can come in. At her seemingly order, everyone turned around, directing their attention toward the door entrance. A light portal opened before letting 3 people cross. The figurine leading was a woman wearing a purple yukata. Her short black hair and elegance immediately looked in Hinata her Japanese nature. Hinata, a Japanese? No, she seems more like Chinese. She was half right, the woman in front of her was a crossbreed between the 2 Asiatic nations. Bringing out a fan, she hid her face behind it. Luminous, this is the 3rd time we meet, Flora Ada Florence. Smirking, this was the 5th member of the Fallen Light, and by far the deadliest, a beautiful flower that wielded poison deep inside. Flora, I greet the Queen of Nightmare. Bowing in the Japanese fashion, the 2 people with her followed right ahead. Hinata couldn't be more curious as she could feel the gaze of one of the attendants. While Flora seemed to be the main figurine of her group, the people accompanying her weren't at rest. On her right was a man with short brain hair. He had this small bad boy vibe, the 2nd member that has joined their unit. Lucas Schwartz, otherworlder coming from Germany. But the one who truly intrigued Hinata was the other attendant, a lady who hid everything about her identity. A long cape followed with a hood, her face hidden behind a white mask, only a few strands of black hair could be seen. Hinata, she seems familiar. Flora, where are our manners? I apologize for this late introduction. My name is Flora Ada Florence. For the time being I represent our small family known as the Fallen Light. Bowing once again with a smile, she directly turned toward her companion and spoke again. Flora, those 2 are Lucas Schwartz and Sure. We came here today to pay our respect to the Demon Lord Valentine, but also to talk about the recent matter of the battle against the giants at the border of Rubrios. Despite being younger than Lucas, she was the one who did the talking. After all, she was only second to you when it came to that. Luminous' loyal subordinates were perplexed at the scene. They didn't know how to react as Luminous herself didn't seem upset. Luminous, Horizon was taken by de Gruul. I'm still waiting for Dawn to come back to take the final decision. Flora, I see, it would be preferable. Yes, actually I came here for another reason. Luminous, oh. Taking a more serious expression, Flora closed her fan and turned toward Sure, who nodded. Flora, we are here under our leader's order, and ask formally for the execution of the clergy of the 7 days. Her gray eyes shining through the cold room, a wild glint could be seen as a sadistic smile formed on her beautiful face. Luminous, do you understand what you are saying? Flora, yes. Lewis, wait. This isn't a joking matter. Why would you want that? Naturally Roy and Lewis were outraged, even Hinata was shocked. It was natural since the clergy served Rubrios for a century now. Even if they didn't like them, disposing of them just like that is too much. Flora, joking matter. If you really think I'm joking, then allow me to doubt the capabilities of those who lead this nation. Getting insulted, Lewis's pride took a large hit. He tried to retort, but Luminous' sudden burst of aura stopped all talk. Luminous, calm down Lewis, though you are really insolent. Can I know what Dawn is planning for now? Flora, Luminous-sama should already know, but the clergy had been acting on their own for a while now. Even if their actions are meant to show how loyal they are to you, our leader already deemed them useless, not maybe even a threat for Rubrios. Luminous, so this is for this nation's good. Flora nodded without hesitation, her eyes softened a little. Flora, to prove our goodwill, allow us to protect the church while you are at the Valpurgis. Luminous, I see, so the shadow wants to become the light now. It was finally time for this existence unknown to all to come to light. Horizon already made quite the introduction scene, so hiding any further would just raise the suspicion. Luminous, then can I count on you to fight for Rubrios in case of war against the other demon lord? At this, Flora closed her eyes. You could think she was hesitating, but the man beside her was betraying her silence. Lucas was grinning madly, his hand tightly gripped his weapon. Flora, naturally, once we gain more of your trust, we naturally hope to gain more important posts within this nation. Luminous, is this what you wish or what Dawn told you to? Flora, I can't say for others, but personally, I started to think of this nation as my own home. My family and friends are here too. I can't abandon all this, right? Smiling sincerely, Flora brought out a sakura flower hairpin and carefully adjusted it in her hair. She truly wore her name, Flora, well. Luminous, that's a lie. She doesn't care about Rubrios or her friends/family. I had the occasion to interact with this particular group a few times since its creation, but Flora Ada Florence is the most mysterious one. Even now, Luminous knew she was being deceived. From what Dawn told her, Flora possessed 3 unique skills which made her very valuable. One of them is the skill, Deceiver, which allows her to deceive anyone acting over their subconscious. Naturally, being a unique skill, those who possess the grade above can see through her lie, but they have to know beforehand that she could actually be deceiving them. Luminous, I see, then I will take Dawn and Roy to the Valpurgis. You'll play the role of Demon Lord Valentine once again. Flora, wait. If you allow me, please, instead of Roy Dano, could you take this girl with you? Presenting Sure, who stayed quiet the whole time, Luminous was a bit surprised at this sudden request, though she didn't decline it directly. Luminous, this girl is Shizu Izawa, the Conqueror of Flames and Hinata's former teacher, right? Since the last I saw her, she grew expendably stronger. In terms of power, she might be a better choice than Roy. Roy, what are you saying? Flora, we know it's a selfish request, but Sure here has something important to do at the Valpurgis. We already talked with our leader about that. Now we just need your Majesty's approval. Roy was growing more and more annoyed as the discussion advanced. Lewis was on the same boat, only Hinata listened calmly. But that was mainly because Luminous herself was calm. Luminous, I see, very well, I'm intrigued by this, so I will attend as Demon Lord Luminous Valentine for this Valpurgis. Sealing her decision, she stood up, her gracious figurine shone brightly amidst the dark room. Taking a step forward, she walked down the long stair leading from the throne to the door, until she stood right in front of Flora. Luminous, it's hard to say no to a cute girl like you. Grabbing her face with her 2 hands, Luminous licked her lips seductively. As for Flora, she kept a perfect smile using her skill. But deep inside she just wanted to push the vampire away. Flora, Don-san, why? You know how shy I am. So why am I the one who talks to this super scary vampire? Yeah, Flora is actually a shy girl. Due to her origin, she always took care of her appearance and had to look confident. But in reality, she always wears a mask. It was to the point where the skill, Deceiver, was given to her. Flora, where is Yusan in moments like these? Silently crying, she could feel the mocking look Lucas was giving her from behind. Even Sure was silently chuckling at her misery. Luminous, I really can't read her. This girl Flora might be even more dangerous than Dawn because of her unknown true nature. Flora, help me. Angry face. Charging into a staring contest, it ultimately ended with Luminous' loss as she backed away with a light chuckle. Luminous, Gunther, go contact Don Kuin and tell him to come back in 6 days. Tell him the details of this meeting too. Gunther, as your wish. Bowing, the vampire butler immediately vanished to accomplish his task. Luminous, Roy and Lewis, I want both of you to look into the clergy's recent action. Report to me when you got everything. Roy/Lewis, hi. Finally turning toward Hinata, Luminous got an idea. Luminous, Hinata, you will work with the Fallen Light and protect the castle and church while I'm away. Hinata, I see. Flora, we'll do our best. Phase 1 completed. Luminous, now that I think Fallen Light doesn't suit you guys anymore, I should think about a new name, Fufu. Taking a thoughtful pose, she wasn't good at naming. Well, she wasn't the worst at least. Luminous, have found it. A vile smirk as she raised her finger toward the ceiling. Luminous, on this ordinary day, I officially announce the birth of the Genesis Knight of Rubrios. A unit regrouping 8 people who are from an otherworldly nature. Leader, Don Arcead. Member. First seat, Azuma Kirai, new name, Horizon White from Japan. Second seat, Lucas Schwartz from Germany. Third seat, Eleanor Von Trinity from Great Britain. Fourth seat, Yukita Nashi from Japan. Fifth seat, new name, Flora Ada Florence from. Sixth seat. Seventh seat, Sure, Shizue Izawa, from Japan. Luminous, now that everything is settled, everyone should return to their post. We are going to get really busy now. Once again, everything seemed to intertwine with the incoming Valpurgis. Third POV. Currently in the Jura Tempest Federation, the monster nation was hosting a big meeting welcoming the ruler and envoy of other nations. Though some first meeting happened on the spot, everyone calmed and proceeded to a civilized conversation. Sat on a sort of balcony in Veldora laying down beside while reading a manga, Shuna stood up and started the presentation. Shuna, now that everyone is acquainted, allow me to make the presentation. After gaining total silence, everyone staring at her she continued. Shuna, from the armed nation of Dworgen, His Majesty Gazel Dworgo. The dwarf king nodded satisfied. Shuna, from the animal kingdom, leader of the beast-keeter Albes. Followed by her two companions, Phobio and Sophia, they all followed with a nod. Shuna, from the Blumend, the guild master and assistant director of intelligence, Mr. Fuse. The poor human tensed at the mention of his name. Everyone present had an aura worthy of a ruler or power beyond human basis. What more is that earlier, Rimuru had introduced Veldora to everyone here, making things even worse. Shuna, from the Sorcery Nation, Dynasty Sarian of Thalion, Archduke Gerald Grimwald. The elf who had previously tried to assault the ruler of this place, Rimuru, because he was seducing his daughter, Erin. Shuna, lastly, from the Jura Tempest Federation, the Chancellor and Demon Lord, Rimuru Tempest-sama. Followed by Diablo and Cheyenne behind him, Rimuru nodded seriously, but before this meeting could continue. The sound of loud footsteps approaching the meeting place was heard. Everyone turned their eyes toward the source. Only to find a man walking toward them. Rimuru, Donkuin. Wait, he seemed a bit different. Instead of his adventurer-like clothes which consisted of used and torn clothes, he was wearing a long black coat with a white and red holy cross dashing through his left sleeve. A sword at his wrist. He was a real noble at this moment. Rimuru, wait, since when was he this good-looking? Raphael, answer, individual Dawn has been constantly using an illusion spell to alter his appearance. Rimuru, ah. Dumbfounded, while he had those reflections the other rulers and envoy were eyeing Dawn with their own thoughts. Gazel, this cross, a holy knight. Why would one be here in the monster nation? Fuse, a normal human. Am I not the only one? Irald, MMH, he looks familiar, did we meet somewhere before? Meeting with his eyes, Irald felt a chill down his spine. He could see and judge to a certain extent the people in front of him. But for the first time in a while, he felt totally hopeless. Even Demon Lord Rimuru didn't give him that sensation, mainly because Rimuru is more on the pacifist side. Dawn, I apologize for suddenly interrupting this meeting, but can I join while representing my nation? Rimuru, huh? Wait, are you someone important from where you are from? Nodding, Dawn closed his eyes. His hand reached for his pocket where he brought out a sort of talisman or crest with the symbol of Rubrios. Dawn, allow me to introduce myself, from the Holy Empire of Rubrios, Supreme Commander of the Holy Knight, Dawn Arseid. And as he expected, his introduction led to a natural chain of shock and fear. Rubrios being the strongest nation in the Western Union, the Supreme Commander was famous throughout the entire world. And his reputation wasn't the best when you think about it. Gazel, our Rubrios, why is a Holy Knight of the highest order here? In the monster nation nonetheless, is he here to take revenge? This thought was absurd, but Gazel knew the moment Dawn presented himself, if he actually came here to kill Rimuru, then maybe he could really even with everyone present. Dawn, do not worry, Gazel Dworgo, I came here with the intention of talking also Rimuru here is my friend, I have no reason to harm him. Irald, Dawn Arseid, to think it was him, did he become even stronger than before? Having a strong connection with Elmesia and Sylvia, they had naturally met once or twice in the past but it was a long time ago before the creation of Rubrios. As for the Beast-Keeters, they now understood why they had this bad feeling about him. When he takes this role, Dawn has his true hero haki out. It wasn't oppressive but enough to scare off weak and medium monsters. For Albes and the others, Dawn was like a grim reaper. Rimuru, wait, Rubrios. Supreme Commander. What? Dawn, sorry to have hidden this from you, Rimuru, I was an undercover adventurer so couldn't reveal it. Rimuru, I see, but isn't he not a part of the Holy Empire too? Why did he stop her when she attacked me? Nodding, Dawn turned toward Shuna who realized the situation and went to bring another chair. While she was doing so, Fuse gathered all his willpower and got up. Fuse, can I ask a question before? His eyes glaring straight toward the Holy Knight, Dawn sighed and nodded once again. Fuse, why is a Holy Knight of your stature here? Not only that but we all know that the Witch of the West, Hinata Sakaguchi, your student was sent to kill Rimuradano, how can you explain that? Dawn. Fuse couldn't help but gulp, intimidated. The look inside Dawn's eyes was intense, for a normal human being like Fuse. This was like an ant staring at a wolf. Rimuru, na Diablo, is Donkuin really that big of a deal? Diablo, you could say that. I am not very knowledgeable when it comes to the Holy Empire but Dawn Arseid is pretty famous by himself. Rimuru, really? Diablo, yes, a hero from 2,000 years ago. his influence is equal if not superior to the Pope inside Rubrios. To say he was an important person would be an understatement. Rimuru, ugh, and you knew everything and didn't tell me. Diablo, I apologize, I just thought it would be best if Don RC'd toward you himself. Sighing, Rimuru couldn't care less at this point, he decided to just let it go. Shortly after Shuna came back with a chair and the meeting could finally start, the tension was still high due to the newcomer from Rubrios. Ultimately, after a long awkward silence, Rimuru spoke up. Rimuru, anyway, let's start with the Falmouth army's matter. As you all know, I decimated them myself, but after reflection, I will put all the blame on Veldora-kun right there. Pointing his finger toward the otaku dragon who was still reading his manga, he only ever looked up when Dawn just arrived. Gazel, that's actually a good idea. Erald, but why? Your Eminence could easily use this to set the example for the future. Rimuru, well, after discussing and thinking over it, I still want to coexist with the humans, but for that, I can't instill this aura of fear. Erald, oh. So you want instead to put everything on the Storm Dragon, that way people will still fear this nation but also the pacifist idea will still persist. Erald was curious, he came here to see what kind of Rimuru was, and it seemed his previous idea of the new demon lord was shattered. The tyrant or bloodlust monster was nothing but a pacifist with an odd ideology. Fuse, but is that right? I mean the Storm Dragon didn't do anything. Rimuru, don't worry, well I can still ask just in case, do you mind Veldora? Veldora, nah, do whatever you want, I'm happy if my reputation can help YA. Without taking his eyes off of his manga, he gave his approval shutting any complaint from Fuse. Rimuru, see, then let's continue, I think of making a fake story. Explaining his plan or Raphael's plan, as the battle between monster and human went on, the blood and chaos woke up the Storm Dragon leading to his resurrection. Destroying everything and everyone at his awakening, Rimuru appeared and managed to talk with Veldora, succeeding in calming him. Amidst of that, the hero Yum begged the new demon lord to spare the King Admaris and the remaining two survivors of this ordeal, Raisin and Rehim. Gazel, wait, what are you planning to do with this last part? Why give them credit? Turning toward Yum and his party, the Dwarf King narrowed his eyes dangerously as if judging him. Rimuru, I plan on taking over Falmouth, and make Yum-kun its new king. Gazel, wah. Naturally, the more he unveiled, the more dumbfounded the people around, but everything he said made sense. After all, as smart as they were, Raphael's calculation and planning were perfect. Rimuru, with the... As he was about to finish his presentation, Rimuru suddenly became alerted as a powerful aura just appeared near him. He turned his head left and right agitated, even Veldora closed his manga and looked up, startled. Dawn, so she still came, huh? Smiling slightly, he closed his eyes and just waited for the situation to unfold. Forming in particles of light, there stood a lady with long blonde hair and pale orangish eyes, the spirit queen that had previously fallen from grace. Ramaris, it has been a while. Rimuru-san, allow me to intrude your meeting, but I have some information to share. Rimuru, is that? Raphael, that is definitely the demon lord, Ramaris, the master has previously met. His mouth opening agape, he didn't react in time to stop Sui who tried to apprehend the intruder. But the Kijin spy was immediately immobilized by Ramaris as she smiled sweetly. Ramaris, I just recovered my power, so I'm still a bit rusty, this body too is rather hard to move around. Stretching herself lightly, she made sure to just send Sui unconscious and not accidentally kill him. Ramaris, now, everyone please listen well, a Walpurgis will be held in a week and the subject is you, Rimuru-san. Her eyes stared straight toward the slime demon lord, before she decided to look around, it seemed even the adult Ramaris had the characteristic of a superior being. And that was pride, she didn't really register the people aside from Rimuru because everyone was weaker than her. Ramaris, oh it seems Veldora and Dawn Kuin are here too, sorry for not noticing both of you earlier. Dawn, ugh, this hurt a little. Veldora, you are, Ramaris, right? Wait. Since when is she so strong and beautiful? Ramaris, by the way Dawn Kuin, those clothes really don't suit you. Dawn, ouch. Ahem, so after calming down once again, Ramaris explained the reason for her sudden intrusion. Ramaris, it seems Clayman decided to hold a Walpurgis supported by Fry and Malim, the subject being Rimuru-san here. Rimuru, Walpurgis. What's that? Dawn, it's a meeting between demon lords, to start one, you need the approval of 2 other demon lords. Rimuru, I see, so what do I have to do with this? Ramaris, well basically, Clayman claims that you tried to assassinate him with the help of Carrion, and now he is trying to use the other demon lords to kill you. Well, this was a really crude explanation, but at least it had the merit of being clear. Albees and the Beastmen clenched their fists, anger sipping as their master's name was trashed in dirt. Gazel, seriously, the timing isn't a little way too convenient. Rimuru, Clayman, it seems I can't avoid that. Dawn, well it isn't that bad, currently I can count the number of demon lords that can oppose you. Rimuru, oh. Have you met the other demon lords before? Dawn, only a few. Rimuru, anyway, let's resume everything then. Diablo will leave for Falmouth with Yum and his party to take over the nation. Along that, he will bring the 3 war prisoners. Everything will be under the supervision of the Primordial Noir. Gazel, wait, before that, are you really sure this Yum can hold this role? Yum, huh? Gazel, I have seen a lot of humans fall after tasting glory. Rimuru seems to place his trust on you, but I can't understand that. Glaring at the fake hero, Yum tensed up. Certainly a powerful warrior like Gazel Dwargo's words weighed more than his. And the aura in each of his words pressured him. Rimuru, aren't you a little bit too harsh, Gazel? Gazel, I don't think so. Anyway, I know I can trust your judgment, so at least let me test him before. Rimuru, test him. Gazel just nodded before getting up and facing Yum. His fierce glare was soon intensified as his hero haki activated. Even the likes of Rimuru felt a slight tension, not because of the power displayed but the intensity. That just proves how mighty Gazel was. Dawn, to think Gazel isn't even a hero egg holder, he sure is strong. On the side, Rimuru wanted to stop this but held back when he saw Yum stand his ground. His legs were shaky, his pupils were trembling, yet he stood straight against the Dwarf King. Yum, haha. Naturally I'm ready to hold those responsibilities. After all, I'm a man in love. His absurd statement took Gazel by surprise as he abruptly stopped his haki. The people around were also dumbfounded while Mjurin, the one subject to his love, blushed and hid her face in embarrassment. Mjurin, seriously, why did he have to say that? Rimuru, haha. He really said that. Rimuru couldn't hold it, but at least, it seemed this managed to ease Gazel's doubt. Ruffling his hair, he sat back and sighed. Gazel, fine, this man seems to have some guts, I like it. Yum, I thought I was going to die. Gracious, not bad bro. Even I got chills from that king's haki. Followed by a short celebration from his party, the meeting continued. Rimuru, now that the doubt cleared, with the Beast Keeters, Tempest will launch an assault toward Gistav, in hope of getting Demon Lord Carrion out. Dawn, it's my turn. Raising his hand, now the attention was on Dawn. Everyone gulped simultaneously. Well, there were multiple reasons. He hasn't talked much since the start of the meeting, and the only time he is going to intervene is when they talk about an assault on a Demon Lord territory. Rimuru, yes. Dawn, Rubrios will help with that. I will send one of my men there as well. Rimuru, MMH. Only one. Rimuru didn't even try to deny the potential assistance of Rubrios, which was the natural enemy of the monsters. This slightly made Gazel and Fuse tense up. Gazel, is it really okay? I mean, Rubrios helping a monster nation. You didn't even try to contact Eurazania. Irald, Gazeldano has a point, we still don't know if you are an ally or not. Dawn, Irald, you talk as if you allied yourself to Tempest, even now you don't participate in the discussion and just observe. Are you still doubting Rimuru? Not taking well to Irald's current standing and remark, Dawn directly shut him down. The Elven Archduke now knew. This hero and his Empress's friendly relationship won't help him in this one. Irald, you have a point, but I was just waiting for the end of this meeting to talk. Anyway, I do believe this nation and the new Demon Lord to be good in multiple ways. I still have to talk with the Empress, but an alliance is clearly envisageable. Dawn, anyway, you can uncover this matter later. As for your question, Rimuru, yes, I'll send only one person, but this will be enough. Rimuru was internally happy that he will surely get an alliance with the Elven nation, but as his friend said, this will have to wait for later. Rimuru, well, more hands are always welcomed. Dawn, good, she will reach Gistav in 2 days. Just in case, I will ask you to leave her alone once the battle ends. Rimuru, sure. Raphael, is he hiding something? Raphael, notice, yes, most likely he is sending one of his subordinates either to claim some of the achievement or to get something from Demon Lord Clayman's territory. Seeing nothing wrong with that, the slime just agreed and proceed. On the side, Ramaris had started to read some manga with Veldora. She found it rather interesting. Rimuru, next is the Walpurgis. I will naturally accept their invitation. I already selected my attendant, Testa and Cheyenne, better be ready. Cheyenne, hi. Rimuru-sama. Testarossa, yes my lord. Bowing, they were overjoyed to be able to accompany him, while Diablo and some others were dejected. Rimuru, this should be about all. From the time being we just have to wait. Well, beside you Diablo and Yum, you gotta leave directly. Diablo, don't worry Rimuru-sama, I will be back to welcome you before the end of the Walpurgis. Rimuru, just do your job. Sighing at his weirdness, the meeting concluded with that, well, at least for Dawn, as he left early. He was now accompanied by Testarossa as he had requested to visit the prison. Dawn, are you sure you don't want to stay at Rimuru's side? He should be talking about Tempest and Sarion's potential alliance, right now. Testarossa, Diablo is already there. Sure, I would have preferred, but aside from me, no one is near as powerful enough to accompany you, Mr. Holy Knight. Dawn, are you wary of me? Testarossa, not really, sure this disgusting smell of holy magic is annoying but you are clearly not an enemy of Rimuru-sama. Dawn didn't look at her, still it was bothersome how Testarossa managed to read him, it was slight but she still could. Dawn, anyway, I had a question for you as well, so I'm glad you came with me. Testarossa, I see, ask away. I'm in a good mood so I'll answer if I can. Dawn, do you know a nation with the name Avirion? Testarossa, Avirion. That does sound familiar, I think it was a land in the north ruled by a duke, wait Avirion. Dawn, you seem to know, can you tell me more? Testarossa, that's a nation that existed way before 2,000 years ago, are you interested in history? Dawn, I have my own reason. Eyeing him suspiciously, the white demon ultimately signed and spoke. Testarossa, this nation is pretty famous among the demons, because when the great duke established his rule, Avirion became a demonless land. Dawn, demonless. Testarossa, any demon summoned would die and come back to the underworld traumatized, what worse is that some part of them would cease to function. This meant that the one who killed them could affect their spiritual body and definitely kill them. He was sending them warning by purposely killing the demon while not ripping their soul. Testarossa, Violet herself tried to play that nation, but things turned rather grim, with that time she met you, these were two traumas that she never disclosed. Well, it seems that the future Ultima was really terrified of Dawn, in his current and past life. Dawn, I see, so Origin was really strong, then how strong were those descendants of Evarge, if even Origin, who was feared by a primordial demon, would lose? This was a post he couldn't forget, Evarge, if the author can control him, then this would be the end. But that's only temporary, if he could, he would have already. Testarossa, anyway we're here, I just wait outside so take your time. Dawn, sure. Reaching the prison of Tempest, you could already hear the cry of agony of some prisoner. Dawn shrugged it off and entered, he wanted to see Raisin who was taken by Testarossa during the war. Dawn, you look pitiful, Royal Mage of Falmouth. Looking down at the so-called mage, it seems Cheyenne already passed by here and turned this poor man into a mass of flesh. Dawn, anyway, destiny beyond fate. Using his skill, Raisin returned to his human form, which was Shogo's body. Raisin, I am healed. Dawn, shut up, I have some questions so just answer and everything will turn out fine for you. Releasing his aura, this time he didn't hold back, the entire prison was filled and Raisin could be seen being crushed on the ground. Dawn, you see one of my men was captured so I lost most of my patience, if you understand nod. The prisoner quickly did as he was told and the pressure died down. Dawn, anyway, first I heard you took the former Arceid mansion as your home, did you find anything weird in there? Raisin, Arceid. What are you talking about? Dawn, oh right, the existence of the Arceid being part of Muth was erased, well did you find anything weird in your main mansion? Like a secret passage or anything? Raisin, and no. What Dawn was after was Origin's laboratory, he had made a large-scale experiment on homunculus and ultimately managed to create a body at 99% human. Even in this era, his research would be pure gold, something that even 1 trillion of stellar gold coins couldn't buy. Dawn, I see, I had another question but if you can't answer this first one it's useless. Turning around, the balance of fate turned around as Raisin cried in agony, his humanoid body returned to its former self. A stack of meats deformed by Cheyenne's unique skill. Testarossa, done already. Dawn, yeah, I thought Raisin would have found out something but, is there no laboratory in the Arceid mansion? He wasn't sure the exact location, but his memories were certain, there is a laboratory somewhere in this world. He had to get in there, maybe there would even be a clue to the author. Dawn, by the way, I would have to leave early. Testarossa, is that so? Are you not going to say goodbye to Rimuru-sama? Dawn, no need, we'll see each other soon enough. Smiling, Dawn reached for his pocket before throwing a necklace at Testa, the demon caught it effortlessly and examined it. Testarossa, what's that? Dawn, this is the necklace of Luna Arceid, thought people should know her as the divine ruler of Falmouth. The story goes on by, after saving the world from a calamity known as the Orc Lord and Charybdis, the hero of the time Luna took the throne of the ancient Falmouth. There she ruled ideally until a fight broke out against a messenger of darkness, shaking the entire continent. She died as a hero who took down the enemy with her saving the human world. The name Arceid she had taken was hidden and erased from history but everyone in Falmouth did know her name as an historical figure. Dawn, this necklace was the symbol of Luna, if you make it expertized and show it to the nobles of Falmouth, they will be forced to listen to you. Testarossa, so a sort of national treasure. Dawn, it's worse than that, give it to Diablo and Yum, if they claim that he is a hidden descendant of Luna, then the conquest of Falmouth will be smoother. He had a sad look while suggesting that, perhaps he felt bad to use his friend's name for that. Testarossa, are you sure? Diablo would do fine even without this. Dawn, yeah, I think it's time for me to leave the past behind too. Turning his head to the other side, he hid his frustrated smile before walking faster. Testa didn't try to keep up and instead stopped halfway staring at his distant back. Dawn, anyway, I'll leave now so take care. With those last words, he vanished into thin air. If her detection skill were high enough, Testa could tell Dawn was already back to Rubrios. Testarossa, Arceid, that name sure became famous over the age. I would have liked to hear what happened with Violet from his mouth, but I guess I will have to wait next time. Back to Rubrios, Dawn quickly walked past a group of knights. They got startled when he pulled himself between them and called out one of them. Dawn, Glenda, come with me. Glenda, I mean yes sir. Those knights were in the middle of a training session with Glenda, one of the 10 great saints, as the trainer. Dawn, as for the rest of you, continue basic training. Without waiting, Dawn left followed by the great saint. Glenda, see, did I do something wrong? Crap, did he find out that I sold some information to the newbie knights? Dawn, you have been working from Granbel Rosso, right? His voice turned colder as he kept walking. At his sudden revelation, Glenda got startled and tried to distance herself, but her legs didn't obey. Instead, she continued to walk as if nothing happened. Glenda, what? Why can't I control my legs? Dawn, don't try anything funny. Anyway, stop working with him or you might regret it. The red-haired woman couldn't help but gulp. This was by no means a warning but a threat. Glenda, how? I made sure to cover everything. Dawn, a stray otherworlder blinded by greed. Nothing escapes my eyes within Rubrios. Anyway, from now on just stay low, because I can't guarantee your safety after today. Finishing his sentence, Glenda's legs abruptly stopped before letting her collapse. Once this man was gone, she breathed heavily while sweating. Glenda, monster, there is no reason I'll try anything after what you just did. Back to Dawn, he quickly reached for the inner sanctuary and went to meet Luminous. It was time for a long explanation. Dawn, this is going to be long. Hopefully Luminous goes easy on me. Waiting on her throne, Luminous Valentine chuckled as everything was uncovered. It has been 6 days now since Dawn came back. They had a long discussion and shared a lot of information. Now it was finally time to enter the Walpurgis. Luminous, still it's unbelievable how much happened in this short span of time. Dawn's return after 2 years, the birth of a new demon lord, a sudden alliance, the war against the giant. Luminous couldn't help but chuckle at the mess this world was becoming. Dawn, it sure did. Anyway, I can sense rain approaching. We should get ready. Turning his eyes toward the other attendant, which was Shizue, he could her fist clenched really hard. Luminous, I see. By the way, you should change your clothes. This customized holy coat doesn't suit you at all. Dawn, ugh, even you. Grinning mischievously, Luminous flicked her finger and a pair of clothes appeared mid-air. Luminous, use these. Since I officially appointed the Genesis Knight as an order in Rubrios, I went out of my way to make those uniforms. It's the first of the series. Dawn, you made it yourself. On the outside this clothes look normal, but, I see, she used faith to reinforce it. Impressive. It's similar to a named weapon, for example in the tale of King Arthur, his sword name being Excalibur, known by all. A weapon that brought hope overshadowing the darkness and despair. The name Excalibur is the base of this light. These clothes use the same principle, being a source of faith, a relic or artifact people can look up to. Luminous, it took me over 300 years. Dawn, so this was the reason for the constant flux of rumors around Rubrios. The holy armor, True Moon, a long coat made of pure white, the symbol of Rubrios, could be seen at several places. A legend-graded armor, no, it goes beyond that. Calling it a national treasure would be a waste. Dawn admired the piece of art in his hand with a mad smirk. Aside from Luminous herself, this was an item made for him. Because, the more faith the wearer has, the more powerful the armor will be. Dawn, it's perfect. Thought, are you sure about the white color? Luminous, well, you can change it later. For now just get it well for the Walpurgis. On the side, Shizue witnessed the scene silently. The warm and friendly atmosphere wasn't what she expected. I mean, when Flora came to talk, Luminous as a true ruler, cold and calculative. Shizue, calm down Shizue, you are given this opportunity to finally confront Demon Lord Leon, just a little. Doing her best to stay focused, her body flinched when a sudden gate appeared through space itself. After hearing the grinding sound while it opened, a blue-haired maid came out of it. Shizue could immediately tell. Shizue, a primordial demon, and from her hair color, blue. She instinctively reached for her sword, but soon stopped and calmed down when Luminous and Dawn walked forward. Shizue, right, there is no need to stress. Now that I think, the overwhelming difference I felt when facing more those decades ago isn't present when I look at blue. Closing her eyes for an instant, she remembered Dawn's words 2 days ago. Dawn, when the Walpurgis are over, you can go meet with Hinata and Rimuru. Shizue, huh? Why so suddenly? Dawn, it was my mistake. I wanted to keep the world straight, but I shouldn't have removed you guys' happiness. Everything will be solved soon, so you guys can meet and have fun. Turning around, he had left her dumbfounded. Reopening her eyes, Shizue looked ahead. Dawn and Luminous already crossed the gate. Now Rain was just staring at her waiting. Rain, if you could go faster, I don't have all day. Shizue, yes sorry. Rimuru POV. Sitting in this cold room where the Walpurgis was going to be held, I couldn't help but shiver while staring at the demon lord in front of me. Guy Crimson, the oldest and strongest demon lord from what Diablo told me. Behind me were Testa and Cheyenne, who kept their composure just fine even though I could see Testa and Guy glare at each other. Maybe I should have brought someone else. Anyway, Ramaris was also in her chair. She was still in her adult form, which even shocked Guy Crimson when she entered. Though, I guess he is doing his best to ignore her for now, with Ramaris's trainee and Beretta, a demon I summoned a few days ago since I had forgotten to give her a new golem at her labyrinth. On the other side, I could see a nervous giant, Earthquake de Gruul. He was confident at first, but when he saw Ramaris, he suddenly became rigid. There is also Demon Lord Dino, who was faking sleep after he was mocked by Ramaris. Seriously, is she a Demon Lord killer? Raphael, Master, enormous amount of Magicule incoming. Rimuru, huh? Ramaris, so he really came, huh? Turning around, I watched as the blue-haired maid came out of the portal followed by a silver-haired girl. Her heterochromatic eyes landed on me for an instant and I felt it. She is strong, an awakened Demon Lord. Her power might even surpass Diablo or Testarossa, who are primordials. Rimuru, wait. But things really got ridiculous when I saw her attendant, Don Kuan. Why the hell is he here? Wait, this is Demon Lord Milas or something Veldora fought. Is he her subordinate? But he was affiliated to the Holy Empire. Raphael, notice, most likely, the goddess of Rubrios Luminous and Demon Lord Valentine are the same person. So the church actually worshipped a Demon Lord. That's messed up. Anyway, as for the other attendant, it was a masked woman who gave me a familiar feeling. Raphael, this is most likely SH. Rimuru, I must have met her somewhere before. Raphael. Rimuru, huh? Did you say something, Raphael? Raphael, it's just your imagination. Is it me or she is pouting right now? I'll see it later, for now focus on the Walpurgis. When Don Kuan entered, the room turned colder, and I could understand why. The aura he was emanating was really uncomfortable. Guy, so you finally came to a Walpurgis. Bold of you to enter with your hero hockey blasting all over the place. Don, I apologize for that. I thought it would be better to set things straight from the very beginning. Those two seemed to really dislike each other, though luckily, things calmed down as the next Demon Lord came in. My imaginary blood started to boil when I realized who it was, approaching me. He stood there looking down with his blue eyes. Leon, so you are Rimuru, I expected more. Rimuru, Leon Cromwell, huh, can say the same for me. We started a glaring contest but soon broke off when a third party butt in. It was the other attendant of Demon Lord Valentine. The woman was totally clothed from head to toe with a white mask. She was glaring so intensely at Leon that I could feel my own anger disappear. Leon, MMH. It seems subordinates nowadays lack respect. Luminous, you know I value my subordinates more than some rude fallen hero. Leon, you actually presented yourself as a Demon Lord this time. MMH. Did she hide her identity before? Anyway, it seems he forgot about me. Whatever, I'll just punch him next time. Leon, anyway, Demon Lord Rimuru, if you have anything to say, extend an invitation. I'll personally visit your nation to talk. Rimuru, no. Don't worry, I might just barge into El Dorado for that talk. He really pissed me off, and the way he looked down at me before getting to his seat is even worse. Guy, now that I think, what happened to that substitute Roy? Did he die? Luminous, don't worry, he is doing fine. I just thought I had to come personally after suddenly getting attacked by some giant. Turning her eyes toward Demon Lord de Gruul, there was light tension flying in the air. I guess this Walpurgis wasn't just for me and Clayman's clash. There seems to be some other unattended subject. I heard from Diablo that the giant from the Barren Land attacked the Holy Empire during Falmouth War. If Demon Lord Valentine is really the goddess of Rubrios, then she must have some grudge against de Gruul. De Gruul, about that, this human guy you sent against me, he was really strong. He almost reminded me of my fight with Veldora, though the intensity was much less. Veldora. Oh right, they fought against each other before. I can't imagine a giant and dragon fighting, but be quite the sight. Luminous, yeah, I would like to know where the human is now. Surely you didn't kill him. De Gruul, he is imprisoned in my domain. Luminous, are we seriously going to ignore the fact that you attacked my nation? You broke the accord we made as Demon Lords. I think she is talking about the non-aggression accord of the 10 Great Demon Lord. That's right, de Gruul broke that. Guy, haha, I don't know why you are angry, Luminous. De Gruul just attacked the enemy of all monsters, the Holy Empire. Weren't you so adamant in keeping your identity secret? I think we pretty much all forgot that you were the ruler of the Holy Land. Luminous, what kind of excuse is that? Might as well tell me you wanted to attack me. Guy, I don't know what you're talking about. This red-haired demon, he is nonchalantly playing around. I don't know all the circumstances, but he is purposely letting de Gruul act. Guy, anyway, let's postpone this conversation until later, our main guest just arrived. The sound of the portal activating, the last 3 people arrived, Demon Lord Fry came in first and quietly went to her seat. And on another portal, Clayman appeared with Malim, the latter's eyes were bland as UF devoid of life. I felt relieved that nothing happened to her physically, but then, Clayman's next action almost made me snap. Clayman, move faster you little wrench. Using his right hand, he drew a large slap across Malim's face, her head tilted an instant yet she showed no pain or reaction. And Clayman, this bitch just smirked proudly before getting to his seat. I could feel my aura strongly escaping my body, a trail of rainbow as hatred poured from my eyes. Rimuru, Clayman, don't think I'll let you have an easy death. Flora POV. Seriously, why am I always the one he sends to do the dirty job? Leader is really putting too much faith into me. Sighing, I slowly walked toward the source of the noise I was hearing, a large-scale fight from the force of Gistab and Tempest. Leaving the defense of Rubrios to Lucas and our youngest member, I was sent here at Gistab to recover some orb that contained the seal of the Chaos Dragon. I hid myself until now, this was starting to become problematic as Charybdis appeared. How did he respawn in the middle of this war? Did Demon Lord Clayman pull some trick? Anyway, I should deal with this before it gets out of hand. Benimaru, don't move. Flora, you are quite fast. Without looking behind, a sword was placed beside my neck, so this is one of Demon Lord Rimuru's subordinates. I heard from Leader that they were quite strong, his speed is great, the weapon he is holding too and the fighting power I'm feeling from him is high. Now I understand why we shouldn't make them our enemy. I am still superior but his potential far exceeds mine, maybe even your horizon. Benimaru, state your name and motive here before I cut your throat. Flora, didn't the leader tell you that an envoy from Rubrios will participate in this subjugation? Benimaru, Rubrios. Oh, so you are that single unit, but why hide yourself until now? I sighed and just brought out my fan, slightly lifting the edge of his blade. I turned around with a cold look in my eyes. It's time to come out, dear sister. Benimaru, WH. Flora, haha, don't worry, I was just merely analyzing the situation, a human like me fighting among an army of monsters, just in case I wanted to observe both ally and enemy first. My expression totally changed, this is my secret, only Leader knows the full truth. I have 2 personalities, Flora and Ada. Flora is a quiet girl who has the talent to lead and make decisions, though all this is wasted because of my shyness. Ada is a fighter, a sort of psycho who would do everything to eliminate the threat. Unique skill, deceiver. Unique skill, killer. Unique skill, alter ego. Those 3 skills are my reason for living in this world. I know without them my value would decrease and the leader might have never recruited me. That's why I'm thankful, I'm glad I became Flora Ada Florence and not just Flora or Ada. All thanks to that man in the fallen light, I managed to grow and for that, I have to work even harder to repay everything. Ada, unique skill, killer, pure death. My unique skill is dangerous, Leader himself told me that if used wrong, I could annihilate a nation by myself. It bent the laws of physics and reality to kill my enemy. Charybdis in the distance was surrounded by 6 blades appearing out of nowhere. Their essence was pure death, piercing Charybdis's body, they soon swallowed his whole existence before disappearing. Benimaru, what was that? Ada, General Benimaru, I count on you to finish everything here, I have my own mission to carry now. Smiling, I couldn't feel more alive, killing something strong is really the best. Flora might be a pacifist shy girl who acts though. But I am a dangerous psychopath who likes killing. Horizon is the most dangerous, Yu is the most polyvalent, Lucas is the best swordsman, Eleanor is the most cunning, Shizue-san is the kindest and our youngest is the smartest. As for me, I was called the deadliest. Grim Reaper, I'm the last human you could call holy, yet the leader took me in when he could just eliminate the threat my existence is. A debt is a debt. Flora, let's go recover the Chaos Dragon now. My smile never leading, I slowly walked toward the castle where I could feel some people fighting. Third POV. The Walpurgis, a meeting between demon lords that is held irregularly through the ages. During this short lapse of time, the world stopped moving, every nation being the Empire or the Western Union stopped their activity as the decision made in the Walpurgis can change the course of the world. But right now, through all expectations, the demon lords were just listening boringly to the speech of Clayman, investigator of this Walpurgis. Dawn, it has been going for 15 minutes already. Rimuru, and Dawn how boring his speech is. Pretty much everyone had the same thought, Clayman's arguments were weak and easily disposable, the way he talked was arrogant and he was clearly being incoherent with his own story. Guy, well that aside, I'm curious what Luminous is planning to do now, she came here herself accompanied with a true hero and a hero egg. While Clayman continued with his accusation, Guy used his time to analyze the new face. Rimuru and Testarossa sure were problematic, he could tell they were stronger than the rest. But what truly interested him was this woman who glared at Leon so openly in front of every demon lord. Guy, she is strong too, maybe aside from Dawn Arcead, she might be the strongest attendance here. This was weird, he couldn't feel or sense Shizu's Magicule, it was as if something was stopping him from. But if he had to make a guess then there would be a large debate between her and Testarossa. Guy, Luminous brought 2 strong subordinates, hey, is she expecting a fight? Interesting, well for now let's come back to Claysamething. Coming back to his senses, Clayman just finished his speech, it was long and boring, Dino on the side already fell asleep. Rain, now, it's our guest Rimuru Tempest-sama's turn to speak. The blue primordial announced with an impartial face though inside she just wanted to finish this and go back already. Rimuru, are you finally done with your bullshit, Clayman? Clayman, what? Rimuru, let me get straight to the point then, nothing of what you said is true. His arm crossed, he was still processing the boring speech he was forced to listen, even worse than a high school language teacher. Rimuru used Veldora to autoproclaim himself a demon lord. Rimuru tried to kill Clayman with the help of Carrion. Rimuru tried to usurp the seat of demon lord. Rimuru killed Mjurin. And more. Rimuru, seriously, I'm wasting my time trying to defend myself against the likes of you. At first, Rimuru wanted to dismantle Clayman's arguments one by one before finishing him but right now, he had heard enough. Kicking his chair, it went flying past Clayman's head at an invisible pace, a large scratch formed on his cheek. Rimuru, it's a demon lord's meeting, right, so why not just fight so I'll kill you quickly and end this torture of a speech you gave. Clayman, why you? His regeneration skill activating, rage poured down his expression, but this rage soon turned into an evil smirk as he still had control over Malim. Clayman, you are really arrogant for a vulgar and lowly slime, sure why not I'll kill you fair and scare. Glancing over at Guy, the red primordial sighed and flicked his finger, soon the space around the meeting room changed. Closing it with a barrier, Clayman and Rimuru were now separated from the outside world inside a sort of arena. Their subordinates behind got ready for the incoming fight. Rimuru, Testa take care of Clayman. Testarossa, very well. Smiling wickedly, she looked over at the dead man, though instead of focusing on the fight, he was staring at Malim on the other side of the barrier. Clayman, wait. Malim, come here and help me. Giving out his order, the destroyer got up with her cold eyes. Guy sighed and was forced to make a hole in the barrier because Malim would certainly go shatter it if not. Ramaris, wait, if Malim is allowed in then I should too. Surprisingly, the Spirit Queen raised her protest, all attention to her now. Clayman snickered as for him, Ramaris was still that weak and protected pixie. Guy, are you really going to side with Rimuru? Ramaris, I don't see why not. This sure was troubling for Guy, he wanted to play along Malim's scheme but if Ramaris butt in, the fight is just going to be one-sided. Guy, sorry but I can't allow that. Ramaris, is that favoritism you're showing? Guy, seriously, I preferred when you were harmless. Sighing, Guy decided to ignore her seeing that she wasn't really pushing it, this was probably a way to tease him. Guy, how troublesome. Back inside the barrier, Malim was staring blankly toward Rimuru, while the slime let out some imaginary sweat. Rimuru, Clayman isn't much of a threat but Malim is another story. His eyes studied carefully his friend, Raphael analysis ongoing, he instructed Testarossa and Cheyenne their respective opponent and went on guard. Clayman, Malim, go kill that slime. Finally starting this fight for the seat of Demon Lord, Malim launched herself forward, the wind bending at her speed. She landed her first directly on the ground where Rimuru was just standing, the sheer speed made the latter panic as he dodged. Rimuru, she is serious, this punch would have killed me. Malim, hee, Rimuru seems a lot stronger, let's see how much you evolved. Taking this opportunity to fight her bestie, Malim was obviously acting being controlled, but since Rimuru won't ever fight her seriously, she decided to use the situation to her advantage. While they engaged in their own duel, Testarossa walked toward Clayman with her usual wicked smile. Testarossa, certainly for a demon lord, you are disappointing. Clayman, a mere greater demon talking to me. Kukuku, with Malim on my side you are all dead. With a granted confidence, Clayman threw out a battle doll which opened on itself, Viola, a machine doll equipped with dozens of weapons. Thought before Clayman could even react, the doll was dismantled, her hand easily pierced the doll's chest as she grabbed and destroyed its core. Testarossa, those swords and blades are of good quality, maybe Rimuru-sama will like them. Studying the weapon scattered around by Viola's destruction, some unique or rare blade could be found, Clayman sure put up a lot in its fabrication. Clayman, what? Testarossa, you called me a greater demon, right, that just shows how insightful you are. The situation that just unfolded was too shocking, still Clayman had to move, he now understood that this demon couldn't be underestimated. Bringing out his marionette's doll, he went all out with his skill and trick, but none of them affected the primordial white as she made her way through his schemes. Testarossa, first you left arm. Finally having had enough, she almost instantly appeared behind Clayman and ripped his left arm, the pain was unbearable crossing through his resistance. Clayman, art. How? Stepping back, he wasn't given time to regain his spirit as Testa went on tearing his right leg, then his right arm, ending with his head. Testarossa ruthlessly killed Clayman, his body fell back on the ground lifeless, no sign of regeneration active. Testarossa, how boring, Rimuru-sama didn't order me to kill you but you are too frail. Sighing in disappointment, a red mist formed around Testa as she used her unique skill to heal him, his soul still present he was soon brought back to life. The sudden revival shook him deeply as he panicked looking around, only for his field of vision to be filled with the face of a beautiful yet cruel lady. Testarossa, for offending Rimuru-sama and calling him a lowly slime, I'll just kill you around 1,000 times. Though her action just now had solved most of the situation, Clayman's control over Ninehead who was fighting Cheyenne was lost. Now sleeping after recovering her freedom, Cheyenne was confused as to what to do but ultimately kept the fox in her arm while joining up with Testarossa in beating Clayman. This was truly a one-sided massacre, the attention on the white primordial was gone as now the audience was more interested in Rimuru and Malim. Outside the barrier, Luminous eyes gleamed and understood how big of a threat Rimuru could be, she now understood why Cronoa and Dawn had been keeping good eyes on him. Luminous, Rimuru Tempest, tell me honestly, who would win between him and me right now? Asking this annoying question, Dawn looked at his master for a moment before returning his attention to the fight. Luminous is a lot stronger than her original self because she awakened 2,000 years ago, her ultimate skill Asmodeus is already present and overall, she is worthy of being called a demon lord. But that applies to Rimuru too, right now he heavenly matches a not serious Malim. Dawn, Rimuru would win, because he had too many hidden cards. Raphael, Uriel, Beelzebub and Veldora, no matter how you looked at it, he was a cheat code, even if the skills were rather new to him. Raphael was here to control them, if it's not a monster like Malim, Ramaris or Guy, then Rimuru might be the strongest demon lord present currently. Luminous, I see, and you? Can you beat him? Dawn, well for now, I surely could. Raphael's first very defeat was against Veldora's Faust who manipulated probability, he was a counter to the Wisdom King. Lord of Fate, Origin can manipulate the fate of all things but it doesn't limit to that, life/death, space, and probability are affected too. Dawn was the worst enemy for Raphael. Luminous, interesting. Smirking, she glanced toward Guy who was already glaring at her, both of them already know the outcome of this Walpurgis and what was about to happen. Back in the Cardinal world, in Gistav, Clayman's castle. Flora was slowly walking down a long path, this whole castle underground seemed to be an unpaved cave. The sound of sword clashing could be heard further in. Flora, I should be there soon, still I have to find the seal of the Chaos Dragon in this giant underground cave. Leader, why me? Contemplating her own misery, soon the battlefield she was hearing came into view. In the middle of a large army of undead, a pink-haired Kijin accompanied by an old man and Eichmann's spy were fighting Adelman, one of Clayman's 5 fingers. Flora, ugh, I really hate undead. Stomach aches, Flora did her best to not throw up. Flora, luckily, I'm good with holy magic. This was truly a given as she easily purified all the skeleton coming her way, she wanted to intervene and help the troop of Tempest. But it wasn't necessary as Shuna managed to end the fight using overdrive to take control over Adelman's spell. Though, the final scene stunned Flora for an instant. Flora, how did this skeleton use disintegration? He must have been a high-ranked priest back in the day, anyway, since it's like that I won't have to meet them. Opting to retrieve the Chaos Dragon, she quickly left and moved in the shadow. Still she looked up at the ceiling wondering if everything will be alright at Rubrios, the defense was given to Lucas and their youngest member after all. Flora, hopefully, Shukuin won't blow up the church. Their youngest member, a 12-year-old boy who goes by Shin Tanaka, a genius engineer that Dawn recruited when he was still a baby. A stray otherworlder who crossed the world barrier at the age of 9 months, his soul was strong and having no one else, Dawn took him in. He had you and Eleanor acting like a mother for him while the other showed support, the plan was that once he grows up, they'll form him into a holy knight. But surprisingly, he grew up awakening some useful skills. Flora, honestly, I'm sorry for whoever will try to infiltrate Rubrios. She was genuinely sorry, Shun is still a kid, he doesn't know how to hold back and is a bit crazy when it comes to pranks and traps. Whoever will fall into them will know despair. Back to the Walpurgis, Rimuru and Malim's skirmish has been ongoing for a while now. Clayman on the other hand had already died 98 times, his torture also ongoing, the duration of this Walpurgis already passed 3 hours. It was about time to end this, Rimuru was unexpectedly holding it, though his defense had grown weaker since the start. And Malim was having so much fun that her impassable cover was blown out by her crazy smile. Malim, this is fun. I wonder why I can't touch him, I'm going seriously though, should I go into battle mode to try? Right, Malim had already gone on above 80% of her capabilities in her normal state, at this pace only a few could follow their movement. Why is he so strong? At the start of the Walpurgis, he wasn't going to draw over 5 minutes, yet this is still going. The reason is simple: exactly 2 hours and 58 minutes ago, Raphael had done something to compensate for the gap in power. Raphael, I request your assistance, Don Arcead. Don, this voice, I see, what do you need? Raphael, Master had ordered me to post in the analysis of individual, Don Arcead. As long as he doesn't give his consent, I'm here to ask your authorization. This was really straightforward. Still, Don was actually shocked. Raphael is a skill that possesses a will. Its intelligence goes beyond the norm, as her name suggests, Wisdom King, for her to directly communicate with Dawn and reveal her existence. Dawn, it seems you trust that I won't ever go against Rimuru. Well, sure, since we don't have much time, I'll help you as much as I can. Closing his eyes, ultimate skill, Lord of Fate, was activated, taking the information as a semi-soul corridor reformed between Dawn and Rimuru's soul. Raphael immediately started to work. Surprisingly, the analysis of origin was smooth, though the complexity of the skill was high. In 3 mere minutes, Raphael implemented in herself the ability to manipulate probability. Dawn, this is as far as we can go. Any more and this semi-soul corridor will collapse. Raphael, you have my gratitude, Don Arcead. Cutting the thought communication, Dawn wondered, how is Raphael so emotive? She showed gratitude to someone other than Rimuru. This doesn't make sense at this point of the story. Dawn, I'll look into it later. With that done, Raphael managed to change the probability of Malim's attack without anyone noticing. Too absorbed in the fight, the destroyer just continued her assault. After 3 hours and with his new power, Rimuru kept evolving. Skills like future attack prediction naturally appeared. With these small upgrades, Rimuru managed to fight for 3 hours straight now. Malim, Art. I really can't hit him. Then fine, let's try that. Frustrated, Magicule quickly gathered around her body. Bursting forward, she was faster and stronger than before. A long horn growing over her forehead, she passed into a semi-battle mode. Taken off guard, Rimuru tried to back away, but Malim just outpaced him, her fist coated in pure destructive aura. She smiled widely as her punch flew forward. Malim, let's see if you can take this one. Rimuru, WH. Raphael, attack unavoidable. A single notice that made Rimuru have cold feet. He instinctively closed his eyes while raising his arm to protect himself. Awaiting for the impact, soon a large explosion occurred, settling a veil of dust through the entirety of the barrier. Guy cringed as the protective wall crackled. Guy, she went overboard. Is the slime even alive? Dawn, Eyes of Fate. Focusing his sight, it seemed Rimuru was still alive, but along with him, there was a new figure. Dawn, well, Luminous-sama, I hope you clench your teeth because he has arrived. Luminous, huh? Wait, him. Her face flinched in anger. She turned her head left and right trying to find her worst enemy. As the dust veil dissipated, Luminous went red in rage, vein contracted over his beautiful face. Luminous, that aura, it's definitely Veldora. Dawn, calm down, besides you still can't beat him. While he tried to calm her, Veldora had appeared through his own ultimate skill, taking Malim's punch instead of Rimuru. The storm dragon cried in pain while holding his head. Veldora, that hurt. What the hell? Are you trying to split the world or what? Malim, v Veldora. Rimuru, what are you doing here? Confused and startled by his sudden appearance, soon things broke down as Malim forgot her acting. Rimuru, wait. Veldora sighed, when are you going to stop acting, Malim? Malim, Iito. Looking over Clayman, Malim's eyes widened as she realized what kind of horror he went through while she had fun. He was on the ground, only his face was recognizable as the rest of his body became mush through Cheyenne's skill. His eyes were lifeless as the sole words he tried to utter were pleased to end his life. Testarossa, Fufu, you look a lot better like that. Anyway, it seems Rimuru-sama has finished, as expected of Milord, fighting the destroyer for so long. Cheyenne, Rimuru-sama. What should we do with this joke of a demon lord now? Smiling freshly, Cheyenne could be seen happily waving her hand. On the other hand, Rimuru couldn't help but sigh. Surely, he wished for Clayman to suffer, but just now, he felt a bit of pity. Rimuru, I'll execute him myself. For now, let's stop this. Just like that, our lovely slime could finally rest. He wasn't particularly tired, but fighting Malim took a whole lot from his mental strength. Veldora, I almost got assassinated, and no one cares. Ignoring the otaku dragon, the barrier surrounding them disappeared. Since the fight was over, Guy returned the space to its origin. While this was overly long, at least now every demon lord present couldn't protest as for Rimuru's strength. Guy, congratulations, you deserve the seat, though I had some questions. It doesn't really matter now. Clapping his hands, Guy looked over at Clayman's pitiful state for a moment. Guy, anyway, since Rimuru has won, any objection as for him becoming one of us? Naturally none. DeGrul, he has proven his strength, I have nothing to say. Leon, I don't care. Dino, I'm good. Luminous. Ramaris, welcome Rimuru. I hope you get along with each other, though it won't last long. Fry, so this is the strength of a demon lord, seriously, I really lived in a delusion. Melim, wahahaha. Congrats Rimuru. I knew you could do it. Receiving a warm welcome, Rimuru blushed a little, while his subordinates looked proud. Shizu on the side also smiled warmly behind her mask. Clayman, M. Mill. Testarossa, shut up trash. Killing before resurrecting him, the white primordial gave him no mercy. This was honestly scary how ruthless she was. Dino knew he was going to have nightmares in his next sleep. Guy, anyway, and you Carrion, are you still going to hide? It's over already. Groaning at Frey's attendant, the man wearing a lion mask soon revealed himself to be Carrion. Carrion, as expected you recognized me, well it seems everyone pretty much knew. Looking around, he wasn't really hiding his aura, only Dino who didn't pay clear attention was surprised. Clayman, how? He was feeling hopeless, the taste of life already vanished for hours now, the sight of Carrion alive talking with the other demon lords worsened Clayman's despair. Carrion now revealed, he was angrily scolding Melim for destroying his nation, with Rimuru calming them, things really took a dirty turn. Clayman, Kazarium-sama. Muttering his master's name, the vision of his comrades flashed in his mind for an instant, gritting his teeth, he tried his best to gather himself up. But nothing, under Testarossa's watch, he was left hopeless. Dawn, MMH. Luminous, damn Veldora, can't you just go cut him down? Did something happen? The vampire, still annoyed, glared at the storm dragon, as he was still on the ground holding his head in pain. She wanted to send her best men to finish him off, but surprisingly, his face showcased a wary expression as he stared straight toward Clayman. Dawn, this isn't the end. As soon as he muttered these words, a burst of magicule exploded from Clayman, forcing Testarossa to back away. She retreated to Rimuru's side startled. The dead man slowly got up as his body regenerated, threatening the entire room as he laughed maniacally. Clayman, kohahaha. His power and threat level increased absurdly fast, to the point where even the likes of Leon would be threatened. Looking at him with eyes of fate, Dawn frowned, sensing the interference of the author. Clayman's fate changed. Instead of dying here, he was going to kill a few demon lords and escape. He couldn't allow that. Dawn, I wanted to let Rimuru take care of him, but I can't let you go now. Instantly, anti-magic area and holy field formed around Clayman. Tightening his fist, dozens of disintegration were casted and launched the next second. Pulverizing him, Dawn didn't hold back on his spell. The divine light grew larger and bigger as Claymab's energy was dismissed. Rimuru, ugh, what was that? The sudden burst was unexpected, like a passing storm. Everyone was on guard now, staring at the holy field. Leon, Dawn Arcead, he reacted instantly and casted dozens of disintegration instantly. What a monster. DeGruel, what happened to Clayman? Even if he awakened, that was too much. Melim was staring at the place Clayman was just a moment ago. The dust generated by disintegration settled and nothing was left. The lack of presence of the crazy Pierrot eased up the tension, for everyone but a few. Guy, it's still not over. Persisting, where nothing was left, Clayman appeared again. His power kept growing as his whole being from his soul regenerated. The single point where his flesh reappeared formed from nothingness. Clayman, I am the strongest now. Achieving his new evolution, his strength wasn't a joke anymore. Even Rimuru had to acknowledge him. Though this time, he won't have to fight, as this unknown phenomenon was way too abnormal for the mediators of this world to ignore. When Clayman finally came back to his senses, he didn't have the time to use his power as Dawn was already in front of him. His sword out, the 6 arms that grew behind Clayman's back were severed. Followed by that, Guy appeared grabbing the dead man's head and smashed him into the ground. A pillar of flames followed as he made Clayman burn through the flames of hell. Lastly, Ramaris casted multiple spiritual magic. She was still not capable of using her primitive magic due to the recent recovery of her prime state. Still, her strength wasn't to laugh at. A path of light opened as Clayman was forced to destruction. Ramaris, call of heaven. Guy, oi, Ramaris. You almost got me with him. Jumping back beside her, Guy's right arm was already burned just by gazing Ramaris's spell. The spirit just sighed, as even if he was hit, he wouldn't have died, just severely damaged. Dawn, this guy is too persistent. Walking toward the 2 older demon lords, Dawn muttered, annoyed as Clayman was still not dead. His whole body was constantly turned into rotten meat, yet his regeneration actually kept up. It seems the main power-up he got was this absurd regeneration. Ramaris, to think he would still live after that. Guy, what in the world is that? Looking around, Dawn sighed. Everyone was watching. Melim and Rimuru were on the verge of intervening. He wanted to avoid using his skill and exposing them, but if this continues, things will just go downhill. Dawn, I don't think Road of Faith would be enough for this one. Seriously. Taking a step forward, he raised his sword high, covering it with magicule, intending to finish it in one go. Ramaris noticed his intention and deactivated her spell, leaving an opening. All fate had to end here. Dawn, reverse fate. The fundamental technique of his ultimate skill, Lord of Fate, the last resort he had kept in case of emergency. Clayman's fate was reversed to its original state, his body and soul already at their limit. The moment reverse fate collided, the demon lord Crazy Pierrot crumbled on himself. Dawn, this seems more like a provocation than an actual attack. Staring at the pile of dust at his feet, Dawn pondered, was this a threat? Showing how powerful a weakling like Clayman could become through the author. In any case, now all eyes were on Dawn. Turning around, he walked back to Luminous and bowed lightly. Dawn, I apologize for acting without notifying you first. Luminous, it's fine, just tell me the detail later. Nodding, he could still feel the stares from the other behind his back, particularly Guy, who was suspicious. Guy, anyway, since Clayman is gone now, let's just resume to the Walpurgis. At the same time, in Rubrios. Laplace, who tried to sneak inside the church and look for its secret, was living a hellish experience, now running as he was pursued by a giant boulder made of magic ore. He constantly fell into a trap everywhere. At some point he felt mentally tired and paranoid. Laplace, what kind of psychopath trapped this whole place? He shouted while laughing nervously. Fortunately he managed to survive this trap and take a deep breath. Laplace, did they expect an intruder? Because the number of traps is just insane. Lucas, we sure did, Sir Clown. A creepy chill running down his spine, Laplace turned around agitated. The otherworlder knight walking toward him appeared in the darkness of the church. A sword at his wrist, he was instead using a pair of gloves equipped with metal plates. Lucas, mind playing with me too? Smirking, Lucas quickly dashed forward, throwing a heavy punch at the clown, though Laplace was much faster, allowing him to escape. Letting Lucas down as he crashed his fist into the cold ground of his workplace, a large crater formed. Lucas, TCH, he ran away. Shoo, where did he go? Shoo, corridor F7, activation of trap 507 and 612. Lucas, hey, if the clown continues this way. A creepy laugh escaped his mouth. He abandoned the idea of pursuing him. Their little genius Shu Tanaka was monitoring the entire church. Having set 1012 traps through the entire place, no matter where Laplace went, he will be a victim of these dangers. Spatial transportation, holy magic, Lucas and Hinata lurking around. This was truly a hell place to be at the moment. Laplace, I should leave for now. This place is impossible to break through alone. Dodging another set of arrows followed by knives and lurking holy knights, Laplace continued to run. Trying to find the exit, he panicked when another dreadful presence was felt coming frontward. Laplace, and no way, is this my day of misfortune? Hinata, so you are the intruder. Stepping back as the holy knight approached, Laplace felt pure fear. The lady in front of him wasn't normal. She was releasing pure murderous intent. She already messed up with Rimuru's case and was reprimanded by both Luminous and Dawn. To say she was stressed would be an understatement. This was her chance to catch up on her mistake. Hinata, Dawn-sensei didn't specify if we had to capture you unharmed. A few severed members won't be a problem. Laplace, shit. I ain't staying here. Doing a 180 degree, he ran away from this girl as fast as he could. However, the moment he took his first step, a special-based magic circle activated below him. Laplace, WH. Shoo, trap number 21 activated, transportation magic toward room Y2, let's see if you survive this one. His eyes widening, once the magic circle stopped glowing, Laplace found himself in a closed room. Around him were dozens of minigun. He didn't know what those weapons were, but the immediate instinct for threat kicked in. A short spark lit inside the weapon around, soon a rain of bullet infused with holy magic befallen upon Laplace. Laplace, crazy fucker. Shoo, this won't be enough. Hinata-san, Lucas, please proceed to point Y5. Hinata, on my way. Lucas, you are truly the devil. After the gruesome ending of Clayman, all the demon lords sat back around the round table. Their attendants were silent behind their respective master. The room was tense as the situation that unfolded was anything but normal. Guy, it doesn't seem our dear hero will talk, so let's just cast this anomaly aside and continue. Rimuru, you are now a recognized demon lord / Going to the next part, a world map projected in front of everyone, separating the different territories. Rimuru looked around, finding some oddity, like Dino not having a main residence. Guy, with that, everyone agrees by giving the entire Jura forest to our newest recruit. No objection was raised. The meeting continued smoothly as Rimuru was slowly integrated in the group. But before they could end it, Fry raised her arm wanting to speak up. Guy, MMH. Do you have any objections, Fry? Fry, nothing like that. As we are nearing the end of this Walpurgis, I thought it would be the right time to announce my decision. All eyes on her now, she continued with a smile. Fry, I would like to step down as a demon lord and serve under Malim from now on. Her sudden announcement was accompanied with shock and gasp, stepping down as a demon lord. This was a first. Carrion, what? Guy, can I ask why? Fry, well, I realized my own weakness, Rimuru Tempest, Melim, or even those subordinates. Looking around, she eyed with some shame at the people she pointed. Fry, I just don't have the power to back up my seat, rather than that I think serving Melim would bring more benefits. She was clearly among the weakest in the room while counting the attendants. How could she call herself a demon lord when Testarossa or Cheyenne were stronger? With that realization, she naturally directed herself toward the rule that all living beings serve, follow the stronger. Carrion, wait. Then I was defeated by Melim too. I have to admit I'm no match for the people here either, so let me step down too. Melim. While those declarations were considered, Melim was shivering in her seat. She didn't want that, as it would be more responsibility, and the prospect of having her friend become subordinates wasn't right. Melim, I don't want that. She whined like a little girl as Fry and Carrion convinced her. Rimuru on his seat couldn't help but sigh at her antics. Eventually things died down with Fry and Carrion joining Melim's rule. Guy, honestly, I expected you to awaken in a few hundred years. Carrion, what a shame. Carrion, I appreciate your expectation, but it just didn't feel right. Aside from power, I would rather focus on rebuilding my nation for now. Declaring his noble intention, Guy could only sigh and agreed with them. Now the two titless, they got up from their seats and went behind Melim naturally. Guy, then, anything else? Or we can just pass to the banquet and finish this. The rise of a new demon lord, the fall of 3 of them. This Walpurgis was pretty loaded already, but it seems Luminous hasn't dealt with her business yet. Raising her arm, she smiled arrogantly while glaring at Guy and DeGrol. Luminous, don't act as if you have forgotten about me, Guy. Guy, is there anything on your mind you would like to tell us? His eyes looming a dangerous gleam. It's as if the entire Walpurgis just restarted. That Guy Crimson waited for this moment. Luminous, I want DeGrol to be punished for his insolence and explanation as to why you haven't stopped him from attacking me. Guy, you aren't even hiding anymore. Well, if you think it's favoritism, Melim attacked Eurysania too. I just didn't have time to intervene. Luminous, is that so? Well, Melim is just that strong. I don't think he could have stopped her even if he wanted, but DeGrol is another story. Covering her grin with her hand, she provoked with sharp words. The effect was immediate as the room turned colder. Guy opened his eyes wide with rage dwelling within them. Guy, you became rather bold. Rimuru, damn, I wouldn't want to be the subject of her anger. She might verbally destroy me. Luminous, anyway, so you don't intend to grant any of my requests? Guy, no. A small portion of his aura flaring out trying to intimidate the vampire, but it had no effect. Luminous, then I regret this won't work. I would also like to renounce my seat of Demon Lord. Closing her eyes, she finally released the last bomb of this Walpurgis. Guy's anger fully blew out as he didn't wait a second to jump forward. The table separating them was crushed under the weight of his arm, the mythical sword, world displayed in his hand. Dawn, not so fast, Guy Crimson. Guy, you bastard. Interrupting his course before he could reach Luminous, Dawn stepped up, the hero and demon lord clashing their swords. Dawn and Guy, dimension and world, their eyes shone furiously, leveling up the tension tenfold. Dawn, you really are a hot-headed dumbass, like Velzard said so. Guy, shut up, you two went too far this time. Their hands tightly gripped on their respective swords. It seemed strength-wise they were equal. Shaking, one could think their sword would break any time soon. The other people around didn't know how to react. They just instinctively got up and backed away at the cheerful generosity of Guy's aura. While Luminous and Shizue stood behind Dawn. Luminous, you are quite aggressive, Guy, to attack me out of the blue. Did my remark offended you that much? Guy, you. Dawn, oi, you are making some newbie mistake. He got distracted by Luminous' taunt. This was really a rookie mistake, as someone like Dawn was already clashing with him. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked him away, landing a good blow on his stomach. Dawn made sure to put enough strength to damage him a little. Guy, he attacked my spiritual body directly. Grinding his teeth as his pain nullification was bypassed, he was sent across the room crashing into the wall. Dawn, he made a stupid mistake, but just now, his sword swing was heavier than mine. His hand was shaking. For sure Guy is the strongest foe he had ever faced seriously. Guy, ugh, seriously, you really are an eyesore. Slowly getting up after swiping the dust away, Guy clenched his fist as the covered his stomach. Guy, how annoying. Fine, you want to leave, then expect a full-out war. He was beyond angry at this point. Raising his eyes he looked at Dawn, ignoring Luminous for the time being. Guy, this was your goal in coming here, right? Subconsciously, the Demon Lord split in two factions, those who sided with Guy and those with Luminous. This rift was what Luminous was after. Guy, so all of you just witnessed Luminous' retirement from the Demon Lord. We are now 7, anyone else? Fighting now would be meaningless. Guy understood that and Dawn acknowledged it. They would be more loss than gain. This was the birth of an official third party in this world. The Eastern Empire, the Demon Lords, and now, the Alliance. Ramirez, I will side with Dawn, this time sorry Guy. Guy, you too, everything is crumbling, was that a mistake to attack Rubrios with Degrul? Now that Ramirez of all people took a side, things got more complicated. She is still an ancient demon lord but also recovered a part of her true strength. Rimuru, Raphael, what is happening? Raphael, notice, most likely, individual, Guy Crimson is behind the attack on Rubrios, the reason is still unknown, individual, Luminous Valentine is planning an all-out war against the demon lords. Rimuru, wait, isn't that bad? I mean I don't want to fight Ramirez or Don Kuan. But on the other side, he did everything to get this seat, there is also the factor Malim who was strangely tense. Guy, so Luminous and Ramirez, anyone else? Rimuru, what should I do? Raphael, notice, individual, Don Arcead is currently the most trustworthy ally. Gulping, it seems that Valpurgis only served to punish Clayman for messing with his nation. Rimuru, I changed my mind, I don't think the demon lords suit me in my ideal actually. Looking at it now, Guy and Degrul were definitely suspicious, also Tempest has an alliance with Rubrios now. Even if it's not public yet. Guy, the newbie too. Malim, wait. If Bestie goes then me too. Now this was truly serious, Degrul, Leon, and even Dino, but the most panicked were Carrion and Fry who just joined her. Though they didn't speak up as they served Malim now. They all looked at her seriously, Ramirez and Malim, two ancient destroyers capable of fighting Guy. Guy, are you sure Malim? Malim, yeah. I'll follow, Bestie. She seemed determined and this touched Rimuru as shown in his warm smile. Guy, anyone else? This time, it finally became quiet, Guy looked down letting his hair overshadow his eyes. Anger was the only feeling he had at the moment, clenching his fist tightly he spoke up again. Guy, then all that just left our group, leave. Venom in his voice, Luminous didn't wait much before turning around, the portal leading to Rubrios opened. Luminous, this went better than expected. She muttered but stopped in her tracks when she noticed her attendants weren't following her. Dawn, Rimuru, I'll visit Tempest soon for more information. Rimuru, sure, I'll wait for you there. This was a big decision Rimuru took, he didn't even know if it was right or not. Nodding, Dawn joined with Luminous, the last matter to take care of is for Shizu to do, the asked woman was glaring at Leon. The platinum saber didn't seem to move, he had to stay as the demon lords just fell to the ground. Shizue, Demon Lord Leon Cromwell, may I ask for an audience in El Dorado soon? Leon, I don't know what you want but it's a no. Shizue, I see. Leon didn't want to involve himself with Rubrios anymore, it could get really dangerous now that Guy sees them as enemies. That's done, Shizue joined up with Luminous and their group finally left. Soon, Ramirez with Malim and Rimuru left for Tempest too. Dino, damn, this just happened. Degrul, I see, then I can now go full out against Rubrios, that's fine by me. Leon, how troublesome, we just lost half of the demon lords, truly a tragedy. Guy, Rain and Misery, both of you go reveal to the world about Luminous' identity. Taking the first action, Guy intended to quickly destroy those fowls, even if he had to involve the entire world. Later that day, groundbreaking news fell upon the world. I wanted to draw my own OC myself but remembered that I sucks at drawing so went to pick some fan art on Google. Anyway, I don't really like these kind of character profile chat but thought it would be fine now that we got so far in the story, smiley face. Name, Don Arcead. Age, 2000 plus. Race, Divine Human, 2 Hero Awakened Hero Eggs. Gender, Male. Kind, Reincarnated from the past. Height, 182 centimeters. Hair color, black. Eye color, gray. Status, alive. Affiliation, Arcead family, former, adventurer, former, fallen light, former, Genesis Knight, Rubrios Imperial Guard, Western Holy Church. Country of residence, Holy Empire of Rubrios. Occupation, Supreme Commander of the Holy Army of Rubrios, direct subordinate of Luminous Valentine, leader of the Genesis Knight. Rank, Special S. Existence point, 26.000.000, plus 2.000.000 with dimension, plus 6.000.000 with dusk, plus 1400000 with snowy. Abilities. Ultimate skill. Origin, Lord of Fate. Thought acceleration. Law manipulation. Universal sense. Multidimensional barrier. Degree fate/probability manipulation. Eyes of fate. Destiny beyond fate. End of all fate, sealed. Degree space manipulation. Space leap. Spatial motion/transfer. Degree life/death manipulation. Life domination. Resurrection. Former. Author, Lord of Stories. Unique skills. faithful. Increase affinity with holy magic. Increase holy magic power. All for one, gather the faith of the people believing in the user and turn it into power. Regeneration. Passive regeneration, increase natural regenerative aptitude. Greater regeneration. Abnormality nullification. Divine eyes. Individual appraisal, allow the user to see the skills and provide detail of any other skills, minus ultimate skills. Cold reading. Seeker of the truth, capable of seeing through lie and truth. Greater magic sense. Elementals. Increase affinity with every elemental magic. Call of nature. Copyright. Banish, can banish the usage of magic or physical attack within a limited range. Overrule, can forbid the usage of skills within a limited range. More. Other. True hero hockey. Cold/heat resistance. Magic resistance. Spiritual attack resistance. Immortal material body. Magic/art. Elementals magic. Specialized in ice and lightning magic. Spiritual magic/summoning. Holy magic. Disintegration. Trinity disintegration. Road of faith. Recovery. Holy field. Swordsmanship mastery. Mystic art. Cardinal/. Cross cardinal/. Mixed swordsmanship. Equipment. Dimension, legend graded sword. True moon, clothes. Crescent moon necklace, former. Earring of deception. Name, Luna. Age. Race, saint, human. Gender, female. Kind, inhabitant of the cardinal world. Height, 175 centimeters. Hair color, silver. Eye color, silver. Status, deceased. Affiliation, Zickard family, former, general, former, queen regent, former. Country of residence, former land of Falmouth. Occupation, commander of the royal guards, queen ruler, hero of the west. Rank, special S. Existence point, 4.656. Source, Sylvia from A Villain's Will to Live. Name, Sola. Age. Race, enlightened human. Gender, female. Kind, reincarnated from the past. Height, 158 centimeters. Hair color, blonde. Eye color, green. Status, deceased. Affiliation, Arseid/Levon family, former, Shadow unit, former. Country of residence, former land of Falmouth. Occupation, ace assassin, enemy of the author. Rank, S rank. Existence point, 16.000, plus 900.000 past life boosts. Ultimate skill. Titania, Lord of Imagination. Thought acceleration. Law manipulation. All creation. Reality wrap. Degree miracle maker. Imagination manifestation. Creation/destruction. Skills maker. Degree space manipulation. Space domination. Third POV. As the sun raised upon the world, soon hell broke loose as several rumors suddenly appeared. But the one who made the biggest mess is, that god Luminous worshipped by the Western nation was in reality Demon Lord Valentine. Right now in Rubrios, it was total chaos, thousands of people were protesting in front of the church, confusion folded among them. While this was happening, inside the church meeting room, the 10 great saints, the 7 luminaries clergy, Cardinal Nicolos and most of the Knights Order representatives were present. Seating in the most important seat, Don looked down at everyone. It has been a while since he had to perform his duty as the supreme commander of Ruberios's army. Don, since everyone is here, let's start this emergency meeting. His voice was ice cold. This sure was annoying, thought he already had the solution planned. Everything was still within expectation. When he and Luminous planned the next course of action before the Walpurgis. Don, our subject today is the measure to shut down this absurd lie that instills our god to a mere demon lord. Secondly, we will talk about the incoming war against the giant and demon lord Degirl. Lastly, the newly formed monster nation in the Jura forest. Declaring the meeting open, the 25 Knight Orders captain, 12 Holy Knight Order captain and Hinata along with her 2 assistants from the great saints. Everyone talked, but among all the whisper and chatter, only the clergy remained silent. Don eyed them dangerously. Knight, shouldn't we denounce the lie of our god, first? At dawn, a group of Protestants started to doubt us. Knight 2, yes. A few of our deployed knights in the Western nation were rejected already. Knight 3, we lost a large amount of trust. Staying quiet, in these moments Dawn would have liked to have you at his side, but she was still in the Eastern Empire. Planned to come back in 2 days with all the information he needed. Dawn, you. Tightening his fist, the commotion didn't seem to stop, it was truly annoying to hear. On the side he could also hear Nicolos whispering something to Hinata's ears. Dawn, stop all of you. A single sentence was enough to shut everyone. The silver aura creeping out of Dawn's body, also known as hero haki, was enough to close all sources of noise. Dawn, I heard all your complaints. Tomorrow at dawn I will personally make a public announcement, spread this information through the Western nation. Under my name Dawn Arceid, I will speak for my Lord God Luminous. A true hero, this term was a source of hope and gleam for humanity. The fact that the supreme commander of Rubrios was a hero is largely known. This single existence was enough to solidify Luminous' faithful religion, since Dawn hadn't made an appearance in a long time. People were swept up in the sudden rumors. What if the hero was just a lie? What if the rumors were true? What if the church lied to us? But all those could easily be reclaimed with this, the aura only a true hero possessed. Normal people won't recognize it. But that wouldn't be a problem because they won't be the sole people who will watch him. Dawn, I will take full responsibility over this matter. Any objection? As expected, no one dared raise their voice against him, the highest-placed member of the church equal to the Pope himself. Or so he thought. In the back above everyone, the clergy finally took a step in this battle. Gran, are you saying this because you heard it from our God? Or are you going to speak up using her voice? Sending another wave of coldness through the meeting room, the ordinary knight just shivered one of the clergy members' voices. Looking up, Dawn carefully stared at each member of the 7 luminaries. Gran, luminary of the sun. Dina, luminary of the moon. Ars, luminary of Mars. Maris, luminary of Mercury. Salin, luminary of Jupiter. Vina, luminary of Venus. Zaz, luminary of Saturn. The only things that differentiate them were a few traits apparent on their clothes. They really put a lot of effort in hiding their identity. Dawn, you clergy have been particularly quiet this whole meeting. Anyway, Luminous-sama already approved my decision. Intensifying Hero's Haki, Gran, whose true identity is the fallen hero Gran Bell, he was forced to lay low. As a saint, he had lived a long time and experienced this world's dark side, and naturally he wasn't a fool. Gran, it seems Luminous already planned how to counter the rumor, and I can't harshly now that Dawn Arceid is back. Should I use the other luminaries? He wasn't like the other members of the clergy. Gran Bell wasn't a faithful believer of Luminism. He even knew the secret of this religion. He had no attachment to them. Sacrificing them now by using their faith to Luminous would be possible. Dawn, anyway, I'll personally handle this matter. As for the giants, we will announce a full war out against Demon Lord de Grol. Switching the subject to another bomb, this was a war declaration. The knights didn't dare speak up because the hero haki was still active. But multiple gulps could be heard across the room. Ultimately, Hinata decided to speak up for everyone's sake. Hinata, should we mobilize the entire army? Dawn, leaving the capital unguarded isn't good. I will personally go on the battlefield with the 10 great saints and the mentioned orders listed here. Handing a paper to Hinata, she quickly read through every line which listed numerous knight orders. Everything was arranged in a way where Rubrios would be guarded while the army was moving. Hinata, I see. I shall give off those instructions once the meeting ends. Dawn, good, we will move in a month, after we take care of the matter with the newly formed monster nation. Bringing out the last subject, Dawn carefully laid down his instruction while monitoring the clergy. Dawn, Hinata along with a few members of the 10 great saints will go directly to Tempest. Don't be swiped by their races as our main goal is diplomatic exchange. While Hinata nodded, the other attendants of this meeting erupted in uproar, the great church and holy empire of Rubrios exchanging diplomacy with a monster nation. This was just absurd and illogic, and once again Dawn had to calm things down with his aura. Dawn, I understand your doubt about this, but this is something me, the Pope Louis and our God have agreed. Bringing out the 2 most important individuals within the church and their God directly was enough to close any mouth in this room. Well, aside from the lousy one. Dina, are you saying our God asked you to go against our doctrine? Vina, this is absurd. Did you really hear it from our God? Their cold voice resonating, it was in human nature to doubt. Furthermore, the fact that someone influential and powerful also did nourish the other knights. Dawn, are you doubting my words now? Luminary of Venus and Moon. Immediately shut them down. They certainly talked big, but once retorted, they were turned into nothing but ordinary people. Dawn, anyway, if you are really doubting me, then let me answer with direct words of our God. Retracting his aura, he closed his eyes under the stare of everyone. His words might have been confusing but for the likes of Hinata and the clergy. They immediately understood, trying to get up. Soon another heavy pressure hit everyone as they were pressed on place. Above Dawn, a singular light took form, a shapeless form which conveyed a cold yet beautiful voice. Dawn, everything is going well, it seems. Smirking weakly, the light above him was dusk, taking a condensed form which mainly consisted of pure light. While she shone brighter than ever, her aura was also dense enough to replicate the image of a divine presence ascending to the mortal realm. Dawn, Luminous-sama, I invoked you in this low world to ask for your guidance. Bowing his head, the room couldn't be tender. If what Dawn said is true, then what everyone was witnessing is the presence of their God. Anticipating the very first words they would hear from Luminous, finally, her smooth voice rang through the church. Luminous, ask my child. Dawn, the newly formed monster nation of Tempest, I would like to hear you directive about those monsters once again. Behind the large-scale thought communication, Luminous grinned evilly. She had total control over the situation now that Dawn said everything for her. Luminous, your judgment is right. I give full authority over this matter to you, my faithful knight. The light and voice dismissing after this single sentence, everyone could finally breathe and gasp at the incredible scene. Even the clergy were bowing. After all, the true believer of Luminism hadn't seen the god in decades now. Only the few selected ones, being Dawn, Lewis and Hinata, ever had an oracle from their god in person. Dawn, as you all heard, I was given full authority on this matter. I won't accept any complaint from now on. His authority acknowledged, he had no place his hand over his face to hide his wicked smile. Dawn, everything is going as planned. Tomorrow I'll eliminate the doubt on us and send Hinata to Tempest. Under the menacing glare of Gran, who saw all his plans getting folded, he was very unlucky, as up until now he had always been dancing in the palm of God. Dawn, let's resume this meeting then. After this tiresome meeting, Dawn immediately joined Luminous in the hidden sanctuary. With Hinata and the vampire twin, they had to finish planning the scheme of tomorrow. Luminous, you seem to have fun dealing with the Knight's Order. Chuckling, the vampire progenitor was laying on her iconic red-pouched sofa, while everyone else stood up still. Dawn, don't tease me please, it's really a hassle. This generation is filled with dumbass without personality and character. Luminous, how harsh. Dawn was truly annoyed. He was never one to be on the leadership side. He'd rather be the knight who executes the order, but this can't be helped. Hinata, on the other hand, looked down a bit embarrassed, since the insult just now included her. Hinata, about the Monster Nation, you didn't tell them that I attacked Rimuru. Dawn, yeah, this information is only known from you and the people present here. It will just complicate everything, so keep it secret. Hinata, I see. It seems she was feeling remorseful now that the truth was explained to her. Rimuru didn't kill Shizue. The merchant gave her false information and manipulated her. She caused a big mess for Rubrios. Dawn, don't worry, Rimuru won't hold a grudge on you, just go and apologize. Placing his hand over her shoulder, Hinata nodded weakly. Her mental state isn't right. It seems the way Dawn reprimanded her after the attack really shook her. Dawn, Shizue, you here? Shizue, oh Dawn-san, I'm with the others in the headquarters, do you need me? Dawn, Hinata is feeling a bit down, don't you think she needs some recon fort? Sending his thought communication, what followed his last sentence was a loud gasp. Dawn, I take that for a yes, come out, I'll send Hinata to the northern sanctuary. Shizue, oh okay, I'll be there in a minute. Smiling, Dawn turned to Hinata and sent her off. The hidden sanctuary of Rubrios is actually pretty large. Aside from the main palace where Luminous operate, there are 7 sanctuaries who are vestiges of the past, the northern sanctuary being where Hinata first lost against Luminous. Lewis, aren't you going to follow her? Dawn, why? Roy, well we all know you taught Lady Hinata like she was your own daughter. Dawn, ah. His daughter. They must be out of his mind, as he repetitively beat her up to train her and also take a small revenge over Cronoa's training 2,000 years ago. Luminous, that's actually pretty accurate. I mean, ever since she joined the church as a knight, you've been guiding her. Lewis, you also secretly beat up dozens of knights who were giving her a lecherous look under the name of training. Dawn, let's come back to tomorrow's matter. Feigning ignorance, he gave a murderous glare at Lewis and Roy to shut up while Luminous chuckled. Luminous, yeah, I can already feel the faith placed on God. Luminous fade. It's better to conquer the heart of the Western nation first. Dawn, that's right, this is our first step in reshaping this world. Luminous couldn't help but smirk. The plan her right arm presented a few weeks ago was truly absurd, yet she followed along. Roy, you still haven't explained the plan, though. Lewis, yes. Dawn, don't worry, just stand still and listen. His hand reaching for his sword, Dawn's expression darkened as he for a moment disappeared from the brother's vision. Appearing behind Roy, he quickly drew his sword and pointed the blade at Roy's neck. Roy, what? Dawn, you're going to fight me tomorrow, Demon Lord Valentine. Roy, Tomorrow, when Dawn will publicly come out to talk, Roy will appear as Demon Lord Valentine and attack the Holy Empire. For the last few days, Gunther with Roy and Lewis were sent across the Holy Land to place explosives filled with demonic energy. The plan was simple, explaining the scandal by an even bigger one, simulating an attack on Rubrios by the hand of the Demon Lords led by Guy Crimson. This is also coherent with the recent attack of Demon Lord de Gruel. At the end, all the blame will fall on the Demon Lord's name. And Rubrios along the Western nation will enter into a war against them, with Dawn at its leader, also solidifying Luminism on the way. Lewis, that's Roy, insane. Dawn, don't worry Roy, I will go easy on you. Smiling sweetly, the acting Demon Lord was already sweating. He quickly turned to Luminous for help, but she was just straightforwardly ignoring him. Dawn, I'll just kill you once before resurrecting you, so no need to be nervous. Roy, save me. While Roy had the worst revelation of his life, Hinata quickly made her way to the northern sanctuary as Dawn told her someone was waiting for her there. Hinata, did they send me off because they stopped trusting me? No words could really comfort her. Luminous and Dawn were disappointed in her irrational action against Rimuru. This is the true factor that is currently shaking her world. Hinata, I need to apologize to Rimuru fast. Clenching her fist, she suddenly halted in her walk, as someone came out from behind a wall ahead. Hinata, you. The person was a masked woman with long black hair. It felt very familiar to Hinata. Hinata, you are the woman who stood next to Flora Ada Florence when she came to talk to Luminous-sama. But this time, this masked woman didn't cover her head, her clothes were also very light, only her mask covering her face. You could tell she was a beauty even if what's important was hidden. Hinata, you don't seem to want to talk, still I was sent here to meet someone, is it you? Shizue. Simply nodding, Shizue admired her student's face for a moment, before unsheathing the sword and dashing forward. At an incredible pace, she approached Hinata and struck a heavy blow. The sudden attack startled the Holy Knight. Still Hinata was trained to face any kind of scenario, her sword always at her wrist ready to be drawn. Hinata, what? Shizue, as expected you are strong. Parrying her attack, Hinata cringed at the absurd strength this masked woman was showcasing. The weight on her sword seemed like 100 elephants. Hinata, why did this sword swing feel so familiar? Is it one of Dawn-sensei's styles? No, it felt nostalgic. Narrowing her head, she understood that if she continued this battle of raw strength, she would lose instantly. Deflecting by twisting her wrist, Hinata quickly jumped backward to make some distance. Shizue smirked under her mask at the quick decision-making. She couldn't expect less from the genius Hinata Sakaguchi she raised first. Shizue, it seems finally caught up on your genius, Hinata. Taking yet another battle stance, Shizue was unsatisfied. During the Walpurgis, no one recognized her, particularly Leon. It was as if her existence truly didn't matter at all for him. Shizue had grown strong after her death, swordsmanship, spirit art, magic and knowledge. Strong enough to overpower Hinata, who left her with the excuse of being too strong for Shizue. Hinata, you are strong. Shizue. Her smile never fading under her mask, Shizue held her sword rightly with her two hands. Soon crimson sparks escaped her body. Along them, raging flames colored silver burned her surroundings. This was the true power Shizue gained the last 2 years. Shizue, let's end this with the next attack, Hinata. Hinata, who are you? For a moment, the voice that just called her name washed all her worry. It felt so warm and familiar that it played on Hinata's subconscious. Shizue, break this mask if you want to know. Hinata, fine. Taking her own battle stance, she felt like using Dawn Break as her ultimate sword art, but something made her change the position of her hand. Copying the woman in front of her, this was the moment Hinata realized why this felt so familiar. Hinata, this was the original swordsmanship I used and the one Shizu-sensei taught me. Sweating at her sudden break in composure was noticed. Shizue left no chance of winning and launched her sword art. A trail of flames leaving behind, she appeared in front of the startled Hinata, a diagonal slash performed from below. Hinata could only helplessly carry her defense based on instinct. Still, she couldn't properly parry the incoming attack. As the two blades met, Hinata groaned in pain. The silver flames burned her resolve, her usually strong grip weakening. She soon felt the urgent need to let her sword go. There was no coming back now. Ultimately, the sound of her rapier piercing the ground several feet behind her was heard. Shizue, it's my win. Hinata. Falling on her butt, the poor holy knight looked up at the masked woman, shock apparent in her eyes. Hinata, are you? Shizue, I guess there is no need to hide it anymore. A soft tone escaping her mouth, Shizue slowly brought her hand to her mask and slid it off, familiar grayish eyes and black hair. Way too familiar scar below her left eye, this face that Hinata thought she had left behind, the face that welcomed her in this world. Hinata, Shizu-sensei. Why you're alive. Tears welled in her eyes, the strong and cold Hinata Sakaguchi gradually broke down. The sight was surely unexpected for Shizue. Still she couldn't help but smile. Hinata was finally behaving like a normal girl of her age, this little girl whose childhood was robbed by an abusive father, her teenage taken by this new world and her life filled with regrets. Shizue, I came back because I noticed that I have much more to teach you. Lowering herself to Hinata's level, Shizue didn't mind letting her knee down into the muddy ground. Her warm arms surrounded her student's body. The sincerity behind this hug was all that needed to make Hinata cry louder. Hinata, Shizu-sensei. Returning the hug, Hinata cried louder than she ever did. Pent-up emotion and past regrets were all flying away as she acted on the present day. Shizue stared at the trembling girl in her arm for a moment before reaching her hand out to pat her head. Shizue, to think Hinata would be this much of a crybaby, I guess I really do have a lot of work left as a teacher. Yeah, that was the kind of teacher-slash-student relationship Shizue wanted, the kind where the student would wholeheartedly rely on her teacher. Nothing could go wrong. A day then passed, as the news of a public announcement from the church to explain the situation was spread around the world. Now all eyes arrived toward Rubrios, the very inhabitant of the Holy Empire gathered in front of the church waiting for the explanation. Nations like Tempest or the Eastern Empire were also looking forward to this day, watching from their land through crystal balls. Dawn, seriously, I'm really not good at public speech. Luminous, poor you, I wish I could do it myself, but as you know I'm just a weak and shy lady. While Dawn was mentally preparing himself for his long day, Luminous was still relaxing on her sofa. Dawn, by the way, I felt some ill intent around Rubrios yesterday. Luminous, ill intent. And their presence? Dawn, I would say around a demon lord level, but I can't be sure. They were too far away, and good enough at erasing their presence and magicule to trick Dawn's perception. Dawn, we should be on guard too, perhaps Guy intends to launch a surprise attack today, well in the end it will benefit us. Luminous, but, many innocent people will die, huh? To make a lie believable you have to reenact a perfect scenario. Roy will attack today, a demon lord's assault leaving no death. This wasn't believable. So many people are going to die today. Dawn, if everything go well, I'll resurrect them all afterward, this will also act as fuel for God Luminous faith. Luminous, you sure are serious about this? Sitting up on her sofa, she gestured at her knight to come closer. Dawn, MMH. Tilting his head, he didn't wait much before complying, he was much taller than the vampire and she was sitting so he had to bend his knee a little to be closer. Luminous smirked as she cupped her two hands around his cheek before staring deep down into his eyes. Luminous, as expected, you really are different now. Dawn, what do you mean? Despite the closeness, there was no romance in this. Luminous, even if you always have been on the emotionless side, you still possess those feelings of lust, love or greed, I know it because I've been watching you since your childhood. Dawn. Luminous, but now, even at this distance, I can't feel those natural reactions from your gaze anymore. Perhaps it's due to the intensifying flashback he had from Origin of Irian, those memories might have affected his current personality more than expected. Luminous, anyway, don't disappoint me today, Dawn Arcead. Dawn, yes, my lady. His gray eyes fading for a moment, the glowing blue that radiated unintentionally caught Luminous off guard but she quickly hid her surprise and relaxed her hands. Luminous, you should go now, what was that? I felt like he became a total other person in an instant, it felt strangely nostalgic. Dawn, I know. Turning around, he left for his duty, as Luminous stared at his moving back, she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Gunthler, my lady, just now. Immediately after Dawn left, Gunthler appeared behind the blood progenitor. Luminous, yes, I know. Dawn POV. I don't know why but the last few days have been giving me a headache, my current soul is made of half. Since Origin of Irian, which was my past life, died, his soul was shattered and Shiria could only gather half of it to reincarnate me. I'm not him but his memories keep flooding my mind from time to time, this is getting annoying. Dawn, I need to find the hidden laboratory soon, I'll get into it once I kill the clergy. Holding my head, he ignored the light headache he felt and moved forward, closing my eyes for an instant. I checked for the ill intent I had felt earlier. And they were gone, it might just be misery who motivated the capital or someone else, anyway I didn't have to worry about that for now. Let's just focus on the speech, I'm not that confident in making a good speech, well I have, thought acceleration, so I can think as long as I need. Taking a deep breath as I reached for the large entrance gate of the church, I could already hear the loud whisper coming from everywhere behind the door. We are going to use the media system to transmit my voice across the capital, it will be similar to the TV channel and live stream from the other world. I could also feel you and Eleanor's presence near the capital, this means they carried their mission successfully, good. Dawn, but why do I have a bad feeling? Letting my nervousness aside, I just stepped foot into today's battlefield, hero hockey at full power, I made sure my appearance won't go unnoticed. And as wanted, silence prevailed at my dramatic entrance, the immense crowd of humans that couldn't be counted with a single glance all stared up at me, using the silence to my advantage, I gradually intensified my footstep before reaching the platform with the highest point for all to see. Behind me were the 10 great saints, around the capital was the Knights Order and shamelessly, the 7 luminaries didn't come. Louis was also present further behind, as the Holy Emperor and Pope, though he won't move much as he will mainly guard the church in case someone tries to take advantage of the situation. Dawn, I really can't wait to bury them. All, gulp asterisk. Oops, it seems my thought process affected my aura and I let out some bloodlust, anyway I should start now. Sealing my gaze into the distant crowd, I finally spoke up. Dawn, inhabitant of Rubrios and nations of the West, I stand before you Tota. My speech was quickly interrupted when rain started to fall, the small droplet quickly turned from small to a shower. Shit, the people already started to move to cover themselves, I can't let this messly rain stop us. Dawn, destiny beyond fate. While using Eyes of Fate, I looked at this sudden rain. It was odd how it happened so suddenly when there was a bright sun a few seconds ago. But nothing, it seems it was a natural phenomenon. In that case my skill can change the course of fate of this rain. I can use this to my advantage. Dawn, let's show off for a while. Extending my aura, I made sure to cover the whole city with a thin layer of ice, so thin that it is invisible for the naked eye. The rain stopped as the crowd looked back up at me. I needed to put even more effort now. Maybe God really hates me for that. Dawn, let's not this rain interrupt our glorious Lord's message. People of Rubrios, our name has been sullied. I really don't like using this kind of speech. Well, it can't be helped. I can't just start cursing. A lot of people also see the hero Dawn Arcead as a refined individual. Dawn, heretic called our Lord a mere demon lord. Has our faith also been that weak? Why are single absurd rumors splitting us apart? I ask you. Inhabitant of the Holy Land. In these moments, you need to play on the guilt and regret of the crowd. It is the best way to trigger a strong reaction out of them. Dawn, several weeks ago, the giant race led by Demon Lord Degrul invaded our frontier. At the same time, a Walpurgis was held. And now pathetic rumors spread across the continent against us. Do you really believe those are not related? Stating multiple known examples, liking them to each other and making it coherent. Dawn, Demon Lord Guy Crimson who leads the 10 great demon lords has officially bared his fang against the Holy Empire. And finishing with a shocking revelation that will strike fear in their weak resolve. Dawn, the source of these rumors accusing our god Luminous to be Demon Lord Valentine is none other than the very Lord of Darkness. I didn't need to show proof. After all, Rubrios is a nation that has protected the Western land for 300 years now. I was a true hero and Guy was a demon lord. Everything was against him as long as I spoke up. Dawn, trying to weaken our unity before attacking us. Are we really going to fall for these petty tricks? Rubrios, Luminism. For hundreds of years we have been protecting humanity. Can you all really doubt me? Doubt us. Intensifying my dialogue with my aura, it seems the mistrust was cleared for now. Thought it wasn't the end of the show yet. Dawn, under my name I narrowed my eyes when I felt the malicious presence of Demon Lord Valentine appeared in the air. Stopping my speech and looking up straight toward the new presence, soon everyone followed my line of sight. Appearing in all his darkness, Roy came out with 3 other vampire subordinates. At the same time, explosions happened all over Rubrios and other nations of the West. By now, hundreds of vampires should be attacking the other nations, generating a wave of chaos across the Western nations. Panic surging the inhabitant of Rubrios and the knights of our nation, I stared at Roy before nodding. Dawn, it seems you finally made your appearance, Demon Lord Valentine. My voice still reached out for everyone to hear. I made sure to be clear and accurate with my words. Dawn, fear nothing, inhabitant of Rubrios. This is just proof that the demon lords finally raised their fangs toward humanity. Rising my sword as I spoke, I let out a radiant light with dusk's nature. It was already mistaken for luminous divine ascendance that tricked the knight's order. So fooling some normal human wasn't hard. Roy, exterminate them all. Third POV. Purposely waiting for Roy to do the first move, Dawn turned toward the 10 great saints who stood there speechless. Dawn, what are you doing? The capital is attacked, so do your job and defend it. Groaning in anger, he pressed them to leave. Those knights who are the face of Rubrios were still young and inexperienced. The only reliable ones would be Hinata and the Cardinal Nicolaus, though the latter would only listen to Hinata. Dawn, and you Hinata, go command the knights below. It's utter chaos right now. Hinata, sure. Dawn, is something wrong? Hinata, and no. I mean, where is Shizu-sensei? Dawn, she should be in the south side of the city. It's our most vulnerable wall, so she was needed along with a few other Genesis knights. Hinata, I see. Dawn stared at her for a moment. It seemed the girl craved for her former teacher's attention. It would almost make him jealous. Dawn, no need to hurry now. Shizue will accompany you to Tempest in a few days. You'll get plenty of time with her. Hinata, hi. Blushing cutely, she quickly hid her face and ran away to her duty. Dawn, she sure is cute, not into the tsundere type, but I can understand why Rimuru is so attracted to her. Returning his attention toward Roy, he nodded 2 times to say he was ready. This signal was understood and the Demon Lord could finally launch its first attack. Stretching his arm to the sky, Blood Rain was launched, a vampiric spell that summoned dozens of lances made of blood. Its efficiency depended on the user's nature as a vampire. The likes of Luminous would perform much better than Roy or Lewis. Dawn, Holy Field, multi-dimensional barrier. Making sure to envelop the entire city to protect everyone, the oppressive and warm true hero Haki. The particularity of this aura is that it won't harm or oppress those who aren't enemies. It isn't like the Demon Lord Haki, whose name is also Lord's Ambition, who would affect everyone without caring about ally or enemy. Dawn, don't run, proud citizens of Rubrios. Our god has not abandoned us yet. Jumping into the battle himself, the natural chemical reaction of seeing your general leading the assault. Naturally, every knight who witnessed that raised their weapon even higher, the simple citizen recomforted by the warm aura. The spirits and faith of Rubrios rose to its peak in an instant. In place, Hinata, who was the public and most famous figure of Rubrios. Her presence just further inspired the common folk. Dawn, I'll go easy on you for now, just try to not die too fast, Roy. Roy, you don't know how to go easy. Back in the sky, Dawn was fighting the demon Lord Valentine, explosions occurring fastly across the high sky. Dawn wasn't using his skills, just in case he would one-shot Roy. After all, the vampire twin didn't train much to become stronger in the past few centuries. Dawn, don't say that, still I have to put up a worthy show for everyone. Snowy, I leave the platform to you. Snowy, hi. While Dawn couldn't fly literally, he had to use an accurate process involving ice magic. Platforms generated from ultra-cold ice would appear below each step. And to focus on the battle, Snowy would act as a medium and create the platform on her own. This way, no matter how fast Dawn ran through the air, he won't lose speed and lack support points. Dawn, good, a few more minutes and we can end this. Roy, this is very tiring. Dawn, just hold it. Continuing the choreography, it was going back and forth for a while now. The vampires below were almost dealt out. Dawn, it went faster than expected, maybe we should stop this earlier. Suddenly, a dreadful feeling washed his mind. He halted in his course, startling Snowy, who quickly reinforced the platform below him. Standing above the holy city, he looked down pale. Roy, huh? Why did you stop? Dawn, what is this? His voice shaking, Dawn had his eyes of fate, glowing at full power, the flow of fate of all things inside the capital of the Holy Empire. All Dawn could see was a single fate. Dead, 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 dead. Dawn, everyone present, including the saints, are going to die. How? Looking up at Roy, his fate wasn't different from the other, only death awaited everyone in the next few minutes. Dawn, above. Realizing the source of this sudden change of fate, sweat poured down his forehead when he noticed a single tiny crack in the sky. It was above the layer of ice he had formed to block the rain. To start with, it seemed the rain suddenly started because of this phenomenon. As seconds passed, the crack grew larger and larger, until the sky itself broke down, generating a hole in space/time. Roy, what is happening? Dawn, something is coming, and this won't be good. His expression darkened. Dawn could feel the deepest part of his soul reacting to this phenomenon. The heavy pressure released upon the opening of the sky crushed every living being below it, protected only by the true hero Haki. Dawn, we have to change the plan. Roy, go near the crack and play the villain who summoned this. After being overpowered, I'll manage to defeat whatever comes out of it. Roy, why yes. He was a bit reluctant since the crack in the sky released an absurd amount of magicule. Whatever laid on the other side couldn't be good. Still, he had to trust Dawn for now. Dawn, this feeling, origin of Irian, why are you reacting so strongly to this presence? Surely, his eyes widened in shock when a beast came out of the crack, only its head crossed before roaring up. The sky and land shook under its might. The beast was a sort of lion made of destructive energy. Its purple shade coupled with grayish to black pieces of armor covered its energy-like body. Dawn, this. Completely shocked and taken aback, his blood started to boil. Memories of his last interaction with Sola, where he had seen the truth about his friend, resurged. This beast was of the same kind as the one who killed Shiria and started this whole cycle of identity crisis. Dawn, you damn beast. Holding his face as pure rage leaked from his left eye, this turned out to be the worst-case scenario for Dawn himself. Dawn, my whole body is acting on its own. I haven't lost control to this point ever since my fight against Luna. I need to kill it. It was pure and deep hatred coming from his soul. He wanted to tear the beast apart, cut every single limb of its body, annihilate the very essence of its creation. This was a face Dawn had never made before. This plotted fight now turned into a true life/death situation. Third POV. As the sky was slowly corrupted in a darker shade of purple, the calamity beast, descendant of Evarage, the evil god, roared, trying to enter the cardinal world. His head already completely crossed the space rift. Roy clenched his teeth hard as the closer he got, the more his soul shook. Roy, any closer and I might die just from its presence. What is this beast? It seems his mere appearance enraged Don Dano. When close enough to the limit of his lifeline, Roy turned around, glazing at the chaotic capital. It seems not many had noticed the unbelievable phenomenon above their head. But what really stood out was the one individual who stood midair on a platform of ice. Roy flinched as he was in the line of sight. The original anger Roy felt in Dawn was gone. It was pure hatred, bloodlust screaming out of his body, a humanoid beast ready to pounce on its prey the moment his restrictions are lifted. Roy, I should hurry or he will lose patience. Gulping, he quickly spread his arm and released every ounce of aura he could, earning the attention of the whole population below. Roy was still an acting demon lord, his aura wasn't to laugh at, someone that could still be a threat to an entire city. Roy, rah. Letting out an angry war cry, his eyes shone red as he stretched his arm toward the sky, a large magic formation appearing in the sky. It was a random circle with dozens shapes that appeared complex but in the end worthless, everything was for the show. Roy, hero. You've done it this time. The previous injuries he received during his light fight with Dawn aggravated, from the lower perspective, you could think that after getting beaten up. The demon lord felled higher to the sky and tried to achieve another grand move. Roy, I can't win, that is a fact, but this doesn't mean I won't kill you all. His voice ported through the city. At an absurd timing, the destructive beast above broke through an arm. Its terrifying presence just increased tenfold, like a gravity field, everything below just kept getting heavier, but the most terrifying thing about this monster was its size. From the head alone, he was already several meters tall, but now, if you took his arm into account, then he might reach 50 meters. Roy, I'll summon this beast to kill you all. Ha ha ha. Doing his best in acting like a villain, it seems the common folk brought his poor acting skill, as protest could be heard from below. Coward. Can't you fight fairly? You call yourself a demon lord? We're going to die. Don't lose hope and run. We have to evacuate. The Supreme Commander is still fighting above, so move your ass instead of crying. Their reactions were diverse, those who ran for their life, those who fought for the other, those who already abandoned, crushed by the weight of the monster above. At the moment, they needed one thing, and that was a silver arrow of hope. Dawn, can you all shut up, you're noisy. While this same silver arrow was nothing alike to hope, his usual clear aura was turned darker, his hand tightly gripping his sword. He hasn't listened to a single word of Roy's acting, keeping his eyes glued on the beast behind him. And once he got the confirmation from Roy to act, he freed himself of his bloodlust. Dawn, I told you to shut up. Clenching his teeth, he forced his legs' muscles to move, in a singular step he crossed the sky. Just to be found the next instant in front of Roy, a movement fast enough that anyone below a correct level would see nothing. Dawn, destiny beyond fate, I set the resurrection in 48H, sleep well until then. Roy, WY. Unfortunately, Dawn didn't have the mind to listen to his pseudo-last words, a quick succession of blade slash. Roy lost his 2 arms and leg in an instant before getting decapitated, his body having lost its mind started to fall only several seconds after he was cut as if it didn't realize its own death. Dawn, Hinata, go to the center sector, Roy's body should fall around there and declare his death. Hinata, hi. But what is this monster above? I never felt something so dreadful before. Dawn, don't worry about it, I will take care of it. Cutting off the thought communication immediately after, Dawn didn't wait long before jumping up again, his target was now the destructive lion. Dawn, can you just be quiet, I'm trying to focus. Snowy, Master, who are you talking to? Ignoring the spirit's call, Dawn wasn't just fighting the enemy outside, the world was totally black right now. In his mind, everything was void aside from the gigantic beast coming from the rift and himself. Beside him, a humanoid colorless man was grabbing his right arm. This man kept sending destructive thoughts to Dawn, to the point where it began to affect his thought process. Kill this bastard. Destroy him. Leave nothing behind. We promised him to end their races. Dawn wasn't dumb enough to not realize the source of this voice, it wasn't the author or anyone he had properly met before. It was from the broken soul he had, the voice of that man, Origin of Irian, his hatred reasoning stronger than ever. Dawn, yeah, I'll kill him soon, so shut up now. At the same time, Luminous was watching the whole situation while drinking a glass of wine. She was currently sitting on top of the church roof with Gunther at her side holding a bottle of red wine. Luminous, how troubling, this beast finally reappeared, huh? Gunther, indeed my lady. Her heterochromatic eyes following Dawn's movement, the only one whose fate wasn't meant to die under the presence of the destructive lion, was Luminous. After all, the difference between her and everyone else was rather big. Luminous, it has been over 5,000 years since they were silenced. Gunther, is my lady going to stay still? At this rate, everyone will die. Luminous, Dawn is there, too, already confirmed with my eyes, he is his reincarnation, so there is nothing to fear. The butler decided to stay silent this time, surely he had to agree, only a handful of people still remembered that existence from the past. Luminous, to think the nightmare of all demons, the one who had pledged to hunt down all the chaotic beast would reincarnate. Gunther, it sure is surprising, but considering all the connection His Majesty the Great Duke Origin of Irian had, it isn't that surprising. Luminous, let's watch for now, it seems Dawn's potential exceeds our original expectation. Origin wasn't a simple man at all, he was one of those that could reach the peak of the world. She was more worried about Hinata, who seemed to be heavily affected by the destructive beast's presence. It might strongly act upon evolved humans. Luminous, how troublesome. Still, why would such a beast appear now? Did they come upon noticing Dawn's presence? Then earlier, when his eyes glowed blue, did he himself react to their arrival? So many questions, yet so few answers. She could just observe for now. Back in the sky, Dawn was in front of the beast. Its glowing purple eyes glared straight toward the hero. Confirming who their target was, upon being closer, Dawn also noticed that dozens of smaller beasts were trying to break through the rift. Dawn, it seems a barrier was isolating the dimension therefrom. Let's see. Bringing his hand closer, he casted a simple ice lance before launching it at the beast, expecting the lance to shatter upon connecting to the barrier. Instead, the ice spike flew past it as if it wasn't there to start with. This left Dawn pondering for a moment before he grasped the situation. Dawn, well, it seems this barrier specifically blocks your kind from leaving that dimension. Chuckling, his eyes fixed the struggling beast. Sure, the barrier holding them was strong, but somehow they were slowly breaking through. Dawn, the more I look at you, the more I want to destroy your very existence, but I'm not dumb enough to lose my rationality now. While he said that, the previous glow in his eyes turned permanent. His gray eyes had fully turned into a pale blue that showed nothing but disgust toward the monster in front of him. Dawn, right, I really can't stand this sight much longer. A wide grin washing his previous expression, he jumped even closer to the point where he could feel the destructive breath of that beast. Dawn, let's fight somewhere else. Placing his foot over the beast's nose, Dawn kicked harder than he ever did to send the beast back to his home. The impact caused the surrounding atmosphere to change. As the destructive presence was suddenly gone, the sky slowly turned back to normal. Dawn, the rift will close in a few hours. I got some time ahead. Forming another platform of ice, he quickly used it as support and jumped straight toward the rift. The protective barrier that sealed those beasts didn't stop him. A nauseous feeling filled his stomach as he crossed dimensions. Landing on the other side, it wasn't a very warm welcome that awaited him. Dawn, you know, when you have guests at home you have to serve them some tea and cake. As soon as he landed, dozens of smaller destructive beasts along the line, one who had a more reasonable size of 22 feet now. Dawn, did its size adjust or change because we are in another dimension? Observing his surroundings, this whole dimension seemed to be an endless desert. Aside from the presence surrounding him, there was another one notable dozen kilometers away. Dawn, I don't think there is a place like this in Tensura novel, so it's an anomaly due to my existence, huh? While he got lost in his thoughts, one of the beasts jumped forward. It was a wolf-type monster. His body was like the rest of them. Made of purple energy with grayish armor-like skin, the menacing and destructive nature should have easily alerted Dawn, but surprisingly he didn't move. Instead, once the monster was near enough, he was instantly cut down into pieces. Dawn, huh? Did I just move? His sword instinctively in hand, this was not a sword art he knew, his body just acted on its own as if it was a reflex engraved into his soul. Dawn, it's your doing again, Origin. His eyes falling on his holding hand, he could feel the pure thirst for killing of his past life. The movements were clear and accurate. And not even a second, his handle shook. It was clear that the number of monsters he had killed exceeded the norms. And before he knew it, he had killed every small fry that attacked him instinctively. Dawn, I see, this swordsmanship is solely made to kill those beasts, that's why it's so effective. The last monster remaining was the lion that led the raid on Rubrios. It didn't seem the display of sword skill and Dawn's bloodlust stopped him. This monster is truly mindless to its purest sense. Dawn, I give you my thanks, because of you I got to understand my past self a bit more. Letting out a sinister smile, he took a step ahead. The same could be said for the beast, but before any more fight could happen. A heavy land-shaking sound rang through the space, a thundering spark befallen the beast, reducing it to dust. Dawn, such firepower, who could be capable of such an attack? Looking up, his eyes widened for a moment. A woman with dark eyes and radiant eyes, 3 pairs of wings stuck on her back. A symbol drawn on her forward. Dawn took guard, as this wasn't an easy opponent if she decided to show hostility. Dawn, Abra, if she is here, then that means I'm currently in the dimension where the spooky palace is located. The prison where the evil god was sealed by the late Star King Dragon, Veldanava. Abra and some other seraphim were charged to look after the prison. Abra's presence here just proves the nature of this dimension. Abra, I came just to dispose of one of the beasts that managed to run away, but I didn't expect to meet a human here. Looking down on him, the intense pressure due to her presence didn't affect this human much, which made Abra more curious. Abra, well, to survive in this dimension even for a few minutes, you need to have transcended a lot of common boundaries. Dawn, and I didn't expect to meet a seraphim here. Glaring at each other, Abra looked behind Dawn for a moment. The rift that led him here was still open. Abra, I see, what's your name, human? Dawn, you're asking quite rudely considering you stole my prey. Abra. Being silenced, Abra opened her mouth in shock as if she had seen a ghost. Her reaction was odd and Dawn noticed it. He stared at her confused but quickly decided to move as he felt a slight fluctuation in the rift. Dawn, anyway, my name is Dawn. If we ever meet again, tell me your name next time. Having said his last words, he turned around and jumped back to the other side, leaving Abra alone. She stood still in the air silently. Her eyes gazing at the empty space, her fist was clenched really hard. Abra, the way he responded back to me, it brought back some memories. Dawn POV. Again this nauseous feeling, ugh, I don't think I can get used to dimensional space leap. Anyway, Abra was acting weird. The only thing that could get such a reaction from a primordial is that. Something I learned while living in the cardinal world is that demons and angels perceive souls differently, while demons usually feed themselves of soul. Angel has a deeper diagnosis when it comes to soul. She might have seen my reformed soul. Seriously, now everything comes to my past life. I need to actively search for the laboratory after we go to Tempest. Dawn, well, it seems things went down well on this side. Looking down, I was gone for around 2 hours, more than I thought. Actually, time seemed to flow differently in the other dimension. While I was fighting, the knights led by Hinata were reorganizing the capital and reassuring the inhabitants. The damage caused by our plot should be minimal, but the sudden appearance of the destructive beast made the land shake. Its ecosystem must have been greatly affected. Dawn, I could probably resolve that, but it would be too straining on my mind. The best way to return things back to normal would be Veldora's fertility paradox. Well, everything went well at the end. The result was more appealing than I thought. Our acting too turned better due to the unexpected situation. I should go meet with Luminous and make another public appearance to seal people's faith. So much work on this poor body of mine. Third POV. While Ribero's was reaching the conclusion of its drama, on the other side of the world, people had diverse reactions. But the most intense one was coming from the Eastern Empire, as Rudra naturally watched the whole show with amusement. Rudra, he surpassed himself this time. That beast was at least at Charybdis level. To think he would come unscattered means he long surpassed a disaster-level monster. Velgrind, I'm more interested in why that red-headed demon revealed Ribero's secret. Resting his chin on his palm, Rudra smirked as multiple scenarios coursed in his head. Rudra, something must have happened at the Valpurgis. It's weird how Guy didn't make any announcement about the slime of the Jura forest when he was the guest this time. Velgrind, true, should I go see Dawn Arceid? After this, Rubrios won't be on good terms with Guy. Maybe we can get some rest from this. Rudra, MMH. I think we should wait a little more. Don Kuan was in the Jura forest for a long period. A potential alliance between Tempest and Rubrios cannot be overlooked. His plan of invading the western nation has already begun, his army mobilizing as they talked. An alliance between Rubrios and Tempest would be troublesome. Rudra, and you fled away. You have been quiet ever since Dawn went to the other dimension. On the side, the very first creation of God, Feldway had his eyes closed while he laid his back on a pillar. Fledway, I just saw something unpleasant. Rudra, you mean those beasts? Well, their nature sure is unpleasant. Fledway. Rolling his eyes bored, Fledway just moved aside and started leaving. The lack of respect he showed was quickly glared at by Velgrind. Velgrind, I really can't stand him. Rudra, he is still a major pawn in my game, so leave him be. Velgrind, if you say so. While leaving, Fledway's bored eyes gleamed wildly as he gritted his teeth, hiding his emotion perfectly in front of others. He rarely broke his composure to this point. Feldway, I need to take care of a few things before going on with the plan. To the Jura forest, Rimuru was sitting in his meeting room, his executive around the large table in the center. They had watched the whole show that happened at Rubrios through a crystal orb. Rimuru, guys, do any of you know what that beast was? At the moment, only a few of his subordinates were here. Benimaru was still in Gistav with Gabaru and Geld. Shuna was back with Cheyenne, Hakuru and Sui, Diablo too, so the meeting room wasn't really crowded. Cheyenne, it looked really ugly. Rimur, actually that lion reminded me of your food. Diablo, well, this beast must be a remnant of the evil god. Testarossa, its energy is really destructive, but I thought most of them were annihilated a long time ago. The oldest being talking, Rimuru turned toward them curious. Rimuru, evil god. Diablo, it's an entity whose origin is unknown, his very existence brings destruction upon everything, a foe that was sealed in another dimension back then. Rimuru, that sounds really serious. Nodding, Diablo pondered for an instant. If those beasts really survived or Everge managed to birth News 1, it would be problematic. Testarossa, it also seems that its appearance in Rubrios wasn't a coincidence. Rimuru, what do you mean? Raphael, notice, she meant that the timing was way too perfect. Most likely the destructive beast was aiming for individual Dawn Arceid. Rimuru, why are they targeting him? Getting lost in his thoughts, Rimuru continued his conversation with his skill while ignoring the people talking around him. Testa, who saw that, just went quiet, understanding that Rimuru didn't need her expertise. Raphael, after further analysis of the soul corridor bonding master and individual, Dawn Arceid, I discovered a sort of curse. Despite its true nature still undefined, the chance of it to attract monsters like the one shown up is high. Rimuru, wait, you analyzed the soul corridor. But I told you to wait. Raphael, I was given authorization from Don Arcead during the Valpurgis. Turning her imaginary eyes to the side, Raphael acted on the spot without consulting Rimuru as it was the best course of action. Having Malim for an opponent just allowed quicker growth. Rimuru, then, that sudden power-up I felt during the Valpurgis was because of you too. Raphael, affirmative, the soul sub-skill analyzed in that short lapse of time is called probability manipulation. Though Raphael didn't mention another fact, the analysis actually happened because she already had base from Veldora's ultimate skill, Faust, which directly acts on probability. Rimuru, that actually sounds overpowered. Anyway, I'll check on my new power later. For now, what should we do? Since I refused the Demon Lord seat, shouldn't I be a target for Guy Crimson now? They already concluded that those rumors are from someone who knew Luminous' true identity and someone who harbors recent hatred toward her. Guy meet all the requirements for that. Raphael, judging the current world geopolitics, the most imminent threat for this nation is the Eastern Empire. Rimuru, Eastern Empire, didn't hear of them much until now. Diablo, as expected of Rimuru-sama, you were already several steps ahead. Rimuru, Unconsciously, he had spouted his mind out on the last sentence, and those who heard it through Rimuru were already wary of the Eastern Empire. Testarossa, my lord is right, the Eastern Empire will move soon after they notice the fall on the Demon Lord. Rimuru, I see, if I remember correctly, the Jura Forest is at the first line of defense between the Empire and the Western nation, so we are either defending against them or fall first. And since he didn't become a Demon Lord in name, the Western nation might attack him again. Having both sides cornered, the situation was bad. Rimuru, in the end, we have to rely on Rubrios. Testarossa, Don Kuan did say, they will send a few people to discuss a potential alliance. With the recent event, we can expect them in either a month or before. Rimuru, I see, then for now let's wait for Benimaru and the others to come back, strengthen our military just in case. All, as you wish. The real problem was the doctrine that put all monsters as enemies of God. Rimuru, well, we can use Veldora's reputation to push back the Western nation for now. Honestly, the overall situation was bad, but at the same time, he had Rubrios who stated to be on their side, along with Malim with her newly acquired subordinates and Ramaris. All of them together can form a pretty solid lineup. Ramaris, are you still busy, Rimuru-san? Rimuru, While all his subordinates went on to their task, Ramaris gracefully entered the meeting room. Rimuru still couldn't get used to her adult form. Rimuru, oh Ramaris, no, I'm done, do you need anything? Ramaris, as a matter of fact, yes, I would like to live in this nation from now on, just wondering if you could give me somewhere to live and set up my dungeon. Rimuru, dungeon, isn't that a bit too big? Ramaris, well, I can adjust its size. With most of my power recovered, I can probably do even better than the one in Ungracia. In reality, Ramaris wasn't fully back to her prime day. She was indeed in her adult form, but her prime form incarnate a concept directly. Dawn just reversed her fate. She was back to the start of her corruption, so now it will take dozens of years before she returns to her pixie form. Ramaris, I should keep this to myself for now. I'm also here to try finding a method to totally remove the corruption out of me. Rimuru, Then let's see with Geld, since most of the Jura Forest practically belong to me now, I don't think space will be lacking. Ramaris, that's a good thing. Smiling, Rimuru blushed a little as he realized how beautiful she really was. Rimuru, damn, to think this beautiful lady was that annoying pixie. Ramaris, also, you should keep Veldora in check. Rimuru, Did he do something? Ramaris, well, I find it a bit annoying how he follows me around and tries those pickup lines he learned from the manga. This stunned Rimuru for a moment. Veldora. Did he have a crush on Ramaris? This was hard to believe, but again the adult Ramaris was really beautiful. Rimuru, I see, I'll talk to him later. Ramaris, thanks, we wouldn't this nation's guardian deity to disappear, right? Rimuru, right. At the same time, two people reacted differently. Veldora on one hand sneezed uncomfortably. Laid down in his room in Rimuru's house, he put down his manga having a bad premonition. Veldora, why do I feel like when my sister is coming to visit me? On the other hand, in Rubrios, Dawn suddenly felt like killing someone. Dawn, did I not kill enough beast? My hand is itching for some reason. Luminous, is something wrong? Dawn, no. Anyway, I'll go check on you and Eleanor, I already felt their presence entering Rubrios. Luminous, sure. Waving him off, Dawn's irritation kept growing each second. He wondered why without getting a clear answer. At the same time, in the ice continent, Guy Crimson was glaring at his own crystal orb watching the whole show going down. Guy, so they got through this. Humans are truly foolish to fall for this kind of plot. On the other side of the room, Velzard was sitting there silently, her hand resting on her lap. She was watching the show with a light smirk. Velzard, maybe I should wait a little more before leaving. Seemed like Dawn is onto something big this time. Deciding to remain passive, she also didn't want to add more fuel to the fire known as Guy Crimson. If she were to leave now, he might truly snap. Velzard, I should visit Tempest soon, since I believe this place will become the center of everything happening in the near future. Third POV. The crisis of Rubrios ended. Now Dawn was listening and going through you and Eleanor's investigation about the Eastern Empire's force. Dawn, this is more than I expected. Rudra is really planning an all-out war. It seems Rudra's wariness about Dawn made him take more precaution. At this rate, the current Tempest won't be able to win this. Well, that's not quite right because Rimuru is much stronger too. Dawn, you two did a good job. You, naturally. Eleanor, if I may, I also have a separate report to say. Dawn, sure, go ahead. Still looking at the document listing the Empire's military force, their weaponry, and more, he listened to his subordinate's report. Eleanor, I have a message to relay to you. Dawn, a message? From who? Eleanor, I don't really know. Dawn. Tilting his head, he put down the document to seriously listen to her. Eleanor, it was a few days ago, just before coming back. Flashback. Eleanor was walking through the busy streets of the Eastern Empire, making sure no one was following her. It was time to meet up with you. Things were going on smoothly and she had no reason to expose herself to danger any longer, but then, in the middle of the crowded street, a figure surged from behind her, a creepy feeling washing her whole existence. Eleanor stood still frozen. I have a message for Don Arcead, deliver it without fault. Eleanor, tell him word for word, the origin of a day always starts by its dawn. A coded message. A hidden meaning. This was clearly something destined toward Dawn and Eleanor couldn't grasp its meaning. Still she nodded nervously, understanding the danger of the situation. Good. After that, the figure disappeared the same way it appeared, like vanishing into the air. Flashback end. This report was oddly worrying, a mysterious figure capable of handling Eleanor like that. Dawn, did you recognize the gender at least? Eleanor, the voice was grumpy and cold, almost robotic. I feel like it wasn't even a living being who talked. This left a strong impact on the poor girl as she couldn't stop shaking. Dawn, I see, and you. Anything to say? You, well, when I found Eleanor, she was shaking like a little puppy. Dawn, could it be the author? But I don't see him giving this kind of message. Another unknown factor was added to the whole plot. Dawn, I'll look into this later. For now, prepare the Genesis Knight for their first official mission. This sure came at the wrong time. His schedule was overcharged. Adding more would turn everything unmanageable. Dawn, in 3 days from now on, Hinata will leave with a few holy knights to Tempest. I will assign Sure and you in that unit. You, sure, is this when we get rid of the clergy? Dawn, yes, with the help of Shu and Flora, we already determined all their possible moves. Well, I have the knowledge of Tensura, so it was an easy task. Eleanor, then what should I and the remaining members do? Dawn, naturally, everyone will be busy this time. After all, one of us was taken away by the giant. The room growing colder, the two girls gulped nervously as they witnessed the wrathful aura of a double-awakened hero. Dawn, Eleanor, you and Lucas will go to the border where Horizon was captured, examine the place and give me a report in a week. Eleanor, hi. Ugh, with that guy. Dawn, Shukuin will remain here in case of an unexpected attack, and I have something else planned for Flora. Giving out his instruction, he made sure to omit no detail that could endanger his people. Dawn, with that, you both can take your leave and rest. Your infiltration in the Eastern Empire must have been quite prude. You, it wasn't much, but if you insist. Eleanor, a good bath is always welcomed. Stretching her arm, they could finally get a well-deserved break. Turning around, Dawn stared at their retreating back with a thoughtful look. But suddenly, his vision was troubled as he felt a light discomfort, his eyes fixed at Yu's back. He widened them when he made a realization. Dawn, wait, you does know about Tensura novel, but that shouldn't be possible. Realization washed over his mind. Sola and him had their own circumstance for knowing the novel, but you. The first and only deduction Dawn could form was that you is affiliated to the author. Dawn, you. A slight sense of betrayal invading his thought process, he unconsciously grabbed his blade while releasing silent killing intent. Dawn, she might be a threat, I have to eliminate her right now. Getting up, his sudden movement made the two girls turn around, Yu's eyes meeting with Dawn, his killing intent instantly disappeared. He couldn't explain why, but somehow, he didn't want her to be an enemy, not perhaps within his soul, something told him that she wasn't. You, is something wrong? Eleanor, perhaps, boss should get some rest too. Expressing their worry, Dawn shook his head before walking away. Dawn, I was about to leave too. Hiding his discomfort, he decided to leave as fast as he could. Dawn POV. My head hurts so much right now, I can't even pressure myself to use Eyes of Fate to look into Yu's nature. Now that I think, there were so many hints that I missed. No, I didn't miss them, I did notice and even question myself about it. But subconsciously, I rejected any hypothesis that you could be an enemy. Why? I don't really know myself, sure we are close, but if it came to this, I wouldn't hesitate to strike her down. Dawn, what is happening with me? Holding my head, I groaned in light pain. When I thought about getting rid of her, the pain intensified. Flora, you seem in pain, leader, have some tea. Looking up, I didn't notice Flora entering the room or even putting down a cup of tea right under my nose. Was I that distracted? This office is like my home, so I would naturally relax, but still, something is really wrong with me. Dawn, yeah, thanks. Flora, I heard from Chan that you needed me, please, something light this time. Angry face. Dawn, I need you to find a location for me. Flora, a location. Oh, you need the underworld influence. That's right, though this underworld isn't the same as where the demon lives, the underworld we are talking about is the darkness of human land, where illegal activity and crimes reign. Flora Ada Florence, when she isn't a member of this unit, she is the queen of the largest casino in the underworld. A place located under Ingratia where money flows in abundance. In fact, Flora's net worth alone would be 3/4 of what Rubrios is capable of gathering at this instant. Flora, I see, then I'll prepare an event and invite all the great merchants and underworld bosses capable of helping. Dawn, set it in a month, I'll go there myself. Flora, really? Poor guys, you're all going to get interrogated by leader. I trust Flora's capability, but the underworld bosses, who are a bunch of cunning and evil people, they can easily deceive others. And someone like Flora who doesn't possess a mind-type skill, she could be deceived. Something that won't happen with my own skills. Dawn, by the way, I think I found a good assistant for you. Flora, an assistant. Dawn, yes, Glenda, she is currently a member of the 10 Greta Saint. I chuckled lightly at Flora's surprised expression. She couldn't possibly expect a great saint of all people. But well, Glenda is a various woman, she would do anything for money and gold, the perfect fit to work for Flora in the underworld. And with the threat I gave her a few chapters ago, she won't dare go against me. Dawn, I will get her after our visit to Tempest. Flora, I see, I'll get everything ready by then. Nodding, I grabbed the cup of tea and drank slowly. Surely the warmness I felt from this half-sweet drink reconforted me. Flora, I hand-picked the tea leaves this time. Since I heard you were stressed, I opted for a sweeter one. Dawn, I see, you are really good with these. Staring at the clear green shade within the cup, I could see my reflection, so this is the expression I currently have. Dawn, Shuna from Tempest is proficient with this art too, I'll introduce you to her later. Flora, really? Thank you. Smiling brightly, this girl sure was an enigma. In truth, Flora Ada Florence isn't really her name. Her true name is Hua Florence, Ada being her sister who has become her alter ego and second persona. Hua being her original name, meaning flower in Chinese. That's right, Flora is a half-Chinese, half-French girl. Her kimono and passion in general is inspired from her Asiatic genes while she had grown up in France. Maybe that's why I feel at ease around her. After all, we are really similar. Dawn, you should take a few days off for now, we have to rest when we still can. Flora, if you say so, you should rest too, leader. Dawn, I still have some things to take care of. Turning back to my paperwork, we just planted the seed to this world revolution. For now it's just Rubrios and its allies against the Eastern Empire and the remaining Demon Lord. I also have to generalize the meaning of monster, as they were deemed as enemies of humanity. That doctrine has to be abolished now. Why didn't I do it earlier? Because human fear Majin, and to gain faith faster, you have to play on the general people's fear. Flora, I see, I have more tea ready in the kitchen, so don't hesitate to serve yourself. Bowing her head for a moment, she slowly walked away. Now that I think, will the Tempest Founding Festival still happen? Since Rimuru didn't become a demon lord in name, well, we could still make it as an event that celebrates the union between monster and human. Dawn, Rahiam isn't back either, he should be in Falmouth right now. Falmouth's current state isn't something we Rubrios has to meddle with, and Tempest is involved, they will fall soon. Dawn, time sure flies fast. At this rate, the Tenma War and Great Tenma War is going to happen again. Third POV. A few days then passed and finally, a squad composed of 7 people led by Hinata Sakaguchi departed from Rubrios. At the same time, in Tempest, Rimuru was in the middle of a meeting with his executive. Sui, Rimuru-sama, a group of holy knights has left Rubrios, they are led by Hinata Sakaguchi. Rimuru, already. Expressing a surprised expression, the incident of Rubrios' crisis happened a few days ago, he didn't expect them to move this fast. Diablo, MMH, it seems Rahiam hasn't reached Rubrios yet. Rimuru, it must be as Don Kuin said, I guess I will meet Hinata earlier than expected. Looking down with a thoughtful expression. Shuna, should we prepare a welcome party for them? Rimuru, Don Kuin and Luminous did say they wanted an alliance, so let's welcome them the best we can. Shuna, as you wish. Bowing, Shuna left first. Even if the Holy Night will arrive in a week or two, long preparations are needed to welcome important guests. Rimuru, what about Falmouth? Diablo, everything is going as planned. It seemed after Riberios's crisis, the procedure within Falmouth accelerated. King Edmaris already submitted his decision of stepping down as the ruler and elected his brother, Edward, as the new king. Rimuru, I guess Riberios's incident acted as fuel. The demon lords being enemies of humanity, probably every existing nation has mobilized their army in fear. Falmouth wasn't an exception, as before Edward even got the throne, he already started to gather troop and mercenaries. Diablo, so far we can expect a sort of civil war around the time the Holy Night arrives. Rimuru, good. As they continued to discuss things, they stopped when a loud thud was heard. Looking behind, Veldora, who was previously reading his manga, was now sitting straight, his face showcasing pure horror. Rimuru, Veldora. Veldora, and no way, she is here. Rimuru, she. What do you mean? Who? Questioning his weird behavior, he soon got his answer when he received an alarming thought communication from Trainee. Trainee, Lord Rimuru, we have a particular guest, I must let her enter. Rimuru, what? The way she said it was like she was forced to let this person in. Rimuru tried to process everything that the said person was already in front of the door. A cold aura emerging from the door frame, every executive aside from the two primordials set their guard up. Veldora, wait. It's an order, everyone down. Shockingly enough, Veldora, who never acted that way before, gave out an order. Hesitant, the executives were now in a state of panic. I didn't expect such a cold welcome. Opening the door, the intruder, or rather guest, was a young lady with flawless white hair and busting blue eyes. Her figure being apparent now, Veldora's face totally went pale as he crawled behind Rimuru. Rimuru, Iito, who are you? The slime couldn't properly notice it, but the fierce presence of Velzard was intimidating for the others. No one could move or talk properly as long as Velzard didn't want to. This is just how big the gap between the strongest true dragon alive and Tempest's current level is. Velzard, I apologize for this sudden visit. I just came here to visit my little brother and also pass some time off in this nation. Her gaze shifting from Rimuru to Veldora for a moment, the storm dragon was already crying in horror. Rimuru, little brother. The slime's own eyes turning toward his sworn brother, Rimuru sweet dropped as he understood the situation. Rimuru, Raphael, don't tell me this lady is. Raphael, notice, this lady is most likely the white ice dragon, Velzard. Paling at his turn, they just got an unexpected and very dangerous guest. The way she walked in and talked wasn't formal. It was like a goddess ordering some peasant to let her in, and the worst is that Tempest couldn't refuse her. Velzard, by the way, don't mind me, just ask Veldora to guide me through your city. Rimuru, sure, Veldora-ku, and I hope your sister will have a great time with us. Flashing a sweet smile, Rimuru didn't hesitate a second before throwing his friend under the bus. Veldora now reached a state of total panic as he was forced to act as a tourist guide. Back to Rubrios, Don was now in his official office, the one he used as the supreme commander of Rubrios. Hinata departed 5 days ago. The overall situation around Rubrios has started to settle down and everyone's faith toward Luminism reached a new high. Don, come in. Writing, he was really busy the last few days, and today he has a particular guest. Don, what do you need, Cardinal Nicolaus? Nicolaus, I greet the Supreme Commander, and thank you for according to me some of your busy time. Don, it's fine, just get to the point already. His eyes kept fixing his paperwork as his hand moved around with a pencil in hand. Nicolaus, the 7 luminaries clergy, they came to visit Lady Hinata just before she left, and from what I saw, I don't think your eminence is aware of that. Don, I see, I guess those geezer finally made a move. Nicolaus, he isn't surprised. No, he already knew. Then are we on the same side? Nicolaus already had suspicions about the clergy wanting to get rid of Hinata, and he couldn't let that pass. But at the same time, he didn't have the authority to oppose them. The only people who could were the Holy Emperor and Pope Louis and the Supreme Commander Don Arcead. But the Cardinal feared that Don was on the clergy side, that's why he took precaution before coming. In his necklace and glove, 9 disintegration spells were charged and ready to be used. Don, you know, even if you jumped at me from behind and let myself hit by disintegration, you still won't be able to get rid of me. Nicolaus, I am sorry, I was just being cautious. Don, don't mind it, anyway for the clergy I already planned to eliminate them. The Cardinal's eyes widened in surprise. He looked around briefly wondering if this was a trap or a test, but all he could feel was sincerity. Nicolaus, is there anything I can help with? Don, well, you can help with these first. Looking to his side, there were 7 human-tall stacks of paperwork. Even if Don was DG-lent and worked fast, the workload was even worse than your usual overexploited salaryman work. Nicolaus, I guess I won't be able to join my bed tonight, and maybe tomorrow too. Hinata POV. Traveling through the western nation to get to the Jura forest was really interesting. The last time I did such a journey was just a few years ago. Yet so much has changed, particularly in Blumund. Is this Rimuru Tempest's influence? Shizue, Slime-san sure is incredible. I feel like it has been a decade since I came here. Hinata, why you seem really close to Rimuru? Shizue, Hinata-chan, what did I say about honorifics? Hick. When Shizu-sensei decided to scold me for my hasty decision about Rimuru-san, she forced me on my knee and I had to listen for 3 hours of torture lesson. Hinata, you seem close to Rimuru-san. Shizue, oh yeah, he was really nice to me when we met. Actually, I heard he took my appearance as a model for his human form. I can't wait to see him. Anyway, 3 days left before we reach Tempest, though my instinct has been calling me out a few times now. Hinata, still I can't see or feel any animosity. Turning around while we were still riding horses, I noticed the 4 holy knights that followed me, which were Arno, Lytus, Bacchus, and Fritz. There is also a new face, which is Yusan, an otherworlder like me and Shizu-sensei. She is also the second in command of the Genesis Knight. Thus her position is as high as mine here. I can feel some people tailing us from the shadows. We should accelerate. Hinata, so there was really someone. Shizue, shouldn't we just confront them? I had the same thought. I'm confident in my capability. Shizu-sensei has become even stronger and this Yusan can't be weak either. Along that, the 4 other knights with us are elite members of the church. Fritz, always ready for some fight. Lytus, I'll wait for the orders. It seems everyone is fired up as well. As long as it's not a monster in its purest sense, we can win over anyone. No, we are nearing Tempest territory. If we engage in a fight here, our first image will be ruined. Bacchus, so we just let them be. Don't forget the people that are currently here. Our journey isn't a secret. We are an official envoy from Rubrios to the monster nation who recently won a war against a superpower like Falmouth. Shizue, it's natural to spy on us, but at the same time, no one is crazy enough to attack a group of knights led by the infamous Hinata Sakaguchi, right? Hearing her say infamous with my name made me cringe internally. That aside, it makes sense that some people are still good enough to spy on me without me knowing. Arno, still I feel uncomfortable now that I know we are being watched. Well, I could kill them now, but I need to expose their true nature to the world before. Those clergy sure are underestimating me for sending just 3 of them. I shuddered when Yusan smiled. She isn't normal and someone you should avoid if you can. I don't know what was on her mind just now, but it definitely wasn't good. Let's accelerate. Instead of 3 days, we'll get to Tempest tomorrow at noon. Bacchus, oi, you really want to kill our horse or what? Ugh, the way the knight under me are addressing Yusan is actually wrong. I hope she don't take it wrongly. Don't worry, the Genesis Knight might be a recent unit, but you all can trust our individual capability. Fritz, you sure sound like a narcissist. Call of the wind. Ignoring Fritz's rude remark, Yusan raised her arm and seemed to have altered the flow of the wind. This is using spirit, huh? The way she is influencing the wind so the horses' run is smoother and less tiring for them. She is good at manipulating them, and what is this absurd amount of magicule? Shizue, by the way, you mustn't anger Yusan. If you had seen her training, it was hell. Hinata, if you say so. Even Shizu-sensei is scared of her. Oh dear lord, I hope everything will go well. Third POV. Death, this sinister yet important concept was the only thing Gran, luminary of the sun, could see at the moment. In front of him was a predator holding a legendary sword. His gleaming eyes addictively hunted him. Gran, TCH. So you already knew about me. Groaning while looking up, he already had both his arms severed, one of his legs torn up. There was no room to run. Gran, well, I couldn't expect to beat a legendary hero like you, Don Arceid. Don, you're really loud. What is happening? Well, simply, after every luminary departed to sabotage Hinata and Tempest, Gran was the only one left. And Don jumped on the occasion to kill him. Don, anyway, you should worry a bit more, fallen hero Granbell, because I'll kill this fake in your true body today. Gran. The luminary of the sun flinched when the mention of his true identity, and him of all people understood the weight of those words. Don, I'll go for your true body in a few minutes, so wait for me there patiently. Raising his arm, the silver blade shone along his pale blue eyes. Gran could only watch as his head was cut off, destroying the connection between Granbell and his homunculus. Waking up in his hideout, he groaned in annoyance. Granbell, this is bad, a direct threat from this damn hero. Standing up, he quickly went on to grab a few belongings, making enough noise to attract Mariabelle's attention. Mariabelle, you are back. Granbell, we don't have much time, take a few valuables and we leave. Mariabelle, huh? Granbell, we don't have much time, so do as I say. Mariabelle was for the first time shaken. Granbell, her own grandfather, was also showcasing a panic he had never displayed before. Mariabelle, what is happening? Granbell, infiltrating Rubrios was a big mistake. this damn hero probably knew from the very start. Mariable, hero. The candle lighting the room suddenly wore out as a figure appeared near the wall. Crossing his arm he waited patiently hidden in the shadow. Granbell, this pressure, this unease palpable in the air. A single droplet of sweat falling from his forehead, he quickly turned toward his granddaughter feeling the close danger. Dawn, too late. Mariable, WH. In the blink of an eye, the young girl was grabbed by the throat, the single sight of a pair of pale blue eyes registered in her mind when she felt her chest being pierced. Dawn, unfortunately, killing you won't be that easy, so I'll take a more radical method. Looking down, at the moment he didn't use his sword to attack, no, instead, it was his hand that pierced Mariabelle's chest. His finger tightly held one of the major organs of the human body, the heart. Dawn, how unfortunate, if you dumb reincarnate would have stayed quiet, you would have lived longer. Mariabelle's pupils were shaking as her two hands weakly grabbed Dawn's arm. Dawn, I'll send your grandpa with you in a few seconds so you won't be too lonely. Mariable, why you, why is my greed not working? Smirking, his left arm tightly crushed her throat while he compressed her heart with the other, adding his ultimate skill in the chain. He was making sure this girl would die here and now. Granbell, wait. Please spare her. Helpless in that situation, even a fallen hero like him still held love for his remaining family. His shaky hand grabbing Dawn's arm at his turn, Granbell hoped that begging would help him out of this situation. Dawn. Granbell, we'll stop any activity and just live quietly, so please. The despair in his voice was real, at least enough for Dawn to turn his head slightly. Dawn, you sure are noisy. Granbell, WWH. No. By the time his pleas ended, his granddaughter's body already ceased any movement, her life force gone. Dawn, by the way, I'm taking this unique skill, greed, I'll be using it way better than this shitty brat. The girl's blood splattered everywhere covering the two men, their clothes drenched. Granbell's body shook in anger as he was processing what just happened. Dawn's cold and insulting words aggravated his condition. Granbell, why you bastard. His aura flaring around uncontrollably, his hand deformed itself into a fist as he jumped forward, pure rage in his gaze. Dawn, oh I see now. Smirking, Dawn turned his body around and brought his arm forward. Mariabelle's body was still in his clutch and he used her as a shield. The sudden sight of his granddaughter managed to disturb Granbell a moment, his fist stopping an inch away from his relative's face. Dawn, your resolve is too weak too, Mariable is already gone yet you hesitated. Using this opening, Dawn drew his sword and slashed forward, cutting Mariabelle's body in half during the process. His aim was taking out Granbell in one attack, the fallen hero distracted and just received fatal injuries across his body. From his shoulder to his hips, no matter how good your regenerative ability was, Dawn's attacks were lethal due to his ultimate skill. Dawn, well, target eliminated, I should leave for Tempest now. Standing in the now quiet room, right below him were the bloodied corpses of the two Rosso, taking a last glance while using Eyes of Fate. They were truly gone, both granddaughter and grandfather, their fate has ended here. Dawn, I also gained a new skill, greed, not a bad harvest. Nodding satisfied, he slowly turned his eyes away from the crime scene. Dawn, just now, I never acted this way, mercilessly. It's true, he was ruthless and didn't leave a single chance to kill them, this wasn't really him. Dawn, so you were this kind of person, origin of Irian, interesting. The feeling of not being himself, Dawn knew it way too well for his own good, but somehow, the way he acted just now was natural. Dawn, now I'm even more curious, what kind of person I was in my past life, I don't think I could be called a good person. Chuckling to himself, he teleported away with, Destiny Beyond Fate. Third POV. Walking down a long corridor filled with darkness, Glenda gulped nervously when the dozens of candles encrusted in the wall lit up. Glenda, I was told to come here, but this place is really creepy. Earlier, she had lost contact with Granbell and after remembering the threat of Dawn, she resolved herself to stop now before her greed became her downfall. Glenda, I didn't know there was a corridor like this one under the church, even as a great saint. The architecture and gravure on the wall seemed rather old, almost antiques. Glenda was sure if those walls were to be sold, it would be worth a dozen stellar gold coins. Those walls are beautiful, aren't they, but you should touch them too much because they could trigger some misfortune. Glenda. Startled by the sudden voice, Glenda looked up. Coming from the other side of the corridor, a young lady appeared wearing her simple yet majestic kimono. Flora, I am Flora, your new boss. It's a pleasure to properly meet you, Glenda. Glenda, this girl is my boss. Wait, she is dangerous, my instinct is always right, this girl is a total freak. Taking a step back, Glenda then noticed something odd about what she just said. Glenda, properly met. Have we met before? Flora, well, you are a pretty good customer in my casino. A girl who had spent thousands of coins and cheated dozens of times surely brought attention. Glenda, casino. Wait, then you are. Flora, code name, Fortune, we had a game of poker a few years ago, surely you remember. There was no way Glenda would have forgotten that day. When she gained the position of Great Saint, money quickly gathered around her. She who was greedy and built up a fortune went around messing with gold and fun, the underground casino being the best place for that. Glenda became a regular there and earned a lot of attention. Her identity was hidden along her appearance, so she thought she was safe. But after a few months, her confidence was shattered when she had a game with the owner herself, Fortune, or rather known as Flora. That single hour made Glenda lose all her profit and even indebted her. Flora, you managed to pay off your debt the same year by stealing artifacts and other holy relics from Rubrios, interesting, right? Glenda, you already know. Flora, don't worry, as long you work well, nothing will happen. Flashing an innocent smile, Flora then reached for her sleeve and took out a large letter before tossing it on the ground. Flora, this is an early payment, a first taste of what you'll get if you follow me. Glenda carefully stared at the letter before he silently kneeled down and grabbed it. Her hand gracefully opened the letter. And immediately, her facial expression broke into surprise. Glenda, this is enough for a person to live several months like a noble. Flora, you seem rather satisfied. Glenda, how can I be? And this is just a first check. A wide smile formed on her face. Glenda followed her greed, offering money is the best way to gain her favor. Glenda of Greed was now offered a new life as the sub-manager of the casino. Around the same time, Hinata and her group arrived near Tempest, the city in view they could only merveil at the 2-year-old nation. Shizue, this place sure has grown in 2 years. In terms of growth, Tempest is unmatched, but aside from the city itself I'm more curious about the culinary development. Hinata, on the way, we already saw some otherworldly dishes like ramen and others. Rimuru sure got it right. Looking around, Hinata already noticed how safe the road leading to Tempest was. It seems those monsters managed to create a magic tool capable of pushing the savage monster back. Lightus, is this really a monster nation? Bacchus, I expected something else, but this city looks strangely human-like. While Hinata and the other high cadres didn't show it, the other great saints showcased their plain surprise. Looking around as if they just entered another world. But soon enough, their touristic nature vanished when a menacing presence imposed itself into the space near the group. The saints unconsciously reached for their weapon when they felt the unholy appearance of a white-haired lady. A woman with crimson eyes who would have been the most beautiful person they ever saw if it was not for her demonic presence. Testarossa, greetings, Knights of Rubrios, my name is Testarossa and I was tasked to escort you all to my lord. Hinata looked at the woman doubtfully. The way Testarossa didn't even bother hiding her intimidating nature was worrying. But after giving a look at Shizue who herself was looking at you, they all nodded at the same time. Hinata, sure, lead the way. The quick and efficient answer made Testa smile as she turned around and stretched her arm. Testarossa, then this way please. Reluctantly, everyone did as she said and followed the primordial Blanc. On the way, Shizue slowed down to be at use level and spoke up. Shizue, this Testarossa is a demon, right? Yes, the primordial Blanc, one of the 7 rulers of hell. Shizue, I suspected that, but to think a primordial demon would be in Tempest, so she is like Noir. You shouldn't be surprised yet because there is more to see. Shizue, I see, at this rate, Tempest might already be superior to Rubrios in terms of military power. Very impressive, Slime-san. Rimuru POV. Things has turned difficult, honestly. After Rubrios' crisis, we decided to wait for their convoy and discuss the potential alliance. But suddenly, we received some bad news. First, before Rayheim could even reach Rubrios, he was killed on the way. Along that, Falmouth's new King Edward mobilized mercenaries and his army. One could think it's because of what happened in Rubrios and he wants to defend his nation, but after further investigation, it's for war. Lastly, we just received the news that a group of 80 paladin knights has left Rubrios. They are moving fastly toward Tempest. They don't seem to follow Hinata and her group, but one thing is clear, they harbor hostile intent toward us. Rimuru, this is troublesome. Maybe since Hinata left before getting my message, she came here to fight. Raphael, notice, the whole situation is most likely a well-planned plan by the mastermind we talked about a few days ago. Rimuru, I think so. Right now, I was waiting with Benimaru, Cheyenne, Sui, and some other subordinates. We were in an empty spot in the forest. Since letting Hinata free in the capital city with the current situation, she might be an enemy as much as she could be an ally. Sui, Rimuru-sama, Hinata Sakaguchi and her group has arrived. Rimuru, finally, let's settle this then. Stretching my arm quickly, I faced the west where I could see Testarossa leading a small group of people. My eyes first landed on Hinata before switching on the masked woman behind her. Black hair and a white mask, she is the attendant that appeared with Luminous at the Valpurgis. Hinata, I thought we would talk in an office or meeting room, didn't expect a warm welcome but still. When facing each other, this was the first sentence spoken. Naturally it acted like fuel to lit the ever-smallest fire of tension that already existed. Testarossa stopped dead in her tracks and turned her head with a murdering glare, whereas the people behind me weren't pleased either. Rimuru, sorry for that, but you have to understand our side. How can we trust you guys when over 80 paladin are marching toward Tempest? Hinata, what? 80 paladins? What are you talking about? MMH. She seems genuinely confused, so it's really the work of a mastermind, but that can't be proven right now, we need more concrete evidence. Rimuru, you really don't know. Then let me enlighten you. A day ago, a small army of 80 paladins left Rubrios, all armed and led by one of your saints. Hinata, how could this be? Dawn-sensei placed an absolute order to not intervene with Tempest, a rebellion. No one would be crazy enough to go against the hero of Rubrios. What is this expression? She seems rather conflicted. Well, when you think about it, the sudden movement of those paladins is weird. Dawn and Luminosa both declare and have no reason to be hostile toward Tempest, they both also possess the highest seat within the Holy Empire. A third party must be involved, one that controls this group of paladins, someone influential enough to move things within Rubrios. Shizue, Hinata, we should proceed calmly for now. Hinata, I know, but will they listen to what I have to say? This masked woman seems to be an important person, even Hinata is listening and respectfully addressing her. Hinata, Rimuru-san, this whole situation is a misunderstanding, can we talk this out? Actually, I would prefer this method over fighting, but my subordinates aren't going to let this pass, I can already feel how they are ready to pound on those knights. Benimaru, oi, you come up to our leader and speak rudely, and now exposed, you are trying to talk this out. Don't joke around. Arno, watch your words. This is bad, at this rate, a fight will really break down, wait, maybe this is what they want. Me and Hinata engaging in a fight. Shizue, seriously, I guess I have to step up this time. But as the tension reached its peak, and everybody was already handling their weapon, the same masked woman that kept giving me a sort of nostalgic feeling spoke up. Taking a step ahead, she was first stopped by Testarossa, who was now boiling in rage. Testarossa, does not make a single more step. Shizue, please, I will prove to Slime-san that we aren't enemies. Testarossa, as if. Rimuru, wait. Slime-san. Testa let her pass. My eyes widened for a moment. The only one who called me Slime-san was, a ghost of the past, someone that I saw die right in front of my eyes. But this woman, the moment she called me by that nickname, I felt a resonance with the deepest part of my soul. Testarossa, as your wish, my lord. Aiding my words, Testarossa relaxed her arm, letting the masked woman pass. Soon enough, she was midway between me and Hinata. Shizue, it has been a while. Her arm stretching upward, my non-existent heart stopped as the suspense built up. This masked woman is really. Finally, her gloved hand reached for her mask and slid it off. A pair of blue eyes glowed as they were revealed to the public. Along that, the earring clutched on her left ear shone brightly, as if an illusion spell was lifted. A scar appeared under the lady's left eye. Rimuru, Shizu-san. There could be no mistake, this woman was real, she was truly the Shizue Izawa I had met 2 years ago, the one who gave me her body. Shizue, hi Slime-san, I know it's confusing, but please, let Hinata explain herself. Her words were slowly registering in my mind, however I just wanted to go and hug her. Despite my lack of any internal organs in function, I could feel my eyes getting moisty. But all this pent-up emotion had to wait as Sui suddenly interrupted. Sui, Rimuru-sama, there is some movement with the paladins. Rimuru, but. My composure was long gone, I wanted to talk with Shizue, understand how she was still alive and all, but at the same time, the ongoing threat was still there. Shizue, don't worry, Slime-san, you are still the leader of this wonderful nation you created, so take care of your duty first, we'll have plenty of time to talk after. Rimuru, Shizu-san. Her words easily comforted me, it might be a unique skill of hers how simple words could affect me this much. My lips curved slightly as I turned toward Sui and nodded. Rimuru, what happened? Sui, it would be best if Rimuru-sama saw it himself. Rimuru, let's share vision then. Sui, as your wish. Bowing down, shared vision worked via thought communication, sharing the vision of one of Sui's subordinates so everyone here could see. Hinata, wait. Can we watch too? Rimuru. Hinata, I mean, this matter concerns us too, I swear on my name that those paladins moved on their own, so please. I looked around, her requests were accompanied with a negative look from my side, but a single look at Shizue made me decide. Rimuru, sure. Hinata, thank you, really. Rimuru, then let's start, Sui. Kneeling, Sui instantly activated his skill as we all closed our eyes, those who didn't know the proceed just followed along. The surrounding fading, we soon found yourself in the sky, watching through Sauka's eyes, right below were the group of paladins riding their horses. Third POV. At the border of the kingdom of Falmouth and Blumond, approximately 80 official paladins recognized by the church itself were moving. Led by the great Saint Leonardo, he had a fierce and determined look. "Leonardo, the great luminaries gave me this chance. If Lady Hinata really intends to betray us, then I will have to slay her myself." That's right, a few days ago when Hinata left, the clergy was dissatisfied with Hinata and the fact that Dawn was backed by their god. The feeling of being abandoned by Luminous kept increasing as decades passed, and before dying, Granbel attempted his last manipulation. Contracting a plan to frame Hinata, the clergy still possessed quite a lot of influence, and among the church some worshipped them, their heroic tale being told and narrated all over the Holy Empire. And some knights would rather follow their directive than the Holy Emperor or the Supreme Commander. This is a propaganda they have been setting while reigning in the shadows. Leonardo is a naive knight. He had risen up to the rank of great saint, but his worth was never properly recognized by his peers. This is why when the clergy approached him, he felt proud and successful, so when they accused Hinata of betrayal and showing the pettiest proof, he trusted them. That trust just intensified when they gave him Dragon Buster, the legendary weapon capable of killing a dragon. Psychologically, Leonardo was trapped within the clergy's web. In his mind, Hinata has betrayed them. If he managed to slay her, then he will be hailed as a hero. Though he didn't know that he was just a bait, so Tempest could misunderstand the sudden movement of the paladin and force a fight between Hinata and Demon Lord Rimuru. But that's something Leonardo couldn't know. "Leonardo, we are entering the territory of Blumond. Hinata Sakaguchi must have already arrived at Tempest. Let's speed up." His words followed by a battle roar. It seems those paladins were all in a similar case, in pursuit of fame and recognition. All brainwashed by the clergy's light. Unfortunately for these young sprouts, they had to stop their journey here. "Leonardo, huh?" The great saint's eyes flickered when he noticed a thin slit forming right into the ground several meters ahead. His instinct kicking, he strongly pulled the reins of his horse. "Leonardo, stop." Immediately, every paladin present pulled back as they stopped right before the slit. "Paladin, what happened, Sir Leonardo?" "Leonardo, I just got a bad feeling." And that instinct just saved him as the slit slowly deformed, the ground fractured as a large gap big enough to trap dozens of people formed. A veil made of dust flew in the air, the wind and sound straddled and pushed the paladins back. "Stop right there." "Leonardo, what is this pressure? Did the monster nation act ahead?" The veil settling, a familiar figure presented himself, leaving the paladins and Leonardo himself speechless. A single man holding a sheathed sword in his left hand, he took a short breath before holding up his sheath. A loud noise then followed as he smashed the sword tips onto the ground. Pure raw strength, crackling the ground, a phenomenon similar to an earthquake shook the land around. Appearing out of nowhere and shaking the law of fate, in his low grace, the supreme commander of the Holy Army of Rubrios. "Dawn, can you all really uphold the responsibility of your own action?" His true hero hockey blasting in the air, this was a simple method of intimidation. "Dawn, anyone who dares cross this line will be considered a traitor, so now where is your resolve, knight?" Trampling on their pride, it was clear the moment he appeared, Dawn could already see and feel the shaking pupil of those so-called paladins. None of them dared walk up and speak, no one aside from Leonardo, who was convinced that he was doing the right thing. So after gulping his drying saliva, he took a step forward. "Leonardo, Sir Dawn, I think there have been some misconceptions here. We are moving for the sake of Rubrios." "Dawn, oh. You actually dared speak up." "Leonardo, your eminence is attached to Hinata Sakaguchi because she was your student, but if you knew what she planned to do in the Monster Nation, you would let us pass." "Dawn, you're funny, then let me at least hear you out." The way he was given a chance to explain was like a revelation for Leonardo. He thought Dawn was giving him the chance to explain the whole situation, so the doubt in the paladin's heart disappeared. "Leonardo, Hinata Sakaguchi is betraying us. She had made contact with the ruler of the monster before the Walpurgis. Don't you all find it weird how the great right hand of God failed in defeating a monster?" This actually surprised Dawn, not the information shared but how well Leonardo turned his back on Hinata when he was one of her followers. "Leonardo, she had planned to betray the Holy Empire ever since, the clergy themselves told me." "Dawn, don't you remember? I had forbidden any rash movement and sent Hinata to Tempest myself. What do you have to say about that?" "Leonardo, simple. This is your test, right?" "Dawn, what?" Dawn let out a genuinely confused look. He could actually know what he was thinking and influence his next action with his skill, but decided to uphold as Leonardo was onto something interesting. "Leonardo, listen well everyone. His Eminence Dawn Arcead-sama has settled the ground for us. He had sent Hinata Sakaguchi to the Monster Nation knowing her betrayal and worked with the church to purge her. This was the conclusion he had reached, his blind trust toward the church, the respect toward the hero of Rubrios. Those myths just collided as he couldn't imagine a world where either the church or Dawn Arcead would betray Rubrios, so all his mistrust turned toward Hinata. "Leonardo, His Eminence has come here to judge our resolve. So raise your weapon. Nothing will stop us now." His inspiring speech somehow managed to raise the paladin's morale. Slowly a war cry resonated throughout the space. Leonardo, so did I pass, Your Eminence. Smiling joyfully, the great saint turned his attention to Dawn, who stayed quiet. He didn't really know how to react honestly. But his silence was once again interpreted by Leonardo to arrange himself. It was approved this time. Leonardo, great. Then let's go, everyone. Raising his dragon buster to the sky, he took the initiative and jumped over the small rift. Paladin 3, wait, isn't the atmosphere getting colder? Paladin 5, who cares about that? Let's follow Sir Leonardo. The morale increased. Soon everything turned cold as the moment Leonardo set foot on the other side, a red line spurted across the air. Leonardo, huh? Dawn, seriously, what do you people don't understand? And listen to my order and shut up. It should be a basic rule and principle you learn when becoming a knight. He groaned, annoyed. In his hand, dimension was drawn, the blade covered in fresh blood. Dawn, well, you still put up a pretty lame show. Falling on the ground, Leonardo had his 2 arms and 1 leg severed, tears of blood torn from his eyes. Leonardo, I am possible. Dawn, now, I guess I have to stop you all by myself. Moving his body, he stomped on Leonardo's head before playing with his head like it was a soccer ball. Dawn, since I'm compassionate, I will just hold Leonardo here as culprit, the rest of you will keep your life. Facing the shaking paladin, he released a cold spell. Slowly and silently, a frozen mist enveloped everyone around. The confusion spread across the group, and that same confusion was the last sight the paladin witnessed before freezing. Dawn, eternal prison. A layer of thin frost covering each individual around, they were trapped inside as fate itself froze. This means as long as the spell will be active, those paladins will be in a sort of eternal cryogenic state. Dawn, I'll free you all once your punishment is decided. Looking down, Dawn snickered as Leonardo still struggled. He was shaking in fear and anger. Well, Dawn couldn't really understand what was happening in his mind. Dawn, I planned to kill you quickly to set an example, but that boring speech of yours really threw me off. Retracting his foot, Dawn's eyes glowed as Leonardo's fate changed. Walking away slowly, Dawn ignored the painful scream coming from the former great saint. Instead he looked up to see Sauka flying above. Her expression was serious and cautious. Dawn, well, it should be around time, the clergy attack. One more thing about the situation is that Dawn already planned most of what would happen. The reason Rahim never reached Rubrios and died before is because Dawn decided that he should die before. Without Rahim's report, the clergy has no idea of what truly happened during the Falmouth War. For them, Veldora woke up and exterminated the human army. Now they were bound to underestimate Rimuru. Dawn, even if Hinata and Rimuru don't fight, those stupid luminaries will act and try to kill them. A sinister smile formed on his face. His presence slowly vanished as Destiny Beyond Fate was activated. Back to Tempest, the Watcher group came back to their senses. A brief silence washed the space. But at least, now they were settled. Those paladins moved independently. Rimuru, I guess we can all agree to hear what Hinata here has to say. No objection. Even if they had, they couldn't express them openly, as Dawn just made it clear that Hinata went to Tempest on his order. Killing her would make anyone his enemy, and he is a dangerous opponent that couldn't be dealt on the spot. Testarossa, Fufu, that ice magic was interesting. I wonder if I can replicate it. Having a different reaction, her joyful expression turned menacing when she looked behind. It wasn't Hinata or her group, but rather the unwelcome guest that followed them. Rimuru, Shizu-san, Hinata, let's go discuss somewhere else. Shizue, sure. Hinata, yes. As for Hinata, she was feeling a bit down, seeing how Leonardo acted. Perhaps if she had done her job better, maybe none of this would have happened. They are here. Despite knowing the situation, you stepped aside and waited. Soon a destructive ray made of pure energy flew past her eyes. She watched silently as the attack traveled across the forest to attack Hinata. It was strong enough to push a hoe through a saint's body. Hinata. But Hinata isn't a child. She is a well-trained knight who learned under many talented people. Her body moved instinctively. Turning around while taking out her rapier, she quickly covered herself while the ray of energy pushed her back. Despite her consequent power, she was being pushed back. Shizue, Hinata. Realizing the situation, Shizue acted at her turn. Burning silver's flame lit up around her arm as she burned down the gamma ray. Her eyes gleamed wildly while searching for the source of that attack. Benimaru, what was that? Arno, the heck? Moving to guard their respective master, everyone was on edge now. Rimuru, that attack just now, it was definitely aimed toward Hinata. Though Rimuru remained calm, he felt like the incoming attack wasn't a threat. Instead he talked with Raphael to understand the situation. But before that, he received another thought communication from Diablo. Diablo, Rimuru-sama, I just found out the rat that initiated Falmouth Revolt. It seemed the clergy of the 7 luminaries is behind everything. Rimuru, I see, then those who just attacked must be members of the luminaries. Diablo, what should I do with them? I got 3 in front of me. Rimuru, just kill them, they already caused me enough trouble. Diablo, as your wish, Kufufufu. Ignoring the last creepy laugh, Rimuru returned his attention toward his surroundings. All attention was on the forest. It was calm and silent, a little bit too silent actually. Rimuru, Testarossa, find them. Testarossa, hi Rimuru-sama. Doing as she was ordered, her pupil glowed crimson. Instantly, transparent arms appeared on the ground just beside a tree. Aiming toward its shadow, the hands tried to grab something, but that same thing escaped by jumping out of the shadow. Hinata, so it was really you annoying luminaries. The two figures were clothed in a way where all skin aside from their hand was hidden, a veil hiding their hideous face. Hinata instantly showed her fang in annoyance. Dina, Kakik, to think he would have parried that. Salin, very impressive as expected of his students. Complimenting her with venom in their tone, they didn't like it, how she survived when they had to act like a lowly assassin. Their plan already failed, and their identity discovered they could only shut everyone here by killing them. You, the third one is a bit late. Shizue, huh? Third one. Dina, so you even knew that, you seem quite knowledgeable, you. The third one she was referring to is the one that is currently trying to get here. He was originally with the Paladin group but split with them right before Dawn's arrival. After hearing about the situation, Ars, the third luminary who disguised himself as guard, one of the great saints, was now panickingly rushing over. Salin, this is bad, we can't even cast Trinity Disintegration, should we run? Dina, no, Ars is not very far away, let's just gain time for now. Rimuru, we can hear you guys. Sweet dropping, Rimuru didn't really know how to act, should he go serious and take them out? Benimaru and the others also seemed to want blood. Shizue, Slime-san, could you let us take care of them? Rimuru, You sure? I can help if you want. Shizue, they are corrupt members of Rubrios. I realized this after joining such a big organization, but you can't always rely on others to take care of internal matters. Rimuru, Shizu-san. Shizue, that's why, let us deal with them. Seeing the determination in Shizur's voice, Rimuru smiled warmly and closed his eyes. Rimuru, fine, everyone. Don't interfere with the people from Rubrios. We will only stay back and watch. Giving out his definitive order, everyone naturally followed them, being cleared from any obstacle. Hinata raised her rapier ready to fight. Hinata, it will be hard, I could normally take them out but I feel strangely weak. Shizue, don't worry, I'll help you out. As for you, she was with the other great saints who were conflicted over the situation. You guys don't move, got it. Lightus, High. Bacchus, damn it, this girl is scary. Fritz, she isn't the Supreme Commander's secretary for nothing. The true fight or so has finally begun. Through further in the forest, a man was running desperately while breathing hard, his clothes were torn and blood screamed out of his body. Despair apparent in his eyes, he did his best to get away from the men who followed him silently, the tip of a sword grinching on the ground. Ars, luminaries of Mars who took the identity of guard, was currently trying his best to live, while behind him, a pure nightmare hunted him down. Ars, stop. His cry echoed through the forest, but no one heard it, he could just turn around watching those pale blue eyes approaching. Each one of this predator's steps shook Ars's core. Dawn, you really thought you could escape me? Ars, stop. Please. Dawn, begging is just a sign that you have lost, your control over the situation is long gone, so at least keep the remaining dignity you possess. Smiling sweetly, Dawn drew his blade high. It was a true nightmare for Ars as he saw his life flashing before his eyes dozens of times already. Dawn, good night, luminary of Mars, I'm quite ashamed since Mars was actually my favorite planet within the solar system. Those words were the last the luminary heard before having his head cut off. Dawn's luminary's kill count, 2, third POV. Kicking off the muddy ground, Hinata's eyes couldn't be more focused as she savagely rushed forward. On her left side, Shizue followed closely behind, both swords drawn whereas the latter ignited her blade with crimson fire. Their coordination was surprisingly smooth and everyone could tell it, each step was made in a way where the other wouldn't tangle in. Hinata, fighting with Shizu-sensei feels really different. She thought while keeping a stone-cold face, her eyes flickered an instant when they arrived in front of the luminaries. Taking the first attack, Hinata rashly swung her rapier. Her swing was large and easily avoidable, which didn't go unnoticed by Salin and Dina. Both jumping away while drawing a magical circle around, they failed to notice the former conqueror of flames lurking behind. Dina, wait. How did she get here? Shizue, training sure paid off. The painful memories of her hellish training with the now Genesis Knight, Shizue had learned a lot there. After all, she wasn't really focused on becoming the strongest before, but after changing life, she had to change her mindset too. Burst Step, a basic technique most swordsmen learn but can never bring out its true potential. Shizue, following the movement of Hinata, using her body to hide in the shadow, moving along the wind and air. Once you manage to read the flow of everything around you, train your body enough to match your perception, then only you can use burst step in its optimal form. Shizue, compared to Yu-chan or Lucas's training, you guys sure are frail. Her angelic face, who once was filled with peace and sorrow, was now deformed in a battle-maniac smile. Her arm moved quickly as she took down Dina's left arm. Unfortunately, he had managed to avoid death by giving up a body part. But that didn't mean the assault ended. While the focus was now on Shizue, Hinata used this opportunity to press the luminaries. Salin, how can they move this fast? Dina, shit. Where is ours? How are they moving like that despite the barrier? Hinata, ugh. They were doing well, and at first glance losing seemed impossible, but that was only for normal people. A more seasoned fighter or one who possessed great analysis could tell something was wrong. The air seems rather toxic. Testarossa, this is odd. I can feel my own strength increasing. What did those rats do? Rimuru, Raphael, why does Shizu-san and Hinata seem to struggle the longer the fight goes? Raphael, notice, after analysis, a reversed field was casted on the entire area. Its effects are greater weakening effect on human, particularly Saint and Enlightened One. Rimuru was stunned for an instant. He didn't expect such spells to exist in the Western nation. Rimuru, but then why aren't the luminaries affected? Raphael, they most likely wear artifacts that nullify the effect. The barrier seems incomplete and rushed. The probability for the entire structure being the creation of the clergy of 7 luminaries is high. That means, they specifically created this reverse field to fight humans, and seeing the situation and context, they wanted to get rid of Hinata and any potential new hero who would steal their fame and influence. Rimuru, can you break it? Raphael, affirmative, but I would advise not to. Rimuru, why? Raphael, spatial movement detected. Individual Luminous Valentine and Dawn Arcead are already in the vicinity and observing the fight. This once again managed to surprise Rimuru as he looked around. Everyone was focused on the fight aside from you, who looked straight toward Rimuru. Rimuru, MMH. I didn't really notice until now, but Rimuru really looks beautiful after his awakening. Rimuru, did she know that Raphael found out about Luminous and Dawn? Actually, did they plan all this? Raphael, the probability of a plan to dispose of the clergy is high. Everything made much more sense now. Rubrios is going through a hard time. They can't allow themselves to have a rotten group like the clergy. Moreover, just now they tried to assassinate Hinata, which shows the level of loyalty they possess. Eliminating them is a must now. But as an influential group claimed to have trained dozens of heroes in the past, even Dawn couldn't execute them without losing some faith. Raphael, notice, individual Dawn Arcead had arrived, currently standing on a branch 32.62 meters in the northeast. Naturally, Rimuru's eyes followed his skills analysis and he really spotted his friend there. Rimuru, wait, is that a head in his hand? Standing on the branch, Dawn spotted Rimuru first and waved his hand saluting him, though it was quite gore as in his other hand. Ars's head could be seen, his throat cleanly sliced and fresh blood still flowing down. Soon enough, his presence was noticed by Testarossa and Yu, who looked up surprised. Dawn, anyway, to think the clergy created something like this reverse field, it's pretty impressive if you ask me. Creating a barrier field against human/saint was more complicated than making one against monster. Because there is no data, and for Dawn, the reason they created such a thing and even invested time is because of him. Dawn, Hinata joined the church only a few ago. There is no way they would have developed such a barrier in that time span. This means they actually researched it for decades and their final target is surely Dawn himself, using Hinata as a lab rat. It was clear that their rapport with Dawn wasn't good because of his close relationship with Luminous. Dawn, I should break it. When looking at it, the barrier seemed solid, but for someone like Dawn who possesses divine eyes, which allowed a higher comprehension and appraisal over skill, he could easily spot the flaw within reverse field, and after a simple manipulation with the Magicule flow, it broke down like glass. Shizue, huh? My body feels lighter suddenly. Hinata, I feel like a weight was lifted. The effects were immediate as suddenly, their movement became faster and smoother. The sudden change of pace caught the Luminaries duo off guard. And ultimately, they were pushed back onto the ground, crawling with several wounds from scratch to lost limbs. It was their loss. They could only hope ours could come soon enough to escape, but that hope was quickly shattered when the sound of hand clapping resonated. Jumping down from the tree, all attention naturally went to him. Dawn, you did well, Shizue, Hinata. His sudden appearance startled everyone, the Luminaires in particular. Benimaru, what? He is already here. Arno, but was he in Falmouth just a moment ago? Lightus, I guess, a legendary knight is built differently. But soon the attention was swept by the lifeless head he was holding. Dina, is that ours? Salin, he was already dead. Dawn, him. He was lucky to have not joined the pile of ice I made earlier. unfortunately it's my specialty to hunt and take care of trash. Taunting them, he threw the head on the ground. The old face of ours brought terror upon his comrade. Dawn, fall back to you too, I'll take care of the rest. Despite dominating the fight, Hinata and Shizue still overextended under reverse field, their stamina was reaching its limit. Dawn, also Shizue, I didn't properly check her condition but she is almost there, becoming a saint. Hinata, fine, ugh, my hand is aching. Shizue, you know, I really started enjoying fighting difficult fights those days. Hinata, you really changed Shizu-sensei. Falling back, Hinata let herself rest on the ground. She felt more comfortable and secure with Shizue around. Trying to hide her warm smile, Hinata could see how Shizue's burden seemed to have been lifted and now she was just living her life. Dawn, now, for disobeying me after being granted our god's authority, I declare the 7 luminaries as traitors for the following crimes: attempt of assassination on Hinata Sakaguchi, usurpation of god's authority, illegal and non-notified experiment, the list goes on. As he says, Dina and Salin understood, there was no room for them in Rubrios anymore. Behind Dawn were a few great saints who were witnessing everything. Their reputation was plunged to the ground and fighting Dawn Arceid wasn't an option. Dawn, for those crimes, I condemn the 7 luminaries to the death sentence. Dina, you. Salin, wait. You can't decide this. Everything must be a misunderstanding. Their pleas were full of despair. In a single instant their escape route was taken, ours dead so no reinforcement. Dawn Arceid being an impossible match and he had proof about the luminaries' wrongdoing. But the luminary clergy was still a powerful instance in Rubrios. If going by law, simple accusation even with proof cannot lead to execution on the spot. Dina, let's go back to Rubrios. We can resolve everything there. We have to talk with Gran. If it's him we might survive. Salin, that's right. No matter how influential you are. You can't kill us on the spot. Dawn, me killing you. It would be a waste of my blade. Raising his eyebrow, only then Hinata and the luminaries realized that Dawn still hadn't drew his blade. If he really went for the kill, then at this moment they should already be laying on the ground in a near-death situation. Dawn, instead, you shall be judged by God herself, so be grateful. His shocking statement was followed by the formation of a holy light behind him, the ground shaking, a large gate pulled itself from the ground. Dawn's smirk grew further as he turned around and bowed lightly in a knightly fashion. Dawn, at least you shall die from her hand. Dina, and no way. Salin, this can't be true. The gate opening, a tense atmosphere filled the space. Those who were watching had a gleam of interest. Particularly the great saints, while Rimuru and his people just waited patiently. Soon enough, a young lady accompanied by a butler and the Holy Emperor Louis came out. Her heterochromatic eyes shone brightly as she studied her surroundings. Luminous, I see, you did a good job, Dawn. Dawn, it is my honor. Playing an act, they didn't want to reveal Luminous' true nature as Demon Lord Valentine for now, for the people watching that had yet to know the truth. At the end of this fight, all they will know is that Luminous here is their goddess, nothing else. Luminous, it seems I have caused you some trouble, Demon Lord Rimuru, I apologize for that. Rimuru, oh, yeah, well at the end we just watched so. Luminous, my people still acted shamefully in your territory. While exchanging some professional words, Dawn who slowly raised his head let out a smirk of interest. Dawn, I also plan to ship Luminous-sama and Rimuru, this is why I wanted her to come personally while I could have handled everything myself. Not only her, multiple women had already their eyes set on Rimuru, because they were fated to fall in love with him. And it seems that Dawn couldn't alter those strings of fate. Dawn, that aside, look at those trashes crawling, as soon as Luminous came they just stopped moving. Luminous, let's talk later, Demon Lord Rimuru, I still have a punishment to give to these fools. Rimuru, sure. Smiling, Luminous slowly turned toward the luminaries and walked toward them. Each of her steps was followed by a tenser silence. Her presence was overwhelming. Rimuru, Raphael, how strong is Luminous actually? Raphael, notice, individual Luminous Valentine is an awakened demon lord. Her skills are still unknown but judging from her hidden magicule, she should be scaled around Diablo. Rimuru, so she is no joke, I'm glad she isn't an enemy. Back to Luminous, she stopped right in front of the traitors, her cold eyes brushing them like the Reaper. Luminous, you fools, I made it very clear last time we met that Dawn could hold my authority yet you still tried to go against him. Dina, why your eminence? Please hear us out. Salin, that's right. All this is a she. Luminous, shut up. Her eyes glowing dangerously, she didn't have enough patience to listen to their story or whatever they tried to blather. In Rubrios, the law is important. Dawn might not have the total immunity to execute someone like the clergy on the spot. But that's different when it comes to God herself. Luminous reigned over Rubrios as its supreme ruler. Luminous, be honored, at least you shall die by my hands. Roaring, Luminous let out a burst of magicule as she chased her. death blessing, white hand appeared out of the hand as they grabbed the luminaries. Their desperate eyes and shaking voice were soon muffled as the hands closed on them. Rimuru, this is the same skill Testarossa used early, that seems really strong. Raphael, sub-skill, death blessing was integrated into food chain, would master like a total appraisal of it. Rimuru, well maybe later. Raphael was scary, really scary. Luminous, this matter can be sealed, now let's talk, Demon Lord Rimuru. Rimuru, sure, Benimaru and Testarossa lead the knights to a guest room, and Cheyenne gets Shuna ready a meeting room for me. Cheyenne, hi Rimuru-sama. Benimaru/Testarossa, as your wishes. Immediately going for their task, Cheyenne disappeared and Benimaru went off to the Great Saints. He also had a few full potions in case they were injured. Luminous, then I'll let you clean the rest, Don Kuin. Dawn, you can count on me. Nodding, Luminous went off with Rimuru, accompanied by Lewis and Gunthler. Dawn, now, Hinata and you, I want you to lead everyone from now on, don't cause a ruckus as we are in Tempest for an official diplomatic meeting. Hinata, I know, Lytus, make sure the others behave. Lytus, hi, did she dump the job on me? Honestly, Hinata was really torn out from her fight, and she didn't have the mind to watch over those stupid knights. Testarossa, are you done? Dawn, yeah, it hasn't been that long by the way, nice to see you again Testarossa. Testarossa, you showed some interest meanwhile, anyway you are the most distinguished guest so we have a special room for you, care to follow me? Dawn, most distinguished. When Luminous-sama is here. Testarossa, as far as I know, the presence of Ribirio's goddess would be quite problematic for you, so she came here unofficially. Dawn, I see, then lead the way. Chuckling, Dawn felt all the tension he had accumulated while hunting the clergy disappear, he could at least relax for a while now. Testarossa, what are you doing? But unexpectedly, you appeared between Dawn and Testa with a dark look. I'll come with you too. Dawn, Testarossa, sure, do as you please. Leading the way, Testa walked off first, while you glared at her with menacing eyes. Dawn-san, I think you should stay away from that woman for a while. Dawn, why? I don't know, but my instinct are telling me to stop you too. Dawn, I see. A few hours then passed and everything settled down. Rimuru received a positive report from Diablo. The Black Progenitor successfully killed the remaining luminaries, he also took care of the remains of Falmouth civil war. It was only a matter of time before as planned, Yum climbed up the throne of Falmouth. Now enjoying the welcome of Tempest, inside a large room, a small party was held. The high cadre executive of Tempest along with the guest from Rubrios, all enjoyed it without caring about the boundaries of race. Wearing more traditional Japanese clothing, joyful laughter could be heard from outside. On a more distinguished table, Rimuru was drinking joyfully with Shuna on his right and Veldora on his left. In the front, Luminous growled annoyed as she didn't bother to hide her disgust toward Veldora's presence. Luminous, why is this pesky lizard here? This table could have been perfect without him. Despite her annoyance, she didn't speak up because of the other people present. Beside her, Dawn was silently enjoying the meal. And surprisingly 2 other guests were present which came to a great shock when they first appeared. The Spirit Queen Ramaris and the White Ice Dragon Velzard. Luminous, these 2 are siding with Tempest. Velzard I don't know but Ramaris sure seems adamant about this. Dawn, I knew Ramaris was going to stay in Tempest but I didn't expect to meet you here, Velzard-san. Velzard, Fufu, I just wanted to surprise you though I didn't expect this nation to be this comfortable. Ramaris, right. Rimuru really outdid himself in the entertainment and infrastructure sector. Rimuru blushed slightly as he received some light compliment, overall the atmosphere was relaxed and familial. Rimuru, by the way, I didn't know Don Kuin and Velzard-san were friends. Dawn, we met a long time ago, she is also one of my teachers. The Ice Empress nodded quietly while savoring her plate of sushi, there wasn't much to say and Velzard herself didn't want to reveal too much about her and Dawn's relationship. Luminous, oi Dawn, what is this dish? The raw fish is sublimated by this rice, it's really ingenious and delicious. Dawn, MMH. I thought there were some chefs who could make sushi in this world. Luminous, is that so? This is weird, how come no one ever served me this? Dawn, well, to be fair, we never welcome any chef in the church, no matter how famous they are. Luminous, that's a shame, it seems I have a lot to catch up on in the culinary world. She stated while lightly playing with the sushi between her chopsticks, the sight made Dawn chuckle as he grabbed the bottle of alcohol. Which was one very similar taste to sake and produced directly in Tempest, slowly filling a glass for his master, his eyes wavered on the side for a moment. He could see Shizue and Hinata enjoying by themselves, surely Rimuru must want to join them but couldn't because of the sheer importance of the people present on this table. Dawn, this really tastes like sake but at the same time, it's similar to soju wine, Tempest sure is impressive. Luminous, soju. Well at the end it's alcohol. Not trying to understand what otherworlder term he was using, Luminous gracefully accepted the glass of sake and drank it in one go. Her expression turned sour for a moment as she appreciated the taste. Luminous, one more. Dawn, you didn't disable your resistance to get drunk, right? Luminous, no, who do you think I am? Dawn, no sake for you anymore. Luminous, wait. Not listening to her pleas, Luminous was left in distress as she couldn't take the battle off of Dawn's hand. Sulking on her side, she had to content herself with the food. Ramirez, PFF, you two really act like brother and sister. Dawn, I just make sure she doesn't go on a rampage. Drunk Luminous isn't a sight I want to see again. He shuddered remembering some shenanigans of the past. Ramirez, by the way, I got that little fox Rimuru took from Clayman. She wanted to meet you, Dawn-kun. Dawn, me. Kamara. Right now she isn't named yet, but why would she want to meet me? Rimuru, oh that little fox, I let Ranga take care of her. Ramirez, she has a lot of potential, you should give her a name soon. Rimuru, sure, I mean from what I know she is a nine-tailed fox, they were often referred to as powerful mythical creatures back in Japan. While Rimuru gratefully took the advice of the overpowered being beside him, Dawn was immersed in his thoughts. He surely didn't expect 9 heads to seek him. Dawn, I didn't even intervene during the Walpurgis, well I always got a good hand with animals so maybe it's nothing much. Ramirez, that aside, I'm glad there is finally a decent man here. Changing the topic, those from the opposite sex turned toward her. Ramirez, I mean, to be fair I've been getting some perstaring stares for a while now. Dawn, what? Luminous, Era you experienced something you couldn't while being a pixie. Ignoring Dawn's darkening expression, Ramirez chuckled and side-eyed Veldora. Her line of sight was noticed by Velzard and Rimuru who teasingly glared at the storm dragon. Rimuru, wait, she is talking about Veldora right, so he really has a crush. Velzard, oh ho. That's quite interesting, thought from how Ramirez describes it, she isn't comfortable, I should educate Veldora a bit. Dawn, wait, what do you mean by that, Ramirez-san? Ramirez, Fufu, I got too used to being with you Dawn, so I forgot how lecherous some men could be. Purposely avoiding a direct answer, Ramirez added fuel on the already lit fire. She could see how Dawn's face was turning pale. Dawn, who? His hand already on his sword, you could see the vein in his right arm budging. Rimuru, Chato Mat. She said Dawn-kun was the only proper man, then what about me? Ramirez, you aren't technically a man, Rimuru-kun. Rimuru, Ramirez, Fufu. Rimuru, did you read my mind? Ramirez, your expression is easy to read. Sweet dropping, Rimuru turned toward Dawn and gulped. At this point he was already releasing a bit of his aura. Raphael, murderous intent detected. Rimuru, Dawn, Ramirez, who looked at you that way? His voice shaky, he slowly got up, his hair overshadowing his eyes. Ramirez, I don't know. Refusing to answer, she still obviously rolled her eyes toward Veldora who was ignoring his surroundings and just ate his food. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine as he turned around slowly. An ice death feeling similar to the one he felt from Velzard ran through his blood. Veldora, A hand violently gripped his shoulder, the storm dragon despite his robustness felt pain. Dawn, we need to talk, you shitty lizard. Veldora, help. His pupil shook in terror as he was dragged outside. On the way he tried to call out his bestie Rimuru who just turned his head away. Rimuru, sorry buddy, but Dawn-kun is really scary now. His eyes then shifted toward Velzard, who just stared at him, eyes closed with a sweet smile. Velzard, Fufu, I really taught Dawn well, I'm sure Veldora will learn a lot from this. Ramirez, shouldn't you help him? He is still your brother. Velzard, don't worry, it's good training for both of them. While some thought of development, another one was overjoyed. Luminous, as expected, my loyal knight is the best, I hope he gets rid of that damn lizard definitely. Smirking joyfully, she grabbed Dawn's glass which was left untouched and finally started to properly enjoy this dinner. Shizue, shouldn't we stop him? I mean hitting the guardian deity of Tempest. Hinata, just let him do Shizu-sensei. Rather than that, try this sashimi, it tastes like octopus. Shizue, sure. All under the gruesome cry from outside, everyone managed to have a good evening. Well, everyone beside a certain otaku dragon. Later the same night, Dawn regained his room, his hand slowly regenerating from the heavy beating he just gave. Dawn, I'll freeze him in the afterlife next time. Sighing, he opened his door and removed his yukata which was given by Tempest before the dinner. Dawn, I'm really bad with crowded dinners. Having one of the luxury lounges, there was a hot bath included in the room, he just wanted to relax for a while now. Dawn, unfortunately Rubrios is located under cold climate, wish there was a natural hot water source there. Stretching a bit, he then felt an unfamiliar presence in the room, his expression darkening. He wasn't much bothered because the course of his fate didn't show any life danger. Silencing his movement, he sneaked through the room toward the bed part in a second and scanned the surroundings. Dawn, huh? Finally, he came face to face with the intruder. Immediately his guard was lowered as he recognized the person. Dawn, Ninehead. The little fox was sitting on the bed, light off. The fox jumped starting from the sudden arrival of Dawn. Ninehead, ah. Sorry for this sudden intrusion, Dawn-sama. Dawn, it's really you. I heard from Ramrus that you wanted to meet me. Nodding, Ninehead was communication via thought communication. Ninehead, when I saw you at the Walpurgis, I immediately remembered something my mother told me from our grandparents. Dawn, what? Ninehead, I'm confused too, but after seeing you I felt those dormant memories waking up. Dawn, I see, then let's hear you out. Grabbing a short dress, he went on and sat on the bed settling himself to hear a long story. Ninehead, I just remember visiting a faraway place with my mom. She told me it was an important and sacred place that my grandmother often visited. Dawn, your grandparent? Then it must have been at least several thousand years ago. Ninehead, you seem to already know about my race's lifespan. Dawn, most life forms aside from humans can live up eternally. The mythical tailed fox cryptid tribe was pretty famous before my birth 2,000 years ago. Nodding once again, Ninehead continued her story afterward. Ninehead, I don't remember very well but I can still smell the disgusting things that happened there, a sort of laboratory. Dawn, wait, laboratory. Ninehead, yes, I can't remember the exact location but I remember crossing through the sea on Mom's back. The surrounding was cold and filled with snow. Dawn, cold, could it be an island? If she was reminded of that memory upon seeing me then perhaps. The natural conclusion he had reached was that Ninehead's grandparents were connected to his past life. It made kind of sense as cryptids were descendants of Everge, the same as the beast of destruction Origin fought. Everything seems to be oddly connected. Dawn, you really don't remember where? Ninehead, no, I was very young back then but my mom told me that one day, perhaps in my generation or later, there would be a time where I have to help the hero who had lost himself. Dawn, and you think that hero is me? Ninehead, I felt it. When I saw you at the Walpurgis, your presence was frightening to my eyes. I was a bit scared but then I remembered my mom. Thinking, Dawn had made sure to lower his aura and killing intent at the Walpurgis so what Ninehead saw and felt couldn't be his power. More like her instinct kicked in and made him appear more dangerous than he was. Dawn, I see, anything else? Even the tiniest detail could help. Ninehead, I think I remember a long purple sword. It was sort of sealed away and the coldness I felt was followed by a silver trail. Dawn, a sword. Anything else? Shaking his head after giving it a last thought, Nineheads looked down a bit disappointed, seeing the cute little animal acting like it gave Dawn a light stomachache. As he stretched his arm and started scratching the fox's head. Dawn, sorry for forcing, I think I know what your mother talked about. Ninehead, so I was of help. Dawn, you sure did. It seemed that Ninehead was still a bit shaken by her life under Clayman. Her whole body was shaking and the mere fact that she actually came to talk to Dawn alone was already proof of great courage. He shouldn't force and apply too much pressure on this kid for now. Dawn, you did great. Talking with sincerity, he could feel the fox getting comfortable and slowly laid down. As a sign of trust she fell asleep under the gentle pet of this stranger. Once she was fully immersed, Dawn carefully pushed her on the pillow above and covered her so she wouldn't be cold. Dawn, sleep well, Kamara. He didn't lie, she was truly a big help because now he had a head start. He had at best 8 months to find the laboratory that came in his memories. Before the Eastern Empire's invasion and the continuation of the story, he also had to find a way to get Horizon back. Dawn, Snowy, I don't know why but I feel like this concerns you. Snowy, I feel the same master, the cryptid story brought me a sense of nostalgia. Dawn, we really have to get to work, let's leave tomorrow, Flora should be done with the preparation soon. He really wanted to relax once for a while but his curiosity and the urgency of the situation made it that way. Dawn, at least, I got the true hero body that relieves any kind of physical stress. Dusk, am I the only one who is lost? Dawn, you sleep all day so, just go back to sleep. Dusk, yeah I'll do that, wake me up when you need light. Third POV. Gathered at the town's entry, Dawn and Rimuru were having a last talk before the former left. A long night has passed since the dinner. Dawn, having things to do, decided to leave first with the Accord of Luminous. While Hinata and Shizue will stay in Tempest as official mediators, the actual situation is still very dire as the Western nation is still wary of Tempest. For now, they had to slowly bring out Tempest quality and swiftly change the public opinion. Rimuru, you could have stayed longer, you know. Dawn, it doesn't look like it but I'm quite busy. I too would have liked to relax in Tempest for a month or two but this is simply not reasonable. Rimuru, yeah, oh, right. I forgot to take this. Remembering something, Rimuru materialized a letter in his hand. It had the official seal of Tempest on it. Dawn, if it's political, you should refer to you or Hinata. Rimuru, nah, you see with Luminous we decided to hold a large festival in Tempest. This way we can publicly show Tempest's intention and goal. Naturally Riberios's cadres are invited. Dawn, a festival, huh, so it will still happen. I should take care of Yuki there. Rimuru, and I personally wanted to give you your invitation, so here. Dawn, I see, thanks, I'll make sure to pass by. Smiling sincerely, Dawn took the letter and carefully slid it in his pocket. Looking up at Rimuru, he pondered for a moment before nodding. Dawn, Raphael, you there? Raphael, notice, what do you need, Dawn Arcead? Dawn, it's early but I got a gift for you and Rimuru, so please take it. His eyes glowing for an instant, the unique sill, greed was ripped off of Dawn's soul before flying into Raphael's imaginary arm. The sudden gift earned a silence from the Wisdom King. Raphael, I see, Dawn Arcead, I sincerely wish you good luck. Dawn, MMH. As confusing as those words were, Raphael had immediately shut down the thought communication. Dawn's confusion was read by Rimuru, who tilted his head. Rimuru, is something wrong? Dawn, and no. I just think the computer AI can be quite rebellious. Rimuru, computer. Is there even a computer in this world? Dawn, not yet, but if we put some effort surely we could make it happen. Rimuru, that could be fun, just need to hide it from Veldora and Malim. Sweet dropping, he didn't want to imagine a world where both Malim and Veldora became video game nerd otaku. Dawn, anyway I should leave now. Looking at the sky, the sun was slowly rising. It was the perfect time for someone named Dawn to leave. Rimuru, yeah, let's meet again soon. Exchanging a light handshake, Dawn turned around and was about to cast Destiny Beyond Fate, but before that he stopped and faced Rimuru again. Dawn, by the way, Rimuru, Luminous and Velzard are both single. Rimuru, Dawn, I know a lot about them so feel free to ask me if you're interested. Destiny Beyond Fate, Silently using his skill, Dawn's body slowly dissolved in the air as Rimuru's face bursted red. Rimuru, what are you saying? Dawn, bye-bye. Disappearing from Tempest, Dawn found himself the next instant in Ingratia. Opening his eyes, he was welcomed by Flora and her freshly hired assistant Glenda, who was wearing a mask covering the upper part of her face. Dawn, is it ready? Flora, yes, I have gathered the 4 cardinal bosses of the underworld, along with several reputed bandits, merchants, and overall a bunch of crappy people. Dawn, good, then let's get in there. Smiling, Flora lifted her hand, giving a silent instruction to Glenda, who immediately brought out a mask similar to hers. The color and quality was different though. Flora, officially, this is just another annual meeting where everyone exchanges information, bet money, and gets drunk. Dawn, I should maybe use this opportunity to arrest them all. A mad-like grin forming on his face, Glenda behind gulped as she could see that scene happening. But fortunately for those bad guys, Flora had their back. Flora, leader, you know they are a valuable source of income and intels, as bad as they can be, they are still useful. Dawn, I know, I was just joking. Flora, anyway, no one dared refuse my invitation, so leader will surely get what he wants. Dawn, I see. Placing the mask of his face, he made sure to alter his appearance with the earring of deception and walked forward toward the partying room. Inside, he could already feel some potent presence, not by their power but rather by the scent of blood. Those here aren't innocent children, most are killers who have a high bounty on their head, but among all, only a few are useful. The reason so many were invited was to deceive those selected individuals, so they won't suspect a trap with so many others around. Those people are the 4 cardinals of the underworld. You could assimilate them to mafia bosses on Earth. From the north, Sir Leopold, a man who stood out among his peers, he mainly worked on small business and committed fraud, a cruel man who is blinded by gold. From the south, Gianil, another man who has close ties to most of the influential bandit group, he is a noble of Ingratia who plays it dirty. From the east, Lady Celial, a woman who is known for her lust, she owns a brothel where she actively hunts down young men to the point of breaking them. At the moment most of her employees are slaves she accumulated herself. And lastly from the west, Miss Noriva, her main territory is actually located in the south of the continent as she is the supreme boss of most of the maritime commerce. Among all of them she has the most wealth power. Dawn, then shall we get started? Those 4 aren't friends nor are they enemies. As long as they don't trespass on the other's territory, nothing will happen. But if the opportunity arises for them to eliminate the other appearance, then without a doubt they would take it. Nwariva POV. Honestly, I didn't expect much from this sudden meeting. Rather than a meeting, it's really just a gathering to waste time. I could see Celial on one side surrounded by handsome men, the dumbhead Gianil drinking while smacking whatever he didn't like, and Leopold fooling some newbie merchant. Louise, my lady, perhaps should we leave? My sole attendant I took here, Louise suddenly suggested to me. She probably noticed by disgust toward the other cardinal. Well, they sure are just a bunch of crap without a brain. Moriva, yeah, let's G. But suddenly, my instinct kicked in, the door crackling as a tense silence enveloped the room. I slowly turned my head toward the entrance as 3 individuals entered. Their presence felt rather discreet, yet no one could deny their existence. I immediately sat down, recognizing one of them, Fortune, the owner who invited us all. The only reason I'm here is because Fortune herself had invited us. I couldn't miss this just in case the other cardinal schemed something against me. I'm the one who gets along with them the least after all. Anyway, what urgent right now was the fact that Fortune, that greedy woman, was standing behind a masked man. Who is he? I don't recognize him at all, but the way he is standing suggests that Fortune may work under him. This is crazy. Gianil, quite arrogant of you to show up this late when you invited us, Fortune. This idiot, can't he read the room? Even that slut Celial is shutting up at that time. Wait, never mind. While glancing at the slut, I could see how heated she was. Her eyes were fuming in lust as she glared at the masked men. Can't they be just a bit normal? Fortune/Flora, I don't think you can complain seeing how you were enjoying yourself. Gianil, don't say that. Why not come and have a drink with me? This crazy bastard. Fortune might look like a frail girl, but everyone knows she is an expert when it comes to violence. Dawn, you are really a pill of trash. The development of your brain must have been dropped by those useless muscles. PFFF. Wait, did this guy really insult Gianil's most prized possession, which is his expensive-looking large muscle? He is actually crazy too. Gianil, what? Dawn, I was planning to go easy on you all, but it seems I overestimated you, tough guy. Smiling, I felt like an ocean of dread washed over me the moment he raised his arm. Now I understand, he purposely provoked that idiot of Jeepal. If Fortune brought him here herself, that means he is someone important and is after something, one of our possessions. Information. Potential business. It could be everything, and for that, he is using Gianil as an example, a warning for us all. Gianil, what? I'm going to kill Y. Dawn, anyway, you shouldn't talk too big. If you don't have the power to back it off, then it's useless. His smile vanishing, he casually walked past the fortress Gianil. All the attention was naturally on both of them as we pondered how this would go down. The stunt easily managed to get through Gianil's nerve as he roared in anger. Turning around, he tried to throw a punch, but before anything could happen, the most terrifying scene happened. Dawn, a dead man shouldn't be yelling, you know. As he said, he just walked forward without turning around. At the same time, Gianil's body was cut in half. Just now I had realized what happened. The moment Gianil approached Fortune, he had already been cut down. Just his body and reality itself seemed to have noticed several moments later. In an instant, he had destroyed one of the cardinals of the underworld. This man isn't ordinary, he is terrifying. I quickly signaled Lewis to back down as we clearly don't want to deal with such monster. Dawn POV. In this world, not everywhere, what matters the most is strength, the ability to influence others and impose yourself on your surroundings. No one will attack if they fear you, no one will refuse you anything if you are just stronger. Most villains and bad guys just inspire terror, and that's their main strength. Now what if that same terror was exterminated by a random person coming from nowhere? Gianil, I had already known that he would cause trouble and won't cooperate. But aside from his brainless head, the reason he acted so confidently is because others fear him. He is among the top dogs in the underworld, influence, power and fame. He had it all, and just now, I ripped everything from him. In gaming terms, I just passed from level 1 to level 99 in a second. Dawn, let's get down to business, shall we? Sitting down at the large table in the center of the room, I didn't wait long for the remaining 3 cardinals to hurry and join me. It seems I successfully instilled fear in them as the crazy merchant, Leopold, was avoiding eye contact, but you tell he didn't have good-willed thoughts. The manhunter, Celial, however, looked at me as if I was her next prey. Well, considering her persona, it was to be expected. She is a shameless woman who already had 7 children at the age of 32, all of them from different men. Her motto is that strong genes must be coupled with beautiful ones. No one would disagree in saying that this lustful woman is actually beautiful and would attract most people. Well, compared to the woman that surrounds me, she is pretty average. Dawn, you should control your hormones and try to save the tiny bit of dignity left in you. I spoke up and didn't avoid her gaze. Instead, my cold eyes met her lustful one. A hint of disgust washed over me when her face just flushed red. Celial, hee, you know that big boy you just killed was the father of one of my children. Shouldn't you compensate for that? Stretching her finger to make a circle, she suggestively brought her hand in front of her face and moved in a very sexual motion. It seems I actually underestimated her lust. Anyway, I have to endure it for now, as her brothel is visited by thousands of men every month, all sorts of men. Her information and intel gathering isn't a joke. Moriva, you should just keep quiet, slutty woman. We all got fooled and are trapped in this room. Can you think a little? Oh. It seems among them trash, one stood out, Noivra. She is actually the one I'm here for. Her main power is from her maritime business. In other words, every pirate ship that explores the world outside the main continent is under her rule. 9 heads told me she crossed the sea in her memories, then the chance for the laboratory being on an island is possible. Well, that normally wouldn't make sense, but I got a theory. Avirion, the dukedom of Avirion I lived in my past life, is located in the south of the continent. That land was specifically known to be the biggest port city that dealt with the northern continent where the High Human once lived. But over the age, the topography of the world changed. Some former land is underwater now. Perhaps the laboratory was hidden in one of those land now turned islands. Celial, don't be such a party pooper. You're quite cute. We could have a three-way if you want. Neuvera, you. Leopold, these women, all of them are really shameless. They really should just wait at home like a cute puppy. Seriously, at this rate I'm going to pass the whole day here. Let's put an end to this already. Third POV. A single droplet is enough to shatter even the sturdiest rock. This is how nature is made, and a single existence can change the course of life of thousands. The moment Dawn activated his hero haki dramatically turned the atmosphere within the room upside down. The wall crackling under the pressure, he clearly meant to impose his rule, shutting everyone down. Dawn, let's keep it brief. I came here to buy information. No, to be more accurate, I'm here to get information. His words suggest that even if he had to use violence, he would get what he can from the people present. This was obviously a threat, and one that couldn't be neglected. Leopold now understood why Neuvera said that they had been trapped. Everything was a perfectly laid out trap, laying its prey using the other prey as bait, then sealing the cage. Dawn, will you cooperate? And ending with fake consideration, the hand Dawn offered was purely out of malice. If they took it, it would be the same as surrendering. If they rejected it, their head would fly. Leopold, what do you want to know? Neuvera, I will cooperate. Celial, everything for you, handsome. His cold emotion deforming into a wicked grin. Dawn had won the introduction, now the main part. He had to get the information out of them. He could use the Lord of Fate to make them pull out everything, but decided against it as he wanted to increase his mastery over his other skills. Divine Eyes, the unique skill he had got from Luna, a power that dwelled and was rarely used by Dawn. It can easily see through lies and composition, so in this type of situation, it's a cheat skill. Leopold, but before that, could we have a game of poker? Neuvera, poker. Dawn. This was a blunt request. If you looked from the outside, they were in a gambling room, so it should be natural to propose such game. But if you looked at the internal situation, this was just out of picture. However, Dawn understood what he was aiming for. His smile widened as he raised his hand and signaled Glenda to proceed. Dawn, sure, let's have a game of poker. His eyes glowing, he could see through Leopold's scheme. Unique skill, gambler, that's his bet. With this, he can alter the order of the cards and perform well in any gambling game, but the most notable trait of the skill is his killing sub-skill. If he wins 7 games in a row against the same people, then a new bet arises, and by flipping a coin, he has a 99.9% chance of killing them. This skill is truly overpowered and could get rid of anyone who doesn't know its effect. Unfortunately, he had to fall on Dawn Arcead, who for one possesses an ultimate skill, the natural law that states, an ultimate skill holder can only be defeated by another one. On top of that, Dawn is the chosen hero by fate, the one power that surpasses even the most vicious skill related to gambling, which is probability. And as expected, 5 minutes later, after a few short games, Leopold realized the oddity of the situation. Leopold, what? Lost again? But I made sure to get the best cards. He couldn't understand what was happening. No matter which combination he had, it was always inferior to what the other had. His hand slipping, a noise disturbing everyone, a small detail or incident happening out of nowhere. Every single time, something happened out of pure unluck toward him. This was the power of fate. The moment his fate was set to lose every single game, no matter how he twisted reality to suit his interest. He would lose. At the moment, he was just dancing in the palm of something he couldn't see. Dawn, full house. What more is that Dawn purposely got each time, a hand barely superior to his, 6 games 1 out of 6. Leopold, who is this monster? I have to get rid of him now. Or he will ruin everything. Dawn, are you sure you want to play this next game? Leopold, what? Dawn, 6 games, if you lose the next game something terrible might happen. What Leopold didn't know was that his skill had another rule. If he won 7 games, he can place a bet to kill his opponent. But if he loses 7 games in a row, then the same rule applies on himself automatically. Leopold, what are you saying? Quickly distribute the cards. I'll corner him this time, I'm sure he is cheating. Dawn, I see, then let's play. Closing his eyes, he patiently waited for the cards to be distributed. The 2 women with them stayed quiet most of the time as they could feel a silent tension. Glenda, this is insane. Some people might think we are cheating, but in fact, I'm not doing anything. Glenda was the dealer. Sweat could be seen on her forehead as she realized how fearsome the supreme commander of Rubrios was. Dawn, a pair. And this time, he decided to call out his cards before even the end of the distribution. This startled the other, but soon, like a prophecy, everything went according to his words. A single pair is the second lowest hand in regular poker. Managing to win with such a hand when multiple other players are involved is rare, yet, this single pair was the highest hand on board at the end of the game. Leopold couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at his hand. Leopold, how? Dawn, Fortune, I count on you to seize everything those two idiots had. Flora, naturally, in any way the dead's assets can only benefit the living. Cold and cruel words were followed by blood. Leopold's skill activated on its own as the 7 games were lost. His head exploded much to everyone present's horror. Dawn, don't be too startled, this is what he brought on himself. The blood flowing on the table, it was a disgusting sight, yet Dawn remained unfazed. Instead he chuckled happily that things went down that way. Dawn, I was already pretty cold to this kind of thing, but now, I feel like a part of my humanity has been deleted. Weird. Dawn pondered. He placed his hand over his chest and felt his heartbeat. It was stone cold, almost non-existent. Perhaps one of his other theories was true, that slowly the personality he had as Origin of Irian was overlapping his very own. Dawn, whatever, anyway dear ladies, can we finally have a civilized talk? Surely from the other's perspective, not even Flora and Glenda could only see a villain, not a glorious hero who had protected the Holy Land for centuries. At the Saw time, in Hell, the domain house of all demons. John, the most chaotic primordial, was slowly flying toward her arch-rival's castle, though, John couldn't help but notice the lack of presence there. John, weird, Violet would have already attacked me. Narrowing her eyes, she quickly flew off and landed directly through the castle wall, not bothered by the damage she caused. To her shock, instead of meeting a fierce and annoyed Violet, all that John saw was a little lady on her throne. Her face buried in her knee as she silently played dead. John, what happened here? Looking over, she soon had an explanation from Varian. Basically, around 1,000 years ago, Violet had relieved a past trauma that put her in that state. John, a trauma? Do you mean that time she went into the main world and got destroyed? Varian, why yes, the last few years she had been recovering, but a few days ago, she suddenly started hiding herself like that. John, what the hell? While Jauna was perplexed, Violet was going through a traumatic experience. Violet, why me? I will never go back to the main world ever again. Her most recent trauma was 1,200 years ago when Dawn slew her in the middle of her game. After that she had passed around 500 years before returning to the main world. But then, a few days ago, she suddenly felt dread, as if her instinct warned her to not go back. She felt as if her biggest nightmare was coming back. Violet, please, don't tell me that guy reincarnated or somehow crossed time itself to hunt me. She seriously hoped that wasn't the case, but her traumatic phase had to be stopped when another strong presence other than John suddenly appeared. Finally lifting her head, her eyes shook when she saw Noir, or now Diablo. Diablo, it has been a while, John, Violet. John, Noir. What the heck, when did he get that strong? Startled by his sudden appearance, Noir was indeed much stronger, because Rimuru himself was stronger than his original self. The current Diablot could surely take dozens of Violet and John together. Diablo, I have come here to recruit both of you, so why not serve my lord, Rimuru-sama? A few hours ago, after everyone had woken up and spared from last night, Tempest started another charged day into their development. Diablo had priorly asked Rimuru if he could leave to recruit a few people that might be useful to his lord. To which Rimuru just nodded, thought he couldn't expect him to actually go and recruit 2 other primordials. Anyway, for now let's focus on Velzard, as she currently stayed at Tempest, though she had planned to leave soon. At the moment, she was watching over the city on one of the many hills surrounding the capital. Velzard, this city sure is beautiful. I can understand why Veldora is so fond of Rimuru. The climate was very warm, the location of this nation was near perfect, with the only problem being the first target of the Eastern Empire if they decided to invade. Velzard couldn't guess if it was luck or skill, but one thing was sure, fate seemed to favor Rimuru a lot. Velzard, I would have gladly stayed here, but unfortunately I prefer the colder climate. Smiling softly, her peaceful time was interrupted when her guest arrived. She had asked this particular person for a private meeting last night. Behind her, hidden under the shade of the countless trees that inhabit the Jura forest, the Queen of Nightmare, Luminous Valentine, stood in all her glory. Luminous, I seriously didn't expect you to ask me out on a sunny day like this one. Velzard, quite cocky, it seems you are getting a little too comfortable with me. In normal circumstances, Luminous would be on guard to make sure she doesn't piss Velzard off, after she is genuinely among the top 3 strongest beings in the world. As the oldest true dragon, her standing was by no means neglectable, but as they ate and passed time, Luminous realized that Velzard was just feared because of her power. Not her character, she might be psychotic and dangerous, she wouldn't go destroy for no reason because she is overwhelmingly superior. Luminous, I would be already dead if you really hated it. Velzard, well, killing you isn't part of my plan, so I'm letting it pass this time. Behind this beautiful lady was a fierce dragon. Luminous has to keep that in mind at all times. Luminous, anyway, you called me here, so let's get to the point already. Velzard, all right. Her expression solidifying, Velzard brought her hand forward, a small snowflake as she blew the wind of her cold breath. Velzard, I plan to take residence in Rubrios as its guardian deity. Luminous. The sudden revelation came to a shock for the vampire, her eyes widened as she stared at the stone-cold dragon. Velzard, I decided to stop fooling around, Guy has already gone too far and now I have people I want to protect. Luminous, I didn't expect that, the frost dragon who has been silent to any political and world problem until now. Velzard, I myself found it hard to believe, but even I am subject to change. Looking up, the surroundings were already enveloped in a cold mist, a few leaves were covered in frost too. This happened by just the tiniest release of Velzard's power. Velzard, listen Luminous, the world is going to change greatly very soon, Rimuru Tempest, after meeting him I remembered something. Luminous. Velzard, and now I'm convinced, if everything goes as it should then the next few years are going to turn grim. If someone like Velzard said that, no one could ignore her warning. Velzard, the angels, the Eastern Empire, Guy and even the world-destroying dragon, Evarage, all started moving, it is just a matter of time before everything goes down. Luminous, but why choosing Rubrios then? I'm sure by Guy's side, you'll win far more. Velzard, don't get me wrong, I never sided with Guy to start with, let's just say it was a childish tantrum. She was blinded with jealousy and wanted to definitely bury Guy, he who had stolen the attention of Veldanava from her. But the last 2,000 years changed her Mindest greatly, she found herself having a daughter and a student. Slowly, Velzard felt the shackle that bound her break, the white ice that covered her heart melted too. She just wanted to see a world where all the people she held dear could smile. Velzard, perhaps, this is what you felt about Big Brother Veldanava, you wanted Malim to witness such a world too, right? This feeling was warm and comfortable but at the same time, scary, every person she held dear was a powerful being. Those who would fight in the incoming war, every second that passed could lead to their death, Velzard felt dread just thinking about losing them all. And slowly, her standing at Guy's side was threatening all. Velzard, I really want to get through all this with them. Luminous, huh? Velzard, you are far more fetched than me, Luminous, I'm sure you understand as well, the fear of losing someone. Luminous, I see, and you are ready to make the world balance collapse for them. Velzard chuckled, by switching sides the world would surely fall into chaos, but does that has to change her mind? Velzard, the world balance was meant to be broken anyway. Smiling, Velzard's eyes shifted to the side for a moment, her pupil catching a third uninvited presence. Velzard, so we're there, the last wielder of the heroic blood. Luminous, MMH. Noticing Velzard's wavering stare, Luminosa turned her own attention around, shortly after she noticed a capped individual standing several feet away. This alerted the vampire as she couldn't sense any presence or power emanating from that person. The only notable thing was that this individual had a sort of barrier made of shadow around his body. Luminous, who are you? The figure remained silent, this was the same person that contacted Eleanor when she was on mission in the Eastern Empire. Velzard, don't question her, Luminous, I don't think she is an enemy. Luminous, if you say so. While Luminous was wary, Velzard seemed comfortable as if she knew exactly who this capped individual was. Finally, after a minute of silence, the intruder spoke up. It seems you have remembered something important, Velzard-sama. Velzard, indeed, but I didn't expect you, the last wielder of the blood of Avirion, to come here in person. The capped individual eyes suddenly glowed, a pale blue shone through the darkness below the individual's hood. I just came here to verify something but it seems my worries were in vain, so I'll take my leave now. Velzard, I see. Letting the individual go, Luminous was dumbfounded, she heard something that maybe should have stayed secret. Luminous, did you say, Avirion? What does that mean? They should have gone extinct millennia ago. Velzard, Fufu, I told you the world is chawning greatly, even the ghosts of the past are moving. Luminous, can't you explain properly? Velzard, it is not right for me to reveal someone else's secret, you should already know but his reincarnation is here. Luminous, you mean Dawn? I suspected he was the reincarnation of Origin Avirion but I couldn't know for sure, wait, were you acquainted with him? Velzard, who know? Leaving Luminous with her question, Velzard turned around and walked away. Velzard, call me when you're about to leave, for now I'll just enjoy this city a little more. Luminous, Art, why do they have to always keep everything to themselves? Meanwhile, after long research, Dawn was standing on a platform made of ice. Below him was the 21th island he visited after getting the information from Neuvera. Things went pretty smoothly after he got rid of Leopold. Dawn found it. Gazing down, the island was pretty large, clearly not the size of a continent or even a large city like Rubrios. But big enough to have a small civilization living on it, the land was covered by nature beside a few spots signifying former human passage. Dawn, let's get this done now. Jumping down, finally he could get the fragment of his existence all together. Third POV. The sun settling upon the destroyed battlefield, Eleanor and Lucas just arrived on the scene where Rubrios and the Giants' force fought. They were tasked to investigate the aftermatch damage and Horizon's whereabouts. Lucas, this is a total mess, you can easily guess what kind of battle happens here. Eleanor, yeah, the Giants must have dominated most of the battle. They could some barricade typical from Rubrios's army, all of these construct were destroyed, the Giants being naturally robust and tanky. They must have charged in and taken Rubrios off guard. Eleanor, and this is when Horizon stood up. Looking around, the most noticeable damage on this entire plane was the large print left by the King of Giant and Horizon's fight. A large crater, some residue of Magicule and more, it was truly a clash that exceeded human norm. Lucas, it seems he really gave his all, and still, Horizon lost. This was a bit disheartening as Horizon was the second strongest among their group, you might not like him but that was an undeniable fact. So his losing meant that no one beside their leader had a chance against a Gruul who isn't even among the strongest demon lords. Eleanor, cover me, I'll start reading the memories of this battlefield. Lucas, do it fast, I got a bad feeling. Nodding, Eleanor immediately started, using her unique skill, clairvoyance, she watched the past of this plane. The roaring battle between human and giant, and the demise of a hero. After around an hour, Eleanor woke up and took a deep breath. Lucas, so. Eleanor, it's as we thought, Horizon was taken by Demon Lord de Gruul, he fought until, not even after both his arms were torn apart. Clenching her fist, the state in which Horizon was at the end of the fight was deplorable, it was a miracle he could still stand. No, it was pure willpower, the true miracle was that he survived by earning the Giant's recognition, Horizon managed to trade blows. He lost both his arm and a leg, and in exchange he managed to tear one of de Gruul's arms. Eleanor, after that, they left, we should get back to Rubrios for now, going further alone will be dangerous. Lucas, TCH. So we have to retreat now while Horizon is suffering. Eleanor, why are you rebelling now? Besides, even if we manage to get the location, there is no way we'll succeed in rescuing him. Among every member of the Genesis Knight, Lucas was the most likely to betray them, his loyalty wasn't to joke at. But he was closer to Horizon than the rest, so when he was tasked to go there, he had already planned to go help his friend no matter what. Lucas, we just have to rescue him, no need for fighting. Eleanor, you. Her eyes narrowing dangerously, she already knew where this was going, Lucas was determined to rescue Horizon. But that won't do, Eleanor isn't dumb and knows her limits. Eleanor, sorry but I'll have to stop you there. Lucas. Instantly, a bind made of silver light appeared and caught Lucas off guard, the bind tightening around his body. He was immobilized and his magicule quickly decreased. Eleanor, take a good nap, we're going back to Rubrios. Lucas, the silver chain, you went ahead and predicted I would rebel now. Silver chain, an unique grade weapon which drains the magicule of its prey, it's a hunter item that belongs to the many experimental weapons you had created. Eleanor, we are never too cautious, you are the most irrational man I know. Grabbing him, she lifted his binded body and quickly ran away, at least, she was able to stop this idiot before he did something that could have hindered them in the future. Back to Dawn, he had already landed on the island, now walking through a dense forest, he could already tell that any sort of civilization had left this land for a few millennia now. Dawn, what more is that? There is no magical beast or monsters, in fact, the state of magicule here is very poor. It's almost as if the very land was trying to get rid of the magicule. Dawn, anyway, I think I found it. Looking down, he was in the middle of nowhere, but the ground was soiled in magicule, the sole place on the island where the flow was normal. Dawn, MMH, an illusion spell. Placing his hand down, he quickly found the mechanism, it was a primitive yet ingenious way to cast an illusion. Slowly, the ground shook slightly before a gateway was dug underground. Dawn, in fact, I don't think anyone in this era could have formed such a gate, the one who built it was a pure genius. Jumping down, the hole extended 100 meters underground, being this far down reminded him of some sour memories. Particularly his fight against Luna 2,000 years ago where he had to hide underground for the win. Dawn, it's getting colder. The more he fell down, the colder it got, but not naturally cold, it was freezing and this feeling wasn't unfamiliar. Dawn, snowy. Snowy, yes master, I can feel a very similar energy to my own covering the entire hole. This was odd, but soon enough he will have all the answers he needs, after a long minute, his feet finally hit the ground. Negating the potential fall damage, he then looked up, shock seized his mind as he realized how big this place was. In front of him was a large cave, the entire structure was extending under the ocean, it was big enough to pretend to be a small city. But only one building was present, this was certainly the laboratory of origin of Irian. Dawn, I see now, this entire place is originally a battlefield. Looking around as he walked forward, he realized the impact and damaged wall, the entire cave ceiling was artificially made. As the sea covered the land, this large crater was preserved. No, at this rate, the theory of land submerged by the rising ocean was wrong. The island on top itself was formed by magic and artificially made. Dawn, the amount of magicule and knowledge needed is insane, and the most impressive part is that this was probably done millennia before my birth. At that time, surely the concept of magic itself must have been controversial. Finally, the main part came as Dawn entered the laboratory. Instantly after he set foot inside, he felt danger creeping from everywhere. And as his instinct kicked in, he drew his sword out and pointed it toward the presence he just noticed. Dawn, I didn't expect someone to be here. The presence wasn't actually apparent, it was invisible, but Dawn's instinct never got him wrong until now. There is no need to be wary, I am not your enemy. Dawn, difficult to say when all I sense is dread. As if it was trying to prove itself to Dawn, the presence took its material form, particule of freezing ice generated within the air. A humanoid body was formed, starting from its core, it extended from the arm and legs, finally ending with its head. A pure white-haired lady who wore a white armor made of ice. Dawn, Snowy. A realization hit him as the person in front of him was an exact copy of Snowy aside from their ice color. Snowy being crystal blue while this new one was pure white. Exalia, you are half right and half wrong. I am indeed related to the spirit known as Snowy, but my own name given to me by my master is Exalia. Dawn could feel Snowy shaking inside his soul. The spirit before him wasn't normal, her appearance was just the tip of the iceberg. Her magicule and essence was the same as Snowy. Dawn, can't you explain more? Exalia, I think it would be better for you to see it yourself. Turning her head toward a specific room, Exalia pointed her finger toward a very special and distinguished book. Exalia, this is the diary of my master. Dawn, you aren't a spirit, right? Ignoring her words, he continuously analyzed the spirit, or rather, the being known as Exalia. Exalia, as expected, you have a good eye. Indeed, I am not a spirit, rather Snowy is the spirit part while I'm the other half. Dawn, I see, so are you a sort of guide and guardian to this place now? Changing the subject, he looked around. The entire place was slightly covered with Exalia's magicule. Dawn hadn't noticed before, but everything was too well preserved. Time can damage anything, and eventually any structure men made will deteriorate over time. But it wasn't the case for this place. Exalia, my main body was sealed at the core of the Laboratory of Eden. You could call me guardian, but I'm more of a weapon waiting for its master. Dawn, Laboratory of Eden. Is this the name of this place? Exalia, yes. Dawn was perplexed. He had some doubt, thinking that Exalia was an enemy created by the author, but she seemed overly honest. Dawn, you said I should read your master's diary. Is this a trap? Exalia, negative. Dawn, how can I trust you? Exalia, I have nothing concrete to prove myself. Dawn, then is your master Originavirian? Exalia, I cannot answer. Dawn, why? For a moment, Exalia's cold eyes shone with sadness. Exalia, because I don't want the reunion with my master to be like that. Dawn, huh? Exalia, you see, the day I met my master and was named by him were my most prized memories. I don't want our reunion to be one-sided. Dawn, you are basically confirming my question. Exalia, but you can't be sure, not until you remember everything. Dawn, I see, and for that, I have to go through the diary. Nodding, Exalia once again pointed her finger toward the study room. Exalia, this diary isn't normal. Perhaps it will help you trust me a little if I gave you the details over what will happen once the diary is opened. Dawn, not normal you say? Exalia, yes, this diary was made by someone very special. Its law goes against time and has only one purpose, to help the hero chosen by fate regain his former glory. Dawn, go against the law of time? Heh, this reminds me strangely of a certain mask. Turning around, Dawn slowly walked toward the study room. Once he had arrived in front of the main desk where the diary was obviously showcased. He placed his hand on the cover. A nostalgic yet powerful feeling emerged within his soul. Exalia, the diary acts as a time travel machine. All your memories will be erased and you will be reborn as the protagonist of the diary. Dawn, it's really risky. It's basically asking me to let myself be subject to mind attack. Exalia, you will surely wake up in 5 days afterward. That means, once he opens this book, he will become Originavirian again, without his memories as Dawn Arcead. Dawn, Snowy, Dusk, what do you think? Dusk, I'm against it, Master. Memories are what constitute a person, you cannot lose them. Snowy, I agree with Dusk, but the Master's decision is the final say. Dawn, I see, then. His hand previously holding the cover slided downward as he gently pried open the diary. Dawn, I'll see you two in 5 days then. Smiling, his eyes turned toward Exalia for a moment. She had a look of anticipation. Dawn, I'm really surrounded by beautiful people. As he said, he closed his eyes. The first page of the diary bursted into light as Dawn's consciousness and soul was sucked into the book. His decision was purely made on instinct. Dawn had felt the warmness of the diary as if it was calling him. The current him could barely fight the upper echelon of the world, he couldn't waste more time and had to get stronger and more complete. For that, he also decided to make this gamble. Was it a mistake? He couldn't know, even his eyes of fate couldn't calculate this. He just had to see, this was a battle for himself. In a faraway past, long way before the foundation of the Eastern Empire or even the birth of the Storm Dragon. The cardinal world was very much different, having 5 continents. What was known as the mainland in the future was called at that time, the continent of Zurika. Where power was divided in 3 main forces, the Empire of the West, the United Nation of the East and the independent nations scrapped everywhere else. Among those nations, only a few managed to get through the course of time, Silberia being one of them. Now, within the Empire of the West, the furthest territory in the north which had the greatest monopoly over maritime commerce. The largest territory within the empire, the Dukedom of Avirion, a place who held great power over the entire continent. Its worth was considerable as they were not the only link the empire had toward the northern continent where the high human lived. The dukedom also wielded the 3 main ports of the empire. This is why among the 3 duke families of the empire, Avirion was the most important. Harmony, peace and order, those were Avirion's virtues and nothing seemed to be able to change them, not until a miraculous day where a certain heir was born. The first son of the Duke of Avirion, named Origin Avirion, he was born during the cold winter and as the first heir, the entire empire had celebrated his birth. A man born with characteristic white hair and pale blue eyes, that cold day warped by the freezing winter. Origin Avirion had opened his eyes to the world for the very first time. Origin POV. 3 years had passed since my birth. I had quickly realized that my life won't be like the others. I was the sole heir to the Dukedom of Avirion. My existence held a greater importance to many others. I was educated from an early age to become the next duke. My father, Christopher Avirion, was a strict and cold man. He sure showed pure happiness when I was born, but after that, he had quickly realized, or maybe he always intended, to make sure I will become the next star for this dukedom. My mother wasn't better. She was kind to me, but I realized that she only ever gave birth to me so she could stay in the duke family. This is why, as I grew up and reached my 3 years, I felt empty and cold. Watching the horizon as each passing day was a copy of another, only when the dawn of the day happened did I feel at ease. Staring at the rising sun, I wonder how I would look once my life would reach its midday. Third POV. 3 years old, that year was important as it was the first time Origin's hand was laid on a sword. He had accidentally reached the training ground of the Night Order and touched a blade for the first time. A 3 years old kid who held significant importance for the future shouldn't go near a deadly weapon at such an early age. Yet Origin found himself immersed, and this fascination was soon revealed to be a gift. Origin Avirion was a genius like no other. At the age of 5, he had already the qualification to become a knight. The only problem was his child body. But in terms of technique and pure sword skill, he was already dominating the dukedom. This news didn't go unnoticed as more expectations were put upon his shoulders. His heart sinking slowly before freezing totally, he had earned the title of Frozen Prince. A child without emotion who will rule the strongest land within the empire. Time then passed, and at his 7th birthday, a large party was held in the Duchy of Avirion. As the most influential family aside from the imperial one, pretty much every important guest was conveyed. Among them, a certain lady who happened to be the 3rd daughter of another ducal family of the empire. Both of them meeting for the first time, they couldn't know that their fate would tangle on itself. Origin POV. 7 years, that's the time I spent living this life. My heart just kept freezing. I honestly didn't feel joy or happiness toward this birthday, not like I felt anything over the past few years. All I liked, or I supposed I liked, was swordsmanship. My education also proceeded, from politics to territorial management. I was praised by the other while continuing to walk forward the path my father had drawn for me. Even now, I was standing there, in the middle of my birthday party, shoulder up and head tall. I could hear the whisper and stare of those that surrounded me. The lower rank consisted of knights and honorable warriors who grinded the echelon, to the middle-ranked nobles who inherited titles from their ancestors. And lastly, the high-ranked nobles. I couldn't understand them, despite being of slightly inferior status to mine or some equal. I couldn't understand why we were so different. For example, the son of Marquis Reichwald was a complete weirdo. Despite being the birthday party organized by the Dukedom of Avirion, he was walking and acting as if he was the most important person. Flirting with every lady and not even greeting me when his father did. On the other hand, the family of the weakest dukedom of the empire was completely different. When the adults were focused on talking business and forging bonds, the Wisden family stayed with themselves. The Duke was a famous tactician while the Duchess was one of the leading female figures in chivalry. They have 5 children who all came. They are known as the weakest family because of their involvement in politics. Anyway, while staring at them, I lost focus for an instant. And let myself be found out. The Duchess and 3rd daughter turned their attention upon me. Avoiding eye contact now would be a sign of weakness, so I just keep locking eyes with them before nodding my head slightly, faking a greeting. We are of the same rank, so it's a believable excuse. Father, Origin, you should go talk with the other kids. Forging relations early is always a good call. Origin, as you wish, father. My voice falling cold, it didn't bother the Duke, instead he shrugged it off satisfied and walked off. He was surely waiting for the last important guest of this party, which is the Emperor and the Imperial family. Leaving me alone, I found myself contemplating, forging relations with other nobles is crucial, but I couldn't see any benefit I could get with the people present. Even if I approached the others, they seemed too childish to discuss business. I could try to get in touch with the holders of titles, which are the adults. But it would be akin to me stealing my father's authority. Noble, so this is the heir of Avirion. He seems quite dull, to be honest. Noble, Fufu, he just turned 7, right? He should join the academy in a few years. Noble, but gaining his favor early on would be synonymous to success. Noble, I heard he was quite talented with the sword. The future of Avirion is secure. Their constant whisper appeared quite bland to me, because they were all talking but no bite. Chatting with themselves or people from the same side, they couldn't bring themselves to do the same in front of me or the Duke. Sighing, I decided to act now or it will never end, but as I was about to take a step toward a small group of nobles composed of Count and Viscount, someone approached me and cut down my escape route instantly. May I have some of your time? Turning around, I kept a straight face and nodded, long black with a shine of purple hair and amethyst-like eyes. The third daughter of Duke Wisden, Catherine Wisden, her name isn't much stated as her siblings shine more. Origin, sure. But I could tell she wasn't normal. There was something about her that could make anyone nervous. Looking around briefly, all eyes were on us now. Surely, the fact that the neutral family Wisden had made the first move with the heir of Avirion. This mere fact alerted the whole room. Even my father had his eyes fixated on us. Catherine, should we move to another place? I'm not really comfortable with crowded places. Origin, Sue. But before we could even walk away, the room fell silent as the most important guests finally arrived. The guards announcing the arrival of the Imperial family, I excused myself to Lady Catherine and walked away to join the Duke. I couldn't tell what expression Lady Catherine had at that moment, but her silence seemed quite heavy in a sense. Anyway, afterward I had met the Emperor of the Empire, Kraid von Arcania, the supreme ruler of the Arcanian Empire. And his 2 heirs, the first princess, which is the indirect heir, and the first prince, which is 2 years younger than the princess. Both are respectively 11 and 9 years old, but their presence couldn't be compared to the other of our ages. Third POV. The party ended as the name of Origin Avirion spread. His growth had just started. 5 more years then passed as nothing much happened. The commerce between Avirion and the northern continent seems to have deteriorated for some reason though. But that wasn't a decrease worth considering the gain Avirion had generated from their other partners. Now 12 years old, Origin was sent to the capital city of the Empire, Shredbond, where the glorious and noble academy was located. This is where all nobles from the lowest rank to the imperial family had to prove themselves to the world. Grades, relation, reputation, and fame. If you successfully graduated from the academy, you will instantly be put among the stars of the next generation. These years had some promising names: the heir of the dukedom of Avirion, the third daughter of Whitson family Catherine Whitson, the heir to a big merchant group, the children of many competent knights who gradually raised the rank. It was surely a golden era to the academy, and now, Origin was on his way to the prestigious academy. The long journey from Avirion to the capital was a 3 weeks travel in carriage. At this point of time, he was already a sword master, having learned everything he could from the knights and his own father. Once his body is fully grown, not many will be able to stand in front of his blade. Dawn, the academy welcomed many promising students this year. Being from the dukedom, he was naturally privileged and given more information: the entrance exams test, the different facilities and events the academy will propose, and more. The academy itself never proclaimed to be neutral. They were an extremist group for nobles. This is why no commoners are found there. Dawn, Catherine Wisden. This name brought him a sense of déjà vu, after his 7th birthday party and how they were interrupted. He hadn't seen or heard of Catherine Wisden for years, nor did she appear in the next few birthday parties. Perhaps she was offended by their last and unique encounter. Dawn, I was just tasked to end up first in the academy overall program. This surely won't be hard. Tossing the documents aside, Origin closed his eyes and decided to rest for a while. He still had a long way before reaching the capital, his personal sword close to his hand. He slowly drew himself to sleep. Several weeks later, the academy year started. All kinds of nobles and influential children attended, and the entrance exam ended the same day. The exam itself wasn't worth much. It was just a way to put every name on the hierarchy. Even if you failed as long, your family could back you up either financially or bribery, or was just that powerful. You could still attend the academy. Still, the entrance exam is like a ladder. The higher your name is, the better your standing becomes. Naturally, the top name in both written and physical tests ended up with the same name, Origin Avirion. With 2 perfect scores, it wasn't much for him, but for the other nobles, it was a confirmation. The rumors about the little genius and frozen prince of the dukedom were true. While everyone was busy gossiping about the recent results, another topic surfaced. Noble, did you hear? A commoner managed to get himself into the academy. Noble, yes, how shameful for us to breathe the same air as them. Noble, not only that. He finished first equal to his highest origin of Virion in the physical test. This was a bigger deal than the exam's result. A commoner here was first, and judging by the exam result, that commoner was just that talented. Noble, wait, shut up. His highest future duke is here. Noble, what? Let me see. In the midst of the crowded corridor, a natural pathway was formed as only the sound of one man walking could be heard. Having deposited his luggage in the newly opened dormitory, Origin was now on his way toward his first class. It was still early, but he would rather be in the classroom early for some peace. He didn't want to check his score as he expected to be placed first, though the rumor of someone standing at his equal reached his ear. But that didn't bother him much. The only important thing was to focus on himself. If they are equal, then next time he just has to be better. Noble, whoa, he is really handsome. Noble, his appearance matches his name, the Frozen Prince. Noble, I am a bit scared to approach him. Isn't murder legal for the Duke family? Noble, but at the same time, he is the only heir to the dukedom, so if we become friends. Noble, we are destined to success. All kinds of remarks were whispering around him. Origin just kept his head straight and continued his walk without stopping. He was used to this now, all talk but now bite. No one will dare approach him during the first few weeks. Or so he thought. Oh ho, you seem quite the big deal, mind if we become friends? A voice called him out from behind. Under the eyes of everyone, a man stood there as if he was owning the pathway formed for the heir of the dukedom. Origin himself froze for a moment, his composure wavering slightly as he couldn't expect such an approach when his name was on every mouth. Turning around, he looked straight toward the one man who did such a blunt move, clothes rather ragged that breathed commoner, yet this person had some sort of majestic aura surrounding him. Origin. Long black hair and similar pale blue eyes to Origin, it was easy to spot that he was the only commoner that was accepted, as everyone else either wearing luxury clothes or famous design dress. Origin himself was wearing a black/grey military-like uniform. Well, this was the first day. After the first weeks, everyone beside those from the marquis rank and above will have to wear the academy-given uniform. Noble, who do he think he is? Noble, that's the commoner for you. Noble, do he think he can talk to the Duke heir like that? Outraged by his action, no one aside from Origin noticed the particular aura surrounding this commoner. He was confident and not bothered by the crude remark that was raining on him. No, instead he grinned and shamelessly approached Origin before extending his hand for a handshake. Velda, my name is Velda, I'm sure we'll be great friends. His confident smile and composure impressed Origin, out of everyone he had met in his 12 years long life. This man in front of him was surely the most impressive. Origin, Velda, I'll remember your name. Not accepting his handshake, Origin was still a noble and this Velda a commoner in the academy. Their social standing gap was just far too big, but that didn't bother Velda as his grin deepened when Origin turned around and started leaving. Velda, he is really interesting, I knew it. Coming here undercover to play as a commoner student was a good idea. I'm really a genius. His hair shining with stars for an instant, Velda, or from his true name Veldanava, this academy life was bound to become interesting. Third POV. A few days have passed since the start of the academy year. Every student has pretty much set their mark, the nobles staying with those of their rank. Relation and friendship naturally formed, only a few decided to stay alone, preferring the calmness of a silent circle. Origin being one of them, focused on his personal development. Besides, even if he wanted to get along with others, he couldn't. Not many would even dare walking the same path as him. His status was just that higher. He also couldn't understand those around him. Friendship wasn't a notion he was familiar with. Origin, swordsmanship lesson won't start before an entire month, it seems. The academy is trying to consider us. Not everyone was like him. Most students were normal 13-year-old children who had minor experience with swords. The academy surely wants to slowly introduce the art by theory and lesson before moving to practice. Origin, it's pretty dumb though. Well, it's also easier for me. In terms of sword skill, he will easily get the top grade, but in terms of academics, he wasn't dumb, having finished most of the books inside the Duchy of Avirion. But, this academy was all about teaching the future ruler of the continent. Surely, their lesson would uphold their reputation. Origin, I just have to focus more on studying. As he planned his future action, he walked through an isolated part of the academy, a series of buildings that led to a small garden. It was pretty peaceful, surely an ideal place to hide from the lousy academy students. Stop that. And as if the world was sending a message, the moment he thought he had found a land of peace, a loud cry resonated through the space. Sighing, Origin just continued to walk without caring about the previous cry. Unfortunately, he accidentally walked in the trouble. Just beside the wall he was hiding at, 3 boys and 2 girls, they seemed to be arguing about something. One of the girls was on the ground, her cheeks swollen red, suggesting she was slapped a moment ago. Origin, it seems, some middle nobles are bullying the lower rank. It wasn't really his problem, he could actually step in and stop this ordeal, but those bullies will surely come back later. And eventually, those girls would just cling to him in hope for protection. Origin, I should leave now. Having set his mind, his leg stopped abruptly when the lady on the ground looked up, her face clear in display. Origin would never forget a face he had once seen, even if it was years ago. Origin, Catherine Whitson. What is she doing here? No, what is important is why is she on the ground? Did those guys have a death wish? Because hitting one of the 3 ducal families is akin to wishing death. Unfortunately for Origin, in a moment of inattention, his presence was found out by Catherine, who widely grinned after noticing him. Catherine, Your Highness the future Duke. Please help me. Her words had a dramatic effect as everyone present froze. Origin himself was startled by her sudden pleas. It was like she was playing a role, but surely he understood. Catherine was a student of this academy, but she wasn't known as the daughter of the Whitson. Instead, she took cover as a lower noble, probably a count or viscount heiress to find in the mass. This was the only explanation possible. Beside, the fact that Catherine didn't make much public appearance to the point where her face would be unknown surprisingly added peps to his theory. Origin, how bothersome. Sighing once again, he didn't run and instead came out of his hiding spot. His entrance added another layer of stress upon the bully or even the girl accompanying Catherine. Origin, Lady Catherine, may I know why you are on the ground? Catherine, why is a future duke being so polite to a trash girl like her? Ignoring the rude comment, it seems even Catherine's name was changed, since those bullies reacted to the name Catherine as if it was foreign. However, the concerned girl grimaced as she rectified. Catherine, I think you misunderstood me for someone else, Your Highness. My name is Julia, I am from a praised merchant family. Origin, I see, you still haven't answered my question. Catherine, why, you see, those nobles were talking ill about the Whitson dukedom. I tried to defend them and slowly, they got angry and slapped me. She was clearly acting, but the content of her words didn't seem fake. Even those boys seemed reluctant in denying her words. Because, lying to the next Duke of Avirion would lead to something worse than death. Origin, I see, you, take your friend and get her treated. Ordering the other girl, Origin recognized her as the daughter of a marquis, one of the rare family led by a woman in the empire. It wasn't common for a merchant and a marquis rank to be together, but it seems, despite the fake identity, Catherine still kept some trustworthy ally to her side. Lily, yes, Your Highness. Lily, while she didn't have much talent or attractive traits but could be an interesting support, she was part of one of those families Avirion had neutral relations with. Origin, now, since the ladies are gone, I should make it an example and show everyone what the price is for insulting the ducal families. Once, Catherine was brought away, Origin's expression grew colder. He didn't care much, but still, he was raised in an imperialist way. A middle-rank noble daring to insult one of the ducal family, no matter who it was, Origin couldn't let that slide. Under the cry of agony and melancholy, 10 minutes later, an instructor came and immediately froze upon seeing the crime scene. Standing above 3 semi-lifeless corpses, the frozen prince slightly covered in blood had a sword in hand. Instructor, this. Origin, you took your time. It seems the protection of the students within the academy is quite low. Turning toward the instructor, Origin slowly walked away as he swiped his blade clean through the air. On the ground, the 3 bullies had each one had an arm severed and their face beaten up to the point of false recognition. Instructor, wait. No matter who you are, this won't go. Origin, if there is any objection. Before the instructor knew, Origin was already beside him, his hand slowly gripped upon the adult's shoulder. Origin, tell them that, I will pay them a visit myself, I will take personal charge in hearing their complaint. His eyes gleaming widely, the mere presence of a 13-year-old kid managed to terrify the instructor of the most recognized academy in the empire. After taking care of that, Origin made his way toward his room. He had to get his clothes clean from the filthy blood. On the way, someone barged and blocked the path. Looking up, Dawn already knew who it was, after only one man acted that way around him. Origin, why are you blocking the way? Velda, I was just wondering if being badass was second nature to you. Origin, how stupid. Ignoring him, Origin just walked past the hidden god and joined his room. From what he saw, Velda wasn't much active in class. Many had grown hostile toward him for being a commoner, yet he remained unfazed. He surely was someone different. Anyway, after getting cleaned up, he had gone ahead and sent letters to the bully's family. Origin, with that, this matter is definitely sealed. It was a matter of time before the bullies were expelled and their family fell into ruin. Now, the last thing he has to do is meet Catherine again. Eventually, after a week once she was presentable again, Origin invited her secretly in one of the VIP rooms in the academy. Origin, so Lady Catherine, may I know the reason as to why you are hiding yourself? Catherine, yeah, I didn't expect you to go that far. They had met once, it wasn't a notable encounter at that yet. Origin made sure those bullies won't approach her ever again. It was a pure display of influence and power Origin Avirion possessed. Catherine, Well, you see I got myself in a lot of trouble and I don't want my family's reputation to be tainted by me. Origin, what do you mean by that? You are of the same rank as me. If some people find you ridiculous, then with your power you just have to make it seem normal, the weak follow the strong. Origin, who had grown up with this mentality, couldn't understand Catherine, who instead of imposing her authority, ran away. Catherine, I am not as strong as you, in fact, what I love is something beyond the norm. Flashing a sad smile, she pondered if she could reveal herself a bit more to the boy in front of her. He wasn't like the other after all. Catherine, what I do is magic. Her smile never flattered, a small flame lit above her hand. Origin now understood. Magic, this subject is very taboo as the very concept of magic is linked to sorcery and evil. The mere fact of having someone who strives toward magic in a noble family might be the cause of demise. Origin, magic, huh? Staring at the flame in her hand, Origin sighed and got up. Origin, I see, you have your own circumstance, I won't. Catherine, wait. I need you. Origin, what? Catherine, you see, actually, my eyes have been sensitive to magic ever since I was young. Born with the extra skill, magic sense, thought she couldn't know because the very concept of skills was still unknown. Origin, so. Catherine, there is always this weird flow of energy glooming everywhere. I realized no one beside me could see it, this energy that seemed to be related to magic. Origin couldn't understand, but it was normal, he couldn't visualize or imagine what mana or magicule looked like. Origin, so you are seeing something invisible that only you can see. What does it have to do with me then? Catherine, well, when I first saw you, I immediately realized how special you were, the energy around you seemed to be overflowing, as if magic was trying to get your favor. Origin, around me. He remembered how she looked at him back in the day, it seems she actually was surprised by this invisible energy that dwelled around him. Catherine, this is why. Please, help me. The despair in her eyes was evident. Origin wondered why she seemed so hasty about this. Origin, and how should I help you? I can't see or use this energy. Catherine, well, I was actually trying to form a club here at the academy. Origin, a club. Clubs, this is an important notion in this academy, because those clubs can play a major role for a student's grade. Origin wasn't interested because in the end he would still ace everything. Catherine, yes, those bullies actually slapped me after they learned that they wanted to open a magic-related club. Origin, I see, this is quite the horrific subject you are trying to study. If he remembered correctly, the only people who actively researched magic in the world currently were the followers of a certain religion. Origin, why not contact the dragon cult then? They seem to worship a being called the Star King and are more advanced when it comes to magic. Catherine, I can't trust anyone, even Lily, she follows me because I saved her once when we were younger. Origin, so why are you telling me this? A Virian could easily take advantage of Whitsun with me denouncing you. Catherine, I can't really say it but I want to believe in you. She was truly a weird girl, but Origin wondered if he should actually accept her offer. Being a member of a club actually led to more advantage, but he couldn't join and due to his status. People would naturally fear him and ruin his experience in this club, so being part of a new one led secretly by another ducal family wouldn't be bad. The only problem is that this club would research magic. Origin, fine, I will join and go along whatever you are scheming but under one condition. Catherine, really? I mean, yes, anything you want. Origin, I'll decide the name of the club and I'll take care of whatever is administrative related. Catherine, if you are comfortable with just this. It was clear for Catherine, Origin just wanted to make sure his family's reputation won't be tainted by her fantasy. He was also going to cover whatever plan she had with his power. A ducal heir can easily bribe the academy to silence them. Thus, after that, Catherine left with a wide smile. She finally had someone powerful join her cause. Outside, her only friend Lily was waiting with an anxious expression. Catherine, I'm back, Lily. Lily, I mean Julia, how did it go? Catherine, pretty good. Lily, are you sure? I know you both have similar status but, His Highness Origin is really scary. Catherine, everything good, Lily, he agreed to help me and we are now 3 in our club. Lily, 3. But we need at least 10 people. To this, Catherine smirked, she tapped her forehead 2 times before chuckling. Catherine, don't forget, the one who just joined us is Origin Avirian, he can easily count for 20 members. In fact, Catherine could have opened her club with her presence alone if she had revealed her true identity. Lily, I see, well I doubt the academy dean or any instructor would dare oppose His Highness. Lily should be more worried that she had to share a club room with such a scary individual. Lily, and you? You should be happy since you really admire His Highness. Catherine, please don't mention that in front of him. Lily, I can understand to some point because he is the heir of the strongest ducal family, he is titled a genius and is pretty handsome. Catherine, I know all this. I can't help it if I fell in love at first sight. Blushing after making sure they were far enough, Catherine finally melted her expression as she had been hyperventilated since earlier. Trying her best to hide her true feelings, now with her soul friend, she broke down in a blushing mess. Lily, Fufu, well you got a chance to get with him since you guys are a perfect fit. Catherine, shut, for now I'm just fine with observing him from afar. The reason for her exaggerated feeling was that for her, Origin was her ideal self. She was born weak physically and given a gift for a despised subject that magic is. She looked up to the heir of Avirion. A genius who was recognized by all, Catherine was a shadow protected by her family while Origin was a light that would soon enlighten the continent. Catherine, I want to assist this light when it's still low. Smiling, she was just a weak girl who dreamed to create a magic that would help the other, someone that would act as the shadow of the brightest light. Another couple of days had passed. Origin had successfully formed the Club of Sword Theory, which was secretly the Magic Research Club. On the way, another member joined in, him being Velda, who had gone even more famous through the campus. Because he joined the club of a ducal heir, this also brought more hatred toward him. Anyway, with that done, the students resumed their daily school life. Origin was hooked into this magical mess and had to take part in Catherine's experiment. Surprisingly enough, Velda had a lot of missing knowledge and everything was going smoothly. This continued until swordsmanship class started. It wasn't an obligatory class for the ladies, so most were left out. Some came to watch the future swordsman. Everything was set for Origin to shine until the most unexpected outcome happened. After getting warm up and having the basics done, the instructor agreed for the most experienced swordsman to spar. Naturally, no one dared pair with Origin, who ended up fighting randomly. After a long series of victories, his last opponent was Velda, the sole commoner within the academy. It was supposed to be an easy fight, but at the end, Origin found himself on the ground. His sword, which had never left his hand when fighting, was broken. His frozen expression melted totally as he looked up in shock. This wasn't a fight. Velda just disarmed him after countering his every move. Instructor, V. Victor, Velda. The announcement started a storm of whispers. Some started to wonder if Origin was just in reality weaker than he appeared. Some were now interested in Velda, and a lot more, but the main victim, Origin, was still on the ground. After a moment, once he overcame the shock, he looked down, letting his white hair overshadow his eyes. Biting his lips, he could feel the judging eyes of everyone around. He had lost for the first time. His pride definitely took a hit. Origin, I lost in a sword fight. His fist tightening, he slowly got up and stepped away. Velda, who had stayed silent until now, just shrugged it off. Velda Nava, one would expect a human noble to snap after losing like that, but it seems he won't. I can see his potential. He wasn't much bothered because he felt like Origin would stand back on his own very soon. Later that day, Catherine quickly ran through the corridor of the academy worried. She had heard the rumor of the strongest student losing to a commoner. On the way, a lot of people were already bad-mouthing Origin as a mass effect took place. Catherine, these damn brats, they won't ever dare say the same thing in front of the victim. All of them are really making me sick. As she sprinted past everyone without distinction, ultimately, she found herself in the last place she thought of. The farthest training ground used by no one due to the high distance it is from the academy facility. Upon arriving, she noticed Velda standing there, arm crossed while laying his back against the wall. Behind him, the sound of a sword flying through the air could be heard. Catherine, Velda. What are you doing here? Catherine and Velda were actually good friends since the latter was proficient with magic. If he wasn't here, their magic research would be far slower. Velda Nava, be quiet, you came here to see how he was doing, right? Pointing his finger at the training ground behind, Catherine hesitated for a moment before approaching and took a light peek. And contrary to her expectation, the boy she had admired wasn't on the ground, shocked by his first true defeat. No, instead, he was swinging his sword like no tomorrow, the ground all wet, suggesting intensive training for a long period. Velda Nava, right after our spar, he came here and relentlessly trained until now. Catherine, really? Her eyes widening slightly, her part of her always thought Origin Avirion was a genius of the highest grade, someone who didn't need to put a lot of effort to achieve a miracle. But now, as she observed his sweat-covered face, the effort of a man that covered the entire ground surrounding him, she realized. Catherine, talent without hard work is worthless. Her fist tightening, it seemed her worry was useless as Origin wasn't going to let this single defeat get to him. No, in fact, it opened his eyes, as the next day he formally asked Velda to teach him what he lacked. This action not only surprised the Star King Dragon but also the other student, as Origin didn't mind making his request in public. Velda Nava, truly fascinating. In reality, I had started to lose a bit of hope in the human race since all I saw was greed and war, but I did well coming here. Origin Avirion, I look forward to your future. Years then passed. Origin was now 17 and graduated from the academy. In the meantime, a lot of things happened. Firstly, his younger siblings were born, from a concubine, his father earnestly a pair of twins. A boy and a girl, both of them slowly grew up into two spoiled brats who hid behind their father or their older brother. Since Origin was clearly the heir and future Duke of Avirion, their education was similar to the other noble's family. As long as they didn't tarnish the family reputation, they could do whatever they wanted. That aside, Origin had grown up perfectly. Standing as a tall adult, he was already one of the best swordsmen in the Empire. A genius among the top, his previous defeat was silenced as he came out victorious in the Imperial Tournament, a period of 1 month where swordsmen from all around the world gather. Veldanava, however, had left the academy only 2 years after he joined. His sudden decision was startling, but ultimately no one could force him to stay. As for Catherine, she was progressing fastly in her magic research. Having created a few basic spells like Fireball or Ice Lance, she was slowly popularizing the art through the Empire. Everything was going smoothly, until, this same year, a gruesome news befell the Empire. The strongest dukedom of Avirion and the second seat named Lestia entered a territorial war. All 3 dukedoms belonged to the Empire, but the 3 families weren't allies. Avirion was the face of the imperial power, Whitsun was the neutral party, and Lestia was the face of the people. Lestia and Avirion were direct opponents from 2 separate factions, and it didn't age well. The tension between the 2 families isn't new. And finally it broke down. A territorial war is a law in the Empire. If 2 territories of similar status are in conflict, they can enact a territorial war to settle their difference. However, no territorial war between dukedoms ever happened, so now the entire Empire was on edge. Naturally, Origin was given a unit and was bound to participate and go on the field directly. Several days before the first battle, Origin was in an isolated place to affine his sword skills before his first true battle. While he was focusing, he was interrupted by the sound of the bush moving. Turning his head toward the noise, he instantly recognized the intruder. Origin, didn't expect you to come all the way here, Catherine. Catherine, hee, and I thought I was being sneaky. It has been 2 years since they graduated. They had kept communication, though Catherine, being part of the neutral family, wasn't allowed to see him. After the tension broke off, because the Duke of Whitsun absolutely wanted to keep him neutral standing. Origin, so you sneaked out of your house. Now sat on a fallen trunk, both discussed while the sun crossed the sky. It was just a normal friendly meeting. Catherine, yeah, I wanted to see you at least once before the battle. Origin, you don't have to worry, I don't intend to lose and die there. Catherine, I know, but still be careful. The 3 sons of Duke Lestia are famous for their skills, sword, hacks, and a bow. Origin, it doesn't matter, at the end Avirion will win. Catherine, I see. Slowly, Catherine's eyes wrinkled, her head slowly fell on Origin's shoulder. Catherine, you should be even more careful about your own family thought. Muttering under a breath, Origin didn't manage to catch her words. Origin, did you say something? Catherine, never mind, I actually came here to give you something too. Origin, MMH. Smiling, she backed away and got up. Her hand swiftly traveled through her bag as she took out a book. Catherine, when the territorial war was announced 5 months ago, I increased my pace and started the creation of a new spell that would help you. Taking out a book from her purse, Origin took it without much hesitation and flipped its page. Origin, this. Catherine, I'm not really fond of offensive spells, but, if it's for you, I'm ready to take the consequence. The death that her spell will create, the thought of being the one behind 100 of death was infuriating, but Catherine had made up her mind when she started the creation of this new spell. Catherine, it's still a prototype, but I already made the test, it works just fine. Origin, this. Catherine, I plan to improve it later, so let's call it beta disintegration. Smiling, there was only one thing Catherine couldn't have guessed, that the weight and guilt she would feel after creating this spell would haunt her the rest of her life. Days later, the territorial war started, and ended the same day. Origin had successfully led his army of 2,000 men through the entire battlefield. With revolutionary magic, he had bursted through every defense. The 3 brothers of Lestia were easily taken out by Origin's sword. That day, the Empire knew the rise of a new champion. However, this one was accompanied by a big loss. When Origin reached the castle of Lestia, he saw the enemy knight making a path for him. Since Lestia was known for its righteous virtue, Origin abided by their rule and ordered his men to stay outside while he made his way in alone. Once he had reached the last room, he could see the Duke and his wife seated on a lower throne. Duke Lestia, it seems you have finally arrived, young master of Avirion. His voice was cold and you could feel his old age from his tone. The Duchess was also pretty old, surely it was a matter of years before their son succeeded them. Origin, Duke Lestia, can I consider this as a sign of surrender? Duke Lestia, naturally, there is no way this old me can defeat the brightest star of the Empire. Origin, I see, then. Duke Lestia, but, I also know for a fact that you killed my 3 beloved sons. Did you at least bring their corpse? Silence befalling the hall, the few knights located on the side shook uncomfortably. It seemed the inhabitant of Lestia really loved their ducal family. Origin, I have the head of the 3rd and 1st son, the 2nd however was totally burned down and disposed of during the fight. Duke Lestia, I see, may I ask a favor? Origin, what? Duke Lestia, please, give them a good place to rest after this meaningless war. The Duke said while getting up, his hand reached for his golden sword. Origin, why not burying them yourself? Even if you lose now, your title of Duke won't be stripped away. Duke Lestia, you don't understand, before being the Duke of Lestia, I am the father of 3 good kids, it is my duty to avenge them. A wave of murderous intent leaving the old Duke, he jumped forward toward Origin who without emotion, parried his attack. Origin, the first sword, Europa. Using his very own swordsmanship, a large vertical slash was followed by a bath of blood. This last fight had lasted 21 minutes and 12 seconds, with the Duke of Lestia dying at the hand of Origin Avirion. On the side, the knights and even the Duchess held their tears, but none moved, their body was shaking emotionally. Origin, I don't understand, I just killed your master yet no one is fighting back, why? Under him, the bloodied body of the Duke could be seen, his body cut in half mercilessly as the handsome young appeared like the devil. And to his question, the Duchess got up, unable to hold her tears, she answered with a shaky voice. Duchess, because he was the Duke of Lestia, we can't taint his honor after he died in honor. Her words rang through the hall, the knights who previously stood tall fell on their knees, their weapons scattering on the ground. It was the official victory of Avirion, Origin had succeeded but he could help but feel a bitter aftertaste. Before going back to Avirion, he had a discussion with the Duchess. Duchess, young lord of Avirion, I sincerely pray that you won't become like the other of your family. Origin, why are you saying that? Standing on top of a balcony with a perfect view over the city governed by Lestia, Origin could see the peaceful land that will soon be shaken by the death of their ruler. Duchess, you are talented, so I sincerely hope you will break the curse that the Duchy of Avirion is. Origin, what do you mean by that? His hand tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, despite the menacing aura the young man released, the Duchess didn't show a hint of nervousness. Duchess, in the past, none of those who wore the name Avirion listened to my words, you are the very first one, so please, take this advice to heart. Her eyes shining in determination, Origin could just release the pressure and listen to the elder. Duchess, the Duchy of Avirion isn't as clean as it's shown, the darkness that dwells inside is worse than anywhere else in the Empire. Origin, darkness. Duchess, Lestia has for a long time tried to end this cycle, but every Duke and heir of Avirion were cold-blooded monsters, well, it seems an exception is finally born. Origin, can you just get to the point already? Duchess, how impatient, anyway, go to the basement of your home you will find the answer and hopefully, you will uncover a new veil for this empire. Origin, basement. But there is no basement, in the castle of Avirion. Her words really disturbed Origin but he had to shrug it off, later, he left to get back home, the Duchess's face flashing in his mind for some moment. Origin, TCH. Why do I feel so annoyed by her words? He wondered, something like should have never managed to affect him yet he felt a sense of distress. No, in reality deep down he knew why, because, even if Avirion wasn't the best household, it was still his family, his identity. He didn't want the Duchess's words to be true, he didn't want to see the name Avirion attached to darkness. Even more when people had started to call him the brightest star of the Empire. Sealing his unease the best he could, a few weeks passed as the entire Empire stood in front of its emperor. The territorial war ending brutally in a single day managed to shake the balance of force within the Empire, this magic Origin had used was controversial and its usage questioned. This was why, on a sunny day, a large trial was held in front of the Empire directly in the Imperial Palace. During the same time, they had held the victory ceremony for Avirion, now the ruler of Lestia, the Duchess had to pay compensation. On this day, Lestia had lost most of its wealth, influence, and part of their territory to Avirion. All the way, the Duchess quietly agreed to every terms, it was clear that Lestia was done for, the Duke and the 3 potential heirs. All gone by the hand of a single man. After this was settled, the trial for the magic use started, ultimately it ended with Origin giving away Catherine's research. This will later lead to the army acquiring a new power, however, fortunately what he had given wasn't the research over beta disintegration. But the research over the basic elemental magic, the one everyone could use, the trial just ended afterward, and like that another year passed by. Now 18, Origin earned the official title of heir of Avirion's duchy, his reputation had increased tenfold and his family name had become the greatest force in the empire. Some even said that they could overthrow the imperial family, though the main concerns weren't worried. Avirion had swore loyalty to the emperor for a long time, the empire's subject followed its son, even if Avirion managed to get to the top. They were bound to no failure after the household following the imperial family rebel, leaving an opening for the other nation to attack. With the nearly acquired knowledge over magic, the empire grew tremendously in terms of military. In a way, Catherine had achieved her dream, of popularizing magic. Well, this still had come at a big cost because, what she feared happened, led by greed with their newfound power. The empire started a campaign to unify the continent, thought they could only do that much because of the enemy force. The previously peaceful empire had turned some previously neutral relations into hostile. Avirion wasn't spared as the continent neighboring close to the northern land ruled by the High Human, they had developed a semi-aggressive standing toward the empire. The continent known as Celeste, which was inhabited by a rare and majestic race called the Celestial, against them, Avirion was the first and last wall of defense. Being the strongest force of the empire, if they fell then no one would be capable of stopping them. This is why, in this time of conflict between Avirion and Celeste, the empire took precaution and sent reinforcement to the duchy. This is how a small army of 25,000 men was created to serve the young lord of Avirion, his strength recognized throughout the continent. Origin had Catherine as one of his executives. This single army had managed to push back the Celestian for years. And this was how Origin lived his 19, 20, and 21 birthday, 3 years of constant conflict where he had to fight monsters who are baseline much stronger than humans. But that wasn't the true problem. What really bothered him lay much deeper into his companion, when he could fight for days without tiring. The other struggled to keep up his pace, their physical and mental capability slowly degraded, until the day where it all broke down appeared. Under a rainy sky, Origin and his army were on the continent of Celeste, having set a camp in their recently conquered territory. It was a daily event of losing and gaining territory on this continent. Origin, it's already been 281 days here, huh? Still no news of any ceasefire. His blade at his wrist, his eyes showed tiredness. Over the last 3 years, he had lost many men and even his cold heart was starting to shake. This was a true war, something completely different from the territorial war he had in the past. Origin, I should go check the food stock. Getting up, he slowly made his way out. On the way, he noticed that Catarine's tent was particularly quiet. His eyes narrowing, he slowly grabbed the hilt of his sword and approached the tent. When he was close enough, some light sob reached his ears. Relaxing, he peeked through the opening to see the woman who had followed him into this hell. She was sitting on the ground, her face buried in her knee as she crawled into a ball. Origin, Catherine. Hearing her name, the woman flinched. She sure had developed into a fine lady, if she was one of those noble women of the capital. It was without doubt that she would be among the prettiest. Unfortunately her quality was ruined by the war. Catherine, Origin, sorry, I didn't want you to see me in this state. Origin, what happened? Catherine, nothing, it's just, I tried to remain strong but, I guess I finally reached my limit. Origin nodded. He had realized that bringing Catherine here with him wasn't a good idea, before being sent on Celeste. Their army had marched on some other nation back in their home continent. Their Catherine had seen the result of her research. She had saw children being burnt to death, innocent people being cut down by magic and more horrible sight. She wanted to create magic to help the other but it ended into a genocide. Each step she took afterward were filled with blood. She felt responsible and guilty. What more is that, after her magic being recognized 3 years ago. Catherine felt proud. She thought she had finally opened a gate for this art. She even did more research but slowly, those utopic research were forced into the creation of deadly spells capable of taking life. Catherine, please, Origin, help me. Her hands shakingly making their way to grab Origin's shirt, the despair in Catherine's eyes could be felt. However, Origin didn't move, his tired eyes just stared into Catherine's despair. Catherine, please, just kill me, at least, be the one who does it. This was the sad reality, this woman who would later be known as the mother of modern magic, or the sinful witch was in reality. Just a woman who just wanted to help the one she loved, to help the world into reaching an even more peaceful era. But this same woman ends up creating the weapon that will take uncountable amount of lives. This was Catherine Whitson. Third POV. Staring at the raining sky, a world painted in grey, Origin carefully caressed Catherine's hair as the woman was asleep on his lap. She had previously asked him to end her life, but he didn't. Instead he just knocked her unconscious while contemplating the rain. Origin, death, at the end, death is the final destination and answer to all despair. Looking around the camp, many were questioning their reason for life, fighting over and over indefinitely. Fearing death that could catch you at any time now, it was clear that the glorious army under Origin had reached its limit. Origin, I see. During those hard times, what people need is hope, the hope that could revive even the driest men. And Origin had no other choice but become that hope before the decreasing flames of war totally disappear. Origin, I'll come back soon. Getting up, he left a few soft words to the sleeping Catherine before dashing out, his sword at his wrist. He was the commander and leader of this army, it was his duty to manage his men's. Origin, if they need time to recover, then I'll give them time. His eyes shining wildly under the rain, he had set himself a new objective, and that was. Waking up slowly, Catherine's eyes opened before closing back when she was hit by the reflection of the sunlight on her face. Catherine, ugh, my head hurt. Holding her head, she let her eyes adjust to the mild luminosity of her tent, before noticing someone near the entrance. Catherine, you. Her eyes suddenly flew open as she recognized the man. Catherine, Velda. What are you doing here? the man that had left years ago, without clear explanation, was there with his unconditional perfectionist beauty. Veldanava, well, Origin finally managed to awaken his power, so I came here to watch. Catherine, awaken his power. Wait. Where is he right now? Suddenly panicking, her ears then captured the noise outside. It seemed the entire camp was in chaos. Veldanava, Origin, he is currently in the west side. Catherine, what? Did a battle start there? I have to go quickly. Veldanava, it's no use, the battle had already ended hours ago. Catherine grew confused by his words, but instead of answering, Veldanava stood aside as a soldier quickly made his way to the tent and called for Catherine. Soldier, Vice Commander. His Highness's Origin has disappeared. We can't find him anywhere. Catherine, the west side. We have to get there quickly. Realizing, Veldanava actually knew where Origin was, not because he had heard it from the soldiers, but because he just knew it. While the chaos outside was due to the disappearance of the leader of the army. Quickly preparing herself, with a unit of 500 men, Catherine made her way through the land to join the western battlefield. This was a vast plain called Riveria. It's also the fastest path to reach the capital of Celeste. Catherine, why did he go there alone? Surprisingly enough, no one questioned Veldanava's presence, who just tagged along. After a short journey, they had arrived on the bloody battlefield, and Catherine's fear came true. The usually silent battlefield was turned upside down. The bodies of hundreds of Celestian lay around everywhere. In the midst of this, a single was standing among the corpses. Catherine, what happened here? Her pupil shaking violently, she could feel the anxiety of everyone behind her. Veldanava, I'll answer that. When he saw the state of his men, he had realized that he alone could resolve this. He was the leader, he had to lead everyone, and he decided that he would embrace that role. While everyone was trying to rest, faking the shortest amount of sleep possible just so their inner mind won't go crazy. This misery was the key point to open Origin's mind. Veldanava, his original plan was to end this war by himself, even if he had to sacrifice his life. Catherine, but he should have at least consulted me and the other general first. Veldanava, can't you see? You are all weaker than him. When Origin can slay dozens of Celestian, you people need several men for one. His words brought the accompanying soldier to shame, their heads low. They had long ago realized that none of them could match their commander. They were all side character for the hero that Origin was, yet they dragged him down. Veldanava, and most of you wanted to abandon your life. This all led to now. Catherine had now realized too, her words and action from the last day. If only she had kept shut and continued to fight. Veldanava, on his way toward the capital, he accidentally stumbled on an army of 200 Celestians. They were out to make an ambush on the exhausted soldier resting in the east. That means that Origin had no time to go back and alert everyone before preparing the defense. It was going to be a one-sided slaughter. Veldanava, with that in mind, he engaged the fight by himself, his blade never stopping as he fought until dawn. The Star King's eyes growing colder, he slowly took a step forward as Catherine and the soldiers just stared at its back. Veldanava, he fought with the idea of protecting you people, while you were resting comfortably. He was fighting with all he had. His slow step soon led Veldanava to the sole standing man. Veldanava, and even now. But the moment Veldanava took a step within range of Origin's body, the air of Avirion moved instinctively as his blade flew across the space. Having predicted the action, Veldanava took a step back while observing what he came here for. The swing that Origin's blade traced continued. Rushing past the knights, it generated a huge wind impact that blew most of them to the ground, followed by that several kilometers away from the plane were cut down. Veldanava, unique skill, bald heart, this was the skill he was born with, and the one he managed to fully awaken here. The power of Origin Avirion had grown tenfold. It was clear that the Celestian here were massacred by a single man. But this came at a great price. Catherine, who struggled, got up shook in anger as she came up running. Catherine, so he won, right? So why is he in this state now? Her anger was justified, as Origin, who was now facing her, had totally empty eyes. His body wasn't moving either, it just acted on reflex earlier. Veldanava, he is dead. 8 of the 7 hours that composed the battle, he only lived through 5, the remaining 2, his body kept killing even after his death. The body was dead, but the soul remained, fighting over and over to annihilate the enemy before they could get to his people. Perhaps the exemplary goodness from the dukedom of Lestia had influenced him. Still, he at the end of this life remained standing no matter how many waves of Celestian came. Catherine, if only I had stayed quiet. Veldanava, in the end, it doesn't really matter since he failed in what he wanted to do. Ending this meaningless war, if he had attacked the capital of Celeste, Veldanava was convinced that the loss would have been much greater. After all, the unique skill, Blade Heart, was that dangerous. Veldanava, a unique skill that has the potential to unbalance the rule I had made. How funny, I really can't let him die yet. While Veldanava was reorganizing his thoughts, Catherine had made her way to her friend and grabbed his uniform. His arms, his legs, everything was covered in scar and blood, even his face, though snow-like white hair had turned red. Under the sudden approach of Catherine, Origen's body moved by instinct again, but in the middle of his swing, he halted, allowing the girl to grab him. "Catherine, you idiot, I am just a shadow, while you are a bright star. If one had to sacrifice, it should have been me." Her tears flowing like a waterfall, she buried her face against Origen's chest. She didn't care of the blood or wound. She just cried her heart out. The soldiers behind who had listened to Velda's explanation felt pure guilt. They had been companions for years now, fighting over and over, but at the end, they had let down their leader. Bowing, all they could do now was honoring his death. Veldanava, it's starting to become way too emotive. Sighing, Veldanava wanted to let those soldiers learn about the truth, but it seemed this wasn't good. His eyes shining like a star, he had decided to go against his first judgment and made them all fall asleep before erasing this part of their memories. "Catherine, what are you doing?" Turning around, Veldanava blankly stared at the broken Catherine. The girl gave him the coldest glare he had ever experienced. "Veldanava, ahem, don't worry, I will revive Origen. A talent like him cannot die here." "Catherine, I'll revive." The previous cold was instantly washed away when she heard those words. It was a ray of hope in a vast sea of darkness. "Veldanava, don't worry, I'll wipe out everyone's memories." "Catherine, no." "Veldanava, huh?" "Catherine, I don't know who you are. For me we were comrades from the academy, so I want to trust you." Veldanava grew quiet at Catherine's sudden outburst. "Catherine, so please, if you can really save Origen, do it and let me keep those memories." "Veldanava, why? You will suffer much more." "Catherine, this is a sin I have to bear." "Veldanava, you aren't exactly in the wrong." "Catherine, please." Her eyes displayed immense pain. Veldanava couldn't really say he could understand her. She was having a storm of emotion whirling inside her right now. "Veldanava, well, I can do you this favor since you entertain me a bit." He did enjoy teaching the girl the base of magic at the academy. He also wanted to see how this relation and those feelings Catherine and Origen had would grow. "Veldanava, then let's start." Extending his hand to the sky, the entire universe shook as a miracle happened under Catherine's eyes. At that moment she realized. Veldanava, he might have been a true god, not like the one who was worshipped by the Church of the South, or the other god from myth and legend. VOTW, announce, individual Origen of Irian was granted the hero egg by the Star King Dragon. Veldanava, failed, current body condition 2 unstable, restoration of body and soul, successful, granting hero egg, successful. As a silent voice of the world started announcing the doing of Veldanava, only Catherine and Origen should be able to hear this. The girl could only look up at the sky bewildered. "Catherine, what is this?" "Veldanava, this is my newest creation, the hero egg. I was waiting for someone worthy enough to appear or someone that could awaken it by himself, but I thought I would find it myself." Smirking, Origen and Catherine, this was the first true time the voice of the world was actively giving something to humans. VOTW, petition to evolve individual, Origen of Irian into an enlightened human has started interference *****. Veldanava, enlighten, Twilight sure had fun making these. VOTW, successful. Ending the announcement on that, Origen's body slowly glowed in silver as every wound and injuries were healed. His death was overruled, and back to his source, he opened his eyes feeling hazy. "Veldanava, I'll take my leave now, take care of you too. I would have liked to give you my blessing, but it's still too early. That Everage is also still very far away from this world, so we got time." Smirking, Veldanava quietly left as he watched Catherine tackle her friend down crying her soul out. "Veldanava, I should prepare a proper gift next time. I think it's the proper way to meet a friend." After this day, it was later known as the day where God descended. A lot of things followed this named day. Firstly, the war between the Empire and the continent of Celeste ended a few weeks later. The reason was simple. After being reborn, Origen had felt a rush of power through his entire body. It was terrifying to the point where a simple Celestion or even renowned warrior couldn't be a match for him anymore. Surrendering once they had lost too much force and resource, it was the Empire's victory, and so after 3 long years, Origen's army finally returned to their homeland. Though that victory didn't last long, as a few years later, the northern continent inhabited by the High Humans decided to take advantage of the Celestians' weak state and annihilated them. But that's a story for the future. In the present day, the young hero was staring at the horizon. The calm ocean as the large ship he was standing on shook at the rhythm of the waves. "Origen, I don't know what this is." Looking down at his hand, his eyes could see things he couldn't before, an overflowing energy that was almost omnipresent everywhere. "Origen, I am certain, I died that day, yet how come I'm still alive?" He had a lot of questions that remained unanswered. He had also asked Catherine about it, but the girl just said that it was a miracle. Origen, she was definitely hiding the truth. Well, I guess I just have to close my eyes on this matter. Clenching his fist, the last few weeks of battle were much less impactful. He had awoken and managed to use the skill, Blade Heart. Unconsciously, it was implemented whenever he fought. This was the result of countless hours of effort, holding his sword over and over. The power that dwelled inside his soul, no matter what, he will be able to slash it down as long as he has the conviction to do so. In other words, being time or space, law or concept, as long as he believed he could cut it down, he would. Origin, is this a divine blessing? I can't really understand, my body also feels a lot lighter. Sighing, he turned around before freezing an instant, his hand traveling to his chest, he checked his heart pulse as he pondered. Origin, I also feel more emotional. It was really strange, a sensation he couldn't explain, but he couldn't say it was uncomfortable. A few days later, the small army finally reached their homeland. Out of the initial number, only 7,000 men managed to get back. It was a glorious day, dreaming with sorrow and laughter. Those who had lost their family cried, while those who could finally see their beloved bursted into tears. It was a righteous sight that Origin engraved into his mind. But this same day was also the prelude to another disaster. After the ceremony of reward at the Imperial Castle, it took another 2 weeks for Origin to get everything settled. He also bid his goodbye to Catherine before going down to the capital. To start a short journey toward Avirion, 3 long years of hardship, he was going home now. Origin POV. The dukedom of Avirion, a beautiful territory filled with small mountains and bordering the ocean. The moment my eyes laid on the Avirion of the present, I felt a sense of happiness. I protected this place. My arrival was made in secret as I wanted to rest now. A glorious parade was never of my taste. In any way, I was happy to see the smile on the citizen's face. Walking through the city, I could hear the citizens talking as their daily life was saved. Capped from head to toe, it didn't take me long before I reached the castle and entered. Walking through the main hall, I halted for a moment when I looked toward a painting of our family, my father the Duke, at his side my mother. Sitting in front of them were both my younger brother and sister, lastly me, standing close to the edge on the left. It was taken when my siblings reached their 3rd birthday. Origin, Rachel and Luke, I wonder how they are doing. They should be around 5 now. None of my family seemed to be here. Now that I think, the dukedom of Avirion was heavily implicated in the war. Yet, the Duke has never left the dukedom to lead the army or fight, despite him being one of the greatest swords in the current empire. Origin. Keeping my mouth, I continued to walk, occasionally greeting the servants that passed by, their expression blooming toward happiness when they recognized me. After a short struggle, I regained my room on the 4th floor, getting rid of my light armor and settling down my stuff. The first thing I did was take a good shower in the large bath. Despite being healed, I still had a few scars on my body which reminded me of the recent battle. Shaking those thoughts off, I returned to my room afterward, but before that, my eyes trailed on the dark corridor that followed the intersection right beside my room. On the other side of the corridor was a single door, which was the Duke's office. I don't know what took me in, but after a moment of hesitation, I found myself in front of his desk. The room in itself was clean. You could see some stack of paper piled around, but nothing much. However, the entire left wall was a large bookshelves with hundreds of books. Origin, this. My eyes widened slightly when I saw that same energy overflowing at one point. It was a book hidden amidst the numerous ones in the middle of the bookshelves. My hand slowly reached for it, and as I pulled it out, I heard the sound of a mechanism getting triggered. Looking around the room, I couldn't find anything that changed, so my eyes returned toward the book. Origin, is this an ancient language? As my words implied, I couldn't read the content due to the language barrier. Still, I flipped the cover and looked through the pages randomly. I couldn't understand, but still, there were some words that appeared transparent to my current tongue. And so, I sat down on the ground and slowly read through the book. After a good 30 minutes, I started understanding the pattern of those words. It wasn't an ancient language but a coded language, based on the 3rd tongue of Raksha, a language used by a colony of high humans that first set foot on this land hundreds of years ago. It took me another hour, but ultimately with the help of the other books present, I learned the tongue of Raksha and managed to translate the main book. Which cover is engraved, Experiment Diaries, from the former Duke of Avirion, 5 generations ago. My pupil shook as I realized what the content was about. Origin, this can't be true. At the same time, the words of Duchess Lestia rang in my head, the basement of the castle. I still don't know if that place truly exists, but if I match her words with the content of these diaries. Origin, shit. Getting up, I turned coldly toward the bookshelves, my eyes glowing in search of that mysterious energy. Finally, I found traces of it as I punched the shelves, destroying a large hole in the middle of it. Finally, the mechanism from earlier became apparent. Behind the shelves was a large staircase that went down under the castle. Origin, no wonder it was well hidden. The pathway was built within one of the foundation pillars. Those pillars that serve as foundation for the whole castle, they are often filled to the brim so they could resist the weight of the entire castle. But this one was empty in the middle. This staircase is most likely going to the basement. 3rd POV. Jumping down without taking the staircase, those stairs were piled in a spiral way. The time Origin had to wait to reach the underground was 28 seconds. And once below, his eyes just kept increasing into coldness as he realized what the darkness of the Empire, Duchess Lestia mentioned was. This whole underground was filled with corpses, and not human but high human, Celestian and much more. Origin, experiment. He slowly realized the reason as to why the continent of Celeste and the Empire entered war. The Empire needed more samples for their experiment. On top of that, surely Celeste must have known about this. Humans aren't adept of magic but the other races are much more efficient, thus, the higher up of the Empire tried to get this power too. So why was magic so belittled? Because, and Origin realized it, the higher up wanted this power to be exclusive to them. They wanted to be superior. This whole situation, wars and death, all were derived from this stupid ambition they had. Slowly, Origin's aura escaped his body, the rage he felt at the moment overlapped any sense of reason. A crushing pressure was forced upon the entire underground, affecting the leftover sample of those superior races. Some were still alive, their groans waking up Origin as he walked up through the many rooms this underground had. Most were just rooms filled with corpses, but others had some living bodies tied in the air, their flesh and organs bloodied and studied. Books and research results filled the place. The more he saw, the angrier he was getting. This is when he realized, those emotions he had recently gained, this thirst for life, it was all for this moment. Veldanava had slided these feelings into him, so he would react that way upon seeing the crime of a Virion. If he didn't, would Origin be that much bothered by this inhuman experiment? He couldn't be sure. Help. While walking, one of the many cells filled with demoralized and broken living beings, a short woman called him out. Upon looking closer, Origin realized that this woman was just a child, and a simple human at that. Gray hair similar to his, and gem-like green eyes. Origin, even simple humans, they really went too far. Grabbing the cell's bar with his hand, it wasn't resistant enough to hold Origin's strength as he bent the bars. His hand slowly reaching for the little girl, she was showing aggravated signs of malnutrition and lack of hydration. Origin, and the worst is that she isn't the sole one. There were a dozen more laying bodies who showed signs of life. Water, pee please, I beg you. Origin, don't worry, I'll give everything you need. Speaking as softly as he could, he didn't have any food or water on him at the moment so he will have to go search for it. Carrying the little girl in his arm, his eyes then caught a small detail in the cells. There was a bowl in each corner meaning they fed the prisoner like dogs. Origin, tightening his grip, he accidentally hurt the little girl as she flinched. Once again, Origin had to forcefully calm himself while looking down. Origin, sorry, it's fine. There was clear fear in her eyes, perhaps she was seeing the Duke of Avirion in Origin. Origin, what's your name? Shiria, Shiria. Origin, that's a rather noble name, if I remember, it means white blessing in the west. Carrying the girl, he soon heard some noise coming. From the intonation of the step, it was an armored guard as his metallic heels hit the ground. This certainly wasn't a prisoner, so Origin quickly hid Shiria away and went for the confrontation. Waiting at a corner, the closer the steps became, the more voices and noise Origin could hear, and among them, the voice of the Duke was present. Origin's eyes going cold, he waited patiently until one of the guards passed right in front of him, grabbing him by the collar. In an instant, Origin twisted his neck, grabbed the enemy's sword and killed him. Since this one was on the front, his death immediately gave the alert to the other in the back. This confrontation was forced now. Duke, so it's you, my son. I didn't expect you to find this place by yourself. Being the strongest in the place, Duke Avirion wasn't an easy opponent to have. More to that, he must have gotten benefit from those experiments as well. Still, there was nowhere to hide so Origin just came out sword in hand. Origin, you sure seem calm despite having one of your men murdered. Duke, this is odd, how come you are pointing your sword at me? Origin, Avirion, this name was my whole world. I did everything for the duchy but in the end, the vision I have and yours are different. Duke, how so? Origin, power earned by ambitionless sacrifice means nothing. I was raised to protect Avirion, and what I mean by that is its people. Raising his sword, the Duke could only sigh in disappointment. He had really viewed a future where Origin would take his place. But now, he will have to kill himself for a project worth 20 years. Duke, what a shame, you were the perfect heir. I wonder how you are capable of feeling worthless emotion like pity or compassion. This isn't how I raised you. Signing his guards to rush in, simultaneously, 7 armored knights jumped toward Origin. They were all expert with swords and powerful warriors, but none of them was able to resist the power centered in Blade Heart. The silver-like aura enveloping Origin's sharp blade, the sight of such mysterious power stunned the Duke. Duke, how did you awaken this power? His voice just sounded desperate. The power they had researched for generations now was this, also known as unique skill. Until now, they had never really succeeded. It felt like humans could never acquire such power. In reality, some did have unique skills but without the knowledge, they were just dormant power. Origin, power, at the end, it's to those who possess power to lead. Duke, you, ungrateful brat. Sending a last roar, Duke Avirion drew his blade and jumped forward. He wasn't like the previous guards. The speed and power he displayed wasn't to laugh at, yet, Origin didn't feel pressure at all, his eyes remained strongly cold. In a motion of his wrist, the sharp blade in his hand bolted through the space, severing the very concept. Origin, the second sword, Antarctica. Like a rigid banquet of ice, the entire underground was subject to change. Origin's blade broke under the pressure. But in the end, he had achieved what he wanted, splitting the body of the Duke in half. He had also left a gigantic impact on the wall behind. Origin, this is just the start. For you who have sinned, you people who dared taint my Avirion, I won't let you get away with that. On this day, a purge happened in the Duchy of Avirion. Over 128 nobles under the previous Duke of Avirion were killed. The Duchess and Duke of Avirion murdered by their first heir. It was the greatest shock and news following the end of the war. Many didn't understand the intention of Origin Avirion. Critics and hatred didn't wait to befall him, while those who believed in him watched from afar. It took him 1 week to get rid of the apparent corruption in the dukedom, and another week to properly take the function of duke. In the meantime, he had carefully rescued all the remaining survivors of the experiment. He had taken care of compensating them and contacted the respective continent to give them back. Surely, it will cause a scandal within the empire and all eyes will turn toward him, but Origin had made up his mind. He knows what he has to do now. This will be a long battle for him, a war against the empire. The imperial family is clearly involved with this experiment. Avirion's attachment to the imperial family was the first proof. Origin intends to end this, and the first step is the war declaration, and the birth of the great Duke of Avirion, Origin Avirion. A month later, when the silence of the new Duchy of Avirion became unbearable for the empire, multiple special guests had arrived in the duchy's port. Those aren't anyone, as 2 specific royal families accepted the new duke's invitation. Who were they? The princess heir of the Celestian race and the second prince from the high human race of the northern continent. The royal family of the other continents were there too. This was the very first step to Origin's revolution. While the royal families arrived at the port with several ships, Origin departed from the castle. The march to the port would take 20 minutes on foot, traveling across the city. Along him, the dozen experiments that he had rescued. As promised, he was going to return them to their people. Only a few humans were left in the castle. However, this action was very risky, because everyone could see the horrifying sight of those pitiful experiments. Some had their limbs severed, body parts transmuted, others just didn't look like themselves anymore. Yet, Origin led the march with his head high. He believed in himself. And so, the second step of his plan was going to start. Having arrived at the port, his appearance attracted the attention of the guests. Approaching them, Origin bowed slightly, showing his respect to the foreign royalty. Origin, I greet the rulers of the faraway lands. The guests' eyes were cold. Origin wasn't expecting any kind of warmth from them anyway. The fact that he had arrived with their people in such a state was surely infuriating for them. Celestian princess, we agreed to come here because of your strange invitation. Care to explain? Grabbing the letter Origin had sent everyone a month ago, it certainly wasn't phrased in an ordinary way. Origin, before that, allow me to express my sincerity and return those we have hurted. Eyeing around, Origin noticed that pretty much the entire Duchy of Avirion was watching the scene, along that reporter and some butler and servant from the other nobles. His very action was being observed. This is perfect. Celestian princess, MMH, very well, but I expect a good explanation. Calm down, this man is the nightmare of my people, the one who overthrew the entire course of the war by himself. Out of everyone present, the princess was surely the one who was the most wary of Origin's action. This is why she agreed quickly to his proposition. She believed that if he wanted, no one would be capable of stopping him from killing everyone. This just shows how much of an impact Origin forced on the continent of Celeste. The mere mention of his name could cause fear and terror now. As she was taken by her own thoughts, the princess came back to her senses as her eyes studied the Knights of Avirion slowly spreading around. They had a long list with the details of the experimented people, slowly returning them to their own people. Their respective race then handled them into several ships. All went on smoothly. This was when the princess noticed Origin didn't have his sword. Celestian princess, a warrior leaving his sword to meet others outside his castle, is he seriously returning those unfortunate ones? She was seriously confused. She expected him to ask for something to get them back, but this whole situation. Question princess, it's like he is trying to show everyone the wrongdoing of the Duchy of Avirion, but that's literally crippling himself. Her eyes narrowed as the last few experimented men were returned. Now the silence was reigning over the port. All eyes were on Origin, waiting for his next action. Surely, he had to act now. Giving a glance at all his knights, they all looked down shamefully while straightening their backs. Origin, the action of Avirion is inexcusable. I am well aware of that. The relation with the other continent we were so proud of will crumble now. His voice was loud enough for the citizen to hear. After a short silence, he then slowly went down on a knee, his head lowering to reach his chest. It was a common knightly bow. Origin, I gathered you all, rulers of the land overseas, to make a pledge. The action caused pure shock from every party. This shock soon turned into confusion as Origin continued. Origin, but first, I want to express my sincerest apology. The sad sight everyone witnessed today was brought out by the greed of my ancestor. Still, none of them are here to repent for their crime, so please, accept my apology in their stead. The truth was finally going to be revealed to the world. Origin's eyes gleamed wildly as he looked up. His body rose from the ground as he spread his arm. Origin, I would like to set a few points straight first. Most must have heard about the rumor that I had slain the Duke of Avirion, my father, to get the title. In a moment of confusion, you can create the greatest bomb that will spread through the informal world. Origin, that is indeed true. However, as you all witnessed, the former Duke and my ancestor took part in an inhuman experiment, using war and blood as excuses to tempt with the life of others. It was an undeniable truth now, that something like that happened in the duchy, under the eyes of everyone. Origin, after discovering the truth, I took the former Duke's life myself. At that moment, one of the knight brought forward a giant spike. On top of it was the former Duke's head impaled on it. His eyes blank and lifeless. It seems this move was correct, as the royal guest scoffed satisfied. High human prince, is this how you are trying to get away? By offering the head of your own father? Origin, not really, your highness. Interrupted by the arguably the strongest guest, Origin signaled to his subordinates to bring the other heads. Over the next few minutes, many more spikes raised to the sky. The dozen, no 100 victims of Origin's blade appeared. Origin, for the past month, I have been hunting everyone related to these experiments in the duchy. Hopefully, your wrath will decrease after this. This was the perfect response, shutting down any kind of protest the guests could have. They were now realizing how big the situation was escalating. Origin was using their presence to send a message to the world, and for that, he was merciless. High human prince, shit, I have to get out of here, this new duke is crazy. Deciding to conclude, their purpose here was already fulfilled, so Origin had no intention of stopping them if they wanted to leave. Only a few remained after the stunt he pulled, mainly the Celestian princess and another royalty from the farthest continent from there, the queen of a race filled with females, a race called the Ashen. Origin, it seems our guests decided to leave early. Sighing, he returned his attention toward the crowd as he still needed to conclude the ordeal. Origin, citizen of Avirion, noble of the Empire, as you all saw, Avirion's shine was all but an illusion. I myself am still shaking of anger. Trying to perceive himself from the perspective of the citizen, this is the best way to earn compassion from others. Origin, but, this is why, I want to change everything. I will restart from zero. The beautiful and glorious Avirion who was just an illusion, I will make it a reality. His words held a mysterious force that drives the heart of the people listening to him. Origin, I will swear right here and now, on my name, that I will rise Avirion to the very top of the world. Asterisk crack asterisk. Sequentially, Origin felt a crack inside his soul. His hand unconsciously reached for his chest as he didn't understand why his body reacted that way. He couldn't know, but already, his determination had managed to set the first crack on his newly acquired hero egg. Origin, for that, I hereby announce here that the Duchy of Avirion will disassociate from the imperial family. It was a decision that appeared out of the blue, but for Origin, it was a plan all along. In the shadow, out of everyone's eyes, Avirion, Lestia, and Wisdom. The three ducal families of the Empire had joined hands, both deciding to rely their fate by betting on Origin. Origin, for 3 years, no, for decades if not centuries now. The imperial family held absolute power, and for the same period they never ceased war with each other, hungry for power. Some bright mind surely would have realized that the imperial family had worked with Avirion on those experiments. This was suddenly natural, as Avirion was always the one who benefited from the numerous war, but also the favoritism the imperial family held toward them. Origin, the first generation of the imperial family, was one of respect, and for that, we the Duke of each generation followed them, but I realized, this was absurd. His words were crude and harsh, already considered treason toward the Empire. Origin, I cannot consider the current imperial family as the same Avirion pledged loyalty. Can we really follow someone because of his ancestor's deed? Slowly, his speech captivated the crowd, their previous doubt and fear of facing the imperial family washed away. Origin, this is why, Avirion won't follow them anymore. Citizen, follow me once again and help me build up a new Avirion. The knights under Origin all bowed simultaneously. They were already briefed before. Origin had allowed them to leave if they wanted. He was even going as far as compensating them financially, but, surprisingly, all remained. Many were war comrades with Origin. Others just followed his charisma, and some were just charmed by his ideology. Origin, we aren't weak, and we will build our own path, our own destiny. The crowd slowly raised their heads. Something had clicked in them. Subconsciously, the engine to the revolution had started. They all trusted the new Duke, because Origin was also shown to be the perfect heir to the duchy, and now this same boy was standing in front of everyone. Everyone's heart raced as they wanted to be part of this new Avirion. Citizen, you have my full support. The imperial family and his majesty didn't do anything besides start a war. Citizen, the young lord had grown into a true leader. How can we not follow him? Citizen, there is no way you back down after all this speech, Your Highness. Citizen, we were able to leave well solely because His Highness fought for us. Shout, praise and roar came bursting from everywhere. Origin had succeeded in unifying the duchy under his new rule. Not only that, the imperial family will now be forced to take action in fear of the new risen force, once the information spreads. Avirion will grow even more, the party against the imperial will come and join Origin's banner. Ashen Queen, marvelously done, Your Highness the Duke. While he was acclaimed, the queen who remained approached Origin, with a wide grin. She was impressed that such a young man could pull this off. Origin, I don't deserve your praise. Ashen Queen, still accept them. Seriously, at first I came just to watch an overconfident brat who just ascended to her father's title, but in reality you are more of a dragon than a human. Giggling, the Ashen Queen brought a fan and hid her face slightly. Ashen Queen, tell me, young Duke, are you currently single? Origin, huh? Bringing her face closer, the queen whispered for no one to hear but Origin. Ashen Queen, in my kind, we constantly search for strong male to gain powerful seed. I wouldn't mind offering my body or one of my daughters to get yours, a prodigy like that doesn't appear often. Origin threw her a disgusted glance, he scoffed and slowly backed out of her reach. Ashen Queen, foo-foo, in any way if you are interested contact me again, I will take my leave now. She had a haughty attitude but her words were full of honesty. Origin could easily gasp what kind of person she was. Just a blunt and straightforward person. Origin, sorry, but I will have Odo refuse. Ashen Queen, what a shame. Anyway, good luck new Duke of Avirion, with you in control, the world might expect some change. Origin decided to stay quiet, all he wanted was to develop Avirion, he had no intention of expanding the empire or becoming a legend. His name could end up unknown for all he cares. And with those words, the Ashen Queen left with her ships. Origin, what a particular lady, now that I think, I'm surrounded with beautiful yet weird ladies. Celestian Princess, may I have a bit of your time as well? Origin, no need for the polite tone, Your Highness. They might be in the Duchy of Avirion, the princess still held a position higher than a duke, and Origin was a man who had slaughtered hundreds of Celestian. He could understand if this princess held a grudge toward him. Celestian Princess, then I'll go straight to the point, are you truly going to wage a war against your own empire? Origin, I think I made it clear, this empire who was once called the rising star of the continent has lost its shine. Celestian, I see, honestly, I have no hatred toward you. Her sudden remark took Origin by surprise as he turned toward her with bland eyes. Celestian Princess, you might be hated on our side because of the war, but at the end you were doing your duty, you were just fighting for your people. She had realized after witnessing Origin's action today, he was like her, just trying to protect his people. He might appear cold and insensitive murdered, but inside he was already a great ruler. Celestian Princess, and after hearing your declaration, I realized, the empire as a whole wasn't a subject to hatred, only those whose greed crossed the limit are to be blamed. Origin, what are you trying to say? Celestian Princess, that you earned my respect Origin Avirion, and I promise to you that Celeste won't go in your way. Bowing slightly, she showed respect, the smile she was wearing at that moment startled Origin. He had mixed feelings about this, but ultimately he returned her respect. From what he knew, the princess hero of Celeste didn't hold much military power. Perhaps, if she was the one instead of their king, the war might have been avoided. Celestian Princess, on this, I will also take my leave, hopefully, we meet again, oh and congratulations for becoming the Duke of Avirion. Origin, I see, certainly, once I unify the empire again, I would like to restart the relation we previously had with Celeste, hopefully, we will meet again at the negotiation table, Your Highness the Crown Princess, Kathleen Celeste. Nodding satisfied, calling the full name of another royalty is considered an insult but in this case, both just bid their farewell. And at the same time, making a vow to hopefully meet again, they were just two rulers who could understand the other. After the sparky announcement made by Origin, a lot of different reactions were brought forward within the empire or the neighboring nation. Among them, the crown prince of the empire was sitting in his study room. The past week was really chaotic because of Avirion. This added a tad load of work on the prince and the imperial family. While it bothered the emperor who was dead set in eliminating Origin, the prince had something else in mind. Prince, this is perfect, His Highness the Duke of Avirion is right, the current empire is nothing but the shadow of its past glory. Despite being officially called crown prince, it was known that he wouldn't be the one getting the throne after the empire. The imperial princess being slightly older was destined for that, but her personality and ideals followed their father, the emperor. Prince, Origin, you just started a war of politics, territory and mind, if I want to play my move is now or never. However, the crown prince was fully agreeing with Origin's ideology, he also knew that for various reasons. Origin Avirion was the perfect blade against the empire. Prince, the empire who has become a fallen star, and you Origin who is called the brightest star, it's as if fate is calling for you. What the prince visualized was to replace the rotten star of the empire by a much brighter, a full revolution. Yeah, this was the start of an external and internal battle within the Empire, a war that lasted 8 years. Third POV. The greatest revolution of the Empire, 8 long years have passed and finally, this war within the Empire ended. Avirion had won, the great Duke Origin Avirion with his allies had taken out the Emperor and his family except the 2 heirs. Shortly after, the Imperial Prince was put on the throne as the Emperor, he who had betrayed the previous Emperor to side with the great Duke. But what happened during those 8 years? Well, a lot. During the first year, Origin had quickly settled Avirion into a new rising force that could step up against the Imperial family. While becoming the leading family of the 3 ducal families, he also went on toward the nation of the Center East. Nations like Silberia joined his cause, ready to bet on the potential of the new Duke. At the end of the first year, the Imperial family already lost their chance to invade Avirion in one go with their army. They were circled by enemies, being within or outside. Meanwhile, in Avirion, Origin had engaged the few experienced people who decided to stay under him. They either became knights or servants. While one stood out particularly, the girl Origin held in his arm before he killed his father, Shiria. The girl found herself particularly attached to her benefactor, and quickly became part of Origin's daily life. Bringing him some sweets or tea when he was working, assisting him when he was practicing swordsmanship or magic, she supported him in every way she could. Origin at first wanted to reject her, but she had suffered because of Avirion. The fact that she wasn't looking at him with hatred was already surprising. This small guilt allowed her to do as she wished, but her presence wasn't pleasant to everyone, as she will also be the cause of one of the tragedies Origin had to live through during this war. The 2 people involved were Catherine and Shiria, all started during the start of the second year. Origin was welcoming Catherine as she had become the new Duchess of the Wisdom. She should be getting married now, but her family just respected her wish as she already had someone dear in her heart. Origin, by the way, congratulations to the new Duchess. I expected you to go through more trials with your siblings, but it seems everything went on smoothly. Catherine, Fufu, we haven't seen each other in months and that's the first thing you brought out. Anyway, my siblings weren't really interested in the position, also you know. Catherine Wisdom, that name was famous throughout the entire continent now. In 1 year, she had brought out new offensive magic and revolutionized the usage of magic. The mother of modern magic, but also the creator of the weapon that will take thousands and thousands of lives. Her previous guild was overlapped by Origin, who used this magic to win. Each battlefield had become more intense since then. And that's why Catherine became the Duchess, because she had all the prestige needed to raise wisdom. Origin, I see. Anyway, I'm glad you're doing well. Flashing a sincere smile, Catherine blushed slightly as she noticed the change in Origin's personality. He was much more emotive now. If 100% was the level of his coldness before, it has gone down to 98% now. Catherine, I. But before they could continue, a knock was heard through the door, allowing the entrance. Shiria entered with a trail of tea and biscuit. Shiria, sorry for interrupting you, I just thought our guest, the Duchess, would like to have some sweets. Having a bright smile, this was the first encounter between Catherine and Shiria. At first, the Duchess didn't think much of her. But it quickly changed when, after settling the trail down, Shiria didn't leave. She went to Origin's side and received a thanks for him. It wasn't much, but slowly, as they met again, Shiria was always there at his side. The ever-growing uncomfortable feeling Catherine had in her stomach continued. She just felt it was wrong. Origin never looked at Shiria with eyes that could imply romance, neither their age could allow it morally. She was still a child under 15 when he was a praised duke in his 20s. At the end, Catherine consolidated herself by studying, trying to make the most of her time to help the revolution. With that, 2 years passed. During this third year, a major collapse happened. The Duchess of Lestia decided to rest and step down. She who supported the new Avirion had entrusted everything to the great duke, having lost her husband and her sons. There was no heir, no one worthy enough to become the new ruler of Lestia. This naturally came off with a lot of protest. But Origin easily swept the doubt, during a certain battle that will be remembered by all the survivors, at this point of time. The existence of Origin Avirion was too much for the current era, the very first holder of a hero egg, and on top of it the sole enlightened human in the world currently. The difference in quality was too big. The only reason Origin had for not rushing toward the battlefield alone was the aftermatch. No matter how powerful he was, he didn't want to rule over the Empire through fear. He also recently got in contact with the Imperial Prince, who offered his support. Even if the Empire's people had to suffer a few more years, it was necessary for Origin to wait. But that didn't mean letting his people suffer. During the hot summer of the third year, when all doubt swirled around Origin after he took over Lestia. During a large-scale battle against 20,000 Imperial troops, against Avirion's 5,000, Origin had arrived on the battlefield after receiving the report. It would be foolish normally, for the leader to come personally on the front line, but Origin had a good reason. He was the only one who could travel from the Duchy of Lestia to the battlefield in a few hours, running in a straight line. The moment he had arrived was 3 hours after he received the report and 20 minutes after the start of the battle. At his entrance, the ground shook, the overwhelming pressure he had just grew over the years, his sword in hand. He quickly drew it out of the scabbard and jumped into the battle. The enemy commander, sensing the danger, decided to leave his position to target the newly arrived duke. But it quickly turned useless as he became the sole victim of this battle. Swinging his sword mid-air, Origin connected a single and direct hit toward the enemy conder's abdomen. Instantly, he was split in half as the skill, Blade Heart, activated. The simply-looking slash soon extended throughout the sky above the battlefield. A giant crescent-shaped wind whirl cut through the space. The snow on top of the mountain in the horizon flew across the edge from the impact. In reality, Origin's slash had only really affected his targeted enemy, but the wind burst continued through the land. The blast was so powerful that it acted as a battle-ending moment. Silence covered the battlefield while Origin slowly fell down. Landing on his 2 feet, for the very first time he had let out the absurd amount of magicule he possessed. His aura taking a silverish-like color, it forced everyone, ally like enemies, to their knees. A battle with a single death and dozen injured. With this moment, Origin had consolidated his position as Duke and new ruler of Lestia. After that, another 2 years passed, the 5th year of this war. Shiria had started to take magic training and found herself attracted by the art. She quickly grew stronger, and during that 5th year, Origin was confident enough to let her take over a small platoon of mages. Avirian's force is growing even faster. At this point, 40% of the totality of the Imperial force has either been surrounded or were dead. It was clear that Avirian had the edge now. This was until, around the end of the 5th year. The Imperial family took a risky decision and involved a third party outside the continent, allying themselves with the High Human. One of the many kingdoms on the northern continent was interested, and after a deal, the Empire abandoned a small parcel of land in the east for the High Human to help. This took Origin by surprise, as the course of the war switched greatly, because he wasn't invincible. When it was only the Imperial family, none could take him on. No matter how many soldiers came at once, if he could blast them off with a single attack, it would be useless. But the High Human was another story. 20 of them could give him a fight, 100 could put him at risk, and a few more could kill him. This is why he couldn't jump into the battle to save his people like before, and he was also concerned about his friend Catherine. After the 4th year, she started to visit him less, more particularly after Shiria started to show talent for magic. Catherine, who had led her duchy until now, was showing signs of breaking. Wisdom and Avirian's territory were far away from each other. And with the new High Human army, Catherine was too busy. By the middle of the 5th year, she had stopped visiting Avirian. And at the start of the 6th year, the Duchy of Wisdom fell. Being targeted by the Imperial force and the High Human, Catherine might be the strongest mage alive. She wasn't like Origin, a one-man army. Having to flee, she watched her land being burned down, the citizen taken as prisoner, her mother and father publicly executed, and her siblings taken away in crimson flames. She felt worse than ever. The sole time she had this much dread was when she saw Origin's lifeless body. Fortunately, or unfortunately, she had survived, and joined Avirian to meet her friend one last time. Standing on top of a hill, both friends watched from afar the training ground where countless new talents were practicing. Origin, so, Wisdom fell, huh? Catherine, I can't say I wasn't expecting this, but this war reached a whole new level. It was only a matter of time before I got outclassed. Origin stayed quiet. While he didn't help much attachment to his family, Catherine did. He couldn't really understand how much pain she was going through. Yet, her expression remained calm. Surely, she had a dark circle under her eyes, but she stayed dignified, worthy of a duchess. Catherine, Origin, I'm going to withdraw from this war. Origin, I see. Catherine, I wanted to keep fighting at your side, but I realized that at the end I was just not suited for that role. Origin stayed quiet. His eyes traveled through the training field as he noticed Shiria training her magic. Catherine, losing everything really opened my eyes. We aren't kids anymore. The weight of our action will forever be on my conscience. Origin, so what do you plan to do? Catherine, I will fake my death and go live isolated in another kingdom, I guess. Looking up at the clear sky, Catherine felt bitter. She had noticed Origin's eyes fixing the young mage, but decided to stay quiet about it, biting her lips slightly. Origin, I see. I have a last favor to ask you then. Catherine, tell me. Origin, can you take Rachel and Luke with you? Catherine, your 2 siblings. I heard they were kept hidden inside the castle ever since the war started. Those 2 are the sole one remaining with Origin to possess the blood of Avirian. They didn't do anything wrong. And Origin wanted to protect them, but at this rate, he wasn't sure to pull this off. Origin, take them with you. Going for such a lonely life doesn't suit you. Catherine, if that is what you truly want, I will make sure to raise and give them a bright future. Smiling, she turned around, waving her hand. Catherine, I'll go get them tonight, and... Origin, MMH. Catherine. Suddenly halting, Catherine's expression became dark as she turned her head lightly. Catherine, I love you. The fresh wind slowly breezed through them as after a short silence, Origin opened his mouth. Origin, I might have loved you too, I honestly don't know. His eyes didn't look at her. This short answer was enough for Catherine to let out a sad smile as she turned around and slowly left. Catherine, I see. Farewell, my friend. Growing up is the realization that you can't have everything. Catherine had followed a dream that appeared impossible to achieve now that she looks back. But, at this moment to the end of her life, she had never regretted her decision. During the rest of the 6th year, nothing happened besides countless battles. The scar on Origin's body kept accumulating as he fought relentlessly. All eyes in the world were on him now. Luckily, this infernal loop was soon going to flip as finally, the Imperial Prince gathered enough influence to start playing his card. At the start of the 7th year, Avirion slowly regained the edge, being attacked from the outside and inside. The Imperial army crumbled. Many nobles who supported the Imperial family switched to the prince. The High Human who was taken aback by the sudden turn also crumbled. Before they could realize, they served as fuel for the creation of an ever-growing monster. Origin Avirion, the more battles he fought, the more experience he got. His swordsmanship, which was composed of 2 techniques before, grew tremendously. First sword, Europa. Second sword, Antarctica. Third sword, Asia. Fourth sword, America. Fifth sword, Australia. Sixth sword, Africa. And finally, 7th sword, world. Completing his swordsmanship, he had become a total nightmare for the High Human, and this is around when he met a rather particular person. In the middle of the 7th year, the High Human, having no other choice, decided to offer another type of service. Using their knowledge, they summoned demons. And one of them was Violet. Grinning, she was interested to see the strongest human in this era. Infiltrating Avirion, she soon realized how big of a mistake it was. Violet POV. This city is quite developed. It reminds me a bit of the city those High Humans live in. Walking around, I chuckled when I noticed how weak everyone here was. I could only feel a few powerful aura enough to catch my interest. This body of mine won't last long with the low offering the High Human offered me, so I should get going fast. Violet, let's just see that monster as they call it. Smirking, I quickly jumped before letting me float toward the castle, landing on top of one of the ramparts. I looked around but suddenly cold sweat as my eyes slowly edged around. Origin, who are you? A blade at my throat, the massive aura I felt when coming was suddenly behind me. How did he move that fast? It was clearly faster than even Rouge or that weirdo Noir. Violet, I'm just a wandering demon who is here to take the life of a pitiful soul. However, I'm still stronger. I quickly turned around before realizing that my head flew off of my body. Violet, idiot. Physical attacks can't harm me. Origin, I see, the third sword, Asia. I couldn't comprehend what just happened. My body instantly fell apart before dissipating into particles. The next thing I knew was that I was back in the underworld. Did I just die? Like that? Violet, what kind of monster was that? Groaning in frustration, he just killed my physical body. He didn't manage to cut down my spiritual one. Sending me back here. I'll get him next time for sure. Third POV. After that day, Violet was summoned 3 more times and received a harsher death each time. What drive to stop afterward was her last attempt as Origin got fed up. He had understood the pattern of Violet's regeneration. Torturing until the idea of crossing paths with him became a nightmare for her. Origin had left a mark that will haunt Violet for the next few thousand years. And just like that, the 7th year ended, finally starting the last one. Avirion had become known for a land feared by the demon race. Realizing the horror that such a place inspired, the High Human decided to retreat and withdraw from the war. It was understandable since they had grown to fear a certain duke. They even decided to turn the tide and strike a deal with Origin right before the end of the war. Keeping the land they were given, the Imperial family had fully lost in every plan. Thus, an 8-years-long war has ended. The Imperial Prince revealing his future plan for the Empire received a lot of praise. Moreover, he was backed by the Duke of Avirion, who was given the former territory of the Wisden as reward. On top of that, many new laws were formed for Avirion. It was now an independent nation to the Empire but will still be officially recorded as part of the nation. Duke of Avirion received another title. Since Avirion was its own land, inside the Empire, Origin was called Arseid. Decently, Origin had announced publicly that he will after a few years hand back the land of Lestia and Wisden to the Imperial family. His aim was to solidify the prince's standing. He who had promised to the Duke that those lands will be used to make the life of the citizens better. Origin had succeeded. Avirion was now at the peak of its history. His name shone like a bright star in the sky and peace was brought to the Empire. Though this peace didn't last long, as if fate decided to turn the good into wrong, the same year the High Human's main force attacked the continent of Celeste. Totally wiping them out. After 6 mere months, the whole land was empty and devoid of life, and with the damage of time, the whole continent would be swallowed by the ocean. While witnessing that, Origin suddenly had a sad smile as he remembered his last and sole interaction with the Celestian princess. He wondered if she was still alive. They had hoped together that they would meet again at the negotiation table. He didn't really know her, but she had a similar mindset. For that, he raised a glass in her honor as he stared directly where the continent of Celeste should be. Shiria, you seem to really respect her. Origin, I believe, if I ever was forced into a political marriage with another continent, I would have chosen her, a Kathleen Celeste. Shiria, I see, I wish I could have met her at least once. Nodding, it was war. Origin understood that when there was a winner, there would also be a loser. He couldn't feel sad for her when it was the natural course of things. Well, at least, Avirion was safe of all harm, or at least that's what he thought. Another year passed and this time. It wasn't a war but a catastrophe, unknown to everyone. Evarge, the world-destroying dragon, was at the edge of the cardinal world. He was still far away that it would take hundreds of years before he would get there, but his aura was already influencing the world. And some glowing purple-like monster appeared randomly, breaking the fabric of space. The phenomenon didn't wait to cause destruction, as out of the 4 continents left, 2 were wiped out completely. The high human being, the most advanced civilization, managed to hold them off, but Avirion, even with Origin, was struggling. Mainly because only him could really do something about them, after killing dozens of those beasts who appeared irregularly. A tragedy happened, the day where Shiria died trying to save Origin from that lion-like beast, and the day where Origin met Veldanava once again. Gazing up, Origin helplessly held Shiria's body in his arm. As the divine light fell upon the area, he watched as the Star King Dragon descended in his human form. Pitch black hair filled with stars, eyes that reflected a calm ocean. Despite recognizing Veldanava, Origin stayed quiet with empty eyes. At that moment, Veldanava felt a hint of guilt, as this situation could have been avoided. He had once dreamed of a world full of peace. And Avirion was the closest to achieve that until now, yet, Veldanava decided to let this all go. He had an excuse. Since Evarge was approaching the cardinal world a little bit too fast, Veldanava had gone to slow him down a bit. Still, he could have prevented this all if he wanted. No one could understand his reason. Perhaps it had something to do with fate or destiny. Veldanava, long time no see, old friend. Losing interest, Origin just looked down toward his fallen friend. He could hear the destruction around him. Everything he had built until now was gone, and what more, is that those who he held dear were taken away right in front of him. Veldanava, just so you know, there is still a way for this girl to live. At his words, Origin instantly shot up, grabbing Veldanava by his collar with rage. Origin, tell me everything. Veldanava, calm down. Their eyes locked. Both of them always had similar eye colors. The only things that really differentiate them was the pupil shape. Veldanava, how odd. I haven't checked on his progress lately, but how is he stuck at being an enlightened human? His fighting power and ever-growing experience already filled the requirement to evolve into a saint. Pondering, maybe those evolutions were also influenced by the state of mind and emotion. In either case, Veldanava slapped Origin's hand off. He then stretched his arm toward Shiria's body, and suddenly, out of this thin he grabbed a sort of purple orb. Origin, what's that? Veldanava, it's this child's soul. Unfortunately, I can't resurrect her on the spot due to some personal issue, but I'm still willing to help you out. He had 2 major reasons for not just reviving her. One of them was that he would break too much into the law of equity, and the other is that Origin's purpose didn't end yet. Veldanava still had a role for him in this vast world. Veldanava, I will answer all your questions. Origin, in exchange would you be willing to take a much bigger role in this story? Origin, what are you saying? Veldanava, you saw it too. Those beasts are foreign monsters that only spread destruction. Don't you want to exterminate them all? Smirking, Veldanava revealed his plan. While Guy Crimson has yet to be summoned, that the Seraphim aren't ready yet to take on Evarge and his army. Veldanava noticed that this same army was growing way too fast, much faster than his prediction, as if a third party was helping the world destroyer. But since he didn't want to interfere too much with the affairs of the world, Veldanava needed a soldier capable of reducing the number. Veldanava, I'll put it bluntly, become my subordinate and witness the true face of the world. Extending his arm for a handshake as a sign of this deal, Origin looked down. He seriously couldn't understand the situation. He had just lost Avirion to those unknown monsters, and now, the friend he had made in the academy, the same one who disappeared for over 10 years, just reappeared with this nonsense. Origin, who are you really? Veldanava, you don't seem convinced. Well, I go by many names, though currently most people know me as the Star King Dragon. Origin, were you fooling me all this time? Veldanava, well, in a way, yes, but I have never intended to purposely hurt you. His hand still hanging, Origin looked down. His eyes traveled toward Velda's left hand, who still held Shiria's supposed soul. Origin, if I accept, will I be able to revive her? Veldanava, I will make sure you do. Origin, then please. Accepting the handshake, Veldanava smirked as he transmitted his blessing toward Origin. At the same time, the voice of the world resonated through the world, before getting silenced by the Star King. Origin felt his eyes wavering as he lost consciousness. Veldanava, I exhausted a lot of my power to bypass the law of equity this time, so good luck. Origin, we'll put it again soon. Leaving the human hanging, Veldanava returned to the Star Palace as the voice of the world continued. VOTW, individual, origin of Virian's evolution was accepted through the blessing of the Star King, reconstruction of the body starting. Origin's body glowing, his previous snow-like hair went on even colder. VOTW, reconstruction complete, evolution from enlightened human to saint, successful, notice, hero egg is reacting to the blessing of the Star King, recomposition of the evolution, successful, awakening of the hero egg, failure, recomposition of the saint body into divine human, successful. Light rune-like symbols drew themselves on Origin's body for an instant before dissipating. VOTW, access to an ultimate skill, denied, notice, Star King Veldanava has temporarily transferred Lord of Wisdom, Raphael to an individual, origin of Virian, successful, this will conclude this evolution. Ending the announcement, a new consciousness awakens within Origin's soul. Shortly after, Origin opened his eyes flinched as the clear blue sky hit him, it was night time before he fell unconscious, so an entire must have passed. Suddenly feeling pain and a discomfort with his own body as if it was not his anymore, he flinched and looked around urgently. His hand squeezed the purple orb Veldanava had left for him. Origin, Shiria, soul. Realizing what happened, he looked for Shiria's body and found it not too far away, she was completely lifeless with enough injuries to make any doctors cry. Origin, save her, how am I supposed to do that? Raphael, I greet my new holder. Suddenly, an unknown voice rang in his head. Being startled, he looked around for a bit before realizing that the voice rang from everywhere. Origin, who are you? Raphael, I am the ultimate skill, Lord of Wisdom, Raphael, I am here to help you achieve your goal as ordered by the Star King Veldanava. Origin, ultimate skill. Groaning as he received a light headache, it seemed he had much more to discover about this world. Having received a foreign power capable of speech, he had now settled on an adventure to revive his friend. It was only now that he had realized the value of his existence. Up until now, it was just the prologue of his life. Now begins the true reality. Since then, years passed by, he didn't hear much from Veldanava, but still, he continued on his quest of trying to revive the dead. Foreign connection with the other nation, he also watched as the empire slowly fell apart, the damage caused by the recent affected them and surely. Everything was gone, the many noble families left all scattered around and formed a new kingdom and nation in the west. Origin also abandoned the name of Virian, it was the end of the duchy and his role as a duke, instead he took the granted name of Arseid and joined a small coalition who would later become the Kingdom of Muth. And so, 18 years passed by and yet Origin barely advanced in his mission, the Wisdom King being the only contributor of the minor progress he had made. The reason for that was the lack of knowledge. Origin, and the world in general had, no knowledge about skills, no knowledge about spirit and soul, no advanced knowledge about magicule and magic. At this rate, he will have to pass 1,000 years before succeeding, or so he thought as a ghost of the past resurged. Appearing in the laboratory he was working in, Origin had met Catherine Wisdom once again. Catherine, how did you age so well? I feel like you're still in your 20s when you are past 40 now. The genius mage was back, she was much older as her body never experienced evolution, still, with her here. Everything accelerated, people shouldn't underestimate the mother of modern magic, as centuries worth of progress in the magical field could be realized in mere weeks with the existence known as Catherine Wisdom. While catching up with Origin, both spent another 20 years forging and exploring everything about the process of reviving, but also developing a new relationship. They weren't just friends, as half of those long decades together weren't passed as friends or accomplice but as love. Life, that concept was being analyzed thoughtfully, but even with a genius mage and an ultimate skill that represents knowledge. There were limits at how much they could alter life, and once Catherine held her last breath due to her old age. Origin was again alone, he hated himself for not even being capable of shedding tears at that moment. All he could do was silently granting Catherine's last request as she laid on her deathbed, a single kiss that held everything she felt during the entirety of her life. Catherine, don't hate yourself, I know you'll succeed eventually, perhaps I myself just wanted to die early because I didn't want to witness you and Shiria's beautiful relationship again. The body and soul respond to the sentiments. Catherine always felt a sense of inferiority toward Shiria, not because she was stronger or more competent. Because, unlike her, the girl could naturally get along with Origin. Catherine, if we meet again, in our next life, hopefully we'll meet again. Smiling sadly, she did have a legacy, unfortunately, this legacy wouldn't even make it and will be left unknown to the world. A legacy that slept in her belly, and one that she unfortunately couldn't show to Origin, a simple daughter who should have had a beautiful life. But, never knew that as she disappeared along with her mother before she could even see the light of the cardinal world. Origin had only known about her pregnancy later when he went through her diary, which she kept hidden. The information was left with her last will. That he should be happy, being with or without her, that he shouldn't mind her, she was just a passerby existence in his now eternal life. This was a big loss for Origin as it served just to lock up his emotion even more. Still, he continued, and after 3 more years, he succeeded, he revived Shiria, though she wasn't completely herself because the soul he had previously kept was damaged as time passed. It was still Shiria in a totally reconstructed body with base, her former body. It only worked because, during that time, foreign memory started to flood his mind as he one day woke up and awakened the ultimate skill, Lord of Stories, author. It was sudden and incoherent to the law of the world, even Raphael had no idea and answer to this skill's presence. But with this, he received all the knowledge needed to conquer life in Tensura. That's right, the previous limitation he had because of knowledge was gone. Thus Shiria Arseid was reborn, and it was also the time where Origin had to die. It was later discovered that it was all due to his blessing. The blessing of the Star King, its lawful function is called equity. Origin, who had tempted with life itself, had to pay a price, so the law of equity is respected. You take 50, then you have to give 50. His divine human status was also artificially created and evolved, so instead of losing his strength, he just returned to his original fate. The lifespan he was originally granted recoiled on him, and so, a few years later after Shiria's revival, Origin died on the date of his fated end. Leaving Shiria to do the rest, she who had realized that Origin's past life memories didn't make sense, she worked the remainder of her new life to counter the possible future catastrophe. While Origin's soul reincarnated into the future to become Dawn Arseid, well, in reality only half went there as the other half woke up right after his death. Origin POV. My head, it hurt so much, what happened? Oh right, I remember listening to Raphael's last words to me as I died. Since it served its purpose, Raphael left my soul and returned somewhere around to search for a new owner, if I remember correctly. My last words to him were, "How pathetic of me, having such a powerful skill yet I never managed to bring out your true potential. I am sorry Raphael, perhaps you'll find someone worthy of wielding you in a distant future." It's true, I had no excuse, it took me decades to revive Shiria even with such skill, it was my own incompetence that allowed such disgrace. I can still hear Raphael's silence as I die. Origin, where am I now? Trying to pray my eyes open, I soon felt like a warm bath of light covering me. Is this the afterlife? Origin, I was certain I would go to hell though. Entertained by my own thought process, I was soon brought out of this world of darkness as everything around turned colorful. My eyes flew open as I realized the return of my senses. The place I was currently laying at was nothing but heavenly. Turning my head in confusion, I once again met a familiar face. Veldanava, yo, so you finally died. Welcome to the promised land, my friend. Origin, ugh. Holding my head in pain, I remembered, Velda did tell me I was going to work for him, that day when I started my journey to reverse death itself. But after that, he had completely left me alone. Veldanava, it's simple really, I needed you to be at your strongest, but the regret you accumulated was burdening your progress. Origin, my regrets, huh? He couldn't know, but his two biggest regrets at that time was Shiria's death and his undeveloped affection for Catherine. Now that both were gone, he had finally achieved every requirement needed to hatch his hero egg. Having the blessing of the Star King to remove the need for the Spirit of Light's blessing, the only reason he wasn't a true hero yet was because he currently wasn't properly alive, just a wandering soul called by Veldanava. Veldanava, I can tell you got a lot of questions, so let's get onto it, my friend. Offering his hand, Origin hesitantly grabbed it and stood up. Origin, all this doesn't feel real. Veldanava, well, it's normal, but don't feel too surprised yet because the big part has yet to come. Chuckling, Origin just followed as Veldanava walked through the seemingly endless field of flowers. Veldanava, to start with, do you know my true identity? Origin, Star King Veldanava, the will of God and creator of the world. Veldanava, it seems you know, where do you think you gained that information? Origin, where ugh. The headache he felt earlier intensified, he groaned painfully holding his head, the sudden motion made both men halt their march. Veldanava, those memories you are currently seeing aren't from this world, stop thinking or you might fall into madness. Interrupting Origin's thought process by snapping him on the head, Origin fell on the ground with his breath hitched. Origin, what do you mean? Veldanava, well, since you have those memories, explaining the situation to you will be easier. Clapping his hand, he healed Origin's mental state and continued. Veldanava, there is an entity who is trying to change the narrative of this world. Origin, and what does it have to do with me? Veldanava, you are most likely the host for that entity. Origin, wait, my head is still messed up. Taking a more comfortable stance, Origin sat on the ground trying to recollect his thoughts. Those memories that came along with the ultimate skill, Lord of Stories, are clearly mentioning a past life of his. But if what Veldanava said is true, then those memories just serve as bait to control Origin's movement and thought process. Veldanava, in the original story, Evarge, the origin of those destructive beasts should arrive near the cardinal world in a few thousand years, on top of the order of the events being messed up. Origin, so that entity, accelerated the arrival of that Evarge. Why would he do that? Veldanava, his reason or goal is still unknown to me. In any way, I can't stop him because I have to follow my own fate. Origin, you are God himself, can't you just destroy that anomaly? Veldanava shook his head sadly, he must have his own reason for not doing so. Origin, so, what do you plan to do with me now? As far as I know, I am not part of the future. Veldanava, I realized that this entity will be the doom of this world in the future, not even my future successor and his allies will be capable of stopping him, so I had to take measures. Origin, are you trying to send me there to fight him? Sorry, but the Rimuru Tempest as I saw is much stronger than what I could be. Velda shook his head again. Veldanava, let me explain, I want to make you a weapon especially effective against that entity, he had chosen you for a reason, so I'm going to choose you too. He then went on explaining how Shiria was going to reincarnate Origin and herself into the future, at this moment. The Origin that stood in the Promised Land was only 30% of his complete self, the other 70% was used by Shiria and became Don Arcead. The corruption that the Lord of Stories is was degraded to the unique skill, author and reader, both of them staying in the 70% part, thus the entity has no binding on 30% Origin. Veldanava, from now on, I will train you so you break your own fate, until you become strong enough to assist my successor and get rid of that entity. Origin, I see, I guess I have no other choice. Nodding, Veldanava grabbed the space and slid it down, reality itself seemed to have been severed for an instant as suddenly a beautiful sword appeared in the Star King's hand. Veldanava, I'll make you a new spiritual and physical body, and this is a small gift of mine. Handling him the sword, Origin immediately felt a connection to the silver cold blade. Origin, this is incredible. Veldanava, I didn't give it a name yet so you can do it later. Origin couldn't know at that time but this sword was made of pure dragon scale, and not any dragon, it was made from the white ice dragon Velzard's scale. Veldanava had taken personal care over the creation of this weapon, the unique and soul-living blade. Once it will receive a name, the blade will gain consciousness and emotion. Origin, Exalia, I feel like this is your right name. Binding itself to her new master, Exalia was a sword capable of cutting even a true dragon, she was a mythical graded sword. Veldanava, you can test it soon, for now I'll send you to the underworld, go there and become stronger. Origin, the underworld. Veldanava, it's a separate dimension where all the demons live, you'll be inside the primordial violet's territory, her descendants are the best for you to grow so stay there for now, I'll summon you once you're ready for the next step. It was sudden but it seemed Origin was going to undergo a big and long training regiment made by the god Veldanava himself. And to start this, Origin passed 50 years in Violet's territory, having enough time to learn to kill know her. After this, Veldanava did as he said and summoned him, later for the next few decades he was sent against the occasional beast of destruction that would appear, or sparred with Velda's subordinate. Mainly Abra and Dino. Lastly, he had made a very acquaintance with a cryptid, since those beasts of destruction were mindless, some of them managed to gain an ego. When he was massacring those monsters, he had spared an intelligent beast that appeared to be a fox with multiple tails, but that is a story for another time. Finally, once he was ready and strong enough, Origin went back to the material world, he found back the laboratory he once managed. And the same laboratory Shiria took over after his death, at that time, it was already 2,000 years after his original death. The world had changed greatly, the northern continent had become a continent of ice, the remaining high humans all went to the main continent, now the sole livable one. But all this wasn't something Origin had to think, because, it was time for him. This 30% of himself was bound to be a sacrifice, he had lived that long to become strong so he could seal himself and later, when the 70% of himself came read his diary. He would gain all the power and art he would have accumulated, along that, the vestige and technology that will allow Don Arcead to win against the author. End of flashback. Slowly waking up, a single tear traveled down from Don's eyes, he was back in the laboratory, back from such a long journey. And finally, he was back as a whole. Don, 100%, we succeeded Velda. His eyes permanently turning pale blue, his aura who was previously silver reflected a shade of coldness now, freezing white with bluish tint. His black hair fluctuated to be more gray-like, this was the birth of the Soul 3 awakened hero eggs, the strongest weapon that Veldanava himself nurtured was completed. Third POV. A stream of tears befalling Don's eyes, he felt as if he had woken up after a very long dream, the pain he was feeling at the moment was impossible to explain. Because, Origin of Irian was cold-natured, he often buried his feelings and never let them affect him, but Don was different. He was born with emotion and was more human than Origin could ever be, thus, over centuries and centuries worth of pain was assaulting him at the same time. Don, seriously, I'm really pathetic. Trying his best to stop his tears, he slowly got up, his body condition had changed greatly. In fact, he felt almost foreign to his own body now, the awakening of a third egg that belonged to Origin of Irian had changed his body structure totally. Don, how much time has passed? Clenching his fist, he played with his body for a moment trying to get a hold of it, he couldn't quite describe it but right now. The world itself seemed to be moving along him, when he was a true hero with 2 awakened eggs, space seemed to bend on its path so he could move. But now, it's as if he was blending into the world itself, his perception too changed, the magicule and energy in the air seemed to be acting neutral toward him now. He was neither absorbing or rejecting them, they just moved around as if Dawn was part of the decor. Dawn, this condition, I see, so I naturally became a digital life form. Trying to confirm his suspicion, Dawn looked to his right, on the other side of the room, he thought for an instant. And the moment after, he had moved without any delay, he couldn't understand what he had just done, his body seemed to treat the information particle as if it was second nature for him. Dawn, is this a gift from Velda? Or is it just a natural effect from awakening the third egg? Both could be correct, in reality the hero egg Velda Nava had given origin, was different from the hero egg every hero has. That hero egg was the very first version, to put it with a blunt word, over time, Velda Nava decided to nerf the hero egg as its prowess far surpassed the demon lord seed. Origin might be the sole being to have awakened that beta hero egg. Dawn, I can feel it, everything around me feels so close. Smiling sadly, this was the reward for all the suffering and sacrifice he had made. Snowy, Master. Dusk, you already woke up. Suddenly appearing out of thin air, Snowy, followed by Dusk, quickly floated toward their master and hugged him. While the last individual, Exalia, appeared quietly and smiled in satisfaction. Exalia, it seems it was a success, I greet my lord. Bowing on one knee, Dawn remembered all the adventures he had with Exalia. Well, the current Exalia wasn't exactly the one he knew. Dawn, Exalia, no, Snowy, do you remember anything now? Snowy, Master, I. Separating herself from Dawn, Snowy stuttered a little, since her whole being was connected to Dawn, she had recovered her memories the moment her master came back. Dusk, What are you guys saying? Dawn, don't worry Dusk, it's just, we might have to say goodbye to Snowy soon. Dusk, what? Shock overcame the light spirit as she turned toward her friend, while Dusk and Snowy aren't the perfect match, they were still great friends. The prospect of losing her made Dusk really sad. Dusk, why? Snowy, listen, this is the result of my own greed. Explaining her story, Snowy flashed a regretful smile when Dawn Arcead was born. Exalia had felt his presence, but since she was sealed in the laboratory with the single order of waiting for her master to come back. She waited, but years passed and nothing. After a long time she lost patience, she could still feel her master's soul. So Exalia separated a part of herself. The sword Exalia is very special and unique. She was forged with the scale of a true dragon, bathed in the magicule of the promised land and blessed spiritually to the point where any spirit surrounding it would be drained of their energy. Thus by separating a part of herself, Exalia used all the spirit energy she had gathered to create a new spirit, then with the powerful dragon will that she had, she formed a personality to this spirit. Dawn, Snowy and Exalia are the same being. As long Snowy will exist, the sword Exalia will lose most of her power, while Snowy will never reach her full potential. This meant, Snowy had to disappear and become one with Exalia again, so the sword regained all its glory. Snowy, Master, I just wanted to see you again. Dawn, I know, and I'm grateful for that, if it weren't for you I might have never made it here. Patting her head, Dawn wanted her to stay, but he knew that Exalia was a weapon he needed to have. Dusk, but. Dawn, Dusk. Leave it be, we aren't blind people who try denying reality for our own deception. His voice dripped with sadness, even Dusk could tell how hurt Dawn was by his own words. Dusk, I see, I feel a bit sleepy, I'll go back into your soul first. Biting her lips, perhaps the farewell with Snowy was too much for her body disappearing into particles before flying toward Dawn's chest. Dusk gave a last stare that held all she wanted to say. Dusk, if I knew, I would have spent much more time with you, my friend. Snowy, there is no need to worry, you lazy light, because I won't really disappear, I will just become complete again. Their eyes exchanged all that needed to be said before Dusk returned inside Dawn's soul. Dawn, how ironic, it's only when you are losing something that you realize how little time we pass to enjoy it. Smiling sadly, Dawn could tell his mind was still trying to regulate itself, mainly because of the big difference in mentality and personality he and his past life have. Once everything will be complete, he himself will be very different from the Dawn Arcead everyone knows. Snowy, I still don't regret anything, those last 2,000 years were formidable. I might lose my identity and live as Exalia from now on, but the fact that I would still be with you Master is enough to wash out any hesitation I might have. All the while, Exalia was standing behind, her eyes closed as she paid respect to the moment. But she too was going to disappear. After all, Exalia standing here is in the same situation as Snowy, only a part of the complete weapon. The only difference is that she has no attachment to the world, all she wants is to be wild by her worthy master. Dawn, thank you, really. Holding his tears as best as he could, Snowy is the oldest companion he had known as Dawn Arcead. She is the only one who had crossed the age with him, fought and despaired for his sake, no matter how similar Snowy and Exalia will be. For Dawn Arcead, no one could replace the current Snowy. Dawn, I should have relied on you more. Spreading his arm, he slowly enveloped the ice spirit in a hug. Her natural coldness was replaced by warmth as both closed their eyes. In a moment of silence, Snowy smiled sincerely. She had said all she wanted and all that was left for her to do was return her existence to its true form. A freezing gale suddenly burst through the room with Snowy at its center, still hugging her master as tight as she could. Her body shone brightly along Exili's body. In the burst of the moment, at the same time, Dawn's sword dimension flew in the air and connected to the spirit. A white light exploded, blinding everyone in sight. And after a short yet so long minute, Dawn reopened his eyes. This time, he was alone in the middle of the laboratory. His hand shook as he reached for the newly formed weapon in front of him, a sword whose blade was colored in a pure white, almost as if ice reinforced the edge of the blade. The handle was decorated of silver and the hilt harbored a small plate. Its total shape was akin to a chikudo and similar to a long sword. It was simply a piece of art, a weapon of the highest grade known and used, mythical weapon, a sword forged exclusively for Origin of Irian. And Paradox is his reincarnation, Dawn Arcead. Dawn, Shin Exalia, it's nice to have you back. The sword shook at his touch. An instant was enough for the living weapon to open its eyes and wake up. The new name that was granted to her, Shin Exalia, was proof of the new ownership Dawn applied on her. Shin Exalia, I have served you for over 2000s as Snowy, but allow me to formally greet my liege. The weapon still in hand, Shin Exalia's spiritual body formed in the thin air. Her appearance was much more different than Exalia or Snowy. Her blue hair was cut short as they reached her neck, the tip of her hair froze in silver as her eyes pupil took the shape of a dragon's eyes. Looking down, she bowed elegantly. The previous armor Dawn was used to see on his partner was replaced by a more modern uniform. Her cold and fierce gaze gave her a natural authority, talking to the commander of an army. Dawn, will you follow me again? Extending his hand, Dawn smiled sadly. He knew he had to make up his mind. Snowy was now gone. Shin Exalia, time and space was never a barrier to me. I would have waited for you, my liege, until the end of the world, even beyond if needed. Lifting her chin, she without hesitation took Dawn's hand. The warm connection between them announced the birth of a new duo. Flashback. Traveling across the world, at that time Dawn had just started his journey to find himself, crossing the border of the future Jura forest. He had settled a camp for himself, alone far away from all human civilization with only his two spirits as companions. While gazing at the campfire, he could already feel dusk sleeping comfortably inside his soul while Snowy was out. One of the rare occasions where she could freely roam around. Dawn, you should rest a bit more. Snowy, I do not need sleep, guarding you should be my main priority. Dawn, Velzard-san won't be happy if she hears this. Snowy then fell silent. This earned a light chuckle from her master as he threw another few branches into the fire. The blaze ignited as their shine reflected in Dawn's gray eyes. Dawn, huh? Suddenly, a single tear formed and ran down his right cheek. The sudden burst startled Snowy as she hadn't seen her master shed tear in decades. Snowy, master. Are you okay? Standing up panicked, she watched as Dawn swiped the tear away before staring at his finger. Dawn, I don't know, I felt like those times of peace are just too short. Snowy, what? Dawn, maybe tomorrow, a war will break, the day after many would die, perhaps even I could disappear in the flash of a moment. Snowy, master. Chuckling silently, he didn't know why he suddenly felt emotional. Maybe it was just a hunch, but he just felt like everything was going too fast. Dawn, haha, look at you Snowy, don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Noticing the worried expression the usual emotionless spirit was making, Dawn reassured her. Snowy, then I promise the same, I will never leave you behind. Dawn, I see, let's reach the end together then. The silent night was pleasant, one of the rare times Dawn had settled himself calmly isolated from the world. Flashback end. Dawn, Snowy. Forcing his smile up as he stared at Shin Exalia, he closed his eyes and just hugged the newly reformed weapon. This action took the sword by surprise, but she didn't reject it. Shin Exalia is the original weapon that followed Origin of Irian during his last journey. She had the memories of Snowy but still felt awkward how the cold Origin of Irian she knew took her in his arms. This was very new for her. Dawn, let's reach the end together, partner. Shin Exalia, I will follow you even beyond that, master. After a short break, Dawn asked a few questions to Shin Exalia. It seemed he was out for 2 whole days, which was less than he expected. He also noticed that his sword, Dimension, was gone. Snowy must have used it to reinforce the new Shin Exalia. Getting a hold of himself, he then left the study room he was standing in and went to retrieve some item his past self had left for him. But what was more important was located in an overly protected room, hidden from the rest. If it wasn't for Origin's memories, then no one would have managed to find it. Dawn, I might have lost a companion, but another one is going to join me. His hand reached for a seemingly random wall, he injected some magicule in and all crumbled, a door formed on itself. Dawn smiled nostalgically before entering the new room. The inside was empty of any furniture, only in the center, a very large block of ice. which served as a conservator for the little monster sealed inside. This ice had space/time property, making sure that those inside would just sleep without aging. Dawn, it has been a while, old friend. Reaching out for Shinexalia, he made a quick draw, shattering the ice. The shards bursted everywhere as the little monster inside fell slowly. Life returning to her, Dawn caught the monster. He smiled gently while petting its head lightly. Dawn, I didn't give you a name back then. Even now I'm not confident enough in my naming sense to give you one. In his arms slept a medium-sized fox with 7 tails. She is Kamara's grandmother, and one of the companions Origin had made while he hunted the beast of destruction. Their story goes back then, and even now, the fox had led her family to follow him, following him through time itself. Dawn, I'll just wait until you wake up then. Closing his eyes, he turned around and left. His business here is done, he just has to bury the vestige of the past now. Jumping out of the laboratory, the moment he visualized the outside, he was already high in the sky, standing without any platform or magic. Dawn, I have to get used to moving instantly. Sighing, he looked down. The entire island was really dead of any form of life, so he didn't have to hold back. Dawn, activation, Blade Heart. The skill of his past life, a unique skill that could rival an ultimate one, the ability to cut down anything as long as the user believed he could. Dawn, new sword art, Eclipse. His knowledge worth 2,000 years coupled to the insane experience of his past life, he could feel the previous limit of his swordsmanship crumble. What he thought was perfect before became simply good. An instant was enough as his sword went down. The simple swing of that cut through the island and the ocean. The waves under him went rampaging as a rift formed in the middle of the water. The previously dead island totally gone, slashed into dust. Dawn, goodbye. His words were aimed toward no one. He just felt something leave his existence when he destroyed the island and the laboratory deep underground. He felt like he severed himself from the past. All the people he had met were sacrificed at the end so he could get stronger. He just now resolved himself to hold on to their names. Dawn, my last journey has finally started. Luminous POV. Well, after talking things out with Rimuru, I realized when Donquin liked Tempest, it was obvious that he was biased toward them. Despite it being a newly formed country, his decision always advantaged Rubrios, but he made sure we won't stumble on Tempest's development. Their culture, culinary and more, all was otherworldly to say the least. It's only a matter of time before they become the center of the world. The Eastern Empire won't like that. If I have to guess, they'll take action during the founding festival they intend to make. Luminous, a festival, huh? Because of Donquin, I wasn't able to get myself drunk last time. I tried once more after he left, but the way he looked too serious played with my consciousness. I didn't even know I could feel like that, guilty of enjoying myself when he was clearly going to do something either dangerous or serious enough for him to act. Anyway, I left Tempest early with Hinata and Velzard, who decided that she would live here now, but it seems that girl Shizu stayed there. She was rather close to the newbie. I briefly listened to her situation. She is quite the beauty, so I just went along, but honestly, I couldn't care less. Luminous, MMH. Suddenly, I jolted a bit when I felt a dreadful presence intruding the sanctuary. Getting up, I got in guard as the presence appeared right in front of me. Instinctively, I reached for my sword, but the next moment I relaxed when I recognized my strongest subordinate. Luminous, well, you changed a lot in just 2 days. Dawn, I'm back, my lady. Smirking, I turned around to hide the sweat that had formed on my forehead. What did he do during the last 2 days? His appearance changed light, the sword at his wrist had changed, and more importantly, he had become a complete menace. His presence alone seemed more threatening than that stupid lizard when he attacked Night Rose. Luminous, are you going to keep everything secret, or you want to let everything out? I trust him, so I had no problem if he decided to hide what happened during those last 2 days. After all, his growth would inevitably help me so. Dawn, I could, but I think you already have a rough idea. Luminous, MMH, let me guess. Sitting back on my throne, I held my hand under my chin and analyzed his new appearance. White hair, he actually looks more like Velzard now. Luminous, wait, could it be? I had suspicions that were almost certain that Donquin was the reincarnation of the infamous Great Duke of Avirion. A name rather famous for those who had known that era. I personally never met him, but the rumors and talk about him were just everywhere. His strength wasn't a question too, as he was feared and recognized as the strongest of his era without counting the immortals. Luminous, it seems you merged with your past life, how intriguing. Dawn, as expected, you saw right through me. Anyway, I had something else I wanted to announce to you. Luminous, what? Dawn, after Tempest's festival, I will bring you and Eleanor with me and march toward Degrol's territory. My eyes widened for an instant. It was already well known that he wanted Rubrios to go on an all-out war against Degrol. But he wants to go there alone with low force. No matter how you look at it, it seemed absurd, but at the same time. Luminous, are you that confident in taking out Degrol? Dawn, yes, at the moment there is no threat capable of handling me. How arrogant, but I like it. This confidence isn't unfounded. Merging with his past self, did Origin Avirion influence his personality? It's like I'm rediscovering Dawn all again. Luminous, fine, I can't wait to hear the result, hopefully they won't disappoint me. Dawn, you don't have to worry about that, anyways I'll take my leave first, I can feel Hinata and Velzard here. Luminous, oh by the way, Tempest is holding a tournament during the festival. Dawn, oh. Well this is where Masayuki is making his debut. Luminous, I order you, participate and win the tournament. Dawn, huh? Keeping my friendly smile, he turned toward me confused, well it's normal, I really don't care about that. Just now that I had seen the tremendous progress he had made, I just wanted to see more of his fighting skill. Luminous, I just want to boast around a little, my subordinate is the strongest, so be a dear and win it for me. Dawn, sure. You know, flexing on Rimuru like that is not bad, fufufu. Third POV. After this, Dawn made his way back to his office, surprisingly the office has become the tea room for Velzard as he met her there. Accompanied by Flora who served as maid for her. Flora, welcome back leader. Velzard, oh Dawn-kun, you changed a lot. Dawn, I know. For a moment, Velzard's eyes went down to Shinexalia stitched on Dawn's waist, her eyes narrowed dangerously as she was reminded of something. Velzard, hey, that sword is quite nice. Dawn, I just retrieved it, and about Snowy. Velzard, she is gone isn't she? Flinching, Dawn froze as he looked down sadly, it seems Velzard already knew, she was the oldest true dragon alive for a reason. Velzard, she might be gone but that sword of yours has all her memories and feelings, so don't mind it too much, she is still with us. Reassuring him, Velzard's expression softened before reshaping into a scowl. Velzard, I'm more annoyed by the fact that my big brother literally came up to me, ripped a few scales off my body to forge this sword. Dawn, huh? Flora, that sounds rough, Lady Velzard. Dawn sweet dropped, he didn't know but Veldanava had really gone to Velzard since her body was the most durable after his. Asked her to take her dragon form, then ripped enough scale to forge Exalion, as time passed Velzard had buried the memories away. But now, all resurfaced when she saw the blade, no in fact, she started remembering when she passed more time with Snowy. This also helped her deduce about Snowy's true identity and her future demise. Velzard, anyway, who is that little fox you are carrying? Dawn, huh? You are able to see her. Dawn was genuinely surprised, he had previously casted, Destiny Beyond Fate, on the fox so no one beside him could see her. Basically setting her fate to be invisible, her presence turned to void, even Luminous didn't manage to see her. Dawn, hey, I guess the true dragon is really something else. A moment ago, he was confident in taking a true dragon head-on now, but, it seems the only real boost he had gotten was about his existence. His ultimate skill and other power didn't receive much boosts. Dawn, well, this little fox is my new companion, she doesn't appear like that but she is already superior to your average awakened demon lord. Velzard, oh my she seems to be a cryptid, what a rare fellow you found. Dawn, I know, she still has yet to wake up because she was sealed in a temporal prison for a long time, so you'll have to wait a little more before actually meeting her. Smiling softly, Dawn went to his desk which was filled with a few paperwork, he had expected much more since he was gone for a whole 2 days without counting his time at Tempest. Flora, I made sure to leave the important matter which requested your direct approval on the side, I took care of the remaining matter. Would the leader like an overall report about the recent situation that occurred around Rubrios? Dawn, you did well, and I'll listen to your report after those two come back. Nodding, Flora quickly closed her eyes and tried to feel the incoming presence, she wasn't much surprised when she noticed Eleanor and Lucas coming back from their mission at the border. Flora, I'll go fetch some more tea and sweets. Dawn, sure. Bowing before taking her leave, Velzard chuckled at the scene. Velzard, you sure found some loyal subordinates. Dawn, and I'm thankful for that. Velzard, are you not going to tell me anything? Dawn, Velzard, you know, I'm not dumb. Grinning, Velzard was aware that her older brother Veldanava had taken a human and trained him a long time ago. She was aware of the reason why he had come and took her scale to forge a sword. Velzard, so, my little disciple is the reincarnation of an old man from millennia ago, how funny. Dawn, we haven't really met before, but yeah, it seems you already suspected a lot about me, I would almost wonder how much you knew. Velzard, meh, I know enough to deduce the rest myself. Nodding at her seemingly hinted words, Dawn grabbed the few piled papers and documents on his desk and reviewed them. Velzard, by the way, I met a strange girl back in Tempest. Dawn, a girl. Velzard, yes, and to my surprise she clearly held the blood of a Virion in her. For a moment, Dawn froze as he looked up, his eyes darted toward the ice dragon who just grabbed her teacup and took a sip. Dawn, blood of a Virion, you say? Velzard, my eyes witnessed it directly, the raging yet heroic flare that her body released. Dawn, Could it be? Contemplating different possibilities, Dawn shook his head dismissing a possible reality. Dawn, what you call blood of a Virion isn't something genetic, right? Velzard, well, it was only a term my older brother taught me. He had shown me personally what it was about. A body and soul that was perfectly compatible with the hero egg. At that time only one lineage managed to attain such form. And that was Origin Avirion, so Veldanava had decided to name this phenomenon after him, the heroic blood, Avirion. Velzard, I didn't manage to grasp her physical appearance, but her spiritual body was terrifyingly similar to your past lives. Dawn, MMH. I see. Velzard, do you have any leads? Dawn, would you believe me if I told you I had a daughter? Velzard, what? Her face flashing white, she dropped her cup before releasing a bewildered look. Dawn, during my time as Origin Avirion, I never got married, but for a long period, I had a partner. Her name was Catherine Wisdon. Velzard, wait, are you serious? Dawn, yes, she was pregnant but died before our child could be born. Realization hits Velzard as she puts the piece of the puzzle together. Dawn, when her life ended, I had buried her in a coffin deep underground, but now that I think back, the life inside her had disappeared almost instantly along with her. Even if Catherine had died, the life inside her belly was a life of its own. The baby should have at least shown signs of life even if she died later. Velzard, are you saying that the child was already gone when she died? But how? Dawn, it should have been impossible, but many things make me think that the girl you saw is exactly that child. Explaining his reasoning, Velzard confirmed that the girl she saw had an almost exact similar constitution to Origin Avirion. And no matter how similar and pure it was, as age passed, the blood and genetics along with the spiritual body will alter. That definitely crosses the possibility for her to be one of Origin's descendants. Another thing is about the words she said to Luminous and Velzard. If Dawn considered them, it was clear that she was somehow aware of his circumstance. Dawn, my theory is that, right before Catherine's death, she had formed some kind of spatial magic to send her away. How old do you think she was? Velzard, not older than 100 for sure. Dawn, teleportation that transcended time and space. No, that's too much even for a genius like her. Velzard, what about the other world? Dawn flinched a bit. Before thinking about it, it was plausible since the time in the other world and the cardinal world weren't connected. Being from the early age of Earth could be summoned after those from the modern age, if Catherine and Origin's daughter was sent to another world. And then, later resummoned to the cardinal world, then, this would fit the sudden disappearance through space and time. Velzard, but that's very unlikely, because entering this world is one thing but leaving is another. There is no case of people leaving the cardinal world to reach the other world. Entering was easy in a way. Summoning, reincarnation, or being randomly teleported here. Dawn, Catherine was a genius. Even now, we are using her invention. Spells like disintegration were part of the legacy she had left for the future. Velzard, are you saying she could have found a way to leave this world? Dawn, she is an iconic figure for most, the mother of modern magic. For a long time we studied the concept of life together. Life and death, space and time, all those completed each other and formed creation. It was common sense that a normal mortal would never manage to understand and control those powers. Yet, deep inside, Dawn knew that if one mortal could achieve any insight into them, it would be Catherine Wisdon. Dawn, skill was something we weren't aware of in the past. I believe Catherine might have a skill powerful enough to achieve it. Velzard, this, then, supposing she is your daughter, what would be her goal? Dawn, I don't know, but from your words, she isn't an enemy, at least not yet. The more they deduced, the more plausible it became. That also means, somewhere around the world, Origin's daughter was acting on her own, trying to pray to open another path of her own. Dawn, I see now, everything makes more sense. I know who you are, so you were my daughter all along. Placing his hand over his mouth, he couldn't help but chuckle. With the news theory and information he also deduced some other things. On his last journey, he had occasionally checked on the two siblings he had left behind. From Catherine's words, those two got married and started a life of their own. Dawn, how funny, ha ha ha. Velzard, MMH. Dawn, even after so many years, Avirion is still living among a few people. His daughter and the descendant of Rachel and Luke Avirion, he had already deduced one of the family that originated from them. And coincidentally, this same descendant helped him find the laboratory, the leader of the underworld, Nwariva, descendant of Luke Avirion. Dawn, now that I think, if you invert the name Nwariva, it makes Avirion, how funny. Muttering to himself, he had also realized who the descendant of Rachel Avirion was, and that part was the most hilarious, though he had to keep it a secret for now. Closing his eyes, he waited a few more seconds before feeling Eleanor arriving. For now, he had to settle his inner thoughts aside and focus on the situation around Horizon's disappearance. Third POV. In the Eastern Empire, the throne room was enveloped in a cold atmosphere as the recent news all came in. The sudden dissolution of the Demon Lord Council, the rise of Tempest, the alliance between Rubrios and the Monster Nation. And even rumors that the White Ice Dragon, Velzard, was seen in the sky of Rubrios. All this led to Rudra and his henchmen to gather and talk. Rudra, I seriously hope you guys got me some good news for once. His crimson eyes gazing down at each one of his ministers and generals, they all flinched. Damrata, the West is in total shamble, we underestimated the control that Rubrios truly held on the human nation. Rudra, I can see that, what about Luminous Valentine? Kandu, she was last seen in Tempest, from our most recent observation she should have regained Rubrios via teleportation. Rudra, Tempest, do we have any news about them? This was getting really annoying for him, the main reason was the ultimate lack of information they had. Up until now, their biggest enemy was Guy Crimson and Rubrios. None of them really give out information about important internal matters, but Tempest seems much more open yet no useful information came in. Calgurio, they recently announced a festival, and many guests were invited. Rudra, a festival. Nodding, Calgurio took out a long list and started calling out some names. Calgurio, those are the publicly invited guests, among them we can find King Gazel Dwargo from the armed nation of Dworgen, the Empress Elamesia El Rusarian for the Sorcerer Dynasty, the new heroic king of Flameth, Ymfalmeth, T the Goddess Luminous. Velgrind, they invited the fake goddess directly. Chuckling, Velgrind could see that everyone was taking action now, but something bothered her, it has been a few days since she couldn't feel Velzard's presence at all. And the rumors of the ice dragon above Rubrios didn't help. Rudra, I see, is Don Arcead participating too? Calgurio, while his name wasn't listed, if Goddess Luminous does personally come, I can't see anyone else capable of standing as her guard. At the mention of Dawn, Khanda flinched and gritted his teeth, remembering a certain battle of the past. Rudra, then assassination or any attempt of sabotaging this festival is meaningless. At first, before the recent event, Rudra wanted his army to trample over the Jura forest and take over the western nation. Veldora's disappearance certainly helped for that, and so Falmouth War was instigated to slowly invade the west. But after a while Damrata has come back to the Empire with mild news. Until now, their main leverage on Rubrios was Granbel Rosso, who was also the luminary of the sun, Gran. With such contact, the Empire had a connection with the west, but Damrata had gone to check on Granbel since he was oddly silent. Only to find that both the former hero and his granddaughter were murdered, their bodies were pale and the attack used had perfectly negated any possible treatment or regeneration. This was when Damrata understood that he had to leave quickly, because the only few being capable of such damage would be an awakened being. Something that would endanger his life more than necessary, thought he did bring back a good pawn from this ordeal. Rudra, we were played beautifully. Suddenly coming to an halt, everyone present grew tense as a disappointed sigh left the Emperor's mouth. Velgrind, what do you mean? Rudra, now that I think it was weird how every spy we sent to Rubrios was dealt with but not Granbel, it's clear to me now that Luminous had let him act and give us information. His reflection was based on his confidence in Rubrios' high cadre's power. He believed that the likes of Dawn and Luminous wouldn't be fooled by a small hero like Granbel. The fact that he was disposed of at a convenient time also added to his suspicion. Damrata, that might be right. Rudra, well, I guess we'll have to stop trying to take over the economy of the West for now. You said someone followed you back here. Who is it, Damrata? Rudra had understood that the West was now totally under Rubrios' control. They all unified under a single banner to fight off Demon Lord Guy Crimson. Damrata, yes, he was a servant of Hero Granbel who wasn't present at his estate when the murder happened. His name is Razzle and all he seeks is revenge. Smirking, Damrata bowed on one knee as he signaled the newcomer to enter, an insector who reached its humanoid body. The bloodlust and aura he excluded managed to make the officers inside shrink, while those who possess higher fighting ability looked at Razzle with interest. Rudra, I see, I guess this could do it. Razzle, I greet the Emperor of the Nazca Empire. Razzle offers you his allegiance if you will to grant me a single wish. Rudra, speak, but I have to warn you, don't be too greedy. Resting his chin upon his hand as he flared his heroic aura, no matter how strong and high-willed the people present were. All bowed in an instant, even Razzle who had come in confidence was forced down as he witnessed the power of the heroic emperor. Only Velgrind could still look up as her golden eyes studied the scene. Razzle, I want to be the one who takes down Don Arcead. Rudra, oh. From what we know, he is the one who killed Granbel, so you just want revenge. Nodding, Razzle was saved by Granbel in the past. He was also aware of the corruption that devoured his hero friend. Heck, Razzle even accepted that Granbel would die one day, but the way he was ruthlessly killed made his insect blood cry. He wanted revenge over anything. Learning that Don Arcead was the reason for this thirst made Razzle accept Damrata's proposal of serving the Empire. Rudra, fine, I'll accept you in my rank and even let you have your revenge, so serve me well, Razzle. Razzle, is it my honor, your majesty? Bowing once again, Rudra's mouth curved into a sinister smile. Velgrind, are you sure? This Razzle is nowhere near the level of that hero. Rudra, it's always better to have more pawns. I'll just use Razzle's hatred to bother Dawn a little. Their thoughts' communication was cut short as Rudra got up and raised his arm. Rudra, we'll wait until the end of the Festival of Tempest to initiate the war, split the army into two fighting forces and strike Tempest and Rubrios by the sea. Kandu, if I may, why are we splitting our force? Rudra, do you really believe we can take on a grouped force composed of half of the previously known Demon Lord, a true dragon and a true hero at the same time? Rudra wasn't a fool, he knew that with Vegorind, the Eastern Empire had one of the best military, but even he wouldn't cross the line of fighting Demon Lord Malim Nava, Luminous Valentine, Ramaris, who still held great power even in her weakened form. On top of that, the new Demon Lord Rimuru couldn't be underestimated, and lastly, the one that displayed a rather epic show a few weeks ago in the sky of Rubrios, Dawn Arceid. Rudra, we need to occupy at least Dawn while we take over Tempest, because it will at least need me or Velgrind to fight him. He also counted Guy in the equation since Rubrios officially engaged in a war against Demon Lord Degrol. This means Guy will surely focus on Rubrios first while Rudra will attack Tempest. Rudra, Dawn won't abandon Rubrios, he won't be able to leave as long as the giant and us keep the pressure. The plan was set in March, it was only a matter of time before the start of the greatest war. Back to Rubrios, Dawn was currently behind his desk as he filled the paperwork he had missed, at the same time he engaged in some short discussion with Velzard. A few moments later, he stopped and looked up as a knock was heard hitting the door, giving them his approval. Eleanor pulled the handle and entered. Beside her was Lucas, chained up and passed out. Dawn, I guess he got out of control. Eleanor, he wanted to go to Horizon when we didn't know his location. Dawn, I see, give me your report and get him to bed, I'll talk some sense into him later. Eleanor, as you wish. Velzard on the side looked amused, she had made her presence almost null so Dawn's guest wouldn't notice her. Eleanor, so, I confirmed that Horizon was taken by Demon Lord Degrol, looking further would have been dangerous. I also noticed that the number of giants deployed in that battle is nowhere near their entire military. Dawn, de Gruzzle surely just launched a random attack, perhaps he didn't expect a fighter on Horizon's caliber to be there. Eleanor, yes, after resourcing the entire battle I managed to find some remains of a giant that fought there. Looking up into their past I can positively say that a much bigger force is currently in the making. This was clear, Degrol this time was ready to pull up a full-out war, he was one of the rare people who didn't fear Dawn's existence after all. Dawn, I will put an end to this myself, for now I'll have every knight's orders mobilized to patrol around Rubrios, set a particular priority over the border with the barren land. Eleanor, I'll transmit this order to Lewis and Hinata then. Nodding, Dawn looked down at his hand, it was twitching, he couldn't really hide it but a part of himself wanted to test his new capabilities. Dawn, I think I'm starting to become a battle freak. Eleanor, by the way, did you taint your hair? Dawn, oh that, I'll explain later but this is now my look. Grabbing a few strands of his now white hair, his eyes subconsciously trailed toward Velzard who was staring at him with a huge grin. Dawn, you should go rest for now, also we'll leave in a few weeks for Tempest. Eleanor, Tempest. Dawn, yeah, tell this to the other as well, this might be the last time we all relax. Taking his words to heart, Eleanor didn't question further and bowed before leaving, the moment her shadow crossed the doorframe with Lucas. Velzard bruised in chuckle as she released a teasing smirk. Velzard, your hair really changed, I didn't really pay attention but they are as white as mine now. Dawn, this is the hair color I had when I was Originavirian, my overall appearance is starting to change since I recovered my memories. Velzard, I see, so, why don't you call me mommy? Dawn, huh? Instantly, the neutral face he had kept until now crumbled as he looked up to Velzard with bewilderment. Velzard, we look like each other, and our relationship is close to that of a parent and her infant, so why not? Her words might have held some significance if it wasn't for her wide smirk, it was clear and brutal teasing. And despite knowing that, a flash of embarrassment crossed Dawn's face. Dawn, don't joke around, beside those huge milkers in your adult form, you are clearly mommy material. Keeping his thoughts to himself, he urged any form of hormone to get away and recomposed himself. Dawn, this body is truly great, I can influence every cell or particle that makes me. The novel truly understated the state known as digital life form. This was truly a state above the realm of the living, though Dawn pondered, in this state he can indirectly walk inside the suspended world. But he wondered if he could also activate it. It was a foreign process yet that seemed so familiar. Dawn, Velzard-san, how does suspended world work? Velzard, suspended world. Well, it's very hard to explain, in fact even I and any user of this art have a proper explanation. Dawn, I see, can you activate it? Velzard, I could, but this will definitely alert Rudra or Guy, I don't think it's a wise move considering your situation. Nodding, Dawn could just sight, he knew that once the hostility started, there would be no break and at one point, suspended world would be a major battlefield. Going in without prior experience could be dangerous. Dawn, I guess I have no choice but just get used to my abilities for now. Velzard, I'm curious too, so why don't we go for some warm-up? Dawn, gladly, my lady. Chuckling, both get up at the same time. Surely, they couldn't engage a fight here before properly throwing hands. Dawn, it's sad, Rimuru didn't fully create the labyrinth yet, we could have got on seriously. Velzard, labyrinth. You mean that Pixie's ability? Dawn, yes, by now Ramiris should have started to move out to Tempest, they should finish the labyrinth before the festival. Velzard, well, it's just a warm-up so we surely won't cause much damage. Dawn, I guess. Smirking, it has been a while since the two of them fought, last time was decades ago when Dawn trained under Velzard's teaching. Now in the deepest part of the holy sanctuary, both stood in what seemed to be a large cave, their aura lightly flaring. Velzard formed a blade made of ice while Dawn took out Shinexalia. Velzard, is this sword alive? I can feel some kind of attachment to it. Dawn, as a matter of fact, it is. I'll let you meet her later but basically Shinexalia has all the memories of Snowy, consider her as your original daughter. Velzard, I see, this reminds me how you and Snowy first fought me together. Dawn, the good old time. A hint of sadness, both of them shared this feeling, but they knew they couldn't dwell on the past too much. Dawn, you can have the first move, my lady. Velzard, cocky aren't you, then don't mind if I do. Bursting forward, the idea of limiting the damage was totally forgotten as the two of them clashed their swords. Luminous POV. What a calm evening. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook lightly, before another more intense shake happened, in a continuous series. I jumped out of my throne in shock as before I knew, the entire land of Rubrios was shaking uncontrollably. Luminous, what in the holy world is happening? Did de Gruul come back? I shouted with a bit of panic hindering my voice, at the same time Gunthler appeared beside me and bowed. Gunthler, my lady. Luminous, what is happening? Gunthler, it seems Lady Velzard and Sir Dawn have engaged into a light spar. His expression was pale as he reported the situation, my own mind went blank for an instant as I tried to understand his words. Luminous, are they kidding me? I have to stop them before they annihilate my nation. Groaning in annoyance, I expected Dawn to at least be responsible enough to not cause such mess but I underestimated his new persona. In a few seconds, I reached where I could feel Velzard's aura. Strangely, Dawn didn't release any form of presence as if he was fading into the world itself. Luminous, what the hell is that? My eyes grew wide once I had reached the fighting location and source of this massive earthquake. I could see Dawn and Velzard going at it, their movements were fast yet smooth, in a way, someone who didn't know would think this was a fight to the death. The only thing that betrayed that possibility was their expression, both held a facial smile that held either pride or determination. Luminous, he has become monstrous. I already knew that in terms of power and fighting skill, I came short against Dawn, after all he specialized himself into that while I did slack off a bit. But now, he can fight against a true dragon, the strongest one alive at that and hold his ground. His words weren't fluke, right now he might be among those few being at the very top of the world, this was simply dazzling. I came here to stop them but I couldn't help but keep staring at their fight, it was a beautiful and elegant dance. Velzard was simply too beautiful for someone alive, when Dawn was moving in a way that matched Velzard elegance. Luminous, this is mesmerizing. I was speechless, honestly the damage caused by their aura alone managed to freeze up the entire cave. Yet, all I saw was them using swordsmanship, I couldn't fathom what would happen if they actually used skills and magic. Luminous, wait. I came here to stop them. Waking up from this living dream, I quickly gathered Magicule in the palm of my hand and shot a crimson ray toward them. I was glad that it actually managed to get to them as they stopped and looked at me with an annoyed look. Velzard, why did you stop us? Dawn, I was just getting warmed up. Luminous, you. The vein on my forehead almost popped as I shot at them another ray of enemy, are they testing my patience or were they just oblivious of the damage they caused? Luminous, you already destroyed this cave beyond repair. Are you trying to bury Rubrios in an ice coffin? Third POV. Thus, on that cold day, Luminous managed to stop a tragedy that could have been called the birth of a new land of ice. A few days then passed, and finally Dawn caught up with his work. Honestly, the memories of Origin, who was a respectable duke, were useful. As Avirion didn't fall due to bad leadership, the idea and logistics used back then was useful to strengthen the current Rubrios. Now dressed in a military coat which approached more to the noble-like clothing, Dawn left for Tempest since he wanted to be there before the festival. It was still a few weeks away, so he had a lot of time. Using his new state, traveling from Rubrios to Tempest didn't take more than a moment. Moving through space with zero time lag was surely convenient. Arriving at Tempest's headquarters, he waited a few instants before getting greeted by Shuna. Shuna, I apologize for making you wait, we weren't notified of your arrival, Dawn-sama. Dawn, don't worry, I just decided to come here on a whim. Is Ramiris, Shizue, or Rimuru here? Shuna, yes, Ramiris-sama is currently working on her project and Shizu-sama is assisting her, while Rimuru-sama is a little bit busy. Dawn, oh. Well, Shuna welcomed him in their headquarters, which was a large building where most officers and cadre of Tempest worked. She explained the situation while walking toward the office. Shuna, ever since the festival was announced, some nobles came in advance and asked for an audience with Rimuru-sama. Dawn, I see, must be rough. Shuna, currently, a noble called Regia Mull from Falmouth is talking with my lord. Dawn, Falmouth. Didn't they got enough after the war? He sighed. He could almost be ashamed of his origin as Dawn was born in the past Falmouth. Anyway, after a short walk, Shuna arrived in front of an office which served as a meeting room for Rimuru and his guest. It was well isolated, yet the loud shout from inside could be heard. Dawn, this doesn't seem to be going well. Shuna, ugh, I apologize for the noise. Dawn, should I wait for them to finish? Shuna, well, Dawn-sama is one of our most important guests, so I don't think anyone would complain if you decided to cut this audience short. This was a clear invitation from Shuna to help Rimuru. Smirking, Dawn nodded as he watched Shuna close her eyes and knock on the door. Shuna, Rimuru-sama, an important guest has arrived and would like to greet you. Rimuru, oh. Let him in then. Hearing the approval, Shuna nodded to no one and opened the door. Regia, how impolite. I am still talking and you are welcoming someone else. Don't you know that I was one of the most important supporters of the former king Admaris? Rimuru just ignored his antics. Upon seeing the scene, Dawn's sweet dropped. Behind Rimuru was Testarossa and Diablo glaring at Regia's very soul. They see me to be on the verge of cracking. If it wasn't for Rimuru, this human would already be in a state of mush. Taking a deep sigh, Rimuru wore a bored expression that switched into surprise when he noticed Dawn making his entrance. Waving his hand, Regia didn't even bother turning around to see who the important guest was. Regia, ah. Maybe I could forgive your rude manner if you gave me something. You got a pretty face, I have to say. Having now a lecherous expression, he bent down his head a bit and approached Rimuru with clear obsessive intent. At that moment, Testarossa snapped and raised her hand ready to snap this man apart, but fortunately for the cleaning maid, Dawn intervened before grabbing Regia by the shoulder and applying a bit of pressure. The man came down crashing as gravity went against him. Dawn, you know, it's rude to make my eyes and ear bleed when I just came to relax. The two primordials got startled when Dawn pushed Regia down. They were too immersed with bloodlust to notice him arrive. And since he holds no clear presence now, they totally failed in noticing him. Testarossa, Dawn. When did you come? Diablo, Kufufu, what a good demonstration of strength, thought I would have liked to take care of him myself. Rimuru, what happened to your hair? You seem like a different person. A mountain of remarks immediately befallen him, while he had plenty of time to explain his new look and state. Regia, Dawn. As like Dawn Arcead. Now shrinking in fear as he was still pressed by gravity, Regia isn't a total fool, he was close to Rayheim who was a priest. And so he had a lot of information about the hierarchy in Rubrios. This further increased his fear when the one standing above him was a famous figure. Dawn, do you mind if I take him out? Rimuru, just don't kill him, please. Dawn, haha, I'm not that ruthless you know, tch, I was about to send him to hell. When the word hell reached his mind, he quickly looked up as he just noticed two new powerful aura that shouldn't be here yet. Dawn, oh. Did you recruit John and Violet already? Rimuru, you felt those too. I mean they aren't really hiding, well they are respectively known as Carrera and Ultima, you can meet them later if you want. Dawn, I'll do that, by the way. Rimuru, Dawn, expanding the harem I see, have you thought about my proposition from last time? Immediately, Rimuru's face went under a different shade of red. This reaction didn't go unnoticed by the two primordials at his side who pondered at what that proposition was. Rimuru, why you? Dawn, don't mind it, I'm here to pass some free time while checking up on Tempest since it developed really fast. Rimuru, ahem. Why yes, well Testa seems to get along well with you so she'll show you around. Bowing her head slightly, Testarossa didn't show any dissatisfaction on that matter. Dawn, sure, I'll see you later then. Turning around with a smile, Testarossa soon followed not before giving a last bow to Rimuru as both then left. Now alone with Diablo, Rimuru sighed and looked down at the passed-out noble. It seems Dawn used some kind of mind-breaking technique. Rimuru, how do I deal with that now? Raphael, notice, individual, Dawn Arcead already took precaution, there is no need for Master to worry about this worm anymore. Rimuru, if you say so. Diablo, Lord Rimuru, if I may. Rimuru, what? Diablo, about what Sir Dawn said before, if you want I can become a Woma. Rimuru, no. While leaving the building, Dawn and Testa started a discussion that got cut short when they heard a small yelp coming from ahead. Looking up, Dawn's eyes met with a new figure which was Ultima. The usually prideful demon's eyes were filled with fear. At her side, Carrera was giving her fellow primordial a questioning stare. The same could be said from Testa. Ultima, why is he here? Carrera, what are you saying? Testarossa, oh, I understand now. Remembering one of her previous discussions with Dawn, she knew that he was the one who traumatized Violet a few centuries ago. But she didn't know that Dawn was also the one who took out Violet millennia ago. Ultima, tell me I'm dreaming, I'm seeing something horrifying, why am I seeing that damn Duke Origin and hero Dawn Arcead in the same body? Since his appearance was becoming a mix of his two lives, Ultima was recognizing both features. Sweat formed all around her body as her movement became robotic and ragged. Ultima, I have to go first. Rimuru-sama has called me. Quickly running away, she then noticed that she had to cross paths with Dawn if she wanted to reach Rimuru's location. Gulping, she quickened her pace to get this done faster, but once she got to Dawn's level, the hero smirked and set his hand on the lowly's head. Instantly, Ultima's body went rigid, her face paled as even her defensive instinct didn't dare act. Dawn, be a good girl, okay? Ultima, why yes. The scene dumbfounded Carrera, whose eyes had grown out of their socket. She couldn't believe how tamed Ultima was. After that, Dawn removed his hand and continued his walk, followed by Testa. All the way, Carrera had switched her sight from the frozen Ultima and the retreating figure of Dawn. Carrera, what did I just witness? Ultima, haha. Testarossa POV. Well, this was something. To think Vioine Ultima would react that way, I would almost take pity on her. Testarossa, so, mind explaining your change in appearance? I doubt it's just aesthetic. Dawn, as much as I like white hair, you are right. Sighing, he let out a soft smile. His hair was now in a similar shade to mine, the sole difference is that he has this hint of coldness. To explain properly, his white hair reflected some kind of blue coldness, and his eyes, everything would indicate that he is an entirely different person. Dawn, in a way, I have fused with my former life, my appearance is just adjusting to my new status. Testarossa, I see, your past life, you are really special. I couldn't help but smirk as the gear inside my head assembled the puzzle, his previous question and Ultima's reaction. I can get who his past life was, a certain Duke that managed to traumatize Violet to the next level. How amusing. Dawn, anyway, I'm thirsty for some otherworldly food. Testarossa, in that case I think I had heard that the Storm Dragon opened a small stand to make something called takoyaki. Dawn, this will do. Nodding, I increased my pace and took the lead. Dawn POV. Earlier, before I left with Testarossa, when I stood in front of Rimuru, I felt my mind shift into a mindscape. Realizing who the culprit behind this phenomenon was, I relaxed and looked ahead. In front of me appeared a lady with blue hair. She looks exactly like Rimuru but only a bit more feminine, perhaps because of her cold and analytical nature. Dawn, it has been a while, Raphael. The woman opened her eyes, a pair of crimson pupils stared right back at me. Raphael, it seems you have regained your memoirs. I congratulate you for that, hero bestowed with the power of fate. Dawn, I'm hurt to think you knew all that and left me in the dark. I talked in a joking tone, though Raphael struggled it off coldly, her eyes remained fixed on me as she tried to analyze my very being. Unfortunately for her, even Seal had a light struggle to fully perform and understand the digital lifeform nature, so Raphael will have to hold on to that for now. Dawn, by the way, I was right. At my intentionally break-in sentence to fuel my next words, I could see Raphael tilting her head, not understanding where I was going. Dawn, I told you, one day you'll find a master worthy of you. Her cold eyes widening for a slight instant, she returned to her analytical state before nodding. Raphael, indeed. Dawn, you are still as cold as ever, anyway. Sighing to myself, I ruffled my hair for a moment before dropping my head down, my mouth curved into a half-smile as I approached the Lord of Wisdom. Dawn, I'm glad, I know that at Rimuru's side you'll be just fine. Surprisingly and surely, it might be the only time Raphael allowed someone other than Rimuru to approach her. My hand reached for her head as I slowly caressed her hair. She didn't show any hint of emotion or embarrassment, but that was to be expected. Raphael, I'm sorry. Dawn, Raphael, we might have been successful in Resurrection Shiria back then, but I failed to assist you further. For that, I realized that this was my very first failure. Was she guilty? I couldn't really blame her anyway, it wasn't her job to go that far for me because she was just a temporary gift. Dawn, there is no need for you to feel like that, after all your purpose at that time was to help me revive Shiria, after that, your mission was completed. Raphael, my main function was to assist you until all your regrets were gone, I failed in that. Dawn, Origin of Irian died without regrets, beside there are scars that you can't remove, so don't beat down yourself, after all you have a new master now. I could feel Raphael's head nod slowly, my eyes fell down a bit as I understood better why Origin was so disappointed in himself about Raphael. In a few years, Rimuru had managed to develop more feeling in Raphael than Origin did in decades. This just proves how fate worked, Raphael was meant to belong to Rimuru. Dawn, I'll open my soul to you, so don't hesitate to analyze my skill and nature, it will surely help later. Raphael, if you are allowing me. Smiling, I closed my eyes again as my mind shifted back to reality. All this conversation happened under the effect of thought acceleration. So not even a second passed in reality. I looked down at this oh-so-great noble of Falmouth and used the Lord of Fate to cut off his mind. He should wake up in a few hours with memories lost, and for the next 20 years, he will have 31 small bad luck per day. It could be hitting his little toe on some furniture, having the wind blow a banana peel under his shoes, a flying monster suddenly stealing his belongings. It won't be easy for him now, but who cared? Well, surely not me. And now, before I knew it, a few days passed and I could see under my eyes how the capital Rimuru was slowly changing to welcome the incoming festival. My stay here was quite relaxing as I would go back to Rubrios once in a while to take care of some matter. For the time being, Degrul seemed quite silent. While movements could be seen across the sea, as the Eastern Empire prepared some kind of military campaign. This was the calm before the storm, a last moment of laughter in this festival before a never-ending war to the end. Dawn, which side are you going to use? Bring it on, author, let's see who will have the last word out of this. I couldn't help but provoke as I stared at the horizon, the entire city of Rimuru laying under the hill I stood on. Patting the head of my new small fox companion who had woken up a few days ago, I smirked confident in my future battle. Third POV. Slowly stretching as he got up from his bed, Dawn got up and grabbed his coat before leaving the luxurious guest room that was prepared for him. Inside one of the many hotels available in Tempest, the sun was barely waking up, forming a beautiful orange-shaded sky on the horizon. Dawn, today is the first unofficial day of this festival, huh? What was planned in the agenda for now was the coming up of many merchants and adventurers in the capital city. They were going to see and visit the city before the festival. Some nobles might even pass today, but none of that really concerned Dawn himself. Dawn, wake up, Curie. Once he was ready, he went up to his small companion who was still sleeping, a little fox who had now 9 tails after being named. Curie, ugh, Master is too mean, let me sleep, Kion. Dawn, you want to miss lunch that much? Curie, no. Immediately after hearing her third favorite word, which is lunch, the fox's eyes flew open as she shook her fur, forcing her brain to come to sense. Licking her paw, she then jumped on Dawn's shoulder as he chuckled to her antics. Dawn, we got invited to eat with Ramaris and Rimuru, so expect some good food. It was truly a peaceful and calm time. Walking down the street of Tempest, Dawn watched as the first few goblins and other monsters raised to open their shop and business. Humans were present too. This just showed how much impact Tempest had on the interracial relation between humans and monsters in general. Dawn, now that I think, Masayuki should arrive today. Looking up, the climate of Tempest was really ideal, a clear blue sky almost every day of the year, not too hot or cold. Even during the winter, it wasn't like in the west where every winter was freezing cold. Curie, it's Master's fault for using that ice spell on the entire west. Dawn, I know, don't remind me. Even now, the effect of his and Luna's fight from 2,000 years ago was still present. Everyone forgot, but the world itself didn't. At that, Dawn could only sight. He couldn't feel the cold or heat, but still, hearing everyone complain about the weather made him a bit depressed and guilty. Dawn, luckily, the Jura forest didn't seem to have been affected, or at least not enough to permanently change its weather. Dawn also thought about the possibility of Veldora's Magicule overpowering his own, returning the Jura forest to its former state. But well, he wasn't really interested in doing advanced research on weather dynamics. Curie, Master. When can I meet Kamara? Dawn, soon, my friend, very soon. Despite having woken up and given a name a few days ago, Dawn still didn't let Curie meet her granddaughter. For one, Kamara wasn't named yet. And mainly because, even if she was frozen in time, Curie had lost a lot of basic mechanisms. She could barely walk or talk. And due to her being named for the first time, she had undergone an evolution, her previous 7 tails growing into 9. Dawn was confident in comparing her to the powerhouse like Ultima or Carrera, just her fighting ability was greatly decreased due to the seal she had stayed in for millennia. But once she recovers everything, Curie will be a foe that has to be feared. After all, she wasn't a simple 9-head as they were called. Dawn, huh? As he walked, suddenly halted, Dawn's eyes narrowed when he noticed a hooded woman walking ahead. The street was still pretty much empty, so the person really stood out. Beneath her large hood, which extended into a sort of cape made of a dark night-like leather, she seemed to wear a simple and basic white shirt, pants that from a first glance would be cheap. But Dawn knew how expensive they were, a noble. She was certainly someone who held some prestige, at least based on her clothing. At her waist, a sheathed sword could be seen. It was a rusty and used blade that could be found in Rubrios for training purposes. Normally, anyone would think of an adventurer, and it was reasonable due to the incoming festival, but Dawn realized this person wasn't normal. The presence and aura she was emanating was close to null. Perhaps she might even fool a primordial's detection. But being a digital life form came up handy, as the Magicule in the air and everything that composed space naturally faded in his perception. Dawn, Curie, go ahead, I have some business to attend to. Curie, hi. Realizing the seriousness in her master's voice, the nine-tailed little fox jumped off his shoulder and disappeared in a trail of light. She didn't want to get in the way of whatever Dawn was going to do. Dawn, a hooded woman, huh? The description fit the woman Eleanor and Velzard had met from what they said. As a specific image flashed in his mind, a light smirk that contained foreign emotion formed onto his face. The next instant, he had moved behind the hooded woman, his presence still oblivious to her, though she couldn't be blamed because only a handful of people could react to a digital lifeform's movement. But to Dawn's surprise, this hooded woman noticed his presence after a short break. Startled, she turned around and sent a high kick directed to a specific muscle around the stomach area. Dawn, oh. If it isn't a coincidence, she got a pretty good insight into human anatomy. Grinning, he easily swiped his right arm around and caught her leg. At that moment their eyes met. Her hair and eyes color were different, her facial features were contorted, but Dawn could recognize her. Dawn, who are you? Yet he decided to hide it. The woman's eyes lit up in shock when she realized who had snuck up behind her. Her pupil shook in fear but soon calmed down when she supposedly realized that the men in front of her hadn't discovered her identity yet. I apologize, my reflex got the best of me. Dawn, don't be, I'm the one who suddenly appeared behind you. Letting her legs go, Dawn's tactic might have been betrayed by his smile, a sincere and hoist one. Dawn, so what might be your name? I rather keep it for myself, at least for now. Turning her head slightly, her face flashed a hint of sadness for a moment, as she did her best to look down so her hood could act like a cover for the rest of her face. I forgot to put on my mask. Dawn, I see, you are pretty strong, can I ask why you are in Tempest? There is a festival soon so, I thought I should take a look. She sounded unsure of herself. After all, Dawn's question was stupid. He actually didn't even need to ask such a question as it was a logical excuse to be in Tempest during this period. Dawn just wanted to talk a little more. Dawn, take a look, I see, I hope you have a great time. His words held a familiar tint, something that neither of the two of them could understand, yet they felt its warmth. Slowly, Dawn reached out his hand and patted the shorter woman's head for a few seconds before retracting. The world seemed to have slowed down as the woman looked down, her gracious yet simple figure shrinked while she did her best to cover the overflow of emotion she felt at that moment. Dawn, I have an appointment so I have to go, but I hope we meet again. POV. Why? I couldn't understand why I was feeling like that now of all time. It has been so long since I abandoned the idea of feeling his touch. I was resolved in just assisting him and achieving my goal, but now, his new appearance had startled me to the very core when I first saw it. And now we meet again, this man, Dawn Arseid, formerly known as Origin of Irian. I knew him more than anyone due to the last gift of the mother I had never met. Dawn, I have an appointment so I have to go, but I hope we meet again. Those words shook my heart as I looked up, his body already turned away as he started walking away. A tinge of pain traveled through my mind, my hand unconsciously reached out toward him, mid-air as the distance between us was far out of my reach. At that moment, I wanted to call him out, to come back and spend a little more time together. No, not just together, I had spent enough time at his side already, but never had he seen through my lie. I had planned everything in the shadows for so long, waiting until I would be transported here by fate, the world where my biological parents were born and conceived me. I couldn't blow up everything now, just because of a buried feeling. No, this was a lie to myself. After all, I was just a liar. Could I be selfish just once? Up until now, I had been close to him, to Dawn Arseid, while covering my existence for most of my life. But never did I mean harm. No, I was also fighting for his sake, but deep down, I had always wanted to be close to him. After, which daughter wouldn't want to be close to her father? Wait. And again, I unconsciously let my emotion take control. My voice ragged out with a hint of despair. It was potent and pretty much anyone with common sense could see that I was desperate at this very moment. I really didn't know why, maybe because it's the first time I talked to my father face to face, without any lie. Dawn, MMH. And finally, once my voice laced through the space and reached his ears, he turned toward me with a brow raised. I froze instantly as I didn't think what I should do after calling him what. But I had realized that halfway after my voice came out, a part of me hoped that he wouldn't hear and continued his walk while the other screamed for me to be honest. My voice gradually slowed and grew weaker, losing my composure as I moved nervously, my gaze turning left and right to try and find a subject of conversation. A long minute then passed as neither of us spoke up. It made me so anxious. Even that day where I first came into contact with my father didn't shake me like that. Dawn, WH. Grrrrrrrr. Suddenly, as if heaven and fate mocked me, my stomach growled loud enough for the surrounding inhabitant to turn toward me. I couldn't help but blush in embarrassment while holding my hood trying to tore it bigger. I screw up. Dawn, PFFF, I have some walk to do before reaching my appointment, so why not come with me? I'll get you something to eat on the way. Why yes. I quickly accepted, trying to end this public humiliation already. Some of the hair strands fell out when I looked up. My hood flew back as I was suddenly hit by a light gale of wind. I tried to cover back my head but it was too late as pretty much everyone here must have realized the clear resemblance between me and my father. After all, my hair was just as white as his, my pale blue eyes shone like lightning whenever the sun reflected in them. And not only that, just my appearance, I had only ever since my biological father through the memories given to me by my mother, Catherine Wisdon. But I was a bit proud to say that I was a splitting image of a female version of my father. Ah. My eyes widened as I panicked. I tried to get the hood back but was stopped when a hand grabbed my left wrist. Dawn, you are really pretty so no need to hide your face. I was left speechless. In reality I really liked my hair, they were long and it was one of the things I took after my parents. But because of my disguise and lie, I started hiding and surely, those pure white hair became second. I think there was a time when I forgot how I even looked. Anyway, after getting complimented by my own father, I felt all strength in my arm leave, letting them fall as I nodded. I knew in a way, I wanted to walk side to side with him without my hood. This way, we did look like a father and a daughter, or maybe more like two siblings since he looks like a man in his 20s. Dawn, see, you are pretty enough to not hide your face. His comforting smile made me jolt a bit. It was really shocking to say the least, as I know how cold and emotionless he was as Origin of Irian and as the supreme commander of the Holy Empire of Rubrios. But right now, all those facades melted to reveal a simple man. I couldn't help but smile at that as the suppressed childish instinct I had killed a long time ago resurfaced. I enthusiastically grabbed his hand and started to run. Then let's go. Grinning, I felt more alive than I ever did. My adopted family back on Earth wasn't that good. My father was kind and worked in the manga industry but the same couldn't be said for my mother. They had given me a name that I still use to cover myself. Though, my true name, the one given to me by my true mother always reminded me of my origin and was my pride. I always comforted myself by knowing how great of a man my true father was, and how much my biological mother loved me. The memories given to me were my sole pillar all those years, decades and this long life. I fought for so long alone, yet I refused the opportunity given to me to start a family bond with my father, who was also right beside me. I just felt scared to meet him. That he won't accept me, that he doesn't have his memories yet. But today, I felt my own desire crawl up into my brain, forcing my selfishness to take over my rational side. Dawn, this stand sells some tigre bear meat. Breaking me out of thought, I realized that I was still running while holding his hand. We were already halfway through the destination which I judged to be Tempest's headquarter building. I blushed a bit, as I couldn't control my excitement and quickly let go of his hand as he chuckled. Dawn, no need to hurry, come I'll buy you some food. I just nodded quietly as we made our way to the food stand. The owner was a big orc who greeted us with a joyful smile. It was still early in the morning and half of his stand was still left unattended. Surely we were his first customers of the day. Orc, welcome dear customers. What can I get for you? Dawn, let's see, I want everything you can sell and 10 times each. Orc, yeah. My mouth opened agape as I turned toward my father with wide eyes. What did he just say? Did I appear to be a heavy eater? Or was the growl my stomach produced that loud? I couldn't comprehend the reason he made such an absurd request to a small food stand. Orc, sir, I don't think I have the required elements to make this. Dawn, well, that's bad. I can't let a young girl starve. I blushed even harder before grabbing his sleeve. Is that his true nature? How can he lack so much common sense? Dawn Arcead is a respected and smart man. I worked with him so I know. Is that even the same person? Sorry, please prepare 2 brochette of your tiger bear meat, please. I let out our order with a deep sigh while hiding my face by facing the ground, my fingertip still holding my father's sleeve. For a moment, he looked down at me confused, clearly showing how serious he was about his previous order. I groaned internally, and just went on as we quietly patiently waited for the orc owner to make the food. Orc, very well. Just 2 minutes and it will be ready. His previous confused face returned to his welcoming manner. He sure did a good job hiding his uneasiness around my father. Eventually, we got our food and left. I walked slowly while munching the tiger bear meat. It was tender and juicy. In a way, even if I never tasted it, I would compare it to AA5 Wagyu beef back on Earth. On the way, I took a few glances toward my father but stopped after some time because, every time I looked at him, his eyes were on me. As if taunting me, he moved at the same time, making me more flustered, the brochette still in hand. He hadn't even taken a single bite. Why aren't you eating? Dawn, I'm going to have lunch with a few friends, so I'll refrain myself for now. It's a lie, he is a true hero, not something even bigger now. The notion of eating isn't relevant to him now. But I didn't mention it, it would make me suspicious and also, I didn't want to ruin this quiet yet peaceful atmosphere. Ultimately, all good things have an end as his destination comes to view, slowly dropping my pace. I watched as Lady Shuna, also known as the Ogre Princess, was waiting in front of the building. I knew that my time with my father came to an end. I was tempted to reveal myself to him but shook my head in disappointment. Dawn, do you want to come in? No. Thank you for the food, I really appreciate it. I came here earlier than the other, because I wanted to see alone how beautiful Tempest was, how beautiful the city my father looked up to and praised. Though I had to cover back to my true appearance because my fake one would be dangerous to walk around with, she should be somewhere else after. Meeting Dawn here and talking to him wasn't planned, as I just wanted to take a quick look. Dawn, don't mind it. Smiling, he turned toward me and patted my head again. He is too dense to see my state. I really like the sensation of having your father patting your head. I might be a century old now, but I never felt this kind of warm. It's really comforting. Dawn, then until we meet again. Yes, thank you Ag. Before I could finish, he had shoved the tiger bear brochette he had kept in hand until now directly into my mouth. I gaped for an instant before recomposing myself and giving him an annoyed glare. Dawn, you sounded like it was a farewell. I don't really like that. He talked with a sarcastic teasing tone, before letting me go and walking away, his hand raised and waved as I watched his back. My teeth slowly pierced the food he had just fetched into my mouth, as a feeling of loss crept up into my heart. I slowly used both my hands to examine my head, the part where his warm hand had just ruffled before letting out a big sight. I grabbed my hood and put it back in place. I really shouldn't go overboard. I still have my goal, my mission. Maybe once I kill him, I might be able to start a family with my father. His body figured in the horizon as the sun rose. Father didn't know, he surely couldn't know the deep truth I held. When my mother Catherine Wisdom died, she had never revealed part of herself, even to the one man she had loved and will love in any world. With her limited knowledge yet once in age talent, she had used the information given by Origin, my father, and predicted the future with her skill. I was born intelligent, I was born to help my father in the future, I was gifted with my mother's legacy. As she realized by herself how fearsome the mastermind we had to face. My father, no Dawn Arcia didn't know, but the death of Shiria back then wasn't a coincidence. How in the first place, those beasts of destruction appeared? Why did the attack decrease after Avirian's fall? Why did Origin Avirian gain knowledge beyond our reality? Because, all this was planned all along, the entity now known as Author made a fool of everyone. Using the beast of destruction to cause Shiria's death so he could trigger Origin's breakdown, giving him power when he was desperate. So he could create for himself a perfect puppet after resignation. The manipulation had started way before the history I know, and my mother knew that this was going to be a hard fight, so she placed her bet on me. While dying she had accelerated her own death. Using her skill, which is called synthesis, she managed to transfer data about her and my father's memories into her womb, which held me. But since this world was the playground for the mastermind, she couldn't leave me here safe. She had used all the knowledge about the body and soul she learned from the experiment to revive Shiria. Eventually, the synthesis was perfect as she sent my soul with all its information through the world barrier. Her progress is unknown to me because I never could understand the essence of her skill. This just proves once more how big of a genius Catherine Wisdom was. When the notion of skill was unknown, she managed to attain a mastery that would put many demon lords to shame. After that, my soul had crawled into a baby who was abandoned. The previous soul died before getting a proper life. But, it served me as a host. My soul crawled into its skin before reshaping its composition, and that's how I was born. My DNA, my hair and eyes, all belong to the mix of the prestigious heroic blood of Avirian and the blood of the sinful witch Catherine Wisdom. After that, I lived for several decades before an accident where I passed, thought it was more because of the order of fate as my soul had to go back to the cardinal world. The same process then happened again, a poor soul destined to suffer. She had died at birth too, allowing me to take the body and reforming it to connect my existence. The body's name was Clarice. Later things happened. I had to help back and cover myself with lies, wipe out a part of my memories to manipulate myself into my own new character as I used my life on Earth as the basis of all. Deceiving everyone but my own fate, until Father took me in. At that point the first few steps of my grand goal were achieved. That's right, I'm here to kill the Author, the one who made my father suffer, the one who forced my mother to sacrifice herself, the one who robbed me of my happy life. That's right, I'll kill him for all the suffering he inflicted to me and those I will hold dear. Dawn POV. MMH. Was it no good? Why did she refuse me buying her more food? And me who wanted to bond a little more with my daughter, maybe I should have brought the entire stand. It's very different from the children I took in before. After all, I trained Horizon and company in a way so they could become soldiers. The same for Shiria. In my past life, and the memories from Elite are useless since he died before getting married. So I don't have any parent/children experience. Should I ask Rimuru? Or Shizue, since she is often seen as a maternal figure? Oh, Velzer did become a mother for Snowy for quite a while, but she was already a grown-up spirit. Dawn, this is confusing. In any case, as I suspected she was my daughter, I had instantly recognized her despite the change in appearance. To think. Shuna, we have arrived. Breaking out of my thoughts, I was still following Shuna after she welcomed me and guided me toward the lunchroom. Entering, I found Ramara sitting talking with Veldora. Dawn, I feel like killing a dragon now. Rimuru was chatting with Shizue and seemed to have a good time. Behind him Testa and Diablo stood there motionlessly. I could also feel Carrera's presence nearby. She must be on patrol, and for Ultima, well, she was on one of the rooftops when I was confronted. And fled after realizing I was there. Wait, did refuse the food because I looked scary? No. This can't be. I was told I had become pretty handsome and the inhabitants of Tempest didn't look at me differently. Rimuru, oh Don-kun. You're here. I got a bit worried after this little fox came in alone and said you had to deal with something. Looking down, I saw Kiri happily nuggling the food prepared for her. It was a mix of meat and vegetable. Actually, this plate looks better than any food the chef of Rubrios ever made. Dawn, yeah, sorry for being late, I had to meet up with someone important. Rimuru, sure, Shuna will bring your food, so come take a seat and let's drink. Dawn, it's still early in the morning. Rimuru, don't worry, it's just fruit juice. Grinning, he seemed oddly happy. I guess the festival was just next door, everything was ready and he put up a lot of effort. But contrary to the original novel, this time the festival will be held for 2 weeks. The labyrinth was finished yesterday, though it seems Malim has yet to bring the Dragon King for the last few floor bosses. Anyway, the main event for this festival happens the first day with Rimuru welcoming the many rulers around the world, on the 2nd day the musical concert, on the 5th day where the tournament will be held, the same day at noon will be the fireworks. At the end of the first week, the labyrinth's introduction and a little speech we had prepared with the allied nation. And for the rest of the second week, it's reserved to the more modest population and adventurers, as the labyrinth will be open for free during that period. Dawn, hi. Returning the smile, I sat down on one of the many chairs around the rectangular table. Ramirez, by the way Rimuru, I had made the 100 floors but we still lack many bosses as you call them. Rimuru, I'm still working on it. Malim said she had a way to solve that and went ahead. If she doesn't come back in a few days I guess I'll have to find a temporary solution. Ramirez, if you say so. The truth problem lay in the quality, since Veldora's aura could spawn many monsters on every floor but they were at best A-rank monsters. Dawn, well maybe you could give this job to those unnamed monster you got. Rimuru, MMH. Ooh. Dawn, well for example, the fox you got from Clayman. Smiling, I patted Kiri's head, her fur sure is soft and warm. Rimuru, the fox. What kind of monster are they anyway? Dawn, it's a race called Nine Heads but in reality they are cryptid. I could see in the corner of my eyes, Ramirez flinching at the mention of cryptids. She must have had bad memories when concerning Evarage. Now that I think, there was no mention of the Spirit Queen in my past life. I wonder what she did before creating the Dwelling of Spirit. Rimuru, cryptid. Dawn, to put it bluntly, they are the descendants of the World Destroyer and Evil God. Rimuru, that sounds horrific. Dawn, don't be, they are an intelligent race and very different from the stereotype of an evil descendant. Ramirez, if you want an idea, the beast you saw appearing above Riberios's sky last time was another descendant of Evarage, the evil god. Rimuru, they are freaking strong then. I nodded, well even the Rimuru now which is far from his prime could take several one. Dawn, there are 2 types of them. The first one is the mindless beast of destruction, also known as instinct of destruction. Their purpose is only annihilation and ending. Memories of Avirion flew back in my mind. At the same time, I saw Testa pour me some juice. Wait, did she actually pour a drink for anyone else other than Rimuru? Dawn, the second type is those like Kiri. They are conscious and intelligent. If raised well their potential will bloom. If being told to destroy they aren't any different from the instinct of destruction. Rimuru, that's a lot to take in. I hope they never appear above Tempest. Dawn, they wouldn't dare. I chuckled, even mindless, appearing in Tempest is clear death. You got the Spirit Queen, a true dragon, a demon lord and soon the hero Chloe Aubert. For a long time, there are many allies. Now that I think Rudra is already making his move, surely, attacking Tempest when all the world forces are around isn't wise. What is his plan? Things are going the unexpected route. Rimuru, anyway, I guess I should try to name the fox then. Dawn, you definitely should. By the way, Kiri here is the grandmother of the 9-head you are keeping. Suddenly Kiri's body glowed bright gold. It didn't startle me much as I knew she was going to her other form. Her tails grew long and body more graceful. Finally she grew up in size, big enough so she won't fit being carried in my arms. Dawn, this is Kiri's second phase. Though most of her power is still dormant, you should be able to tell how powerful she can be. Kiri, Q. Meowling, I could see the fascination in Diablo and Testa's eyes. Veldora finally drifted from his manga which he started after Ramirez started conversing with us. He looked at the fox with keen interest. As for Ramirez, she got up and went to the fox with a fond smile. Ramirez, well aren't you cute? Kiri, thank you, Grandma. Ramirez, gee Grandma. This subconsciously struck an imaginary blow to Ramirez who took a step back, much to Dawn's amusement. Ramirez, I'm not that old right, I mean, I still haven't gotten married or any relationship. I'll get hurt a bit to be called Grandma in my young youth. Dawn, anyway, Kiri here can help develop your little fox after all they are related. Rimuru, I mean, yeah. Raphael, notice, individual Kiri has several times more Magicule than Benimaru. Rimuru, I mean, yeah, good idea, better leave common sense out when it's about Donkuan. Thus this fruitful breakfast continued before ending on a favorable and pleasant note. Third POV. Later that day, Rimuru took Don's advice and named Kamara. The fox was delighted by the development and gained several more tails. Since Dawn decided to leave before she had yet to meet Kiri, but that is a reunion for another time. As for the rest of the day, many nobles and adventurers were welcomed in Tempest. The festival was truly going to begin now. People like the lighting hero Masayuki, a convoy from Rubrios with most of its important figures like the Pope and Holy Emperor escorted by the great saints. And even rumors about the goddess Luminous accompanied by the newly formed Genesis Knight Order. But that wasn't all. Word spreaded as most of the former demon lords would be present, the Empress of Sarian, the King of Dworgen and even some more surprising guests. Which one of them coincidentally met Dawn in one of the many streets composing the capital of Tempest. Currently sat in a VIP lounge, in one of the most reputed restaurants in Tempest. The three figures who had just met on the street glared at each other, beside them were their own attendant/friend. Dawn had Kiri sit on his lap while the fox kept track of the situation this time. She was ready to pounce on the enemy. Beside him was Testarossa as she still accompanied him for the remainder of his stay in Tempest. She was more tense than usual but her prideful attitude didn't flatter. On the other side was a man who had taken off his hood. He had come here in Tempest by hiding his identity. Beside him was a woman whose beauty is said to be otherworldly. Finally behind him were two guards clearly implying his noble status. Lastly, the last man sitting at the same table came alone. His eyes glinted in a playful manner as the three kept quiet. The waiter then entered and put the dishes on the table before leaving in a hurry, unable to stand in the pressure those individuals emanated. There was no aura, just their presence was enough to make anyone want to flee from the scene. Dawn, so, I didn't expect to meet you guys here. Finally breaking the silence, Dawn was the first to speak. His left eye glimmered electric blue as he smirked. A tint of shadow covered his face as he dropped his head slightly, letting his messy hair in front of his eyes. His voice dripped with extreme sarcasm and confidence. Dawn, let's enjoy our meal, Guy Crimson and your Majesty Rudranamal Nazca. In the shadow before the great festival, a preview of the near great war had already begun. Third POV. Amidst the joyful atmosphere that the festival started, inside one of the many restaurants of Tempest, a room full of powerful individuals each capable of shaking the world. An invisible and tangible tension escaped and filled the room. The only sound audible at the moment was the fork and knife settling on the food that was just served. Enjoying a good meal while being in guard of the guest sitting on the other side of the table, no one broke the silence after a good 30 minutes. While Velgrind wasn't much interested in the situation, she was the only one who really enjoyed the delicious food served in Tempest, and could understand why some reports said that Tempest started a culinary revolution. Finally, after finishing his plate, while gracefully swiping his mouth off with a napkin, Rudra opened his eyes. Those crimson pupils started right back toward Dawn, who kept an unusual grin plastered on his face. Rudra, surely, I wasn't expecting this small sightseeing to turn into such a meeting. The situation was almost amusing. At first Rudra just came to Tempest to witness the birth of this new nation. A nation right in the heart of a new force capable of fighting the Eastern Empire and Guy, an alliance between human and monsters, something unprecedented. So he was curious and decided to visit himself, yet, at the crossroad in the middle of the capital. He bumped into Dawn and Guy. At that moment they all knew, this day might turn bloody as the main force of each side came face to face on a mere coincidence. Dawn, this is a festival where people laugh and enjoy, let's wait for the war to fight. Guy, you sure became cocky, though I didn't expect to see you with Blanc. Guy flashed an arrogant smirk. He was at first surprised to see Testarossa in the material world, with a name at that, but that was before he realized all the remaining primordials had been summoned. Their presence felt around the capital. Rimuru, Guy, who was already annoyed to see his world balance and Demon Lord Council shatter, grew even more after witnessing the frightening evolution of Tempest. Testarossa, Fufu, don't mind me Rouge, or should I call you Guy? I'm just a mere guide accompanying an important guest. Distinguishing the word guest from her speech, she was making clear that Guy wasn't welcomed here. The tension just increased from this point as the first Demon Lord chuckled and raised his glass of wine, taking a slow sip. Dawn, let's not escalate this further, might as well let him enjoy a last good meal before the war. Guy, you talk as if it will be my very last one. Dawn, well, it seems like you are smarter than I thought. Guy, you. Rudra, PFFF, you became really funny. Dawn Kuan, by the way, this is our first true meeting, right? Interrupting Guy while breaking off the provocation launched by Dawn, Rudra didn't want them to fight, at least not yet. Because he wanted to have a conversation with Dawn, as he said, both were aware of each other's existence but never once had they met face to face. Dawn, indeed, should I get up and bow? Your Majesty. Rudra, as Guy said, you sure are cocky, better be careful, this might come back to bite you in the near future. Dawn, what is a kitten's bite to a lion? As their conversation went on, the guards that Rudra brought with him grew annoyed. They wanted to lash out at Dawn for disrespecting their emperor. But at the same time, the menacing presence made them stop. Their instinct acted on its own, making them stand still. While Testarossa let out a light chuckle, she must have realized that instead of a conversation, Dawn was just randomly teasing and berating both of them. Velgrind, and what a lion to a dragon. Finally snapping, Velgrind, who had stayed quiet, slammed her hand on the table. The raw strength she used split the table into pieces. The loud impact made the land shake as cracks formed around the four walls surrounding them. Dawn, oh my, I should get the Eastern Empire's address to send the reparation fee. Not bothered or impressed by the show of strength, Dawn got up, with him, Rudra and Guy too. Their eyes flared in their respective color as lighting struck the air, a tense and invisible string that could snap at any moment. Testarossa, as interesting as this is, I would advise all of you to stop. We are in the middle of the capital city. Rudra, you talk big too, Blanc. It's not because you finally got a name that you are at my level. Grabbing the sword at his wrist, it wasn't his mythical graded sword, it was a simple and basic durable sword. In a motion, Rudra moved through the space ready to strike Testarossa, the scabbard still present. It was clear that this wasn't an attack meant to kill but rather to knock out the opponent. Testarossa, aren't you ashamed to attack the woman first? But instead of worrying or even flinching, Testarossa stood still, her arm rested behind her back as her smirk showed pure arrogance. Her eyes could still follow the movement of the incoming blade, and she trusted that it would never reach her. And as she expected, the vertical slash provided by the Eastern Emperor was stopped abruptly. Dawn, who had just raised his arm, his own sword in hand, blocked the attack without even moving, despite the high momentum Rudra used, despite the accurate and efficient slash he performed. It didn't even faze Dawn, who had his arm lifted, his hand tightly holding the sheath of his still hidden sword. Dawn, not so fast, you little brat. Rudra, hey, you can at least back up your arrogance. The excitement could be felt through Rudra's smirk. At the same time, when their eyes met, Dawn could see those red pupils shine for a moment. Dawn, it seems Michael is ready to take over Rudra's body. Entranced in his own thoughts, Dawn groaned when Guy appeared right beside him and sent him fly into the wall. Guy, talk big but still leave an obvious opening. Testarossa, 2 against 1. Not very fair, you know. Rudra, yeah, when did you even intervene, you redhead? Standing tall, the guards behind Rudra immediately took out their weapons and raised them toward Testarossa. As for Velgrind, she slashed out her fan and covered her face, a look of curiosity looming as she started toward the broken wall Dawn was sent into. Guy, Dawn was just being annoying, I had to correct him a bit. Rudra, as much as I can understand your feeling, sneaking up like that just shows how pathetic you are. Guy, you want to go too? It has been a while since we fought directly. Rudra, so you want to lose? We can settle this for real. Both hero and demon glared at each other, seeing the incoming conflict. Testarossa sighed and bent down to take Curie, who jumped off of Dawn's lap when he parried Rudra's attack. The fox wasn't much worried for her master, instead she was cleaning her paw as if she knew what was going to happen. And surely, chaos breaks down when the debris from the broken wall moving, coming out from below. Dawn massages his neck with an impassible look. Dawn, damn, you got me well, thought the kick was so weak that I barely felt any pain. Walking back slowly into the room, he stopped momentarily before unsheathing Shinexalia from its scabbard. The beautiful silver blade shone in coldness as it vaporized into thin air. The next instant the blade was already in front of Rudra, ready to strike him down. The clear bloodlust behind that attack made Rudra act instinctively. Swinging his sword up, he was barely on time to intercept the enemy attack. And to his luck, Dawn's sword didn't stop even a single, the cold blade easily swiping through his own dull blade. At that rate, Rudra was bound to lose his head. Velgrind was too far to react in time, and Guy was still looking at where Dawn stood a moment ago. It seems, if it wasn't for the bloodlust released, neither he or Guy would have managed to see Dawn's movement, at least not in 100 of 1,000 of milliseconds. Rudra, shit. Castle Guard. Forced to rely on his ultimate skill, it wasn't activated on its optimal option, but at least he was enough to save his life for now. The impact between the ultimate barrier and Dawn's attack immediately bursted into an explosion, being at the third and last floor of this restaurant. The explosion took out the entire top of the building. Wind enraged blew in a random motion, pushing the people visiting and walking around Tempest away. The friction shook again the entire monster nation while forcing those who remained in the room to escape before they were taken in the clash. The guards accompanying Rudra were instantly killed, whereas Velgrind flew high in the sky standing on thin air. Her eyes narrowed when she started to notice the light trail of silver light moving amidst the dust veil generated by the previous clash. Followed by the sound of metallic blade hitting one another, it was clear and a constant that right after Dawn and Rudra engaged themselves into a pure fight of sword. Guy, well, this sure turned messy. Realizing that she wasn't alone, Velgrind looked up to see Guy flying slightly above her. It was painful to admit, but Guy moved faster than her this time. Velgrind, don't talk to me, you deranged demon. Guy, you hurt my fragile heart, Velgrind. Taking a dramatic pose, he soon stopped, regaining a more serious expression as his gaze followed the sword fight below. Each swing and contact generated enough power for the inhabitant and adventurer around to panic. They couldn't comprehend what was happening, constantly being pushed by gale of wind. At the same time, many cadre and police of Tempest were running toward the scene. Testarossa was Stargina T the fight for a moment before turning around and seemingly contacting a few people via thought communication. Before her eyes wavered and looked up, she stared right at Velgrind and Guy, who nonchalantly ignored her. In a motion of prideness, she jumped and flew to their level. Testarossa, this is a clear violation of Tempest's law. I have to unfortunately take both of you to custody. Guy, PFFF, are you serious? Velgrind, how boring. Her words were abruptly interrupted by a blonde-haired man sent flying right beside her. Rudra POV. What's up with this guy? I knew Don Arcead was strong. I even witnessed and watched over his progress in case he became a nuisance. But how come he is keeping up with me? Did he suddenly get an insane power-up in a few weeks or what? I couldn't help but shiver as I brought out Deva. Taking a serious stance, I was able to follow and counter his offensive as this time. I didn't underestimate him. Uriel's absolute guard was constantly on. Slowly, I realized how I was being pushed back slowly. Our sword was heavenly matched. This meant his weapon, this blade, was on the same grade as mine. My Deva, who was made and given to me by Veldanava-sensei. How? Where did he find such a weapon? And this swordsmanship, he isn't even using a formal technique, but it feels like he knows my every move. Dawn, why are you sweating? Surely, you don't expect to defeat me with a pale copy of Veldanava's sword. His words made my blood boil. I gritted my teeth and increased my pace, sending a vertical slash. I quickly set my foot straight so as to leave no opening afterward. As much as I hated how disgustingly strong he has become in such a short amount of time, this was a rare clash I could enjoy and give myself in. Our footsteps quickly danced around the small battlefield we had created. The settling dust didn't bother our vision as each impact generated gales of wind strong enough to knock off weak people. We just operated at a pace where only a handful of people could follow. Rudra, wait, I recognize this sword. Did you copy my fighting style just by watching? This was clearly Veldanava-sensei's sword style. The way Dawn is perfectly alternating defense and offense, in an unparalleled grace. A dance so perfect that it would make you shine among all the other stars. It clicked in my mind when our blow started to constantly bend into draw. Dawn, you just noticed. Well, it seems you still have a lot to learn, kiddo. Beside, I'm not copying you. Veldanava did teach me his swordsmanship too. Smirking, I watched him remove all his guard. Instead, he rushed forward, sword at the front. What is he planning? He wouldn't give me such an opening knowing my talent as a swordsman. Nonetheless, the more I think the closer he was getting. Rudra, fine. You want to challenge me head on? Then let's do it. In a span of rage, I myself let down my defense, focus all my strength in my arm. I held Deva with both hands before swinging down. At my action, Dawn didn't even budge and continued on his pace. A light smile filled with satisfaction cornered his lips. As if telling me he was testing rather than challenging me. Who do he think he is? A mere 2,000 years old youngster capable of beating me. Rudra, Requiem Ballad. Dawn, the first sword, Europa. My eyes widened as I watched him move, his horizontal swing against my vertical one. I couldn't believe how beautiful and nostalgic the movement he just performed was. In a matter of instant, our sword crossed the path. A burst of lighting and wind flew everywhere before he twisted his wrist. Deviating my sword into the ground while allowing him to fly right at me, it was clear that he had won this duel and I couldn't even be mad. I had a lot of questions but had to postpone them as I let go Deva and jumped backward, his slash performing the air right in front of my eyes. I gulped as it flew past me, yet the action didn't end yet. Using Deva's handle, which was heavily encrusted into the ground, he supported himself to launch a round kick. I somehow managed to get my arm in front blocking the first blow while grabbing his leg, but this soon proved inefficient when he used the already fast momentum to crash his elbow down my chin. I felt like 1,000 bells rang in my head for an instant before waking up. Dawn was already on the ground, his legs stabilized on Deva's blade. His right arm had his sword tightly enforced while his other hand held my collar tightly. He had me totally cornered. Dawn, told you, you're just a brat. At that moment, I could feel how sincere his words were. He had called me a brat in its purest sense, and that swordsmanship just now. It was clear, it's a very old method of training the Nazca kingdom had. It was taught to my parents way before my birth actually. I wasn't much interested in its history but myself I had learned those techniques and was my base before training with Veldanava-sensei. If this Dawn, who had called me brat and used that sword at a level of mastery even I couldn't comprehend, then he might just be a reincarnation of a knight of that time. I was already suspecting that since his soul was just that odd, his talent and power too, but to think he would be an ancient warrior of this caliber. I should have gotten him back then by all means. Dawn, I won. Defenseless, I could only watch as he decided to spare me instead of chopping my head off. His right did let go his sword to instead take a fist shape. in a martial motion he sent a heavy hook right into my guts. Before smashing his left foot onto the ground, using it as a support point, I groaned in pain as I watched his right leg raise. Redura, shit, this gonna hurt. Before planting his foot into my stomach, I felt like a part of myself was destroyed while the surrounding was blown out. The next instant, I felt myself flying through the clouds, my consciousness barely holding. I couldn't even comprehend how he was affecting a spiritual being to that degree. Third POV. Looking up from the ground, Dawn let out a short sigh. Dawn, I didn't expect him to be that strong. I won this time, but it was in a contest of pure swordsmanship and close combat. Ruffling his hair, if skills were involved, the outcome might have been a bit different. He was confident in winning again, but not without losing something. Dawn, whelp, I have to shush them away now. It's still a festival, can't have some crazy people fight in the sky. While he was in his own thoughts, Velgrind had flown over the injured Rudra and transformed into a dragon form to let him rest. The heat intensified by the scorched dragon's anger was enough to cover the entire forest in a small canicule. This wasn't something to be worried about for people who possessed a resistance to heat. But it was concerning, as every second that passed would affect the ecosystem in the future. Taking this into account, Dawn quickly moved through space and stood in front of the angry dragon. Turning his head around, he could see Guy and Testa standing further away. It seems Testarossa knew the difference in power and the overwhelming damage she could cause if a fight broke off. Dawn, seems like Rimuru is also coming. I have to get this done in a few seconds at best or things will go down badly. Velgrind, you damn human. How dare you injure Rudra like that? Dawn, it was self-defense, not my fault if this brat is weak. Velgrind, you. Growling in anger, Velgrind's crimson-red scale started to burn Lotus, while Dawn covered Chinoxalia with blade heart. Both of them were on the verge of acting when everything turned cold. It took a moment for Dawn to realize that the whole world had stopped. His own body instinctively froze before returning to its senses, experiencing for the first time the effect of the suspended world. Dawn, did Guy activate it? While everything had lost its color, Dawn turned toward Guy, who just clicked his tongue. It seemed he wasn't the one behind this. Era, mind if I join this eventful party? Turning around again, this time Dawn had to look up to see a woman whose beauty even exceeded Velgrind, her long white hair coupled by her shining golden eyes. A tight black shirt clearly way too provoking laced down to her short dress, a constant yet dreadful sense of cold death loomed around her. Guy, didn't expect to see you here, Velzard. Velzard, oh Guy, did you miss me so much that you had to cause trouble here where I planned to find some culinary wonder? Guy, you backstabbed me well though. Both glared at each other, the tension and rivalry between them could be felt kilometers away. Still, Dawn was grateful that Velzard had used Suspended World. At this moment, beside himself, only a handful of people can move within this frozen world, and Velgrind wasn't among them. Rudra on her back could, but he was still recovering from the previous blow. Velzard, as much as fighting you could entertain me, I'll have to ask you to leave, Guy. Guy, what? Crashing into our small party and now forcing the guest to leave. You became even more cold-hearted, Velzard. Despite the sarcastic remark, Guy already knew that there was no point in fighting or causing more trouble. They were in Suspended World, a frozen state where no skill or power could be used. Being able to move here is already a feat leading you to the very top of the food chain. Dawn, you guys are talking as if I wasn't here. Velzard, oh my sorry, I was too disturbed by the sight of a hobo demon. This remark irked Guy, who just intensified his glare toward Velzard, seeing the successful provocation. Dawn let out a sly smirk as his hand reached for his pocket. The sound of him taking out something attracted the attention as all eyes went to him. Dawn, I see, well luckily my dear Velzard, I got a gold coin to spare. Using his thumb, he flipped the coin in the air, tossing it toward Guy, who catches the money on instinct. Guy, huh? Dawn, had to feed the homeless somehow, right? Velzard, PFFF. Guy, you piece of. Dawn, just avoid buying alcohol please, money is precious. Flashing a victorious smirk, Dawn carelessly turned around to face the frozen Velgrind. Guy, who just went through the worst humiliation he had ever felt, gritted his teeth. He was about to lash out and jump toward Dawn to shred him apart when he felt his movement getting slower. Guy, what now? Velzard, isn't that? Without anyone noticing, a spell was casted on the surrounding, since neither Velzard or Guy were the source of it. It only left Dawn as the culprit, his back facing them. They couldn't see his face deforming into a cocky grin as he could finally test a few things under the Suspended World. Dawn, so my skill works here, I can move freely and fight too. I still can't figure out how Suspended World works on itself, but my digital nature converts everything automatically. Velzard, that's cardinal deceleration, one of the spells I don't really use and taught Donkuin, though I'm curious as to how he is using it here. Cardinal declaration is a spell based on pure magic, not skill. It consists in slowing down every information particle composing the air in the surrounding. Every movement and action then freezes, or rather becomes so slow that it turns out inexistent. Velzard, who had her ultimate skill, had to use cardinal deceleration and decided to throw it off. She did teach it to Dawn since he had a very high compatibility with ice element. Velzard, but to think he would use it in a world where everything is frozen. This was totally illogical. How could he freeze information particles when they were already immobile? This could just mean that he somehow found a way to not just freeze those particles, but something beyond, that could even work within the suspended world. Velzard, or maybe, he managed to affect the frozen information particle and directly the digital life form. I'll have to ask him later. Dawn, well, I have to plan on entertaining you guys anymore, so you should leave. Clapping his hands, he arranged Chinexalia into her scabbard and went down to grab Deva before tossing it back to its owner. Having dropped the sword directly on Rudra's head, the heroic emperor groaned in pain as he woke up from his previous blow. Rudra, wait, the world is frozen. What did I miss? Dawn, nothing much, just some black joke about a homeless man. Rudra, homeless? What? Ugh. This hurts like hell. What did you add to that kick? Holding his stomach as the after effect from Dawn's kick kicked in, Rudra had to admit, this kind of blow could be the perfect torture method. Rudra, anyway, you didn't kill me, I'm surprised, what are you planning? Trying his best to compose himself, Rudra looked ahead, standing up on Velgrind's back, his hand unconsciously went for Deva's handle. Dawn, I just wanted to give a correction to a little brat. Rudra, so you are really a reincarnator? Dawn, there is no need to hide, I am. Rudra, so the kid I watched 2,000 years ago was in reality much older than me. How funny. Dawn, you lived longer, anyway take Velgrind and go away. I got a festival to enjoy. Waving his hand in a motion as if telling him scram, it was clear that the respect he previously held as Dawn Arcead was gone once he recovered his past life memory. Rudra, ugh, fine, I'll retreat for now. Sighing, Rudra could only comply for now, but before leaving he turned toward Guy and spoke. Rudra, I understand now, despite being wary of Dawn, I still underestimated him. Guy, our game will end soon, so give everything you got. Guy, I'll crush you right after I destroy that cheap hero. Dawn, oh my, both are targeting me. Don't worry, I'll make sure to pay for you guys' funeral once I'm done. Spark of aura and murderous intent flew everywhere. Fortunately those three didn't start a true fight here, as they knew that sooner or later, they'll meet on the battlefield at a more appropriate date. Dawn POV. Everything went as planned. I had provoked Guy more than I would actually do. The reason for that? Well, because I'm trying to lure out the author. He is an entity that uses other characters to fight for him. I was his piece to destroy the course of Tensura, changing its ending and making the story his, but that backfired. Now, with his recent action I realized, he probably can't control every strong character. He controlled Perone, but she was merely a NPC. He probably has some limitations and conditions to meet before being able to control and give power to a character. And the strongest and more important the character is, the harsher the condition. I provoked Guy and Rudra so they would potentially let their guard down and accept the hand of the author, the temptation too big for their own greed. Velzard, why did you let them escape? You could have ended everything here. Dawn, well, I feel like everything I had tried to build until now would just go to waste if I ended the story now. Velzard, oh. Dawn, besides, in a way, I didn't want to kill Rudra because of our bond. Velzard, bond. No one knows, but back then, when the northern continent was still filled with high humans, when Avirion shone at its brightest, the pact made to stop the high human from intervening with the Empire's internal business, a piece of the Empire was given to the high human. And that piece of land later became the Nazca Kingdom. Its foundation solidified when Guy was summoned through Avirion was long gone at that time. That nation had used in the past my own swordsmanship as reference for their training since Origin. Avirion was a sort of nightmare for them. Dawn, yeah, Rudra and I are closer than you think. And, my sister, Rachel Avirion, who I had left in the hands of Catherine, she had lived a good life until the end. As Catherine made sure my two little siblings could take care of themselves before leaving, Rachel, at a later age managed to marry the Prince of Nazca from our era. And later, her grandchildren gave birth to Rudra and Lucia. That means, this makes me Rudra's great uncle. Dawn, fate sure got me tangled in a weird cycle. I sighed while I flew over Testarossa. She was still frozen midair. Once the flow of time would come back, she would most likely faint due to the direct exposure of Guy and Velzard aura. So better if I helped her now before she embarrassed herself. Dawn, by the way, why are you here, Velzard? I thought you wanted to stay in Rubrios. Velzard, well, at first I wasn't interested, but after a talk with Luminous I realized everyone was going, so I decided to at least check out the festival. Dawn, I see, did you fly from Rubrios to here? Velzard, no, look over there. Pointing her finger at a seemingly random location, I focused my eyesight and soon saw several carriages. Velzard, your little subordinates and those human knights came on foot, so I decided to accompany them, just dropped earlier when I saw you guys fight. Dawn, makes sense. Though, with all the destruction and chaos we produced, this will make a stain on Tempest's reputation. Better if I alter everyone's memories and rebuild everything that was destroyed. Fortunately, I got a pretty useful power for that. Fate is sure a good skill to have. Velzard, also, I'm curious. Dawn, MMH. Without paying much attention to what she was saying, I continued to wipe out the memories of everyone in sight. Before attacking the restaurant top floor, this is a bit tricky, but I wonder if reverse fate could work. Chloe's reverse fate would definitely do the job. But mine is a bit different. It does work on inanimate objects, but it's not exactly a time reversal. I guess I just have to rebuild everything with magic. Velzard, I see that the white primordial is here. What were you doing with her? Dawn, oh Testarossa, she is a good friend of mine. I guess since she is more of a graceful lady, I can get along with her due to my former noble status. Velzard, I see. I couldn't help but notice a sly and vicious grin forming on her face, ignoring that I continued the process to cover the mess that just happened. Next step is to remove the dust. I'll just make it seem like a huge gale of wind passed through Tempest. It should be enough. Well, that should be enough. I didn't rearrange the inside of the restaurant room, so I'll just pay them the difference. Velzard, MMH, she is really pretty. Are you interested in her? Dawn, what are you saying? I sweat dropped while turning toward her. The color in my eyes left as I watched Velzard studying Testarossa's face, slowly floating around the white primordial. Velzard, I'm actually interested in what kind of partner you'll get in the future, so I'm checking the potential candidate for now. Dawn, I don't see Testa as a potential romantic partner. The same could be said for her too. Besides, I had already lived 2 lives where I lost both women I could have loved. While Catherine could be said to be successful, we never really became husband and wife. And Luna, well, history said it all. I don't deserve to love someone romantically. My goal and purpose given to me in this second chance won't even allow me to restart it over. I am just a weapon to serve my own purpose. Velzard, well, if you say so. Perhaps. Velzard saw my dejected and cold look, so she stopped the teasing. I really don't like this topic. Swiftly switched the subject, and I did a last checkup before signaling Velzard to remove the suspended world. In an instant, the world regained its color. The people below gasped, not understanding the situation, even the executive of Tempest, as they looked around trying to remember what they were doing. Ultimately, they went off with an uneasy feeling. Well, everything went well and my skill worked on everyone beside. Rimuru, oi. What happened? Suddenly everything turned gray and I couldn't move. Appearing out of nowhere, Rimuru panicked upon seeing Dawn and Velzard together in the sky. Though he directly froze when he noticed something really weird, his eyes curved into a crescent shape as a smug grin formed, ready to tease. Dawn, I'll explain things later. For now we should leave before someone notices us. Rimuru, wait, before that, I didn't know you were interested in Testa. Dawn, huh? I raised a brow before I realized my position. Since I had Testarossa in my arm, carrying her like a princess, her sleeping face frowned for a moment as she adjusted herself for a better position. Her head directly hugged my chest, and despite the intimate position, I didn't feel any excitement or superfluous feeling. Dawn, damn, I feel like this is going to be a long day. I could even feel Raphael giving me a smug look. Not even my fight with Rudra earlier was as tiring as this. I sighed and just flew off. I have to drop Testarossa somewhere before any more people see me, or misunderstandings are really going to spread. Though I'm curious to see Ultima's reaction to this. Velzard, well, I'm going back to the others, so see you later. Dawn, sure, also could you? Velzard, MMH. My mind stopped working for a moment as I dozed off. I wanted to ask her to watch over her for me, but there is no real need. Dawn, never mind, the festival had already technically started, so let's grab some food later. Flashing me a smile, Velzard just vanished, leaving me, a sleeping Testa and grinning Rimuru. On the way toward the headquarters building, I had to go through a bomb-like amount of teasing, Rimuru using this opportunity to avenge himself for my previous tease. At some point, even Raphael sent me a few thoughts communication. It did annoy me, but I managed to tank it all. Dawn, at last, I can finally enjoy this festival after a very rough start. Third POV. Having regained the headquarters, Dawn gently settled Testarossa down on one of the sofas. She would wake up in a few minutes. So there was nothing to worry, and she was a primordial demon. There was no way the simple aura of another primordial and a true dragon would kill her. Dawn, anyway, don't you have some work to do? Turning to Rimuru, who had followed suit, his sly grin still shook his head and raised his arm in a bored motion. Rimuru, everything is ready. Melim brought 4 dragons she had caught. The labyrinth just needed more sub-bosses, but the main ones are here. Dawn, I see. Rimuru, I also named the 9-head fox as you advised. She is currently in her evolutionary sleep. Her name is Kamara. Dawn, not a bad name. Rimuru, by the way, where is Curie? Dawn, well, she was with me earlier. Wait, when did she leave? I think when Velgrind split the table, Curie jumped out of the way. Well, she should be fine. Curie was definitely having bad blood toward Guy and Rudra. She even admitted that she wanted to smack their heads if possible. But it seems she decided to not meddle in their fight and just left. Dawn, I guess her lazy part took over, she could have at least told me. Sighing, Dawn then recalled that Riberios's carriage would soon arrive, but while flying, he also noticed that the lightning hero Masayuki's party was at the town entrance. Dawn, I'll go first, Velzard and the others are arriving soon. Rimuru, oh sure, well if you need anything call Shuna or Testa once she wakes up. Dawn, yeah thanks. Waving his hand, Dawn walks off not wanting to stay in that room for too long, just in case anyone suddenly barges in and makes some assumption. He slowly went to the west entrance of Tempest and waited patiently, watching the inhabitant and traveler walk past by. Despite being the first time Tempest made a public festival inviting and welcoming many unknown people from the outside, the guards and police did a perfect job at handling the trouble and those who tried to start a fight. Dawn, luckily, my appearance is different too. If he still had dark hair, recognizing him would be a matter of time, this would then get troublesome. Dawn, oh you're back. In the corner of his eyes, he saw a little fox coming closer before nudging its head on his leg, clearly asking Dawn to carry her. Dawn did just like she asked, taking her in his arms before slowly petting her fur. Dawn, where did you go? Curie, I smelled some unknown food and went to steal some. Dawn, seriously, don't steal next time, just ask me I'll buy it for you. Curie, I know you will, but you were busy fighting that hobo demon and cheap excuse of a hero. Sighing, Dawn just continued to pet her while waiting, after a short while the sound of guards shouting and light panic raised. Since Rubrios was one of the biggest allies of Tempest, it was natural for them to have a much grander appearance. Dawn, I'll take over if you're okay with this. Approaching the guards, they soon recognized Dawn and agreed, since it was well known that he was Rimuru's friend. On top of that, he had stayed for more than a week in Tempest, joining the military training or sparring with Hakuro. Most of the military team knew him by now. Guard, then, we'll escort them to the side. Raising his hand to his head, he made a salute pose before instructing the other guards to move. Settling the carriage on the side, they didn't need to pass the examination check or anything, a total of 32 carriages. It was a lot and this was just a few important people, some of the greats were left to Rubrios for safety measures. Though most of Rubrios' military force was here, and such a reckless decision was made simply because Dawn allowed it. He could travel back to Rubrios in an instant, so he decided that a big break could be given this time. The first coming out of the carriage was Flora, followed by you and Eleanor. Both of them went to organize and explain the situation. Since some of the guests aren't accustomed with Tempest law, assigning them some guide and all, Dawn decided to let them do their job and went to the most decorated carriage. Opening the door himself, he made way for two of the most important guests. Dawn, it has been a while, Lady Luminous. Bowing slightly while raising his voice, he made sure the few praying eyes around being just a few curious tourists or journalists would hear. Lady Luminous, it was now public that God Luminous made an appearance at several occasions in the last few months. This was subject of many gossip and her presence here in Tempest will undoubtedly create chaos, a good chaos for Tempest's future politic arrangement but also Riberios's interest. Luminous, it's just a few weeks, how have you been? Coming out, instead of her gothic-like dress, she wore a white dress adorned with gold, a set of clothes much more divine. Her silver hair exposed slightly while her face was covered by a transparent veil that reflected the incoming light. No one could see her face, her figure would appear blurry to everyone and her voice was enhanced in a dramatic way. The perfect attire to create a myth. Dawn smiled and offered his hand to help her go down, which she accepted. The sun briefly flashes on her veil, blinding the curious eyes. Luminous, I heard you got into an interesting fight, how was it? Turning her head backward a bit, Velzard was in the same carriage. It seems she didn't wait to leak Dawn's confrontation with Guy and Rudra earlier. Dawn, just two troublemakers. Smiling while shrugging off that matter, Dawn then helped Velzard come out before. Dawn, we should first greet Rimuru and show a positive public image first. Luminous, this is really troublesome, I would rather have Lewis do this kind of thing. Dawn, Luminism despite standing tall still suffered some loss. Lewis isn't capable of using holy magic, we need my lady to further increase the public opinion. Luminous let out an annoyed groan. She wanted to enjoy this festival, but if she had to keep up the goddess persona, it will turn boring and annoying very soon. Velzard, just bear with it, you can always say that you wanted to rest and put on a disguise. Luminous, yeah right. While watching them talk, Dawn felt a sincere smile crept up his face, a smile that quickly vanished as he put back a neutral expression. Dawn, Velzard and Luminous, both of them would have never met and talked like that normally, I'm glad they get along. Closing his eyes, he turned around and went on to check the other. It seemed by the time he finished his discussion with Luminous that Hinata joined in helping organize everything. Dawn, is everything alright? Flora, leader. Ah, yes, just I feel like some of the nobles we took are a bit extreme. Dawn, MMH. Didn't I ask Eleanor to select only the trustworthy nobles of Rubrios? Flora, yes, but, it seems, some of them thought that Tempest wasn't worth their time and sent their children. Looking around, Dawn narrowed his eyes when out of all the prestigious noble family he had himself kept, eliminating the filth as time passed. Rubirios's nobility was among the best in many ways, yet they dared put up such a shameful stunt. Dawn, TCH, I left them alone for just a century and that happened. When we get back, send them all a letter announcing my arrival. Flora, as your wish. Bowing awkwardly, Flora knew more than anyone what was going to happen. This family will lose much more than just a few days. Hinata, Flora-san, I finished with my group, we should leave for the hotel now. Flora, very well, I guess you-san will be able to manage the rest on her own, take your group and follow mine, I'll go ahead. Hinata, sure, and I greet the Supreme Commander. Placing her hand over her chest, she bowed respectfully. It wasn't necessary in private, but again they were in public. Dawn's new appearance wasn't well known, so having Hinata, who is one of the major leading figures of Rubrios, bowing to someone could only mean one thing. The person receiving this bow held a higher standing in Rubrios than her. This single action was enough to fuel the prying eyes' curiosity. Journalist, oi. Why is the leader of the great saint bowing to some unknown man? Journalist, maybe a noble. Journalist, there is no way. Hinata Sakaguchi would never bow to a simple noble. He must be at least at the level of the Holy Emperor or the Supreme Commander of Rubrios. Journalist, didn't he just greet Goddess Luminous before anyone? And even helped her come out? Chaos soon broke out. Well, it didn't really matter to the people concerned as Flora left along Hinata. They couldn't wait and listen to the reaction any longer. As for one, they were blocking a large chunk of the entrance gate, and second, they had a sort of schedule to follow. Traveler, isn't that the role of Dawn Arceid? Being the Goddess Luminous direct knight? Journalist, but then, that white-haired man is. Journalist, no way. That's a scoop. The hero that veiled over Rubrios for centuries had dyed his hair. Ignoring the odd comment thrown at him, Dawn walked off toward the remaining group and helped organize everything. Things went on smoothly as Eleanor's group left following the rest, and since he was still a knight at the direct charge of Luminous, he had to escort her at least until the prying eyes were gone. Dawn, your group seems the most chaotic. You, oh, you're here. Honestly, I really can't control those brat. Dawn, well, let me help then. It seems the group with most of the noble brat was in hers. They were really noisy and ordered the servant around as if they were in one of their manners. This was really infuriating. Dawn sighed and took a step forward, hitting the ground loudly. He sent a wave of coldness through the ground and air. In an instant, the spoiled nobles all flinched and covered themselves, freezing. Dawn, now, would you please shut up and listen to the knights? I'm not in the mood for this. Giving them a death glare, the brats quickly nodded their eyes, and fortunately this will be the only time Dawn has to repress them today. Thank you, they were really getting under my skin. Dawn, don't worry about it, once you're done escorting them let's meet up and go grab some food. Smiling, he patted her head softly before walking off, but at that moment something felt off. Dawn, It doesn't feel like last time. Did she do something? Keeping an impassive face as he was still in public, he narrowed his eyes and continued on his pace. Since Luminous was the official leading figure for Rubrios and the most important guest for Tempest, instead of reaching for the hotel first, she had to be escorted to Tempest headquarters and meet with Rimuru first. For that, alongside Dawn, the remaining members of the Great Saints and several more competent holy knights were deployed. This was a small parade for them as Luminous' faith will just increase tenfold now. Curie, Master. Dawn, MMH. Curie, you still haven't noticed because they aren't threat, but over 7 peoples had tried to harm Rubirios' convoy, or you now? Dawn, is that so? He really hasn't noticed any attempt, maybe because he was more focused on getting everything done. Fortunately for them, they were in Tempest, a place guarded by primordial demons. Those assassins must have been dealt with in secret before they could bother the victim. Also, Dawn was well aware that no assassin, even the most competent one, could eliminate the likes of Luminous or Velzard. Dawn, I thought you were just lazing in my arms, but you were watching around. Curie, MHPF. You think I'm just a sleepyhead? I won't forgive you before you buy me a lot of meat. Dawn, hi. Sighing at her antics, Dawn looked around briefly, noticing a shrinking Ultima peeking her head through the wall. Upon making eye contact, the violet primordial flinched and ran away. Dawn, it seems she is the one who has been protecting us. Shaking his head, he thought that he should at least be kinder to her from now on. Dawn, anyway, let's go. Joining with Luminous and Velzard, accompanied by a much more reinforced group, they made their way toward Tempest's governmental headquarters. On the way, Dawn explained how this festival will proceed. Today is still the opening day, the true first day is tomorrow. And tomorrow evening, most of the guests should have arrived and a large banquet will be held in the evening. Luminous, a banquet, Dawn, yes, since Tempest is a free nation where nobility don't exist, both commoner and nobles will share the banquet, though they will be separated on 2 floors. Luminous frowned lightly at this mention. This will undoubtedly lead to harassment, confrontation, and more annoying things to deal with. Luminous, what is Rimuru thinking? Don't he know how spoiled this generation is? Dawn, well, we count on the presence of many great rulers to intimidate the other nobles, and every nation has at least a few guards deployed. Despite being clothed casually, every fighter and knight has their weapon at their waist. This was a common thing to do when visiting an outside nation. Just in case things turn wrong, Rubrios possess the strongest army in the West by far, and with their alliance with Tempest, they should be allowed to kick out the troublemaker themselves. Velzard, oi Dawn, what's that? It looks appetizing. Dawn, MMH. Oh that. Curie, that's what they call crepes. You can even put some ice cream on top of it, it's delicious. Suddenly waking up, Curie jumped off of Dawn's arm to land on Velzard's shoulder and spoke. Her tails wavering in excitement, Dawn could only facepalm at her attitude, while Velzard snickered before scratching her head. Velzard, well, you guys go ahead, I have to grab some food with this little fox. Dawn, seriously, then take this. Snatching a pouch of gold coin before tossing it toward Velzard, he was a bit scared of the prospect of someone angering Velzard, but he could at least trust her calm character. Velzard, let's get going, then Curie-chan. Curie, yes mommy. Velzard, era. Dawn, damn brat. Waving them off, Luminous chuckled, amused by the newly formed duo. Luminous, that fox is quite cute. Dawn, she is just a cheeky brat. Luminous, we'll meet them later anyway, so let's get going. Dawn, as your wish. Luminous POV. I have to admit, Tempest's growth is phenomenal. I visited this nation for the first time a few weeks ago and even spent a few nights here. Yet, the current Tempest is so much different, I guess having an entire army of hundreds of thousands of orc help. Another thing that fascinated me is the fact that every single monster here is named. This is absurd, as the amount of magicule needed for such a feat exceeds the norm. I doubt if even me, Dawn, and most of our Rubrios army would be enough to fill this amount. I also found myself wondering if Rimuru did that alone, or perhaps Veldora did. This was very intriguing, as if he did then I would have underestimated the already catastrophic True Dragon. Luminous, by the way, I can feel that stupid lizard aura but can't pinpoint it. Dawn, oh, Veldora, he should be in the labyrinth filling it with his magicule. Luminous, labyrinth, I heard about that project, is it done? Dawn, Ramaris finished the overall shape a week ago, the main inhabitants are yet to live there but most of the floors are already filled with different monsters. How exciting, I heard they were going to present and make this labyrinth one of the main events of this festival. The idea is totally revolutionary to this world, a safe place where adventurers can fight without fearing death, a place with different difficulties and bosses. Something like that is bound to succeed. I myself would like to try to challenge it, but I guess having a true demon lord fighting would be meaningless. Luminous, I think I heard Hinata mention that the other day. Dawn, yes, she and a squad of holy knights will challenge it as a demonstration. Luminous, oh. Dawn, thought it won't be a good way to evaluate the labyrinth's force as most of its strongest entities are yet to finish their evolution. Luminous, and how powerful are you estimating them? Dawn, MMH, it's hard to tell, but I'm sure even if it's you, things would get difficult once those monsters awoke. This startled me a little. I couldn't even be angry because Dawn always made truthful statements. Instead of being mad, I pondered how powerful those monsters and Tempest would become in the future. Perhaps even without Rubirios' help, they could stand their own against the Eastern Empire or Guy's force. Dawn, we have arrived. Looking up, I raised my hand to slightly lift the veil covering my eyes. The tall building made of white stone was still the same as the one I saw last time. The only main difference is that the servants were moving quickly. It seems I am not their first guest of the day. Dawn, we'll skip the file, so let's go in, knights. I will escort Lady Luminous on my own now. Giving his orders, we couldn't just barge into a federal building with several knights, besides the dozen of them surrounding me was just for the show. In a way, Lewis or Roy, even Gunther would be enough to act as a bodyguard. They wouldn't even be of use as I was superior. Having Dawn here is just a luxury I allowed myself. After all, there are only a few that would dare fight me. Luminous, oh ho. My eyes narrowed a bit as I noticed that among the waiting nobles and guests, humans and monsters were mixed. I could see some more exotic races like the lizardmen, or some more impressive races like the Tengu. I doubt their representative and rulers would follow the normal procedure. Are they trying to send a message by sending some random here? A message like, monsters and humans alike are subject to the same rules. Or is it just them paying a tribute since Rimuru had become the owner of the Jura forest? In any case, Tempest might really become the foundation for human and monster coexistence. Dawn, then this way, my lady. Luminous, sure, lead the way. Leaving that intriguing sight, I turned around and followed the road designed for me, a red carpet leading to a back door which actually seemed bigger than the actual entrance. Ignoring the stare giving to me for a privilege like this, I slowly marched toward while releasing a wave of holy energy. This should be enough to convert my presence as a god's. Noble, oi. Why are they getting the VIP treatment when I, a great duke, has to wait? I spoke too soon, or is that pig a dumbass? Can't he read the situation? I couldn't help but sigh. However, I didn't stop. I continued to walk without a care. For one, he isn't a threat at all. For second, I'll destroy his life by ruining my mood. Noble, E.H. How dare you ignore me? As expected, this monster nation is worthless, can't even recognize my greatness. I sighed again and just entered the building, ignoring the fading grassy voice of a pig. Dawn, I saw Ultima watching the scene. She will surely take care of that guy. Luminous, Ultima. Oh, you mean, Violet? Well, I guess unlucky him. I chuckled a bit while wiping the memories of that pig off of my memory. Third POV. Finally reaching the meeting room, Rimuru welcomed Luminous. At his side were multiple other nobles that had come earlier. Among them, the most prominent name would be Gazel Dwargo. The others are, as Luminous thought, representative of some other monster race. She could see a few Tengu, some elf, but the Empress didn't seem to have made the journey here herself. But knowing her, she would definitely come later during the festival. Perhaps she is even already here visiting Tempest with a disguise. Luminous, this isn't even the official first day. How exciting. Taking her seat, she occasionally joined the discussion Rimuru and the others had, since it's an exclusive room for privileged guests. They wouldn't be bothered by the other nobles who were taken care of in another room. Rimuru, oh, I almost forgot, but I also plan to build a church for Luminism here in Tempest. Luminous, huh? Dawn, what? The sudden news not only startled those two but everyone around the room. What he just announced was basically to add Luminism as a religion for Tempest's inhabitants. Gazel, oi Rimuru, you can't be serious, right? This is basically asking to become a vassal nation for Rubrios. Momiji, yes. It will also tarnish your reputation as a demon lord. Protests filled the room as Rimuru realized how stupid that idea actually was. His intentions were a bit too pure for the political world. Rimuru, Iito. Luminous, as much as I want to agree, you do know how much of a problem this will cause to everyone. Rimuru, well, I noticed that a lot of adventurers and tourists followed Luminism, so I thought about helping their belief a little. Luminous, you are truly a newbie. Don't build a church or you'll face annoying consequences. Rimuru, haha. Scratching his cheek, the whole idea was buried and never brought back on the table. Raphael, Master is an idiot. Rimuru, Did you say something? Raphael, notice, it's your imagination. Rimuru, I see. A day then passed and finally the festival truly started. The ambience within the capital changed drastically. A cheerful atmosphere filled every street as food stands, merchants from everywhere around the world, parades and many more attractions happened all over the city. It was truly remarkable and anyone would be impressed. The originality and culinary revolution was there. From the first day this festival was already a success. As for the nobles, they just visited as the main event for them would be during the evening. Dawn for him was walking around with a small group, since moving around with Riberios's representative would attract too much attention. He was currently with you and Flora. In front of them were two kids who were Rimuru's students, Chloe and Ryota. The children of Class S arrived last evening and since Rimuru would be busy with the festival, he wanted to ask Hinata to take care of them. Ultimately, Dawn proposed to himself to take two of them while they move around and swap the group later. Chloe, Dawn. Can you buy me that Rimuru-sensei plushie? Dawn, sure. But at that moment, something really annoyed Flora and you, as they were both left alone to take care of Ryota while Dawn accompanied Chloe. Despite having met earlier, they were talking as if they were long-time friend. Flora, isn't that weird? It totally is. Watching from afar, Chloe was just running around like how a normal child would in a festival. Dawn followed closely while complying with whatever request she had. This earned a complicated expression from you who just closed her feelings. At some point she even found herself sitting on his shoulder, observing the busy city from a higher height. Chloe, oh. I can see Hinatane's group there. Dawn, we'll join them later. For now let's look around for some food. We skipped lunch so we need to eat now. Chloe, what? Do you even need to eat? Dawn, I don't, you do. At the same time, Chloe's stomach growled, making the girl embarrassed. She quickly looked away with a cute pout plastering her face. Dawn, anyway, where do you guys want to eat? Flora, I heard they opened a restaurant based on Chinese food around here. We can have a simple lunch for now. I'm fine with whatever there is. Ryota, Chinese food. Is that good? I never had that before. Flora let out a small smile as she patted the boy's head. Flora, naturally, you don't believe we'll let you kids eat crap, right? Ryota, then I want to eat that too. Dawn, then let's go. Leading the group, the restaurant in question was easy to find. The service was quite fast too, and in less than an hour, they were already outside continuing trying to find their next destination. The day passed by, everyone had their share of fun and laugh, until the evening came, the cheerful city still illuminated even as the moon took over. Near a castle-like building specially made for the occasion, hundreds of nobles and commoners alike were conveyed to a grand banquet. The theme was class, so most of the people there were clothed in dress and formal uniform. Those who were part of the guards and security team for their respective master were in military uniform. Dawn POV. Ah, I was almost forced to wear those ridiculously expensive suits. Well, this uniform isn't much better. I have dozens of those fake medals on the chest decorating to make it more impressive. Anyway, today was fun. How long has it been since I had this much fun? No bothering to touch my blade even once. Laughing and just enjoying. This might be a first since 2000 years ago. I even passed time with Chloe, who was my teacher. I thought she decided to enact the act of a little sister or daughter so we could use it as an excuse to pass time together. Dawn, if only I could repeat this day over and over. My eyes darted forward with a hint of nostalgia. I let out a short sigh before sensing someone approaching me. Ignoring for now, I decided to scan the room since I was technically still on duty to protect Luminous. Not everyone was present here. Like Eleanor decided to rest, Lucas and Shatu, the kids, also didn't come. I think Chloe wanted to, but after getting scolded by Shizue, she reluctantly backed down. Speaking of Shizu, the reunion between her and the children was rather emotional. I just looked from afar so as to not interrupt them. Anyway, Rimura seemed to chat with Shizue and Hinata, both dressed in a silky black dress. I already knew how Hinata would look because of the manga. But Shizue is really stunning. I can understand why so many fans liked her. On the other hand, people have been severely underestimating Rimura's appearance. He was wearing a simple suit, but his facial harmony and clean silver blue hair really made him stand out. From a third eye, 3 goddesses were gathered talking. Anyone would just dream of courting them. Fortunately, pretty much everyone knows what Rimura looks like. He also made an intro speech earlier, so nothing should happen. Velzard, Oya. Why are you standing here alone? Turning my head sideways, Velzard was also a beauty. She was currently wearing a red dress adorned with a hint of gold, a large scarf as white as her hair. A singular glass of wine between her fingertips. She didn't lose to either Shizue or Hinata in terms of beauty. Dawn, well, everyone is enjoying it. I'm a bit too old for these kinds of parties. Normally I would spend my time with either Testarossa or members of my units, but they all dispersed as the banquet started. Testarossa being on duty, as the Minister of the Foreign Affairs and main diplomat of Tempest, it was her job to go around and find promising allies for Tempest. You was here a moment ago, but she was dragged away by Kiri, who was hungry. Flora is serving Luminous tonight. The rest not joining the banquet, I was quickly left alone, not like I minded. Velzard, too old. Dawn, you might not understand because you were born immortal, but I had a lifespan. In fact too, despite not feeling it, I'm oddly conscious of how long I had lived. Velzard, I see, but you should enjoy it a bit more. Giving me a small smile, she took a sip of her wine before walking off. I could only shake my head at her comment. Crossing my arm while leaning my back against the wall, overshadowed by the brightness that this banquet procured, I just gazed forward silently, lost in my own thoughts. I had gone through a lot, honestly. My mind must have been broken long ago, yet my fight hasn't ended yet. So why am I here? Relaxing while I should find a way to finish this, to defeat the author. I used the excuse of resting before the final fight, but this isn't quite right. I'm just afraid of the future. Has I ever feared death? The answer would be no. When I was Origin, I couldn't feel what others did. But while growing up, becoming a duke, fighting a long war, Origin gained emotion. Dawn is different though. He was born emotional and had to lose his will to survive, but I failed in that. I could totally seal my emotion. The people around me, Sola in particular, made sure I won't. She wanted me to have a better life than my previous one. But this ultimately led me to the present, where I could only helplessly watch everyone have fun, knowing that the future might not be as bright as everyone wishes. How many people here will die? Will I even survive? No, in fact I already have the answer for all this. I'm just scared of becoming closer to others, because ultimately, it will only bring sadness. Dawn, I wonder what the world will look like after the end. I pondered melancholically, closing my eyes with an unreadable expression. I just waited as my existence faded into space itself. You, boss, are you okay? Dawn, MMH. Startling me a bit, I didn't realize that someone approached me. In front of me was this young black-haired lady. I had watched her grow over the years as she reincarnated into this world. She is one of the very few I held the closest to my heart. Dawn, yeah, just dozed off for a moment. You seem tired, maybe you should go rest. Dawn, you know I don't need rest, don't worry, I'm just sorting out my thoughts. Studying her, I failed to notice how she let her hair grow a bit. For this banquet, she had chosen a deep blue dress with large flowers decorating her waist. It revealed a bit too much of her skin, but actually less than most nobles' ladies. For a moment, my mind drifted away into the past and present as I recognized this style of dress. It was one a lady affiliated to the Duchy of Avirion would wear in a formal ceremony. A light smirk popped on my face as I raised my hand and gave you a light pat. You, Dawn, thank you, in reality I just felt lonely for a bit there. You, I see. Dawn, you reminded me of some old memories. You, do you want to talk about it? Talk, once again, several images flashed in front of my eyes, they went so fast yet it was agonizingly slow. Dawn, sure, but be ready for a long story. My eyes softened a bit, her appearance was different, her presence and aura too, even her magicule, yet I knew she was here with me. Deep down, I wanted to tell you my story, a long story that served as my past. UPOV. Today was really fun, this kind of atmosphere could never be found in Rubrios, and I was grateful for this. Later, during the banquet after escaping Kiri-chan's grasp by tossing Flora in, I decided to take a break and found Don-san alone. He had that distant aura as if he was going to disappear at any instant now, my body moved by instinct as I approached him. I didn't really know why but I just did, he then went on as we engaged in a short discussion. And I couldn't help but shudder, he didn't say much yet I felt like I was being crushed by the burden he was trying to carry. At the end, all I could do was listen to his story, taking a walk outside, our slow steps traveled across the large garden filled with bushes and flowers. My eyes focused on the surroundings while my ears focused on the voice beside me, a voice that bore nothing but nostalgia, regrets and sorrow. Dawn, can you believe that? Nodding my head softly, he had went through a big part of his story now, his previous life, his first meeting with the god, the purest genius that Catherine Wisdom was, the day he saved Shiria, the Great War, the Minor One, the appearance of beasts beyond this world, his quest against death itself. I just listened quietly as his story just defiled into my ears, I wanted to comfort him but something deep within me stopped my body. I felt like it wasn't my place to do that someone else had this role, someone I knew but didn't at the same time. Dawn, don't you find me pathetic? In the end, I am protected by those I should protect. You, this might be true, but also so wrong, after all you are the owner protecting us right now. My words were sincere, but as honest as I could be, it didn't reach Dawn-san. Dawn, I see, I took enough of your time, so go and enjoy the banquet before it ends. I nodded, that was the only thing I could do, then I realized, this story wasn't meant for me to hear, Dawn-san thought of me as someone else. He used my ears hoping that the one he wanted to hear his story. You, I'll take my leave then. Walking away, I didn't dare turn around, I wanted to comfort him sincerely, telling him that he fought well enough now. That I wanted to carry his burden too but, all this was sealed in my mouth and capable of coming out. My legs moved on their own as before I knew, I had already gone out of sight for Dawn, his presence was still there, he didn't move at all. What am I doing? Why did I leave just now? I should have talked, I should have helped him so why? I couldn't understand my own actions, they were guided not by me. Ugh. My head suddenly felt nauseous, I clenched my teeth in pain before settling down on a bench near my location. Looking up, the sky was filled with stars, these were good and joyful days, yet I felt so lonely right now. Third POV. Dawn stood at the same location he was before, his eyes darted upward at the sky filled with stars. 2 minutes then passed, then 5, then 10, then 20, he didn't really count but time felt so familiar and logical to him now. He just felt the course of time flow as the world moved. Dawn, is this because I experienced suspended world? I feel like time and space has fused with my digital life form. This was truly odd, a peaceful and void-like sensation, once again, he was fading into space like he was part of that element. Space was like a calm sea, a pure line with no disturbance, the grass, the air, the tree, everything was part of that line. Until a single fluctuation induced through the clear water, someone was here, popping from behind Dawn. A lady with pure white hair, she was still clad in a long cloak that covered most of her body, but this time, her hood was down. Am I interrupting something? Dawn, no. Finally moving, Dawn sat down on one of the many benches lined in the garden, and soon enough joined him taking the seat at his left. Both stayed silent for a good while, a comfortable silence like the one they had before. Dawn, you heard me, right, my story, yes, it's a heroic tale filled with glory that ended in misery, a plan that brought out excellence surrounded by darkness. Dawn, I see, so that's how you see it. Looked up, she didn't really stare at the stars like any other people, she just looked up for no reason, her mind process went over a few lot of things. Can I ask a question? Dawn, sure, you and Catherine Wisdom, from what I heard both of you had a child together but the child never came to life. Dawn, yes, did both of you have decided on a name? Even if the baby was never born. Dawn, a name, huh? Memories flashed once again in his mind, lost memories during the dark age of his past life. Flashback. Staring down at her belly, Catherine Wisdom smiled softly while gently caressing the new life form that was forming within her. On the other side, Origin was still working trying to find a way to cheat death and resurrection one. Catherine, say, what should be the name of our child? Origin, I don't really have any idea. Catherine, MMH, let's see, a name that could represent the next generation. I think I got a good one. It's from a language used in the East, a lost language, origin, a lost language. Still, even after such a declaration, Origin's eyes didn't leave his research. Catherine, yes, if it's a boy, let's call him Massacre. I heard that means bright future in the lost language. Origin, I see. Catherine, and if it's a girl, let's call her. At that time, Origin didn't really listen to Catherine, since he wasn't as excited as her for the incoming birth. But that memories never really leave him, he just buried it away after they died. Flashback end. A long silence intertwined with Dawn's answer. Those memories weren't pleasant, in fact it was enough to break a grown man's mind realizing how much he had lost. But Dawn just looked down, his lips curved into the tiniest smile he could form as he opened his mouth. Dawn, if it's a boy, his name would be Asuka, that means bright future in Japanese, and if it's a girl, S eyes narrowed, her heart started to pound faster as she awaited for the next answer. Dawn, her name would be the future, Mirai, Mirai Virion, the hope we held at that time for a brighter future. S eyes widened, her world made of gray soon turned colorful as she embraced the wind hitting her face. Her expression twisted in refreshment as if a long-time goal had been fulfilled. She exhaled some air before letting it all out, a relaxed sigh came out of her pretty mouth as she stretched her arm. Her lips quivered trying to hold the big smile she desperately wanted to let out, her blue eyes shone brighter than ever. Mirai, what a beautiful name, I'm sure that girl would have loved it. A name she had only heard in the memories of her mother, finally being called by her true name for the first time. The sole heir of the past Duchy of Avirion was revealed to the world, her identity was approved by one of the only two people she wanted to hear from. Dawn, I see, it's a good thing then, thank you. The night was still fresh, Tempest was a light for this world but like any light, there is a large darkness looming out. A darkness that made you feel lonely, this was the duty and burden that one must carry so the light never waver, so that hope in itself overcomes the sad reality that all living beings are subject. Mirai, Mirai Avirion, that's my true name, it feels really good to hear someone calling my name for the very first time. Mirai, she was by all means an anomaly, a soul born strong enough to manage 2 world crossings, one that possessed limitless potential. She was more aware of the shadow looming over the world than anyone, if her father was the moon, her mother the sun. Then she was the earth, a hope for the future, she only ever had a single goal, a single piece of greed but now she felt much more needy. She wanted much more, but she was aware of how much she can have. Mirai, no, I should be the one to thank you, I hope you have a better evening from now. Getting up, she wanted to leave as soon as possible because staying here any longer would just trigger this greed of hers. But before she could conclude and get away, a firm hand grabbed her wrist, the action in itself startled Mirai as she looked down in shock. Dawn, please, just this once, let me seal my resolve once again. Mirai, what? She couldn't understand the meaning of his words, but instinctively she felt a weight on her heart, it was just a few words that held so much mystery to it. On the spot, she didn't react, her body became rigid as she let herself be guided by the pitiful father that stood in front of her. His arm embraced her, as her head fell on his chest, she could hear the soundless heartbeat of a being so strong yet so weak. And now all that followed was a pure breathtaking silence as both stood there motionless for several minutes. A looming shadow, this was the perfect way to describe the situation within the spooky palace or also known as the seal made by God to imprison a greater danger. Surrounded by thousands of mindless angels, several seraphim ready to take action at any moment, the world destroyer dragon was secured within that seal. Its gigantic body laid there chained up with no possibility of moving, his own instinct of destruction was dismissed over the age. But one thing no one knew, that the dark purple-scaled body of this chaotic being was nothing more but a cover. The physical body is just a rotten corpse as inside its very spirit lived in the form of a humanoid lady with silver white hair. Her underdeveloped body, her cold eyes, she was a being born from destruction, despite her unknown age sourcing from an origin way before anything known. She had only recently gained a mind, a consciousness without source to learn. Sealed alone here, she sharpened her fangs as a singular existence extended their hand to her, it's soon time for me to awaken. Her voice came out cold, she waited and waited for so long, until the day her seal broke and she fulfilled the purpose given to her. Her name is Varja, she is the world destroyer dragon Evarj, she is the very incarnation of destruction and messenger of the parasite looming around the world. A mindless being given a consciousness to fulfill the destruction of this world, her fangs as sharp as any blade and unbeknownst to everyone. Varja, it has been a while since the author came to see me, no, there is no need to worry, my time is almost there, just wait a bit longer.